What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4GB, Chapter 90. Encounter, Showdown of Technological Weapons. In short, on the stage of the Krita Arena, a large number of Qigong masters suddenly appeared. It was hard to tell whether they were real or fake, and the quality was mixed. Some of them can, during battle, emit some, weak energy shock waves from their palms that are not very powerful but look cool. Some of them can perform some low-altitude floating movements on the ring, which are, not very high but can actually leave the ground for a short period of time, that is, a super simplified and, funny, prototype of the air dance technique. Some, the more watery ones might just strike some philosophical and mysterious poses on the ring, then yell, Kamahaha, or Dongdongbo, and then, add some lights and smoke effects, operated in secret by the arena staff. Although, the actual fighting power of these so-called Qigong masters may not be that good. However, what they showed was a new and strange energy that was completely different from the traditional swordsmanship, physical skills, and devil fruit abilities. A fighting style with a hint of fantasy immediately caused a huge sensation and crazy pursuit among all the audience present. Wow, did you see that? That guy actually emitted light waves from his hands? Too powerful, could it be? That is the legendary Qi. And that one, it actually flew up, although it only flew a little bit high, and it almost fell down. This is simply a fight between gods. The audience seats at the Krita Arena erupted with deafening cheers and exclamations. Those viewers who were used to watching ordinary sword fights and devil fruit power duels felt both novel and excited after witnessing this Qigong performance full of Eastern mysticism and a hint of Dragon Ball for the first time. As a result, the amount of money betted in the arena has continued to rise, reaching new highs. Doflamingo, looking at the arena that had become extremely hot and full of the smell of money because of the debut of the Qigong master, showed a smile full of pride and sinister on his face. He knew that his move was right again. In this way, he not only, more importantly, it is to make the Qi a 593 power system full of unknowns and temptations, known to the world in a more entertaining and popular way. Thus, it is also for his future, more massive, secret, legacy empire plan, which is a subtle, public opinion preparation and talent reserve. The Dressrosa Arena has become more lively and full of highlights because of the appearance of the Qigong master. And Qi, this mysterious and powerful power system, also began gradually from those unreliable rumors and underground black markets where the truth was difficult to distinguish to the relatively open and formal historical stage. Just as Doflamingo, using the Krita Arena, was promoting and commercializing the mysterious power known as Kai. The real rulers of Dressrosa, at least in name, the Riku royal family, are in their palace, which has gone through many vicissitudes but still maintains a trace of dignity and helplessness. Because of those rumors about Gohan Buu and the Dragon Ball Palace, they have fallen into a state of deep worry and uneasiness. The Riku royal family is an ancient royal family with hundreds of years of history on the land of Dressrosa. Although, due to Doflamingo's usurpation of the throne and high-handed rule, they have long been in name only and have lost actual control over the country. However, in their royal secrets and the ancestral teachings passed down from generation to generation, there seem to be some vague records and extremely strict vigilance about some aliens in ancient times that were powerful enough to destroy the world, or a terrifying existence called the Devil of Star Destruction. Those records are usually sporadic and obscure. Most of them are hidden in some dusty old parchments or some royal secret books written in ancient characters that have long been lost. Moreover, most of its contents are fables or warning maxims that are full of symbolic meanings and a hint of mythology. Iro. When a huge black Uzumaki split open in the sky and the paths of the stars became disordered, that was an ominous sign of the coming of the demon of destruction. Its name cannot be described, its form is unpredictable, its power is enough to shatter the stars and annihilate all things. Only pure love and fearless courage can resist the all-devouring darkness. Advertisement. These sound like ancient records that are full of middle school atmosphere and a hint of mystification. In the past, most members of the Riku royal family regarded them as some unrealistic myths and legends, or just bedtime stories made up by their ancestors in order to educate their descendants to respect the heavens and the earth and have love in their hearts. Didn't take it too seriously, but now, after they heard from various channels those horrific legends about Gohan Buu destroying planets with ease, and the various strange stories about the Dragon Ball Palace that rose from the bottom of the sea, full of unknown and ominous atmosphere, an ancient and primitive sense of uneasiness that was deeply embedded in their blood was suddenly awakened, just like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years. They began to re-examine those ancient records and ancestral teachings that they had once considered to be nonsense. They began to doubt, could it be that those legends are not groundless? Could it be that the pink demon called Gohan Buu is really the alien, or the ancient evil demon that their ancestors were wary of, that can destroy the stars? And that mysterious Dragon Ball Palace has some kind of unknown connection with the legendary cracked black Uzumaki, or the vision of the disordered stars. These speculations filled with unknowns and fears made the members of the Riku royal family, especially the core figures, who were still shouldering the mission of restoring the country, such as Cyrus or Princess Violet, feel uneasy and worried. They knew that if these speculations were true, then Dressrosa and even the entire world would face an unprecedented crisis. And how should these kings of a fallen nation, who have long lost their power and strength, deal with this kind of horrific threat that is enough to destroy everything? A deep feeling of powerlessness and despair began to spread in their hearts. They can only collect all the information about Gohan Buu and Dragon Ball Palace more carefully in secret and silently pray that those ancient disaster prophecies will never come true. Or, at least, not until they succeed in overthrowing Doflamingo's tyranny and bringing light back to Dressrosa. The secrets of the Riku royal family and their ancient vigilance against aliens also add a layer of mystery and a hint of fatalism to this world, which has become increasingly chaotic and confusing because of the Buu legacy. Just when all the forces in Dressrosa were harboring their own ulterior motives and undercurrents were surging because of the emergence of Buu's legacy and Kai, a certain most inconspicuous and harmless core cadre of the dumbfounded family, Sucrose, the 10,000 years lowly who possesses the heaven-defying ability of the childlike fun fruit, also under the creative and bad taste whims of her master. Doflamingo began to develop some childlike and a little weird special connections with the mysterious Buu legacy. Sucrose's childlike playfulness fruit ability, BGBE, is very bug. She only needs to gently, with her seemingly innocent little hands, touch any living creature, be it human, animal, or even some more active plants. It can, in an instant, turn the other person into a lifeless, thoughtless, and a toy that will be completely forgotten by everyone except herself. Even the relevant memories will be erased. This terrifying ability, which can be called the rule-based ability, is also one of the important cornerstones for Doflamingo to maintain his decade-long, high-pressure rule and perfect lie in Dressrosa. And Doflamingo, this conspirator full of evil wisdom and a little bit of experimental spirit, after obtaining those Buu legacy, full of unknown technology that flowed out from the Dragon Ball Palace, naturally, will not let go of the perfect opportunity to cross-border cooperation and strong alliance with these new toys and his subordinates who also have various strange devil fruit abilities. So, on a certain afternoon that was full of inspiration, Doflamingo called over sugar and some small parts of the Buu legacy that he had obtained from various channels, which could not be activated or used at all due to severe damage or lack of core components, such as some broken arms of metal puppets, or some broken lenses of combat power detectors, or some empty shells of universal capsules, all of which were brought to him. Then, in a tone that was full of kindness and a hint of malice, he gave a special instruction to the 10,000 years lowly sugar who would never grow up, which sounded full of childishness and a hint of waste of resources. Sugar, Doflamingo's mouth curled up with his signature evil smile like a night owl. Young master, I recently got some very interesting toys. It's a pity that these toys seem a little broken and can't be played with. So, young master, I would like to ask you for help. I'll do you a small favor. Use your very cute ability of the childish fun fruit to turn these broken little toys into real toys that can make us more convenient. A cute little toy for you to play with. Okay. Hearing this, Sandong tilted her head, which had two cute little love letters on it, revealing an innocent, yet slightly innocent look on her face. Expression. She didn't know that behind these odd-looking toys in front of her, there was technology that was ahead of its time and great value. She only knew that her young master, Doflamingo, asked her to turn these things into toys. Advertisement BB. She just did it. Then, Sugar stretched out her tender, harmless little hands and gently touched the various strange things piled in front of her. Small, oddly shaped parts of the Buu legacy. The contract is established. As Sugar's childish voice full of magic sounded, a miracle, or rather, some kind of magic, full of bad taste, happened. I saw that those small parts of Buu legacy, that were originally full of unknown technology and a hint of cold metal, were touched by Sugar's little hand. It was really like a magic trick. It shrank and deformed quickly, and then turned into different shapes, bright colors, and playing with a cute atmosphere. The broken arms of the metal puppets have turned into mini-robot toys with movable joints that can pose in various, cool, shapes. Those broken lenses of the combat detectors have turned into pieces of, colorful matter that can be used to build castles or, play, house, games. Stained glass blocks. As for those empty shells of the universal capsules, they were directly transformed into round balls that could be used as marbles or, fed to some special pets as snacks. Colorful balls. Doflamingo looked at those, Buu legacy toys that had a sudden change in style, full of childishness and a little bit of weirdness and a look of a complex expression of satisfaction and somewhat amusing and sad. His original intention was to see if the ability of Sugar's childlike fun fruit would work on these Buu's legacy, containing unknown energy and special materials. Will there be some unexpected and strange changes? For example, do the parts that have been turned into toys still retain some of their original functions? Or will they be more easily hidden because they have been turned into toys? Hiding and secret transport. There are changes, indeed. After those Buu legacy parts were turned into toys, the weak Buu energy fluctuations contained in them seemed to be really powered by something more. Adding a stronger power of rules to completely suppress and seal it? Make them look like, really, just some ordinary children's toys, without any special reactions? This, to some extent, did achieve part of Doflamingo's original purpose of more conveniently hiding and transporting these sensitive items. 10. Is it possible to expect these Buu legacy that have been completely toyed to still show some unique functions, or, at some point in the future, can be restored to its original state and put to use again? Then, I'm afraid, it's really just a foolish dream. Unless Sugar herself or some mysterious being with a more heaven-defying power that can lift the curse of the childlike fruit can. The forgotten toy soldiers are restored to their original form. Chapter 91. The detector's weakness, unable to identify mechanical units. Otherwise, these Buu's legacy that may have once contained the power to destroy the world will forever exist in this world in this form, full of childishness and a hint of sadness. Doflamingo looked at those colorful toys and couldn't tell whether he was more disappointed or found them more funny. However, he quickly put these harmless episodes behind him, because he knew that he had more important and interesting things to plan and execute. And Sugar, the 10,000 years lowly who never grows up, after completing the task assigned by the young master, she skipped and ran to eat her favorite grapefruit. She didn't know how much precious legacy she had just destroyed that might contain the power to change the world. She only knew that the grapefruit today tasted a little sweeter than yesterday. Inside the palace of Dressrosa, the weird daily life filled with lies, conspiracies, and a hint of childishness is still continuing. Dressrosa, the land of love, passion and toys, in the new world, under the 10-year high-pressure rule of heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo and, a perfect disguise, full of lies and conspiracies, on the surface, looks prosperous and peaceful, as if it is a paradise on earth. However, beneath this glamorous appearance full of false smiles and a hint of plastic toys, there are countless unknown darkness, sins, and suffocating despair. Doflamingo, the Shichibukai who calls the shots in the dark world, and is loyal, or rather, intimidated by his terrifying strength and twisted charm, Don Quixote family cadres, are like a group of demons in human skin, turning the entire Dressrosa into a huge birdcage, full of lies and slavery. The Riku royal family, an ancient royal family that was once deeply loved by the people but whose country was destroyed and whose family was ruined and whose reputation was disgraced because of Doflamingo's conspiracy, has become one of the most miserable and sympathetic prisoners in this birdcage. The princess of the Riku royal family, Violet, or rather, the alias she was forced to use in order to hide her identity. Violet, the stunning beauty who possessed the heaven-defying ability of the stare fruit, which could see through everyone's hearts and see the scenery thousands of miles away, had to submit to Doflamingo's tyranny at this moment, and became a chess piece in his hand, full of helplessness and pain. She was forced to use the ability of her Jero no Mi to gather all kinds of intelligence for Doflamingo and monitor those enemies that might pose a threat to him, and even help him against his will to maintain this false kingdom, built on countless lies and blood. Her heart was filled with deep hatred and endless despair towards Doflamingo. However, in order to protect those surviving members of the Riku royal family, and those innocent citizens who are still secretly resisting Doflamingo's tyranny, she can only bury all the pain and humiliation deep in her heart, put on a cold and charming mask, and live in this disgusting birdcage. Not long ago, when the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace set off a huge wave in the sea near Marineford, and countless stone European heritage with magical effects flowed out, Doflamingo, an ambitious man full of greed for power and unknown things, will naturally not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only did he frantically collect all the information about the Dragon Ball Palace and Buu's legacy through various channels, but he also tried to buy those magical props at high prices on the black market or imitate them. More importantly, he also thought of a more direct and more heavenly yaksha-style way of intelligence acquisition. That is, use Violet's omnipotent power of the stare fruit to observe and spy on the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, located at the bottom of the sea in Marineford, from a distance. He wanted to know whether the palace was still there, how many undiscovered treasures and secrets are hidden inside it, and what kind of exploration and robbery is the marine or other forces conducting in that palace. So, on a certain night full of intimidation and bribes, Doflamingo called Violet to the top floor of his palace, which was full of luxury and sin. Then, in a tone full of unquestionable and a hint of evil smile, he gave Violet this special order, which made her feel humiliated and a little scared. Foo. My dear Violet, Doflamingo's fingertips gently stroked Violet's face that was trembling slightly due to anger and shame. His voice was like that of a lion majesty, full of cold temptation. Young master, I recently heard that a very interesting big toy appeared on the seabed in Marineford. It's a pity that the big toy is hidden too deep, and there are a lot of annoying flies flying around, which makes it a bit inconvenient for me. Go there in person and take a look. So, young master, I want to borrow your beautiful eyes that can see through everything. Help me take a look at the big toy from a distance. What is it like now? Okay. Violet's body shook violently when she heard that. A trace of unconcealable fear and strong resistance flashed across her eyes. She knew that the big toy Doflamingo was referring to must be the Dragon Ball Palace that had recently been making a lot of noise around the world and was full of unknown and ominous atmosphere. She also knew that with the limited range of her stare fruit ability, it was almost impossible to observe the palace on the bottom of the Sea of Marineford from Dressrosa from a distance. That kind of super long distance spying that has to penetrate thousands of meters of deep sea would put an unimaginable strain on her mental strength and the power of the fruit. Advertisement: if she is not careful, she may suffer a mental breakdown due to overuse of her abilities, or even go blind on the spot. However, she also knew that if she dared to disobey Doflamingo's orders, then what would await her and the people she wanted to protect would be an even more cruel and desperate end. So, after a lot of pain and struggle, Violet finally chose to give in. She slowly closed those purple eyes that were once filled with pride and intelligence. When she opened her eyes again, circles of strange halos had appeared in her pupils, rippling like water waves and filled with mysterious power. Look. Clairvoyance. Violet let out a low roar, full of repression and pain. She pushed the power of her staring fruit to an unprecedented limit. Her sight seemed to penetrate the barrier of space in an instant, crossing the long distance and extending towards the mysterious coordinate point on the bottom of the Marineford Sea, which was full of unknowns and dangers. This process was extremely difficult and painful for Violet. She could clearly feel that her brain was as if being stabbed fiercely by countless red-hot steel needles. Her eyes also felt an unbearable burning and tearing sensation. Her body, unable to bear this huge mental burden, began to tremble slightly. Cold sweat, like raindrops, continuously seeped from her forehead, wetting her beautiful and pale cheeks. But she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Because she knew that if she gave up now, then the devil Doflamingo would definitely not let her go. After a long and painful search, Violet's clairvoyance finally caught a trace of extremely faint, but real, lavender light in the dark and cold deep sea of Marineford. That is the coordinate point left by that mysterious palace. Then, she took it a step further and extended her sight towards the bottom of the light spot, passing through the layers upon layers of deep sea water filled with pressure and unknown energy turbulence. 10%. She saw it, although, because the distance was too far, and there was also interference from the palace's powerful energy field, the images she could see were very blurry. It's also very distorted and unstable. She could only vaguely see the outline of a magnificent palace, as huge as a mountain, glowing with a faint purple light. She could also vaguely feel that the area around and inside the palace seemed to be filled with all kinds of chaotic and violent energy flows. Some of that energy was cold and deadly, some was scorching and violent, and some was filled with the unknown and dangerous aura. But she could no longer see more clearly. She felt that her mental strength had reached its limit. If she continued like this, her eyes would probably be ruined. I saw it. Violet's voice became unusually hoarse and weak due to extreme fatigue and pain. That heavy building, it's still there. After saying this, she could no longer hold on, her body went limp, and she fell backwards. Fortunately, Doflamingo was still somewhat gentlemanly. He reached out his hand in time and caught her, although his actions might not be very gentle. Foo. Well done, my dear Violet. Doflamingo looked at the stunning beauty in his arms who had fallen into a coma due to overuse of her abilities. A smile full of satisfaction and a hint of evil appeared on his face. Although, all Violet could see were some blurry palaces. Advertisement: the outline of the temple and chaotic energy flows. But this is enough for him to confirm something very important. That is the Dragon Ball Palace, filled with endless treasures and unknown powers, still continues to exist at that coordinate point. it does not, as some people have speculated, then disappear completely or move somewhere else. This means that he, Don Quixote Doflamingo, still has the opportunity to obtain more and more powerful Buu legacy from that palace. His ambition to build a legacy empire is still full of possibilities. Foo. It seems that it is time to prepare some more enthusiastic welcome ceremonies for our old friend. Doflamingo's eyes flashed. There was a cold and dangerous light flashing in his mind, and he had already begun to plan some more sinister and vicious plans. And Violet, the tragic princess with heaven-defying abilities, is forced to spy on the mysterious palace and the people behind it. The hidden unknown power creates a deeper fear and awe. She didn't know what kind of consequences her compromise this time would bring to the world. She only hoped that the hero who could rescue her from this birdcage would appear as soon as possible. Just when Violet, exhausted both physically and mentally and falling into a coma because she was forced to use her clairvoyance to spy on the palace. In a dark, damp, and desperate underground toy house in the Dressrosa Palace. Although his body has been turned into a toy, his will is still as strong as steel. A one-legged soldier, after hearing about the recent incident at the Cleda Arena, after hearing about the legend of the so-called Qigong Master, and the various Buu legacy that could instantly increase strength, the heart that had become somewhat numb due to despair also rekindled a little, strong desire for power. This one-legged soldier is, of course, the strongest swordsman in Dressrosa, the son-in-law of the Riku royal family, and Rebecca's father, Cyrus. 10 years ago, due to Doflamingo's conspiracy, he was transformed by Sugar's childlike fun fruit into a little funny but full of erotic colors. He lost all his powers and was completely forgotten by everyone, except those fellow sufferers, who were also turned into toys. He could only watch helplessly as his country, under Doflamingo's tyranny, moved step by step towards darkness and destruction. He could only wait silently, in endless despair and pain, for an opportunity for revenge that might never come. But now, when he heard that those so-called Qigong masters could actually send out energy shockwaves from their palms, and even when floating low in the sky, when he heard that those magical items, Cyrus's heart, which had long been silent, began to beat violently again. In his eyes, the desire for power reignited. He longs to recover his original body. He longs to master even greater power. He longed to overthrow the brutal rule of the devil Doflamingo with his own hands, to avenge those innocent citizens who were killed by him. Power. I need more power. Cyrus clenched his cold toy fist made of tin tightly, his knuckles brimming from exerting so much force. His voice was pale and trembling slightly with excitement. Although, now he is just a toy without life or power. Chapter 92. Tragic Victory, the Price of Information. Although, he didn't know how to cultivate the mysterious power called Kai, nor did he know how to obtain the legendary Buu legacy. But, as long as there is still a glimmer of hope in his heart, he will never give up. He believed that one day he would be able to get rid of this damn toy curse. He believed that one day he would be able to pick up again his sharp blade that had drunk the blood of countless enemies. Then, with his iron fist filled with anger and the flames of revenge, he will completely knock the demon Doflamingo off his throne. Cyrus's anger and his renewed desire for power were like a fire buried deep in the darkness, waiting to be completely ignited at some point in the future, and then burst into a raging flame that could set the whole prairie on fire. Just when the royal family members of Dressrosa and the former strongest swordsmen were filled with all kinds of complicated emotions and unrealistic fantasies about the Buu legacy and the power of Kai, for their own reasons. Living deep underground on this island, in the Tontata Kingdom, which is full of mystery and a hint of miniature aura, those small but powerful and naive to the point of being gullible, have come up with some new ideas and unrealistic expectations, because of some ancient legends circulating among their tribe and various rumors about magic beans from the outside world. The dwarfs of the Tontata tribe, though, possess enormous strength far beyond their size and some rather practical, special abilities, such as the healing technique that can instantly sew up wounds. However, because they are too simple and kind-hearted and are particularly easy to believe in other people's sweet words, especially those who are handsome or more good at speaking sweet words, and throughout history, they have been repeatedly deceived and enslaved by the outside world. Currently, they have unfortunately become Don Quixote Doflamingo's cheap labor and the main growers and forced experimental subjects of the artificial devil fruit smile. They were imprisoned in the underground factory of the Tontata Kingdom by Doflamingo's men using all kinds of despicable means. Day and night, they were forced to do heavy and dangerous labor, living a miserable life, in darkness and worse than death. However, even though they were in such a desperate situation, the dwarfs of the Tontata tribe never gave up their desire for freedom and their yearning for light. In their tribe, there has always been a legend that is very ancient and full of a hint of mythology. According to legend, a long, long time ago, their ancestors once obtained a kind of magic seed from outside the sky. It is said that if one eats one of these seeds, one can instantly become extremely powerful, one can even be able to bring the dead back to life and achieve immortality? It's a pity that the magic seed was completely lost in a later, huge disaster, most likely, an episode in the blank 100 years. Only some vague legends about its magical effects and some unreliable, ancestral teachings, full of good wishes, were left, such as long as we, the Dongtada tribe, can find that kind of magic seed, again, we will be able to defeat all the bad guys and establish a Dongtada empire that is forever peaceful and happy. For a long time, the dwarf people of the Dongtada tribe have regarded this legend about the magic seeds as a kind of spiritual sustenance, or a bedtime story, to coax children to sleep. I didn't take it too seriously, but now, after they heard from some toy humans, who were also enslaved by Doflamingo but had access to information from the outside world, all sorts of miraculous rumors about Senzu Beans being able to bring people back to life and instantly restore their strength. Their originally somewhat numb and hopeless hearts suddenly rekindled a little, weak, but full of hope, little flame. They began to associate the magic beans that were circulated in the outside world with the magic seeds that were legendary in their tribe. They began to believe that kind of God's gift that can save them from the dire straits may really exist in this world. And they, the Tontada tribe, might really have a chance to obtain this magic seed and then become incomparably powerful, like their ancestors, and thus defeat the great demon Doflamingo and his equally evil family cadres, liberate all enslaved compatriots and toy humans, build a free kingdom that truly belongs to their little human race. This idea, which was full of revolutionary romanticism and a hint of naivety, spread rapidly among the little people of the Dongtada tribe like a spark that set the prairie ablaze. They began to secretly find out all the information about Senzu Beans and the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace. They even sent out some agile Dongtada warriors who also possessed some special stealth skills, such as being able to ride on wasps for aerial reconnaissance, to try to sneak into Dressrosa's palace or Doflamingo's secret factory to look for any clues that might be related to the Senzu Beans. Advertisement. Although most of their actions, which were full of courage and sacrifice, ended in failure. After all, their opponents were those powerful and ruthless cadres of the Don Quixote family. Even a lot of Dongtada martyrs, who were also full of revolutionary enthusiasm, were sacrificed because of this. But they didn't give up, because in their hearts, the magic seed, called hope, has already quietly taken root and sprouted. And they will surely, at some point in the future, fight side by side with those allies, such as the Straw Hat crew, who also yearn for freedom and light, for a common goal. Just when every corner of Dressrosa was becoming undercurrents surging and people's hearts were agitated because of the emergence of Buu's legacy, Straw Hat crew's shipwright, the cyborg, Frankie, also made a major discovery during his infiltration and exploration activities that were full of manly romance and super pervert atmosphere, which made him feel shocked and a little excited. Frankie, a mad scientist who has an almost instinctive obsession with various mechanical structures and powerful firepower, is planning with Trafalgar Law and the Tontada tribe dwarfs who are also enslaved by Doflamingo how to overthrow Doflamingo's tyranny and liberate Dressrosa, the second great plan. He volunteered to undertake a very important and very dangerous secret infiltration mission. That is, infiltrate Dressrosa's toy house, where those who were turned into toys by sugar are forced to live and use their spare energy, as well as its heavily guarded secret trading port and smile factory located underground. He hopes to find key evidence there that will reveal Doflamingo's evil deeds. And, if possible, recycle some trophies that seem to be more valuable or more interesting. So, on a certain dark and windy night, although Dressrosa, it seems, there's no real night, Frankie, with his carefully disguised, that is, wearing a suspicious-looking top hat on his head and sticking a few equally suspicious fake mustaches on his face, perfect look, and his modified body that was full of future technology and masculinity. Without any danger, of course. With the help of some of the Tontada dwarf's friends, friendly guest appearances, and self-sacrificing protection, they successfully infiltrated that underground world, full of sin and a hint of toys. There, he not only witnessed with his own eyes the inhuman treatment and endless suffering suffered by those people who were turned into toys. I was also shocked to find that Doflamingo, that B****************, D, was actually using the talents and labor of the Tontada tribe to secretly mass-produce the artificial devil fruit smile that could give people the power of the zone devil fruit, and through the channels of the dark world, he sold it to various pirates groups in the New World and some countries with bad intentions, so as to make huge profits and secretly provoke more wars and chaos. This kind of insane, life-threatening Evil behavior made Frankie, who has always, been full of sense of justice and pervert romance, feel extremely angry and disgusted. He wished he could immediately transform into General Frankie and then completely blow up this evil underground factory into ruins. However, just when he was preparing to do so, however, he unexpectedly found something that shocked him and made him feel a little excited in a more secretive and heavily guarded area of the Smile Factory. He discovered that Doflamingo, that B****************, D, was not only producing the Smile Fruit. He is also secretly building a small-scale, but black-tech, new weapons production line. And what was produced on that production line were not ordinary muskets or cannons. Rather, they were some strangely shaped energy weapons that were flashing with unknown energy. Although those energy weapons still look very crude and simple, it is very likely that Doflamingo got some inferior imitation drawings of the Buu legacy energy weapons from those equally unreliable black market channels, and then let that madman Gaisa Kalang make some improvements and secondary creations full of personal characteristics. B. Moreover, its production efficiency is also very low. It seems that it takes several days to barely assemble one or two. It doesn't look very reliable. Pistol, or energy rifle, advertisement. However, Frankie, with his keen intuition as a world-class shipbuilder and half-baked scientist, was able to see at a glance that these. Behind the crude energy weapon, there is a core technology that transcends time and comes from the Buu legacy. No matter what kind of energy conversion module that can convert ordinary energy into high-energy particle beams. Or that kind of unknown alloy gun barrel that can withstand high-intensity energy impact. Or maybe a small energy core that can be quickly charged and occasionally won't explode. They all made him feel both familiar and strange. Familiar, because he had seen similar technical principles in the remains and data of the Buu legacy that he recovered from Gaisa's laboratory. And design ideas. The reason why I feel strange is that these imitations from Doflamingo seem to be more complete and more practical, at least. It seems that way, than the originals. Guys, semi-finished products, full of crazy fantasies, are more than a level higher? This B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ secretly copying the weapons technology of Buu Legacy. Frankie looked at those. On the production line, the energy weapon parts are moving slowly, and, next to them, the Tontadu dwarf craftsmen are working hard, or are forced to work. Our hearts were filled with unspeakable shock and a hint of anger. He knew that Doflamingo's ambition was far greater than he had imagined. Yamato, terrible. This guy doesn't just want to be the king of Dressrosa or a middleman in the dark world. He is to build a powerful armed force that truly belongs to him, with technology that is beyond the times, then use this power to conquer the world. This kind of obvious wolfish ambition made Frankie feel both frightened and, a little excited. After all, for a tech geek. For me, being able to personally see this kind of secret weapon production line, full of black technology, is also a kind of, a different kind of pilgrimage, right? He immediately, quietly, using his, specially modified electronic eye, to obtain the location of this secret production line and some key technical parameters. It was recorded. He knew that this information would play a crucial role in their future plan to overthrow Doflamingo. It also provided him with some, inspiration, reference value, Bayasugan for his future technological research and development. Frankie's discovery of Dressrosa is full of surprises and accidents, which also makes the Straw Hat crew more confident about Doflamingo, the final boss. The true strength and terrifying ambition have a clearer and deeper understanding. They knew that the coming battle would be extremely difficult and dangerous. Just when Frankie was having a great time in Dressrosa's underground factory, collecting important intelligence and observing advanced technology. Another important member of the Straw Hat crew, the lecherous Chef Sanji, is also on the ground of Dressrosa, in order to carry out his gentlemanly manners and the chivalry spirit of picking up girls. No, it's the great cause of protecting beauties, and encountered a not so big, not so small, but full of technological sense. Trouble. Chapter 93 Marine's Report, the tip of the iceberg of the palace. The cause of the incident is as follows. After Sanji temporarily separated from the other members of the Straw Hat crew, he relied on his almost instinctive sense of smell for beautiful women, and his heart-shaped radar eyes that could automatically ignore all men and accurately lock onto all the pretty ladies within a 10-kilometer radius. Soon, I ran into the one who was being hunted by Doflamingo's men. A little embarrassed but still beautiful, Princess Dressrosa, Violet. For this kind of classic plot of a hero saving a beautiful woman and winning her heart, although it was just his one-sided fantasy, Sanji would naturally take on the responsibility, and would have no choice but to do so. He immediately transformed himself into a flower protector, and, with his lightning-fast moonwalk, and his devil kick, full of love, he kicked those soldiers of the Don Quixote family who dared to be disrespectful to Princess Violet to the ground one by one, making them scream, "Mother!" However, just when he successfully rescued the beautiful Princess Violet from those miscellaneous soldiers, and was about to use his magnetic voice and a little bit of greasy sweet words to win the princess's heart, a cadre from the Don Quixote family who didn't look like a good guy, stood in front of him, very unwisely. That cadre was a middle-aged greasy man, short and fat, with a face full of flesh, and wearing a leather jacket with a very unique taste, full of rivets and skull patterns. On his hand, he was wearing a black metal glove that looked a bit rough and cheap. That glove was almost identical to the simple energy glove that Doflamingo had obtained from some unlucky nobleman before. Obviously, this is also one of the benefits secretly provided by Doflamingo in order to enhance the combat effectiveness of his not-so-strong cadres. Oh, where did this curly-browed kid come from? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our Don Quixote family? And you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Humph. You really don't know how to live or die. The greasy male cadre wearing energy gloves looked at Sanji, who suddenly appeared, and a contemptuous and cruel smile appeared on his face. His voice, like him, was full of disgusting greasiness. Sanji raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that, and his signature curly eyebrows also twitched 10 times unhappily. What he hated the most was this kind of scumbag, who was ugly, spoke rudely, and had the guts to bully the pretty girl in front of him. You. B********************* D who looks like fermented stinky cheese. Sanji responded rudely, his eyes full of contempt and murderous intent towards the greasy man in front of him. Get out of my sight right now, otherwise I don't mind using my feet to leave some unforgettable artistic signatures on your face. You ignorant little brat. Since you want to die so badly, I will help you. The greasy male cadre was furious at Sanji's venomous tongue. He roared, and then suddenly, he raised his right hand wearing a black energy glove. I saw a faint but real red light quickly appearing on the palm of the glove. Try this. Curly eyebrows, my latest acquisition. Don Quixote family special super invincible energy destruction death ray, although the name of this move. He also made it up himself, and what he had in his hand was just a defective product with little power. Call out. A red energy bullet. Only as thick as a finger, full of unstable energy fluctuations, with a force. Well, not particularly strong, but certainly powerful enough to penetrate a thin wooden board, shot towards Sanji's face. Seeing this, Sanji was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this greasy guy who looked ordinary could actually launch an attack. But he was not at all panicked. He has been through many battles. What kind of weird enemies and strange attacks has he not seen? I saw him lightly tap the ground with his toes, and his body flashed to the side gracefully like a light feather. Easily dodged that energy boosting bullet whose flying speed wasn't that fast. Oh, so it's this cheap little trick? Sanji's mouth curled up with a trace of disdainful sneer. I thought it was something great. However, the greasy male cadre was not discouraged by this. He grinned and raised the energy glove in his hand again. Whoosh, 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 one after another. Red energy bullets filled with unstable energy fluctuations, like rain. Although the raindrops are sparse and often miss the target, shot towards Sanji, overwhelming the sky. With his lightning-fast moonwalk and his almost instinctive sense of danger, Sanji was able to maneuver easily among the rain of energy bullets that looked powerful but were actually not very accurate. He even had the time to verbally taunt and mentally attack the greasy male cadre whose gloves had become heated and short-circuited due to the continuous firing of energy bullets. Hey, you look like a moldy cantaloupe. These little sugar beans of yours, are you not full? How come you don't have any energy at all? Advertisement. And what's more, your glove looks like it's about to explode. Do you want me to call the fire department for you? Ha ha ha. Sanji's venomous attacks that were full of gentlemanly manners and a hint of bad taste were undoubtedly more effective than those energy bombs at causing tons of real damage to that greasy male cadre. The greasy male cadre was so angry that he was screaming, and his attacks became more chaotic and disorganized. Just when, due to his overuse of the defective energy glove, the energy core inside the glove began to smoke and spark. Sanji seized this fleeting opportunity. His figure, like a ghost, instantly appeared in front of the greasy male cadre. His right leg, wrapped with blazing flames, like a meteorite falling from the sky with an unrivaled momentum, fiercely kicked at the opponent's belly full of stewed meat. Devil's Wind Kick Level 1 Minced Meat, bang. A muffled sound, full of elasticity and a hint of grease popping. That greasy male cadre who had been so arrogant just now didn't even have time to scream. His eyeballs bulged out, foam came out of his mouth, and some half-digested fried food, and his whole body flew backwards, like a human sandbag, hit by a high-speed truck. It hit heavily, a distant wall, and then slid down like a puddle of mud, completely losing consciousness. And the energy glove in his hand, which had begun to smoke and spark, also completely. Sanji looked at the greasy male cadre who was already unconscious, and the energy glove next to him which had turned into a pile of scrap metal, He blew out a smoke ring lightly, with an expression of both disdain and thoughtfulness on his face. He knew that this kind of false power, obtained by relying on external objects, would ultimately not be worthy of being mentioned in public. However, he also had a deeper and more intuitive understanding of the characteristics and potential threats of this new type of weapon that could fire energy bullets from the palm of his hand. He knew that the future new world would probably become more dangerous and unpredictable because of the appearance of these Buu legacy. And he must constantly improve his own strength so that he can better protect everything he cherishes, as well as the beautiful ladies who need his protection. Miss Violet, are you okay? Sanji turned around and asked in a tone that was full of tenderness and a hint of flattery to Princess Dressrosa, who was a little frightened because she had just witnessed that fast and furious battle with concern. Once again, countless pink hearts appeared in his eyes. Dressrosa, the land of love, passion and toys, full of lies, conspiracies, and a hint of toys. The swordsman of the Straw Hat crew, Roronoa Zoro, is still steadily exerting his power on this complex island that is like a maze. The amazing attribute of being a person with poor sense of direction. Whether in a bustling and lively commercial district, or in the dark and damp underground port, or in those winding, spider-web-like alleys in the slums, Zoro always manages to get lost in a bizarre, completely illogical way, and then walk to some deserved place where he doesn't even know where. His companions have long been accustomed to his gifted pathfinding ability and are no longer surprised. Although, every time they have to spend a lot of energy and a little bit of luck to find him again from those strange corners. However, just when Zoro, once again, because of his penultimate getting lost skills, accidentally broke into a seemingly very remote and desolate abandoned area of Dressrosa. However, he unexpectedly discovered some special auras that made him feel familiar and strange at the same time. It was looked like some sort of large warehouse area that had been abandoned for a long time. The iron door of the warehouse had long been rusted and was covered with all kinds of artistic graffiti and some not so elegant words. The air was filled with rust, dust, and a faint, pungent smell similar to that of chemicals. Although Zoro has a very poor sense of direction, his combat instincts and ability to sense danger are exceptionally sharp. He could clearly feel that from the depths of those seemingly dilapidated abandoned warehouses, there was a faint advertisement. It emits a very strange and very powerful energy aura. That aura was very similar to the energy fluctuations contained in the Buu legacy that he had felt in the mysterious palace in Marineford before. But also, slightly different. The power of the palace's legacy is more pure, ancient, and more elusive. The energy here was even more chaotic, mixed, and full of artificial transformation and a hint of stability. Smell. Where is this place? Zoro frowned slightly. A glimmer of vigilance and curiosity flashed in his one eye. Although he couldn't understand the various strange-shaped metal parts and some unknown crystals that were shining with faint light piled in the corner of the warehouse, what on earth did they mean? What is it? He also didn't understand why these things that looked like garbage would emit such strange energy. However, he instinctively felt that these things were not simple. Moreover, in this kind of environment, filled with unknown energy, practicing swordsmanship seems to have an unexpected special effect. So, Zoro, a kendo geek, who was obsessed with training, did not hesitate to take this abandoned warehouse that he accidentally found when he got lost. The reservoir area was used as his temporary, secret training base. Every day, he would find a way to get lost here, although maybe he doesn't even need to deliberately find a way. Then, in those Buu legacy parts that exude a strange energy, although most of them are just Doflamingo or Guy, they're conducting imitation experiments. Surrounded by the leftovers, some useless scraps or failed products, they were sweating and practicing hard. He tried to deepen his increasingly improved armament hockey, his vague understanding of Kai, and the three beloved swords in his hands. Fusion of. He found that in this environment filled with unknown energy, his concentration and explosion of hockey seemed to become smoother and it's handy. He even felt that the blade in his hand, every time it was swung, could produce a tiny effect with the free energy particles in the surrounding air. Weak resonance? This made his slash even sharper, more swift, and more full of indescribable, penetrating power. Although, he still couldn't emit pure energy sword energy directly from the blade like that pink demon. However, he felt that his sword intent, under the subtle influence of this strange energy, was very slowly but surely. The speed of existence has become more condensed, more pure, and also closer to the supreme state that can cut off everything. Not enough. Zoro roared in anger, and the three knives in his hands drew sharp and deadly trajectories in the air, sweeping away the people around him. The abandoned iron frame that had long been rusted was chopped into pieces. Sparks flew everywhere. I will become stronger. Zoro's journey of getting lost and practicing, although, is full of unknowns and, a little bit of nonsense. However, he had unknowingly learned something from the discarded parts of the Buu legacy that were considered garbage by others. Well, maybe even a mysterious power that even Dr. Vegapunk has yet to fully understand. Chapter 94 Vegapunk's Craze, Research on Puppet Technology. And this more powerful sword intent honed in the aura of legacy will surely burst out with amazing, brilliant light in his future duels with those truly top-notch masters. Just when Zoro, in the abandoned warehouse area of Dressrosa, was pursuing a stronger kendo and performing various self-abuse training. Another important member of the Straw Hat crew, the sniper Usopp, also encountered a sniper battle that made him feel both headache and embarrassed in a certain, equally chaotic and dangerous neighborhood in Dressrosa. Usopp, the god Usopp, who is famous for his, never missing, sharpshooting, although, most of the time, it relies on some creative and deceptive special ammunition and, a hint of luck, and an endless stream of secret weapons, has always been confident in his, relatively sharp combat instincts and, equally sharp escape skills. He even thought that, in this world, apart from those, monsters with pervert observation hockey, or monsters that were so fast that they could not be seen, there should be no one who could easily dodge his sniper talent that was full of artistic atmosphere and faith in death. However, this time, in Dressrosa, he encountered a new enemy that made him feel extremely difficult and, a little helpless. That enemy is a professional killer who belongs to a mysterious organization that specializes in reselling various imitations of Buu legacy and related information on the black market. The killer's strength was actually not that strong. His physical skills and, shooting skills were probably only slightly better than those of ordinary bounty hunters. However, on his head, he was wearing a copycat version of a combat power detector that he had bought at a high price from an unknown small workshop. Although its function was very simple, it could indeed detect the energy fluctuations of surrounding life forms to a certain extent. Moreover, he was also very smart and adjusted the detector's search range and sensitivity to maximum. So, in this sniper battle full of high technology and homegrown methods, Usopp sadly discovered that his previous ambush and camouflage skills, which had always worked, were all ineffective in front of the opponent's not very reliable but indeed cheating detector. No matter how hidden he is, or how harmless a roadside grass he disguises himself as, the other party's killer, who was wearing a fake detector, was able to accurately find his hiding place at the first moment and predict his attack position and escape route in advance. This makes Usopp feel depressed and crazy. He felt like a child who was playing hide and seek and was tricked by his opponent. He felt powerless and had a slight sense of humiliation. Damn it. This guy. How did he find me? Could it be that he also has an observation hockey as powerful as mine? Usopp cursed in his heart as he dodged the opponent's not very accurate but numerous, harassing, shooting. He even began to doubt whether his proud title of Sniper King was going to be overturned in front of this unknown little character. However, Usopp is Usopp after all, although he is timid and afraid of things, and he often brags about things that are not true. However, when facing real danger and the critical moment involving the safety of his companions, his heart, belonging to a brave sea warrior, will also burst out with amazing wisdom and a little bit of quick thinking. After a series of events that were full of thrills and a little embarrassment, Usopp finally relied on his various strange plant seeds that were full of imagination and practicality, as well as some little traps that were full of deception and bad taste. In the end, without any danger, the professional killer, who was a little too proud of his detector plugin, was successfully killed. Although the process of winning was somewhat not very glorious and even had a hint of luck. But if you win, you win. After Usopp successfully used a nightmare grass vine coated with powerful hypnosis gas to tie up the killer into a solid plant dumpling, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. On his face, there was a smile that was both tired and full of relief for having survived the disaster. As a result, he also realized more deeply that those seemingly insignificant imitations of Buu's legacy, if used by some equally insignificant little characters in an unexpected way, could also bring these guys who think they're strong huge troubles and a little bit of psychological shadow. It seems I have to be more cautious in my future adventures in the new world. Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and warned himself secretly in his heart. He also decided that after returning to the Sunny, he must work harder to research and reform those universal capsules and flying machines. He would strive to own one or two high-tech secret weapons that could be effective at a critical moment as soon as possible. Advertisement just as the male members of Straw Hat Crew were in various corners of Dressrosa for various reasons and, experiencing some adventures, full of challenges and growth. Nico Robin, an archaeologist from Straw Hat Crew, also made a major discovery that surprised and frightened her during her intellectual and slightly sinister journey of intelligence gathering and historical exploration. Robin, after having friendly and, academic interactions and exchanges with members of the Riku royal family, such as Princess Rebecca or Princess Violet, after she escaped from Doflamingo's control, she actually discovered some more detailed and astonishing records about aliens and the star-destroying demon from those extremely precious and secret ancient documents that had been guarded by the Riku royal family for generations. Those records, though, are still full of symbolism and, a hint of mythology. However, the description of the pink star giant that brings disaster has certain physical features, such as the tentacles on its head, or the strange M mark on its body, as well as the terrible power it possesses that can easily destroy stars and devour all life. Surprisingly, some of the features of the pink demon called Gohan Buu that she saw in the image of the black stone tablet in the mysterious palace in Marineford were similar to those of the pink demon called Gohan Buu. Can it even be said that they are exactly the same? This discovery made Robin, who was always calm and composed and remained calm even when faced with a catastrophe, feel a deep shock and a little fear from the bottom of his soul. She began to speculate that the pink demon called Gohan Buu, or one of his kind, or even himself. It is very likely that in the ancient times, even earlier than the blank 100 years, there was a person who had visited their world. And, in this world, it left behind an extremely deep mark of terror, filled with destruction and fear. And that Dragon Ball Palace that suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea is probably some kind of relic or seal left behind by the pink star giant in ancient times. As for those Buu heritage that flowed out of the palace, they were more like some small toys or garbage that the star giant casually discarded before leaving or being sealed. This subversive and slightly cosmic horror inference stirred up a huge wave in Robin's heart. She realized that her previous understanding of the history of this world, as well as the truth behind the blank 100 years, might be too superficial. This world is far more ancient, complex, and dangerous than she had imagined. And that mysterious existence called Gohan Buu represents not only a technological force that is beyond the times, but also an ultimate disaster that is enough to destroy the entire universe. Robin's face showed an unprecedented solemnity and worry. She knew that she had to tell Luffy and the rest of her companions about this amazing discovery as soon as possible. They must prepare for the worst and face the huge crisis that may be coming and full of unknowns and destruction. The secrets of the Riku royal family and Robin's major discovery, which is filled with cosmic information, have added a deeper and more disturbing ancient shadow to this world, which has become increasingly chaotic and confusing because of the Buu legacy. Just above the sea, people are in panic and undercurrents are surging because of various legends about the Buu legacy and some unreliable archaeological discoveries. In the deep and dark seabed, in that huge sleeping palace, in that secret incubation room filled with unknown technology at the deepest part, some more drastic and more disturbing, substantial changes are also taking place. The huge, transparent culture tank that was like a giant egg was still filled with light pink, viscous nutrient solution that emitted a faint fluorescent light. And that piece, which was once only the size of a thumb, with a strange pink color all over, like a chewed gum. Buu's cell tissue has been continuously and greedily absorbing the weak energy escaping from the core of the palace, as well as the chi energy that was transmitted intermittently from the distant sea surface and was full of delicious aroma. Its size has. It started as a small piece and grew to, about the size of an adult's fist. Advertisement, moreover, its originally just a blurry mass of cell tissue, also began, gradually, to show some, relatively clear, human-shaped outlines. Although, the outline is still very, rough and abstract, it looks more like a, little man randomly molded out of pink plasticine. However, I can already barely make out the rough outlines of the head, torso, and limbs. What is even more surprising is that the energy fluctuations emanating from that pink cell tissue that has begun to take on a human form are also stronger than before. I don't know how many times that energy fluctuation is no longer like before, it is just a weak, almost negligible, breath of life. Rather, it is a powerful energy field filled with vitality and a hint of violence. It was even able to actively influence the surrounding nutrient solution, causing it to form a tiny uzumaki and energy ripples within the culture tank. It was as if the pink little man who was in the process of development was impatiently expressing 10 kinds of extremely strong hunger. It craves more energy, it craves for purer and more delicious chi energy. It even began to react to the various forces that were fighting near the entrance of the palace for the Buu legacy and the various life energies of varying strengths. The slightest hockey fluctuations all express extreme desire and greed. It was like a terrifying glutton that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. In the darkness, it opened its bloodshot and lustful eyes and glared at the He stared intently at those, prey on the sea. In his opinion, they were all walking, delicious snacks. Although it is now still trapped in that sturdy culture tank and cannot break free and enjoy those delicacies itself. However, its growing hunger and strong desire for external energy are like a time bomb that is expanding wildly, foreshadowing. In the near future, when it truly breaks out of its shell, it will bring to this world what a horrible, gluttonous feast and a storm of destruction. The palace in the deep sea is still sleeping, but the unknown fetal movement, due to the infinite desire for energy, became more active, more full of ominous and destructive aura. Buu Legacy. This Pandora's box that fell from the sky actually rose from the bottom of the sea and was full of unknowns and temptations. After being opened, it aroused. The ripples have spread like a plague to every corner of the world. From the high and mighty four emperors to the little-known East Blue pirates. From the world government that controls world power to the revolutionary army dedicated to overthrowing its rule. From a swordsman who pursues ultimate power to a boatman obsessed with technological inventions. From the rich and powerful who long for eternal life to the desperate people who have nowhere else to turn. Almost everyone has been caught up in this huge storm, caused by the Buu Legacy that has swept the world. The old balance of power began to show cracks that were difficult to bridge because of the appearance of these aliens. New strong men are quietly rising in those unknown areas, full of opportunities and dangers. Chapter 95. Intelligence Transaction on the Black Market. The value of the palace entrance. The understanding of the power system is being subverted and reshaped by the mysterious energy called Qi, and those technological props that are ahead of their time. Because of these uninvited guests from an unknown palace, the gears of destiny of the entire world began to turn slowly, uncontrollably, in a completely new direction, full of the unknown, chaos, and a hint of madness. The butterfly's wings have already flapped, and that huge storm, that is enough to change everything, is about to come in full force. An power system and structure will experience violent turbulence and complete reshuffle, out of control era, full of blood and a hint of black humor. The bell of the eve of the has already quietly rung. No one knows what this world will become when dawn truly arrives. No one knows what role they will play in this out of control era. Is it to become a trendsetter of the times, ride the waves, and create the future? Or will it be swallowed up by the merciless waves and turned into the dust of history? Everything is still unknown, but what is certain is that this world can't be returned to. And the out-of-control prelude that was kicked off by Whitebeard's shocking shock during the Summit War is about to usher in its even crazier, more climax-filled, and brilliant chapter. East Blue, the sea area that seemed as peaceful as a novice village against the backdrop of the Grand Line's notorious reputation, has recently become less peaceful because of a little-known pirates group. The Iron Fist Pirates, and their captain, Monka, who calls himself Iron Fist, accidentally obtained a few torn pages of the Turtle School training manual, and, by chance, initially mastered the magic skill of releasing weak energy shockwaves. Since then, their fate has been like riding an out-of-control roller coaster, full of excitement and unknowns. After Iron Fist, Monka, with his, sometimes ineffective, shockwave punch, defeated a captain of the Marine G8 branch, and, robbed a Marine warship by the way, although he only broke the mast and didn't steal anything valuable. His reputation spread rapidly, like wings, in East Blue, a sea area where, information was relatively closed and strong people were relatively scarce. Have you heard that Iron Fist, Monka can actually emit light waves from his hands? It's more than just a light wave. It is said that he knocked Captain Sodom, the Demon Slayer, of the G-8 branch, flying with one punch. He didn't even give him a chance to draw his 727 swords. Too incredible, could it be? He is really some hidden martial arts genius? For a time, the various legends about Iron Fist, Monka became more and more mysterious and outrageous. And Monka himself, because of these, praises, full of flattery and a hint of unrealistic fantasies, has become even more inflated and, I'm not going anywhere. He began to feel that he was the savior of East Blue. He was destined to become the king of pirates, although this dream seemed to have been reserved by another boy in a straw hat. So, on a certain afternoon that was filled with confidence and suicidal spirit, Iron Fist, Monka led his group of iron pirates, who had become arrogant because of the captain's reputation, and went to challenge a powerful enemy that they had never dared to even think about before. That is Marine G8, a well-equipped, well-trained elite patrol team led by a genuine Marine major. According to past experience, the Iron Scrap Pirates were, well, third-rate little characters that weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder in the New World. When they encountered the elite patrol team of the Marine branch, especially with a major in charge, they would basically be pinned to the ground and then packed up and sent to prison. But this time, Iron Fist, Monka was full of mysterious confidence. He believed that with his, perfect, so he thought, shockwave skills, and his capable men, who, had also mastered some superficial chi sense, actually, it was just because they were often accidentally injured by his shockwaves, which caused them to have some muscle spasms and hallucinations. They will surely be able to create miracles again, beat those high-handed marine elites into a pulp and make them kneel down and beg for mercy. However, reality, once again, mercilessly, gave him a loud slap in the face. The elite patrol team of Marine G8 branch, its overall strength and combat quality is far beyond the reach of the unlucky captain who was knocked out by his punch. The patrol's commander, the sharp-eyed, battle-hardened Marine Major, sneered in a way that was both amusing and somewhat disdainful when he saw that the Iron Scraps pirates, a group of seemingly small fry mobs, actually dared BGDF to actively attack them. Oh, where did this ignorant little bug come from? How dare you block the way of our Marine G8 branch? You are really tired of living? Following the Major's order, the Marines behind him, equipped with the latest muskets and some high-tech looking restraint net launchers. Just like a group of well-trained hounds, they launched a ruthless siege against the Iron Scraps pirates. Bang, 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 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dense sound of gunfire and the sound of the restraint net breaking through the air instantly resounded across the entire sea. Advertisement: those Iron Scraps pirates, the minions who were a little elated by their captains, Kamui, just now, faced with the Marine Elite patrols. Textbook-like precise and efficient coordinated attack, had almost no ability to resist their random charge without any rules, and those imaginative, but useless, self-created moves in front of the Marine soldiers, cold gun muzzles and tough restraint nets, seemed so pale and powerless, so vulnerable. Just a meeting. The formation of the Iron Scrap pirates was completely dispersed. Most of the crew members were tied up like dumplings by the restraint nets that fell from the sky, and then were mercilessly knocked unconscious by the Marine soldiers with their cold gun butts. Only a few, those who ran faster or had better luck, managed to escape the disaster, but they were all terrified and trembling, and never dared to take another step forward. Captain, Captain, help, help! A skinny crew member who was entangled in a restraint net and had a gun pointed at his head by a Marine soldier, the guy who had used half of the remaining pages of the Turtle School training manual as toilet paper, let out a heart-wrenching scream. When Iron Fist Monka saw that his crew members were so easily wiped out by the Marine, his heart was filled with unbelievable shock and raging anger. He couldn't accept it, he couldn't believe it, he, the chosen one, who possessed the shockwave magic, actually lost to these Marine patrols who, in his opinion, were just small fry. Damn it, you damn Marines, how dare you hurt my crew? Monka's eyes turned red with anger, and his face, covered with flesh, also revealed a ferocious expression, like a wounded beast. I will make you pay the price, under the strong stimulation of the crew being seriously injured, although maybe he was just tied a little tight by the restraint net, or was a little dizzy by the butt of the gun, and driven by the blind confidence in his own magic skills. Iron Fist Monka has completely gone berserk. He let out a roar that was not like a human voice. He gathered the few and not very obedient chi in his body, as well as all the strength, anger, unwillingness, and a little fear of death in his body, without reservation, into his palms. He even felt that his palms had become abnormally hot and stinging because they had endured too much energy and emotions. But he couldn't care less. He wanted to put all his strength into this one strike. He wanted to let those Marine scions who looked down on him see that he, the Iron Fist monk, was a real expert. The ultimate secret of Turtle Stream. Although he had no idea what the ultimate secret was, and had never practiced the moves of the Turtle Stream, this did not prevent him from adding some drama to himself and boosting his courage at the critical moment. Double C, destroying the heavens and the earth, invincible, shockwaves. With Monkana, full of middle school atmosphere and a slightly broken roar. Between his palms, he actually really condensed a light blue shockwave that was more condensed, brighter, and more full of unstable energy fluctuations than ever before. That shockwave, though, was still not particularly huge, about the size of a basketball. However, the energy fluctuations it exuded, that were full of explosiveness and destructive aura, made everyone present feel an inexplicable palpitation. Even the Marine Major, who had always acted very calm and disdainful, when he saw the energy planet in Monka's hand that looked full of danger, his expression also showed a trace of solemnity and vigilance for the first time. Oh no! Get out of the way! Major Marine subconsciously shouted to the soldiers around him. Success! It's too late already. 58. Iron Fist Monka used up his last bit of strength and blasted the shockwave in his hand, which condensed all his strength and anger right towards the center of the hull of the Marine Elite patrol ship, which looked the most annoying and had the most fierce firepower. Boom! A deafening bang. That light blue shockwave filled with unstable energy, the moment it touched the patrol ship's solid alloy hull, suddenly it exploded. Advertisement: the unimaginable impact force and a trace of unknown energy full of the flavor of Buu technology, swept wildly in all directions like a flood that broke through a dam. The patrol ship's heavy hull, which was strong enough to withstand ordinary artillery shells, was actually like paper in the face of this terrifying force that was far beyond everyone's imagination. Able to strike, I saw a huge crack visible to the naked eye, which quickly spread out from the place hit by the shockwave to the surrounding areas. XEL. Crack, boom, amidst a series of teeth-grinding sounds of metal twisting and violent explosions. That well-equipped and heavily guarded Marine elite patrol ship in the center of its hull was really held by Moncana, full of miracles, and the last blow of shit luck created a huge hole with a diameter of several meters. The seawater, like a ferocious beast that had found an outlet, rushed madly from the hole into the people. The patrol ship's hull also lost its balance and tilted violently, as if it would capsize at any time. The ship is going to sink. Quick, abandon ship. The Marines on the warship were all frightened by this sudden, catastrophic change. They were all panicked and terrified. They all rushed forward. He jumped into the cold seawater, trying to escape from the sinking, death ship. And that Marine major who was originally full of disdain and contempt for Iron Fist, Monka, now has lost his previous composure and composure. His face was filled with disbelief, horror and a hint of fear. He couldn't imagine, he couldn't understand, that guy, who in his opinion was just a small-time pirates leader, actually possessed such a terrifying power that could severely damage the sea with one blow. The destructive power of the military's elite patrol ship? This is simply a monster. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, the Marine major forced himself to calm down. He knew that now was not the time to blame anyone or to lament the other party's strength. He must lead his surviving soldiers to evacuate this dangerous and slightly weird sea area as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the monster captain, who seemed to be somewhat exhausted, recovered again, or is not quite right, Chang's subordinates also went crazy. Then, this elite patrol team, who has already lost its flagship, is probably going to be completely wiped out here. So, under the Marine major's decisive, or hasty, command, the remaining Marine ships immediately turned around and sailed at the fastest speed. They evacuated this battlefield which had left them with deep fear and a trace of psychological trauma. After successfully forcing back the Marines' elite patrol, Iron Fist, Monka also died due to exhaustion and overexertion, internal injuries, and gorgeously fainted. His equally frightened minions, upon seeing their captain show off Kamui again and successfully repel the powerful after Marine, my heart was filled with indescribable awe and a hint of proud of it. They hurriedly carried their heroically wounded captain back to their equally dilapidated iron scrap ship. Then, with a mixed feeling of surviving a disaster and a hint of blind optimism, he set sail and left as if escaping this place of right and wrong. Chapter 96 World Government's Concerns Intensify. Pandora's box has been opened. Iron Fist, Monka, with his final blow that was full of miracle and shitty luck, once again created a legend of his own. And his glorious deeds of shockwave that could blast through Marine warships were also spread rapidly in the nearby waters and even in the wider world through the mouths of those surviving Marine soldiers and the exaggerations of some busybodies who were also watching the fun in the nearby waters. Suddenly, Iron Fist, Monka, who was originally just the name of a small-time pirate leader in East Blue, actually became the new idol and life mentor in the hearts of countless pirates and adventurers who were eager for power. Iron Fist, Monka, with his shockwave, full of miracles and shitty luck, defeated the elite patrol of Marine G8 branch in one fell swoop, and also blasted through a Marine warship. This glorious deed was like a powerful catalyst, once again, igniting the countless pirates and adventurers who are eager to reach the sky in one step, have an infinite passion and crazy desire for the mysterious power of Chi in their hearts. Have you heard that Iron Fist, Monka has made big news again? It's more than just big news, it's simply a miracle. It is said that this time, he only used one shockwave to sink the most elite patrol ship of the Marine G8 branch. Although, the fact is, he only blasted a big hole, and he succeeded because the opponent was careless and underestimated the enemy, and Monka himself also performed exceptionally well, and even, he almost got himself into trouble. Too incredible, that power, called Chi, is it really that powerful? Of course, didn't you see that Iron Fist, Monka, who used to be just a small character, with a bounty of only a few million berry, now, it is said that his bounty has soared to tens of millions. There are even rumors that the naval headquarters has already listed him as a dangerous person of special concern, although this special concern may be more because of the repair costs of his Marine warship with a broken mast. For a time, all kinds of exaggerated and fanciful legends about Iron Fist, Monka and his shockwave magic spread rapidly in every corner of the world, especially in those relatively chaotic and information-less areas. Countless pirates, adventurers, bounty hunters, and even some ambitious people who were dissatisfied with their own strength or eager to become stronger quickly through some shortcuts, all began to search frantically around the world for any ancient books, rumors, or even some cultivation secrets that might be related to the mysterious power called chi, like sharks smelling blood. Some of them would go bankrupt and buy at high prices some precious manuscripts of the turtle-style training manual that were said to have been practiced by Iron Fist Monka from some seemingly unreliable charlatans or underground intelligence dealers, although those manuscripts might just be some ordinary toilet paper with some abstract art, like stick figures scribbled on them. Some of them began to go deep into some remote mountains and forests that were said to hide ancient secrets, or swamps and poisonous caves full of miasma, to look for ancient stone tablets that might record the cultivation methods of chi, or mysterious cave paintings. Although, what they found might just be some bones that were gnawed by wild beasts, or some graffiti full of primitive art. There are also some more active and imaginative guys who simply do it themselves and have enough food and clothing. They began to carry out more crazy and more dangerous, independent research and development, and random practice, based on those hearsay descriptions of shockwaves, and some theories about energy bursts from Buu legacy, or other unreliable folktales. They thought that as long as they did what Iron Fist Monka did, and banged their heads against trees 10,000 times a day, or washed their some unspeakable part of their bodies with icy river water under a waterfall, or swallowed hundreds of living earthworms that were said to be able to replenish their vitality, then you can open up the Ren and Du meridians, awaken the potential in your body, and develop a Qigong wave that can destroy the world. From then on, you can travel across the world and be invincible. That's why reality, once again, ruthlessly shattered their beautiful fantasies, which were full of middle school atmosphere and a little bit unrealistic. Due to the lack of correct guidance, they do not understand the essence of chi and the taboos of cultivation. More importantly, they simply don't have the lucky luck that comes only once in a century in the unexpected success physique of Iron Fist Monka. Therefore, the vast majority of those who blindly follow the trend and try to practice chi recklessly, their final outcome is extremely miserable and full of warning significance. Not only were they unable to emit even an extremely weak shockwave from their hands like Iron Fist Monka could success. Some people, because of randomly imitating those luck-breathing techniques that are said to be taught by experts, such as drinking seawater while standing upside down, or blowing out candles through nostrils, have caused themselves to bleed from all 7 orifices, have their meridians reversed, or even become possessed on the spot, and become an idiot who can only drool and smile foolishly. Some people, because of excessive pursuit of extreme bursts of strength, for example, trying to lift a boulder that is several times heavier than themselves with mind power, or trying to knock down a solid wall with a headbutt, end up breaking bones, damaging internal organs, or even bursting blood vessels, and dying on the spot without even leaving behind a decent last words. Advertisement. There are also some lucky ones who, just because of improper cultivation, have developed some strange and permanent sequelae in certain parts of their bodies. For example, all their hair fell out and turned into a shiny boiled egg, or a certain part of their body uncontrollably began to emit some very strong and long-lasting strange smells. A Kai cultivation craze that was once again set off by the accidental fame of Iron Fist Monka and swept across the entire pirates world is now being carried out vigorously in an atmosphere filled with blood, tears, pain, and countless ridiculous tragedies and farces. And those strong men who truly possess the Buu legacy and have a deeper understanding and covetousness of the unknown power of Kai are still watching all this in secret, coldly waiting for the true opportunity that belongs to them, and those more mature and delicious fruits. Marine hero Iron Fist Garp at Naval Headquarters heard about the glorious deeds of the East Blue Pirates Monka, who had the same name as his grandson and also called himself Iron Fist, and actually used his unsystematic shockwave to blast through the elite patrol ship of the Marine G8 branch in one fell swoop. His face, which was always filled with a bright smile, couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. A complicated expression that was both amusing and embarrassing. Haha, that kid named Monka, he's really getting more and more interesting, Garp said vaguely while stuffing his favorite senbei into his mouth. His eyes were glittering with an indescribable, a hint of appreciation and gloating. After all, it wasn't his G14 branch's warship that was penetrated. It turns out that he was able to blast a big hole in the Marine's warship. It seems that I underestimated his shitty luck, ha ha ha. However, apart from the joke, Garp's heart was also touched and thought more deeply about the mysterious power called Qi, and its possible uses, because of this dramatic event. He recalled the feeling of trying to highly compress and instantly explode armament hockey in a completely new way during his daily Iron Fist training. He discovered that the way of exploding, of concentrating power at a point and then suddenly releasing it, seemed to be similar to the shockwave used by the Little Pirates Monka and the energy utilization principle used by the pink demon that appeared in the palace image to destroy the planet at will. Could it be that the essence of Qi is a kind of life energy, that is, purer and more easily detonated? Garp touched his chin. He muttered to himself thoughtfully. Hockey, on the other hand, is more like a kind of spiritual energy that is guided and strengthened by willpower. If we can combine these two energies, which have different properties but seem to have the same purpose, in a more perfect way and transform them. An idea that was extremely bold and full of Garp characteristics, began to quietly take shape in his mind. He decided to learn from the Little Pirates Monka's successful experience, although he didn't know that Monka's success was more dependent on luck and the plot needs, like the protagonist's halo, as well as his own vague understanding of Qi. Integrate this new way of using energy more deeply into your own Iron Fist secret. So, in the following days, Garp temporarily said goodbye to his equally unemployed subordinates, such as that Kobe who always liked to chase him for autographs, and came alone to a certain place in the front half of the Grand Line. Because of a previous battle, probably. When he was young, fighting with Roger or Golden Lion, he accidentally caused it, and it became deserted, with only some ruins and, full of historical vicissitudes, on the ruins of Sky Island. He was going to conduct a secret training here, which would be kept absolutely confidential and not be disturbed by anyone. He sat cross-legged on a huge ancient stone slab engraved with unknown runes, closed his eyes, concentrated, and adjusted his breathing. He was no longer like before, simply relying on pure armament hockey and his monster-like physical strength to launch a simple and rough attack. He began to try to guide the vast sea of hockey in his body more carefully and compress it to the ultimate level. Point 0. Advertisement. He tried to combine the hockey core that was compressed into ultimate with his own from the image of the pink demon and the Little Pirates Monka. In the shockwave, I felt that kind of pure Qi explosion technique and carried out conscious combination. He wanted to use Qi as a special energy, similar to internal strength or explosive fuse. At the moment of punching, through the guidance of this internal energy and the detonation of the fuse, his already terrifying armament hockey and physical strength, in a more concentrated, more penetrating, and more destructive way, it completely bursts out. This training process is naturally full of hardships and a hint of danger. Garp is old after all, although his body is still as strong as a monster than most young people. Moreover, his understanding of Qi is still in a very preliminary and exploratory stage. So, in the first few attempts, he also suffered a lot. Sometimes, due to excessive compression of hockey, the blood in the body would churn and almost cause vomiting blood on the spot. Sometimes, because of the wrong way of guiding the Qi, it will cause before the fist is thrown, your arm will cramp first. Sometimes, he would even use too much force and accidentally punch the ancient stone slab under his feet, which is said to have existed for thousands of years. It turned into flying stone chips. Luckily, there was no one around, otherwise, old Sengoku would have been nagging me for days. But Garp is Garp after all. He is the hero of the Marines. He is a legendary man who has pushed the Pirates King Roger into desperate situations many times. His beast-like fighting instinct and his stubborn will to never give up allowed him to quickly learn from his failures and gradually, he figured out some unique methods of his own. He discovered that if he could adjust his breathing to a very special rhythm, a rhythm similar to the one before a volcano erupts, just before he throws a punch, the depressing and peaceful rhythm of ultimate, then, all thoughts, all hockey, and that hazy feeling of Qi are concentrated in your own mind like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. At the center of the fist, an almost negligible explosion singularity. Finally, at the critical moment when the fist touches the target, all the energy contained in this explosion singularity is released like the universe. Like a big explosion, it penetrated forward completely, without reservation, in a spirally accelerating, progressive, horrifying way. It exploded. BB. Iron Fist, Meteor. Well, the name of the move is still full of Garp characteristics, simple and crude and a hint of use. Guang. Chapter 97. Luffy's obsession with candy, the reason to go out to sea again. Garp. That Iron Fist wrapped in the inky black armament hockey and faintly emitting a trace of an indescribable Qi, full of destructive aura, fiercely slammed into a huge mountain in the distance that was hundreds of meters high and made of extremely hard Sky Island rocks. There was no earth-shattering bang. There are also no gorgeous and cool lighting and shadow effects. There was only an extremely dull, yet a soft puff sound that seemed to be able to penetrate the soul. And under Garp, and the trembling Sky Island animals in the distance who were attracted by the terrifying energy fluctuations, were staring in disbelief. That huge rock mountain that was hundreds of meters high actually started from the point where Garp's fist hit it, silently and without a sound. A very fine, spider web-like crack appeared. Then, the crack, as if it had life, spread madly in all directions of the mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow! Boom boom boom, amidst a violent shaking that shook the earth and a deafening roar. That huge rock mountain that had stood for thousands of years, actually, completely, collapsed like a building block with its skeleton removed. It disintegrated. It turned into huge rocks flying all over the sky and billowing smoke and dust that covered the sky. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Garp looked at how he had caused such a spectacular destruction with just one punch, and couldn't help but let out his signature hearty laugh filled with pride and a hint of childishness, again. He knew that he had become stronger again, 630, although he still could not destroy the planet as easily as that pink demon. However, he felt that the penetration and destructive power of his current Iron Fist had at least improved by several levels compared to before. If he were to meet old rivals like Green Pepper or Golden Lion again, he was confident that with just one punch, he could beat them so badly that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Marine hero Garp, because of the reference to Kai and a little bit of Garp characteristics, magic modification, his already very terrifying Iron Fist secret has once again evolved to a new, more pervert and unreasonable realm. And his successful attempt to unintentionally integrate the power of Haki and Chi will inevitably bring unpredictable and huge impacts to this world that is about to get out of control at some critical moment in the future. Just as Garp, on the ruins of Sky Island, was happily demolishing in order to pursue greater destructive power. At the headquarters of the Marine Science Corps, in a secret laboratory full of all kinds of fantastic ideas and a hint of mad scientist atmosphere, the genius scientist drive. Vegapunk, whose artificial Qigong soldier plan was full of ambition and a hint of unrealistic fantasy, finally made some preliminary but equally milestone progress after countless failures and several small accidents that almost blew up the laboratory. Dr. Vegapunk, after analyzing more device debris recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, such as some unknown metal wires that look like energy transmission lines, or some small energy core fragments disassembled from metal puppets, which are damaged but can still barely store a little energy. He also had a deeper understanding of the nature and application principles of the mysterious energy called Qi, although it may still be full of misunderstandings and imagination. He discovered that the Qi seemed not just a kind of biological energy stored inside living organisms. It is more like a kind of free energy that permeates the entire universe and is everywhere. And those so-called Qigong masters, such as the Pink Demon, or the Iron Fist Monka, who is extremely lucky, what they do is probably just through some special method, such as making some strange postures, or chanting some meaningless spells. Absorb these free energies that permeate the universe into your body, and then compress, transform, and use them in a certain way. Just release it. This bold guess, full of Vegapunk characteristics, instantly made the eyes of this genius scientist burst into an unprecedented, brilliant light, as if he had discovered a new continent. If this guess is true, BB, could he, Vegapunk, also simulate this process through technological means? Could he also create a kind of artificial Qigong soldier that could automatically collect and compress the free energy from the atmosphere and then launch it in the form of Qigong waves? Advertisement. Once this thought came into his mind, it was like a flame that would never go out was ignited in his brain that was full of wonderful ideas and a little bit of madness. So, he immediately gathered all the still useful researchers in his laboratory and some unlucky experimental animals. Then, day and night, they devoted themselves to the research and development of the artificial Qigong soldier project, which was full of black technology and a bit of the tragic atmosphere of success or death. They tried all kinds of imaginative and dangerous experimental schemes. They tried to use some specially modified giant vacuum cleaners to directly absorb the possible free energy from the atmosphere. The result was that they just sucked up all the dust in the laboratory and made it fly all over the sky. After a while, he tried to use some devices similar to Tesla coils to create a high-intensity electromagnetic field in the air, hoping to ionize and capture the free energy. The result was that all the electronic equipment in the laboratory was short-circuited. Some more radical researchers even proposed some more bold and suicidal ideas. For example, should we directly detonate a small hydrogen bomb in the stratosphere? See if we can collect some more pure and high-energy cosmic energy, of course. This proposal was severely rejected by Dr. Vegapunk himself at the first opportunity. After all, he didn't want to trigger the end of the world in advance because of such a small matter. In short, Dr. Vegapunk and his research team, after countless failures, countless small-scale explosions, and countless times of self-doubt and blaming each other, with their never giving up spirit of scientific exploration and the almost cost-free scientific research funding support provided by the world government behind the scenes, they actually, really, on a night full of coincidences and shitty luck, successfully created an experimental artificial Qigong soldier, Evangelion Unit 01, which, although it looked very bulky and ugly and spit out billowing black smoke, could actually barely function. It was a machine, more than 3 meters tall, made of various cheap alloy materials and some second-hand parts removed from abandoned warships. A giant exoskeleton device made of random pieces. On the back of the device, there is an energy pipeline that is thicker than a thigh, connected to a equally huge, unstable, free energy collection and compression unit. It looks more like a giant pressure cooker that may explode at any time. At the end of the devices, two equally thick and uncoordinated mechanical arms, there's a simple energy transmitter that looks like some giant hair dryer nozzle. When a rather burly and luckier marine soldier put on this experimental exoskeleton device full of steampunk and a hint of wasteland style and under the remote control of Dr. Vegapunk, full of tension and expectation, he randomly pressed a few equally crude and unreliable buttons. Miracle happened again. I saw that bulky artificial Qigong soldier, Unit 01, after making a loud thump 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 noise like a tractor starting and several puffs of black smoke filled with a pungent smell. The giant hair dryer nozzles at the ends of its two mechanical arms actually really began to emit a series of faint yet real clicking sounds. And there was also a faint flicker, a few blue sparks that looked very cheap. When, under the breathless gaze of all the researchers who were equally nervous and expectant, bang, a sound, not particularly loud, but capable of making a small hole in a relatively thin wooden board. A dull sound of energy impact suddenly rang out. An energy shockwave, only the size of a fist, with a somewhat greenish color, maybe because the energy was impure, or the machine was leaking oil, and seemingly not very powerful, was actually emitted from the hair dryer nozzle of the right mechanical arm of the artificial Qigong soldier. Unit 01, shakily, although that energy shockwave, after flying less than 10 meters, it was powerless and dissipated into the air. And after that artificial Qigong soldier, Unit 01 launched this earth-shattering attack because of an overload of its energy core. A thicker puff of black smoke came out on the spot, and then, magnificently, it short-circuited. But this, after all, is also a great breakthrough, created from nothing. Success! We actually succeeded. Dr. Vegapunk looked at the artificial Qigong, which was completely broken, but it did emit a Qigong wave, although it was a knockoff version. Soldier Unit 01 was so excited that tears streamed down his face and he was incoherent. Advertisement, he knew that his ambitious and somewhat crazy artificial Qigong soldier plan had already taken the most difficult and most important step. A necessary step, although it is still a long way from actually achieving the grand goal of allowing ordinary soldiers to release the world-destroying Qigong waves at will. But at present, he has already seen the dawn of hope. A more in-depth and black technology research and development competition around artificial Qigong soldiers is about to take place in Vegapunk's laboratory. And with the full support of the world government, it is launched in full swing. And this new type of legacy weapon, full of unknowns and huge potential, will surely bring great changes to this already chaotic world at some point in the future. Bringing even more unpredictable, huge changes. Just when Dr. Vegapunk was ecstatic and full of energy for his artificial Qigong soldier plan, far away in a dark corner of the new world, the devil sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, Yanyue Vanoka, is also in his full of unknowns and a little bit of. With the help of the evil Buu legacy scope, his beyond visual range sniping ability was improved to a more terrifying and unpredictable new realm. Ever since Vanoka received the strange-looking scope from the Dragon Ball Palace from his Captain Teach, he just couldn't let it go and studied it day and night. He discovered that this scope was not just for seeing far. Inside it, it seems to contain a very weak, but very strange, power that can lock the second. When he aimed the crosshairs at a target, the inside of the scope would automatically project a shadow on the target that was almost invisible to the naked eye. A light red energy mark, and this energy mark seems to be able to assist him, to a certain extent, in correcting the trajectory deviation caused by distance, wind speed, or target movement. Although, the effect of this auxiliary correction is still very weak and unstable. However, for a Shinso, like Vanoka, who already possesses top sniping skills, this little bit of extra bonus is enough for him too. The hit rate and threat have been significantly improved. What surprised him even more was that after using this strange scope for a period of time, he found that the energy locking function of this scope seems not to be fixed. It seemed to be slowly absorbing the Haki, mainly observation Haki, but also maybe there might be a hint of armament Haki's murderous intent, or pure mental power? Then, the absorbed energy is converted into nourishment to strengthen its own locking function? Although, this process of absorption and strengthening is very slow and difficult to detect. However, Van Oka, with his superordinary keen perception, still clearly captured this subtle change. He discovered that as time went on, the energy locking function of the scope in his hand was becoming more and more powerful, little by little. Precise, and more, full of spirituality. Chapter 98 Eyes in the Dark, Lord Yim's attention. Now, he can not only simply lock onto the target and correct the trajectory. He could even, at the critical moment when the bullet was fired, use the energy mark inside the scope that had already produced a faint resonance with his own mental power to make extremely subtle but fatal secondary adjustments to the bullet's flight trajectory. It's like he has a pair of invisible hands that can remotely control bullets. It allows him to shoot some ghost arc bullets that, in the eyes of others, are completely inconsistent with the common sense of physics, full of weirdness and incredible. These ghost bullets can draw strange arcs in the air that are hard to guard against. They can easily get around obstacles. They can attack from angles the enemy doesn't expect. They can even, to a certain extent, track those high-speed moving targets that try to evade. This bug-like sniping ability makes Van Oka, the already very dangerous devil sniper, even more terrifying and desperate. Now, he can almost launch a fatal attack on any enemy that he has locked on at any time, any place, and from any angle. And those who were unfortunate enough to become his prey often didn't even know how they died. Captain Teach. Van Oka's mouth curled up into a smile that only he could understand, a smile full of coldness and confidence. It seems our Blackbeard pirates are one step closer to our goal of dominating the entire new world. His eagle eyes have become sharper and more deadly because of the blessing of the Buu legacy scope, which is full of unknowns and evolutionary potential. The Blackbeard pirates, a powerful force that has risen rapidly in the new world and is full of evil and greed. Each of its core members has undergone some unknown evolution and a little bit of blackening due to the appearance of the Buu legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. Sniper Van Oka, because of the blessing of that unique scope, his beyond visual range sniping ability has reached a terrifying level that is impossible to defend against. And another core cadre who is also famous for his killing and pervert hobby, Rain Shiryu, also from the palace entrance in the melee. With the nourishment of the unexpectedly seized special samurai sword filled with evil aura, it has become more dangerous and more bloodthirsty. Shiryu, the former warden of the underwater prison, is simply obsessed with the demon sword in his hand that can absorb life energy to strengthen itself. He regards it as a treasure. He almost invested all his time and energy into using this knife to carry out various knife testing activities that were full of artistic atmosphere and a hint of blood. Whether it's those unfortunate ones who were captured by the Blackbeard pirates, or those uninvited guests who accidentally entered their sphere of influence during the voyage, or those wild animals that live freely on some deserted islands, look relatively fat and eatable. They all became the perfect material for Shiryu and the demon sword in his hand, enhancing feelings and improving strength. As more and more lives were killed, as the life energy being absorbed, it becomes more and more Yamato complex. The samurai sword in Shiryu's hand originally only showed a strange dark red color, but on its blade, it also began to gradually show some fine and twisted, faint blood-colored lines like a human blood vessel. Those blood-colored lines, in the dim light, flickered with an unsettling, eerie light, as if countless wronged souls were silently crying and roaring within the blade. And after killing enough lives, the knife's sharpness and toughness have indeed improved significantly compared to before. Now, it can even easily cut through steel, even when it collides with some famous swords of the same quality. It is not inferior at all, and can even faintly gain the upper hand. What made Shiryu even more ecstatic was that he found that this demon sword is not only able to absorb the life energy of the slain to strengthen itself. It seems to have another, more heaven-defying and more practical, hidden attribute. Advertisement that is when he uses this sword to point to the 10 attacks containing special energy, such as elemental attacks released by demon fruit power, or hockey shocks from hockey masters. He could clearly feel that the blade of the knife seemed to be able to, like a sponge, weakly absorbing some of the special energy that escaped due to the collision. Although, the efficiency of this absorption is very low, maybe less than 1%. Moreover, the absorbed energy is also very complex and difficult to control. It may even cause some minor damage to the blade itself? But, after all, this is also absorption, and, most importantly, those absorbed, mixed special energies, after undergoing some unknown transformation and purification inside the blade, can actually nourish and strengthen the blade itself, just like those life energies. Make it sharper, tougher, and more, full of evil spirit. This discovery made Shiryu completely crazy. He knew that the knife in his hand was no longer just a sharp weapon. It is very likely a true demon sword with unlimited evolutionary potential. One that can become stronger and stronger through continuous killing and absorbing energy, and even, eventually, it can rival those legendary Supreme Great Sword 12i, or even surpass them. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Shiryu stroked the blood-colored lines on the knife that were slowly wriggling like a living thing, feeling the increasingly strong vibrations of desire and excitement coming from the knife, and couldn't help but let out his signature hoarse laughter that was full of cruelty and morbidity. He has become completely addicted to this forbidden pleasure of improving himself and the power of his weapons through killing. He craves more blood. He longs for a more powerful enemy. He longed to make the whole world tremble and submit to him and the increasingly powerful demon sword in his hand. Rain, Shiryu, and his demon sword, that is filled with an evil and ominous aura, are becoming stronger and more dangerous at a disturbing speed. And they will surely, at some point in the future, bring even more severe disasters and bloodshed to this already chaotic world. Just when the emergence of Buu's legacy had set off a huge storm of greed, desire, and bloody killing in every corner of the new world. The first half of the Grand Line, the Dream Island located 10,000 meters below the sea, the Fishmen Island, although temporarily escaped the war and the crisis of destruction brought by Hody Jones. However, the trauma and shadow left by the war were not so easy to completely dissipate. Especially the improved killer drug S that Hody Jones and the remnants of his new Fishman pirates took in large quantities during the battle, because it was mixed with some mysterious substances with unknown catalytic effects that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace, and it mutated. This kind of evil forbidden drug can greatly enhance the user's strength in a short period of time, but at the same time, it will also overdraw their vitality at a more terrifying speed. It is like a cancer full of temptation and destructive aura. It grows quietly in the dark corners of the Fishmen Island and begins to spread to the wider human world. Although Hody Jones was defeated in the end, his crazy plan to subvert the entire Fishmen Island and take revenge on humans also completely failed. However, the partial formula of the improved version of the deadly drug S that he made and used, most likely, just some incomplete and full of errors and fantasies, experimental notes left behind by that madman Geisa Current when he was improving the drugs, as well as some unfinished products that luckily were not consumed in the battle. However, through the hands of those underworld organizations in Urine Street that are inextricably linked to the dark forces of the human world, and some middlemen who forget their principles for the sake of profit, it quietly flowed into the underground black market of the human world. This kind of magic forbidden drug that can, in a short period of time, allow an ordinary person to possess the powerful strength comparable to that of the berry pirates with a bounty of millions, although it is only temporary and comes at an extremely heavy price, is simply irresistible to those desperados, underground gladiators, and some cannon fodder who desire power but are unwilling or do not have the talent to practice hard. Its temptation is simply irresistible. They don't care what terrible side effects this drug will bring. They don't care how much pain this power will cost them in life. They only knew that as long as they could get this drug, they would be able to gain powerful strength within a short period of time that was enough to change their own fate, or at least to drag a few more people down with them before they perished together with the enemy. So, driven by huge profits and a morbid desire for power, advertisement that improved version of the deadly drug S that was full of danger and destruction began to spread secretly in some underground arenas where good and bad people were mixed and lawless, as well as in some secret organizations that specialized in conducting various illegal biological experiments or human body transformation. Some third-rate gladiators who were originally at the bottom of the arena, barely making a living by playing fake matches or being beaten like sandbags, actually really exploded in the arena after taking this murderous drug. They displayed a terrifying fighting power that shocked the world. They even defeated some of the gladiator stars who had once intimidated them, although after they won the game, they died suddenly due to the side effects of the drugs or turned into a rapidly aging mummy. Some second-rate thugs who were originally just doing some petty thefts or extortion on the streets after getting this murder drug, also. They suddenly became gangsters who dared to rob banks and even attack marine patrols, although their gangster career usually it won't last too long, and they will, due to the huge side effects of the drugs, and end their lives or be shot dead on the spot by an angry marine. There are even some more desperate dark organizations that have begun to use this murder drug to train some people who only know how to obey orders and fearless suicide attackers or some disposable biological weapons with short-lived but extremely terrifying destructive power. The spread of this evil and tragic, improved version of the murderous drug on the black market has undoubtedly added to the chaos in this already chaotic world. Added more turmoil and unrest. It also casts a thicker and bloodier shadow over the future, which has become increasingly unpredictable due to the emergence of Buu's legacy. In every corner of the new world, there is chaos and restlessness because of various Buu legacy, full of surprises and accidents. When Thousand Sunny, from Straw Hat Crew, after experiencing the adventure full of justice and food on the Fishmen Island, officially headed for that island. The true starting point of the wider and more dangerous new world has set sail. On their way to their next destination, Dressrosa, they will naturally encounter some new world specialties, all kinds of strange things. Weirdly shaped islands, unpredictable weather, and some powerful but full of personality marine creatures. For example, just as they had just sailed away from the Fishmen Island, the deep sea area full of dreamy colors, and entered an area, well, it looked calm but was actually dark. When in ordinary sea areas with rough currents, they were very unfortunate, or very lucky, they encountered a extremely huge and looked very tough upgraded Sea Kings. The Sea Kings was several times bigger than the Sunny. It was covered with a layer of hard as steel, shining with dark golden light. Strange scales. On its head, there are two huge horns as sharp as scimitars. Its mouth is full of fangs as sharp as daggers. Its pair of blood-red eyes, as big as lanterns, were filled with violence and hunger. It stared intently at the Sunny, which was just a moving snack, a delicious prey. Roar, the upgraded Sea Kings let out a deafening roar. Then, it moved its sturdy limbs like giant battering rams, creating a huge wave. Pounced towards the Sunny. Wow, what a huge monster. Usopp, Chopper, and Nami on the boat were shocked when they saw this huge monster suddenly emerging from the bottom of the sea. They were all scared. Their souls flew out of their bodies, they hugged each other, trembled, and let out screams that were full of artistic atmosphere. Chapter 99. Another fetal movement deep in the palace, the desire for energy. As for Luffy, the single-celled foodie who gets so excited that he dances with joy when he encounters a powerful, or delicious-looking, monster, he is not surprised but delighted. His eyes instantly turned into stars. His saliva also flowed down from the corners of his mouth like a waterfall. Wow, what a big piece of meat. It looks delicious, hee hee hee. Luffy wiped his saliva and gave a bright smile, full of anticipation and appetite, to the upgraded Sea Kings that were rushing towards them with their bloody mouths wide open. Guys, it's time to eat, with Luffy's roar, full of battle passion and foodie instinct. A powerful and delicious human-animal war broke out fiercely in this turbulent New World Sea. Luffy was naturally the one who rushed to the front. He directly activated the third gear, Fist of the Giants. His right arm suddenly expanded like a balloon, and became a terrifying skin tube that was about the same size as the head of the upgraded Sea Kings. Then, he covered the huge rubber fist that was as black as ink with the highly condensed armament hockey, and the vague chi, feeling that he himself couldn't explain but was definitely there, without reservation. 1818. His black iron fist, like a siege hammer, with a terrifying aura of destroying the world, fiercely blasted towards the upgraded Sea Kings that was opening its bloody mouth and trying to swallow the Sunny in one gulp. Bang, a dull and terrifying noise. Luffy's huge black fist, which contained the strange power of hockey and ki, hit the upgraded Sea King's front teeth. The upgraded Sea Kings only felt an unimaginable, penetrating and shocking force, which instantly surged into his head from his teeth, and then spread throughout his body. Its sharp fangs, that were strong enough to break steel, actually broke with a sound after being hit by this punch. Its mountain-like body was also blasted back dozens of meters by this sudden and terrifying impact. It plowed a long white wave on the sea. The upgraded Sea Kings let out a sharp roar filled with pain and anger. It obviously didn't expect that this tiny thing in front of it, who looked only as big as the gap between its teeth, could actually explode such terrifying power. Its blood-red eyes, which were originally filled with violence and hunger, now also had a hint of incredible horror and a hint of grievance. After all, it just wanted to have a meal. However, Luffy's attack did not end there. After successfully using an elephant spear to temporarily force back the upgraded Sea Kings, he didn't give the other party any chance to breathe or fight back. His huge rubber arm, which had expanded to its limit, once again rained down like raindrops towards the still dizzy upgraded Sea Kings, pouring down crazily. Elephant gun, shoot randomly. All I saw was countless, huge rubber fists, wrapped in black hockey and a hint of strange chi, like a shower of black meteorites falling from the sky, with an unparalleled terrifying force, smashing fiercely onto the large body of the upgraded Sea Kings. Cut, 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 waves of more intense and more dull and terrifying sounds of flesh and bones colliding with each other continued to ring out. The upgraded Sea Kings, with their strange scales that were as hard as steel and gleaming with dark golden light, actually began to be unable to resist Luffy's elephant spear random attack, which was full of violent aesthetics and, a little bit of chi. All I saw was pieces of hard scales the size of a palm, shattered like fragile pieces of porcelain under the bombardment of the black iron fist. They flew everywhere, revealing the pink flesh underneath. The equally tough but relatively soft advertisement. Every punch would leave a huge fist mark on the upgraded Sea King's body, a bloody mess with bones visible through it. Every punch seemed to carry an invisible shock force that could penetrate all defenses. It made its huge and tough body tremble and spasm constantly. Woo. The once invincible upgraded Sea Kings could only let out a series of shrill howls filled with pain, despair, and a hint of begging for mercy. Its pair of lantern-sized blood-red eyes had already been completely filled with endless fear and deep awe of this little evil star in front of it. It finally understood that this time, it seemed to have really provoked a terrifying existence that it shouldn't have provoked. Finally, under Luffy's ruthless destruction of shooting with an elephant gun, that was like a continuous storm. That huge, thick-skinned upgraded Sea Kings could no longer hold on and let out a final wail, filled with reluctance and a hint of relief, and then its huge body collapsed like a mountain without support. It splashed blood all over the sky and some unsightly fragments of internal organs. It completely lost its vitality, and after Luffy successfully hunted this delicious-looking super meal, he consumed too much energy and turned back to his original size. He collapsed on the deck of the Sunny, panting. Although there was a hint of fatigue on his face, what was more, it was satisfaction and infinite anticipation for the upcoming Sea King's full banquet. He. So awesome. I've become stronger again. Luffy wiped the sweat from his forehead and faced his fist with a smile that was full of confidence and a little bit silly. He still didn't realize that the power he had just unleashed, which was beyond anything he had ever experienced before, contained the true mystery behind it. He simply attributed it to being stronger when hungry and history of wanting to protect his friends and to eat something delicious. Inside the cabin of the Sunny, the Sea Knight Jinbei, who had been silently watching this human-beast battle, after seeing Luffy's extremely powerful elephant gun shooting and the horrific wounds on the upgraded Sea King's body, full of penetrating and concussive feelings on his face, which was full of fishman features, he once again revealed the same complex expression, full of surprise, confusion, and thought that had appeared on the Fishman Island before. Luffy-kun, the power you displayed just now is indeed not simple. Jinbei's brows were tightly locked together, and his heart was filled with an indescribable, huge shock. He once again recalled the vague records he had seen in the ancient documents of Dragon Palace City on the Fishman Island. About the ancient times, in the deep sea near the Fishman Island, there had appeared a mysterious building called Temple of the Sky, or Palace of the Stars. He recalled those descriptions of those gods who came from outside the sky. Although they were sporadic, they were indeed mentioned. In the literature, it seems that it was mentioned that those outer gods, who possess powers beyond the imagination of mortals, can control things other than the Haki or devil fruit abilities that are familiar to their world. It is a mysterious energy that is more ancient, purer, and closer to the origin of the universe. That kind of energy, in some extremely rare ancient documents, is called the power of the stars, or the energy of the universe. It is said that the power of the stars can give the user the power to destroy the world. It can allow them to easily tear apart space, shatter stars, and even control time and fate. Although these descriptions sound too mysterious and too exaggerated, just like a myth, not really real. However, after witnessing Luffy's terrifying fist that just contained the strange power of shock, Jinbei couldn't help but connect Luffy's hazy sense of energy that had not yet fully awakened and was full of unknown possibilities with the mysterious power of the stars, recorded in ancient documents, or the unknown power called energy that was circulated in the outside world. Could it be that Luffy-kun, without realizing it, has already touched the threshold of the power of the stars that only exists in ancient legends? That Dragon Ball Palace that appeared in the sea near Marineford itself has some kind of unknown, profound connection with those gods from outside the sky and the power of the stars that they can control? This, full of subversive and a hint of cosmic information, caused Jinbei's heart to stir up even more turbulent, huge scars. He knew that this secret was really too big, too shocking. He must tell his discovery and guess as soon as possible to the person on the ship who is the only one who can solve this mystery. That is, advertisement archaeologist Nicole is wearing it. So, after the battle, Jinbei immediately found Robin, who was carefully examining the upgraded Sea King's strange scales that were full of research value. Then, he told Robin all the speculations and confusions in his mind about the outer temple, power of the stars, and the abnormal power in Luffy. After listening to Jinbei's mythical and bold association narration, Robin's blue eyes, which were always full of intellect and a hint of sinisterness, suddenly burst out with an unprecedented. Some are full of curiosity and the bright light of exploration spirit. She knew that Jinbei's discovery was a huge surprise to her. It provides her with an opportunity to uncover the truth of the blank 100 years, and explore the true identity of the mysterious being called Gohan Buu. Hyphenation point a completely new and more important direction full of cosmic imagination. She decided that when she reached the next island, she would do everything she could to find more ancient texts about the Temple of the Sky and the power of the stars. Offering and legend, she believed that as long as she could perfectly piece together these scattered clues scattered in every corner of the world, she would be able to. Gradually, the huge truth hidden in the mist of history that is enough to subvert the whole world is revealed. The Sunny, carrying these companions who were full of curiosity and a little bit of the spirit of seeking death, continued to the land, full of unknown and dangerous. And there may be more cosmic secrets hidden in the depths of the new world. Ride the wind and waves and move forward bravely. As the Buu legacy spreads further, and some Kai training methods full of coincidences and a little bit of shit luck, even if just incomplete, even seriously misunderstood, sporadic appearances. New world, this paradise of the strong, that was already full of chaos and the law of the jungle, began to emerge at an unprecedented speed, more and more. Plus, strange-looking, new strong men, who have risen rapidly through these adventures. Some of them, perhaps, not long ago, were just unknown, living well, unknown, small characters in some remote corner. However, because, accidentally, he got a Buu legacy, with magical effects, such as a Senzu Bean, or a thing that can temporarily increase strength. A knockoff of the energy bracelet, or because, by chance, I learned a little bit of unsystematic chi application skills, such as the unexpected rise of East Blue, Iron Fist, Monka, their strength improved by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Then, they began to no longer be satisfied with the status quo, no longer be content with mediocrity. They began to use their new power, that they had just obtained and were not yet proficient in, to challenge those who had once made them despair. And the dreaded old forces and the powerful order. Some of them relying on the infinite endurance brought by a few magic beans, and some of their partners who were also on drugs sacrificed their lives to cover up, actually. Really, successfully defeated some old pirates groups that were much stronger than they were originally, then replaced them and established their own. The new pirates group full of nouveau riche vibes and a hint of instability. Some of them relied on a copycat purchased at a high price on the black market, which, although its functions were simple, could indeed roughly judge the strength of the enemy. The battle power detector, and some cannon fodder, who are also incompetent, but have large numbers, actually. Really, in a certain place in the new world. In an inconspicuous corner, he created a piece of, although it is not big, it is still quite moist, new territory. He even gained thousands of, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of berries, newcomer bounty, becoming a new generation of supernova, although maybe just a parallel import. Chapter 100, The Eve of the Storm, the first note of the Lost Control prelude. There are also some more smart and business talented guys who simply use their more practical and the Buu legacy that is close to life, such as that small food replicator, or some universal capsules that can turn into more interesting gadgets, is being commercially operated with creativity and the smell of money, surprisingly, and because of this, in a short period of time, it has accumulated a staggering amount of wealth, becoming an emerging business giant in a certain field in the new world. In short, because of the appearance of these Buu legacy, the entire new world seems to have entered a golden age, where demons are everywhere and flowers are in full bloom, although maybe most of them are poisonous flowers and evil flowers. Countless, originally unknown, little people have soared to fame and fame because of these unexpected adventures. Their rise has undoubtedly brought a huge shock and a slight sense of crisis to those old powerful men who have long been accustomed to the old order and division of power. It also makes the entire new world's power structure even more complex, turbulent, and unpredictable. Righto. As the old Oriental proverb says, if virtue does not match the position, there will be disaster. These emerging powers, who have risen rapidly by relying on the Buu legacy, or the superficial use of Kai, their foundations are, after all, still too shallow. Many of them lack sufficient wisdom, experience, and the mentality to truly control that kind of external force. They tend to become complacent and arrogant because of their temporary success. They often because of their excessive desire for power, will do whatever it takes, even going astray. They also tend to become the hunting targets of more powerful and more cruel predators, because they hold the Buu legacy that is coveted by countless people. Thus, in the New World, almost every day, various stories of rise and fall, full of drama, a touch of tragedy are being played out. Some lucky ones, who were just cheering for obtaining the God's props, might, in the next second, be backfired and exploded, leaving no intact body, because they could not control that powerful force. Some new pirate groups that have just become famous for defeating some veteran strongman may, in the next moment, provoke some more terrifying dragon crossing the river, and be completely wiped out along with their people and ships, as if they had never existed. The changes of power in the New World have become more frequent and more brutal than ever before. This place is no longer just a paradise where the strong are respected. It's more like a giant GU field, full of unknowns, variables, and a hint of black humor. Only those chosen ones who truly possess powerful strength, top wisdom, and heaven-defying luck can finally survive in this huge storm caused by Buu's legacy that has swept the entire world, and stand out and become the true overlords of the new era. And those cannon fodders who are not strong enough or have bad luck can only be like meteors, briefly streak a well, maybe not very bright, but full of warning significance trajectory in the long river of history, and then quickly fall and turn into dust. The violent shocks in the New World, as well as the rise and fall of countless emerging powers, also indicate that a more chaotic, more unknown and more opportunities-filled world of great contention has quietly arrived. As the Buu legacy continues to spread, and the mysterious power called Kai appears sporadically around the world in various, unexpected, and surprising ways. This pirate's world, which is already full of chaos and strife, has become even more turbulent and even more unpredictable. The old balance of power is being ruthlessly broken. New strong men continue to emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and then fall as quickly as meteors. Faced with this increasingly complex and out-of-control situation, the world government, the behemoth that has ruled the entire world for 800 years, will naturally not sit idly by and wait for death. On the one hand, they are carrying out cruel and ruthless purification operations around the world through the CPO organization, trying to completely strangle those out of control, legacies, and uncontrolled new forces in the cradle. On the other hand, they are also increasing their investment, secretly conducting more in-depth and black technology-filled intensive training on the sharpest fangs and the most loyal hounds in their hands, the core members of the CPO organization. Advertisement: the CPO headquarters is hidden in a heavily guarded secret base in Mariajoy, Cindy, unknown to outsiders. Rob Lucci, as well as Khalifa, Kaku, Jabra and other core members of the original CP9. Now, they have all been gloriously promoted to more ruthless and more helpless CPO agents, are now standing with serious expressions in a huge training room full of futuristic technology. The training room was filled with all kinds of strange instruments that they had never seen before, flashing all kinds of lights and auxiliary devices that looked very dangerous. The air was filled with a faint smell of ozone and a hint of special energy fluctuations, similar to those emitted by the Buu legacy. And standing in front of them were still those few Dr. Vegapunk's favorite students from the Marine Science Corps. However, this time, the expressions on the faces of these young scientists were more confident and a little more confident than last time. Because, behind them, there were several devices newly developed by Dr. Vegapunk based on the data recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, and his preliminary research results on the energy of Chi sensing assistance and basic application training devices. Although these devices still look a bit crude and full of experimental atmosphere, and from time to time there will be a few technological sparks coming out. Dear CPO officers, a young scientist who looked like the team leader pushed up his black framed glasses and spoke to Lucci and the others in a tone that was full of academic flavor and a hint of superiority, according to the latest research results of Dr. Vegapunk and our preliminary analysis of the energy characteristics of Buu's legacy. We discovered that the mysterious energy called Chi is, in essence, very likely a kind of original life force that exists in all living things, even in the universe. Although, at present, we are still unable to fully grasp the specific composition and transformation mechanism of this original vitality. However, we have already preliminarily found some auxiliary methods that can effectively help special individuals, like you, the commanders, who possess extraordinary physiques and strong willpower, to sense, guide, and preliminarily use this Chi. As he spoke, the young scientist pointed to the training equipment behind him that looked very high-end. These are the Kai sensing and basic application training systems that Dr. Vegapunk has specially designed for you officers. Through these auxiliary devices, the officers can not only more clearly sense the existence of the free Chi energy in their bodies and in the surrounding environment. More importantly, I am able to learn how to initially condense, guide, and release this chi energy in a relatively safe and controllable manner. At the same time, another young scientist who looked a little offline in BGAB, eat, also added excitedly, we also, based on the various strange-looking Buu heritage recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, such as some broken energy shield fragments, or some thruster wreckage that can perform short-distance space jumps. We have preliminarily reverse-analyzed some very basic Dao collaborative combat operating principles and energy matching plans. That is to say, officers, in the following training, you must not only work hard to sense and use the mysterious power known as Qi. More importantly, we need to learn how to combine the power of this Kai with those Buu legacy items that are also full of unknowns and powerful potential. Perfect coordinated operations, thus, a more terrifying combat effect, far beyond 1 + 1 = 2. Listening to these young scientists' introductions full of professional terms and a hint of pie in the sky, Rob Lucci and other core agents of CPO. Although his face still had that cold, ruthless and calm expression. However, deep down in their hearts, they all, more or less, felt a little curious and expecting about these new technologies and new powers that sounded so high-end and awesome. After all, they are CPO, they are the sharpest, dark blade, in the hands of the world government. The meaning of their existence is to continue to become stronger, to continue to carry out the most dangerous and most challenging tasks. If this mysterious power called Kai and those magical items of Buu's legacy can really make them stronger and more omnipotent, well, they don't mind giving it a try. So, in the following days, inside the CPO's secret training base, a series of strange scenes full of the collision of high technology and violent aesthetics were staged again. Advertisement Rob Lucci and others, under the careful guidance of those young scientists who are full of experimental spirit and a little bit of unreliability. And in those are also full of unknown risks, and, well, from time to time there will be risks. With the enthusiastic help of the Qi sensing assistance and basic application training device that emitted a few wisps of black smoke, beginning to conduct deeper Qi induction and basic application training. They tried to make a preliminary fusion of their 6-style physical skills that they had practiced for a long time and that hazy feeling of Qi. For example, when Lucci performed the shave, he would try to inject a little bit of he himself couldn't explain the Qi into his legs, hoping can make his speed even faster, even weirder, even can it achieve an effect similar to teleportation, although at present the most he can do is when I move at high speed, a few wisps of faint green smoke will come out from the soles of my feet. For example, when Kaku performs Tempest Kick, he will try to concentrate his ki in his slash, hoping to kick out a sharper and more powerful kick. Penetrating power, and even a little bit of energy cutting effect. Super Tempest Kick, although, at present, the most he can do is make his pants. The legs, when kicked out, make some, similar to farting sounds. Puff puff? They also, under the bold suggestions and enthusiastic encouragement of those young scientists, began to learn how to transform this immature. The power of Kai and those Buu legacy items, which are also full of unknowns and dangers, are working together, full of creativity and risk. Fight. For example, they would try to activate a certain recovered from the palace, which could produce a layer of not very strong but could indeed withstand some weak impacts. When he activated the energy shield generator, he also injected the few remaining Kai in his body into the shield, hoping to enhance the shield's defense and duration. Although the result is often the shield collapses on the spot, and they also get electrocuted until they are burned on the outside and tender on the inside. For example, they would try to use a certain device that was also recovered from the palace and could perform short distance, probably a few meters, space jumps. Disposable thrusters, and often jump to some strange places due to unstable energy. At the same time, use Qi to stabilize their own spatial coordinates or enhance the explosive power of the thrusters. Although the result is often they will fall headfirst and get stuck in the next second. It went into the ceiling, or it crashed through the wall and flew into the next door. The women's room. In short, this CPO's training was full of high-tech and black-tech intensive training, although the process was full of hardships, twists and turns, and countless ridiculous accidents and surprises. However, with the support of Rob Lucci and other core CPO agents' extraordinary talents, indomitable will, and morbid obsession with power, they actually, really, in a short period of time, have mastered some basic skills in using Kai and how to combine Kai with Buu's legacy production props to carry out coordinated operations. Some more practical, or less likely to kill yourself, special tactics. Although, they are still far from being a true Qigong master, or a technological pioneer, who can bring the power of Buu's legacy to the ultimate level. Very far away, however, the cold and dangerous aura they exude is even more chilling than before. The blade of darkness of the world government is quietly evolving in a completely new and more terrifying way. Chapter 101 The New Marshal's Roar. The Heritage Recovery Force is established. Just as the world government was secretly strengthening its sharpest fang, the CPO organization at all costs. In a certain place in New World, full of luxury, sin, and a hint of flamingo. The land of love, passion and toys. Dressrosa, hidden in its dark underground factory beneath its glamorous appearance, and under the personal supervision of its behind-the-scenes controller, Heavenly Yaksha. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is full of ambition and a hint of business acumen. A landmark, great breakthrough, was quietly completed. That is, he actually, successfully copied a batch of simple versions of energy rifles and energy pistols, which, although not very good in performance and full of safety risks, could indeed fire energy beams. The core technology of these imitation heritage weapons full of Doflamingo characteristics, naturally, comes from those incomplete blueprints and some unreliable reverse engineering data about the Buu heritage energy weapons that he obtained through various channels, probably mixed with some valuable experience full of creativity and radiation left behind by that madman Gaisa Kalang when he was conducting the gas laser orc experiment. The people who are responsible for transforming these theories full of black technology into real objects that can barely be called weapons, or a group of weapon modification masters who were invited to Dressrosa by Doflamingo in various ways full of love and care, and are relatively well known in the underground world, as well as some relatively obedient, black-hearted engineers. Under Doflamingo's wise leadership and heavy reward and a hint of life threat, they work day and night and overtime to overcome insufficient materials, technical bottlenecks, and occasional small-scale explosions and unexplained energy leaks. Finally, on a certain night that was also full of coincidences and shitty luck, I successfully assembled the first batch of not many in number, probably just a few dozen, and that looked full of copycat flavor and cheap imitation energy weapons. These weapons, whether it is energy rifles or energy pistols, their function is the appearance is full of the unique artistic style of the Doflamingo family, which is exaggerated, arrogant, and a little bit of bad taste. For example, the gun body may be engraved with some lifelike flamingo patterns, or the muzzle may be inlaid with a few fake diamonds that look very shiny but are useless. The power, well, can only be considered unsatisfactory. The energy bullets they fired, although could indeed penetrate a relatively thin iron plate at close range, or cause some relatively serious burns to those enemies with low defense. However, compared with those genuine goods that appeared in the palace images and could easily shatter stars, it was simply fireflies competing with the bright moon, not worth mentioning. Stability is even more worrying. These imitation weapons, because the core technology is not up to standard and the materials used are mostly some relatively cheap substitutes. Therefore, when they are fired, they often jam, misfire, or even explode directly due to energy circuit overload, bringing some secondary damage, full of surprises and accidents to the user. But even though there are so many unsatisfactory aspects, these imitation energy weapons, full of Doflamingo characteristics, have a strategic significance that cannot be underestimated. Because, after all, they are also a kind of high-tech weapon that can emit energy beams. In this era when most people still use muskets, cannons, or cold weapons to fight, having even a small-scale army equipped with energy weapons is enough to achieve the miraculous effect of catching the enemy by surprise and attacking them when they are least expected, on certain battlefields. So, Doflamingo, after conducting a live fire test on these new toys that were full of surprises and accidents, also full of excitement and risks, it is said that during the test, a few unlucky family cadres accidentally had a few fingers blown off, or half of their eyebrows singed, with the weapons in their hands. He could not wait to secretly equip these imitation energy weapons, which were not very reliable but better than nothing, to some of the core cadres of his Don Quixote family, such as Torpal, who always liked to lick people, or Pika, who was taciturn but powerful, as well as some elite soldiers who were carefully selected by him and absolutely loyal to him. A small energy weapon unit was formed. Although it is not large, probably only about 100 people, it is full of future technology and a little bit of instability. This king's army, full of Doflamingo characteristics, although its actual combat effectiveness may not be as reliable as he imagined. However, it has become a brand new and more intimidating, at least in front of those inexperienced little characters, secret trump card in Doflamingo's hand. He also believed that with this trump card full of black technology, his wisdom and ruthless means, he would be able to gain greater benefits and a higher status for himself in the coming new era of greater chaos and out of control. Even, one day, he would be able to truly challenge those high and mighty four emperors and that corrupt world government and realize his crazy ambition of dominating the entire world. Inside Dressrosa's underground factory, the legacy weapons production line, which was full of unknowns and dangers, was still running slowly and with difficulty. Doflamingo's dream of a heritage empire is also gradually moving from fantasy to reality, although this reality may be full of the flavor of copycat and shoddy construction. Advertisement. While the world government and the Don Quixote family were secretly conducting various military competitions, full of black technology, for their respective great causes and grand blueprints. The Revolutionary Army, the Army of Justice, at least, that's what they think, that is dedicated to overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government, has also achieved a great breakthrough. In a secret operation full of accidents and surprises, that is enough to make them rejoice and celebrate. The cause of the incident is as follows. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence department, its infiltration capabilities and intelligence acquisition efficiency, in some aspects, are even better than the CPO, after a secret investigation, full of hardships and a hint of infernal affairs, atmosphere. They actually successfully intercepted a top-secret route map of a marine unit that was secretly transporting a batch of Buu's legacy, recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, although most of them were just some severely damaged combat power detectors, or some palace device wreckage whose specific purpose could not be identified at all, from Marineford to a secret laboratory of Dr. Vegapunk. This huge pie that fell from the sky made Monkey D. Dragon, the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, and Sabo, the chief of staff, feel both surprised and a little bit unbelievable. They knew that these, in the eyes of Marine, might just be a pile of rubbish of the Buu legacy, but for the Revolutionary Army, whose technological level was relatively backward and who had always been eager for more advanced technological support, their research value and strategic significance were simply inestimable. If could successfully obtain these things, then the Revolutionary Army's technical development level, as well as the training efficiency and future potential of the Kai force that has just sprouted, will get a qualitative leap. So, after an urgent discussion that was filled with excitement and caution, Long and Sabo immediately worked out a surprise attack and capture plan that was full of adventure and a bit of heroic spirit. The person who was in charge of personally leading the team to carry out this Indiana Jones mission, which is full of unknowns and dangers, is naturally the second in command of the Revolutionary Army and also the chief instructor of the Kai unit, which has just been trained not long ago, Sabo. After accepting this difficult task full of glory and challenges, Sabo's heart was filled with indescribable excitement and a hint of nervousness. He knew that this action was of great significance to the Revolutionary Army. Only success is allowed, failure is not allowed. He also knew that what they were about to face was the Marines' elite escort force. Their armed strength and combat prowess were definitely not to be underestimated. Please give me flowers, however, when I think of the Buu legacy that may contain the power to change the world, and the revolutionary comrades who are fighting bloody battles for freedom and justice. In Sabo's eyes, a blazing fighting spirit and a firm belief burned again. He believed that as long as he and his companions, and his increasingly improved Flame Dragon King power, and those members of the Kai team who also mastered a little bit of Kai were there, you will definitely be able to create miracles, complete the mission. So, on a dark and windy night, Sabo led his Chi team, which was full of youthful vitality and revolutionary passion, and some Revolutionary Army agents who were also grandmasters infiltrating and sabotaging operations. Like a group of ghosts walking in the darkness, they appeared silently on the route that the heavily guarded Marine secret transport ship had to take. Then, a scene full of high technology, although, of course, most of them were enemy methods and local methods, mainly the Revolutionary Army, clashed. Surprise attacks and counter-surprise attacks, seizures and counter-seizures, fierce fighting. Suddenly, on this vast, dark and cold sea, the battle started. The Marine escort troops, though, are also equipped with some pacifist Mark 1V robots that have been preliminarily improved by Dr. Vegapunk. Mainly, enhancing the armor thickness and the color saturation of the laser, and some equally unreliable, simplified sonar detection systems. Advertisement 0. However, facing Sabo's elusive Dragon Claw Fist, the blazing flames that can melt steel, and those who also mastered a little bit of Kai. The use of skills, the ghostly Chi team members' unexpected raids, and the suicidal, full of revolutionary optimism. When they attack, of course, it just looks like that, they still value their lives. Their seemingly impregnable defense also quickly collapsed and could not be stopped. Finally, after a battle that was not particularly intense, after all, Sabo's strength was too buggy, but still full of drama. And, after the battle of an unexpected surprise, the Revolutionary Army actually successfully launched a surprise attack and seized the ship, which was carrying the remains of Buu's legacy and some secret marine research materials. Lose the ship, although the legacy on the ship, indeed, as the intelligence said, most of them were severely damaged, or their specific uses could not be identified at all. Rubbish, however, for the Revolutionary Army whose technological level is still at the stage of millet plus rifles. These, in the eyes of the Marine, may be junk, with little value. I still is a valuable asset that makes them overjoyed and overjoyed. They provided immeasurable help and a little bend for the Revolutionary Army's future technological research and the further development of the Qi forces. The possibility of overtaking the Revolutionary Army's surprise attack, which was full of courage and wisdom and a little bit of luck, once again proved to the world that this underground force that is committed to overthrowing the old order and building a new world, has great potential and a firm determination that should not be underestimated. And Sabo himself, in this, full of actual combat tests and unexpected gains, has a deeper understanding of the mysterious power of Qi, and applying it, I have a deeper and more unique understanding. After successfully seizing the transport ship carrying the remains of the Buu legacy and Marine's secret research materials, the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo did not immediately go to work. The teacher returned to the court and reported to his superiors, asking for credit and reward. Instead, he was interested in the Marine Corps documents that were found on the transport ship. Although they were incomplete, they seemed to contain some information about the cultivation and application of Qi. The research data generated a great interest. He locked himself in the cabin, day and night, studying those unknown symbols and, well, some marine scientists' bold guesses of the Qi energy model. Figure, conducting, sleepless, in-depth research and, full of inspiration, self-realization. He found that the scientists at Marine, mainly, Dr. Vegapunk and his, equally unreliable assistants, although the essence of the way of cultivation is also in the initial stage of a blind man touching an elephant, a blind man seeing a leopard through a tube. Chapter 102. CP0's Fangs, Lucci's Return and Mission. However, after all, they also have some first-hand information from the Dragon Ball Palace that is more direct and, full of black technology. Therefore, they did put forward some very insightful and, inspiring, bold hypotheses in terms of theoretical analysis and data deduction regarding the energy characteristics of Qi, its conduction mode, and its interaction with the human body's meridians and spiritual will. Although these were full of uncertainty and a bit of taken-for-granted assumptions, they were like keys that could open the door to the new world. In Sabo's smart brain, which already had some understanding of Kai, they triggered an unprecedented brainstorming and explosion of inspiration. He began to try to combine the new knowledge he had obtained from Marine's research materials with his own ancient wisdom that he had learned from the fragments of Turtle Immortal Style and Crane Immortal Style to make a bold innovation. He discovered that if he could not only simply condense his Kai into his fists and feet, but also launch physical attacks full of brute force. Instead, he combined it in a more exquisite and more energy aesthetics way with his own Dragon Claw Fist move, which he had practiced to perfection, and the Mara fruit flame inherited from Ace, which was full of destructive and new power, to form a perfect fusion at a deeper level. BB. Dragon Claw Flame. And Qi. Sabo's eyes flashed with a light as bright as stars, and he muttered to himself, as if he had touched a new and more powerful realm of power. 2, 3. He stretched out his right hand, with his 5 fingers spread out like dragon claws, slightly bent. Then, he took a deep breath and concentrated the growing Qi energy in his body, as well as the fire will full of destructive and regenerative power, in his palm. He could even clearly feel that his palms, because they had endured too much energy and, the indescribable dragon's will, had become abnormally hot and filled with a terrifying force that was about to explode. Drink, with Sabo's roar. I saw that on his right hand, actually, really, out of thin air. A ball of golden flame was burning. Hotter, more condensed, and more full of destruction and, a hint of holy aura than ever before. Moreover, at the core of the golden flame, a lifelike Flame Dragon King's head, which seemed to have its own life and will, was faintly condensed. The Fire Dragon King, although still very small and very blurry, it looked more like a dragon head-shaped marshmallow lid with a lighter. However, the terrifying dragon might it exuded, that looked down upon the world and burned everything, and the sharp edge of the Qi that could faintly tear through space, made all the people present, the members of the Revolutionary Army's Qi team who were watching nearby, feel waves of frightened, and their souls trembled. This is this. My Fire Dragon King. Sabo looked at the golden fire dragon head in his hand. Full of kingly aura, and a hint of middle school aura, and a smile appeared on his face, both surprised and full of confidence. He knew that he had become stronger again, although his current Flame Dragon King is still just a newly born prototype. Its power is far from comparable to those truly top-notch powerhouses. However, he believed that as long as he could continue to study the mystery of Kai and combine it with his Dragon Claw Fist and Mara Fruit abilities to achieve a more perfect fusion and evolution, then, one day, he will definitely be able to truly practice this Flame Dragon King move that is full of infinite possibilities, to the point where he can burn all evil, illuminate the entire world, and even compete with that pink demon to the supreme level. Because of this successful attempt full of inspiration and epiphany, Sabo's name, Flame Dragon King, quickly spread within the revolutionary army, especially among the Kai troops who were full of admiration and awe for him. He became, after the commander-in-chief Monkey D. Dragon, another legendary and a little bit of protagonist halo, a rising star of the revolutionary army. Monkey D. Dragon, the commander-in-chief of the revolutionary army, witnessed with his own eyes Sabo's crude but full of unlimited potential Flame Dragon King, and the initial results of the Kai unit, which had just undergone its first actual combat test and completed its mission relatively successfully. His face, which was always filled with deepness and a hint of expression paralysis, also rarely revealed a hint of heartfelt relief and a smile full of old father's kindness, although maybe only he himself could understand it. He deeply realized that this mysterious power system called Chi had great potential and immeasurable strategic value in improving the combat effectiveness of ordinary people, especially those revolutionary soldiers who did not have the ability of devil fruit or whose hockey talent was not particularly outstanding. Advertisement: if this kind of power can be popularized and promoted on a large scale within the revolutionary army, then the overall combat capability of the revolutionary army would receive a terrifying leap. They will no longer rely solely on the limited number of demon fruit powers that often rebel for various reasons, or the hockey masters who need long-term and arduous training to master as the core force to fight against the world government. They will be able to have a larger, more balanced, and absolutely loyal legion of civilian heroes. A powerful armed force that truly belongs to the people. This grand vision filled with idealism and a hint of utopia filled Long's heart with unprecedented excitement and a hint of urgency. He knows that time is running out. He must put this idea into practice as soon as possible. So, he immediately issued an important order, which caused a huge sensation and a slight learning craze within the revolutionary army. That is, organize all the cultural backbones within the revolutionary army who are more literate and more flexible in their brains. For example, some intellectuals who used to be teachers, or some theorists who are good at summarizing experience and compiling teaching materials, as well as those pioneers who have some initial insights and successful experiences in the practice of Chi, for example, Sabo, and those outstanding students who have performed relatively well in the Chi unit training. Let them work together, combining the existing, incomplete, secret manuals of Kame Sen Ryu and Crane Sen Ryu, as well as the Buu Legacy research materials that flowed out from Marine and Vegapunk laboratories, which are full of unknown symbols and bold guesses. Trying to compile a set of more systematic, more secure, and more easy to understand, suitable for ordinary revolutionary soldiers to learn and quickly get started. Basic teaching materials for practicing revolutionary armies' unique Qigong. Although this task sounds very difficult and also very full of challenging, after all, the original materials in their hands are really too little and too unreliable. However, under Long's unquestionable, supreme instructions and spiritual inspiration, full of beautiful visions, and all the revolutionary comrades who participated in the writing work, who were full of revolutionary enthusiasm and collective wisdom, worked together. A booklet, although still very crude, but barely worthy of being called a textbook, actually, really, miraculously, came out not long after. That booklet had a simple cover and the contents were full of all sorts of profound theories that required self-understanding and intention. However, it was like a spark of hope that quickly spread throughout the revolutionary army. For the revolutionary army to popularize the practice of Qi on a large scale in the future, and to form a stronger people's army, it has laid a theoretical foundation and a mass foundation that is still weak but crucial. Dragon's foresight and this kind of courage and innovative spirit of decision-making will surely bring immeasurable, huge changes and a glimmer of red hope to this world that is about to get out of control at some point in the future. In the new world's Onigashima, in that huge castle that looks as hideous as a demon's head, the atmosphere at this moment is more full of blood, madness, and a disturbing hint of Frankenstein than ever before. Kaido of the Beasts, the 4 emperors, who terrorize the sea with the name of the strongest creature in the world, has become more and more fascinated and more full of experimental spirit towards those fragments of Buu's legacy, containing unknown energy and some broken devices whose specific uses cannot be identified at all that have flowed out of the mysterious palace near Marineford. He didn't care what those things came from, nor did he care what kind of dangers might be hidden behind them. He only knew that these treasures from outer space seemed to really be able to allow his giver's smile users, who, in his opinion, were mostly waste and consumables, to obtain some unexpected strengthening and, a little upgraded in a short period of time. Although this process of strengthening and upgraded is full of huge risks and, extremely high failure rate, even from time to time, there will be some, small accidents, such as human self-explosion. However, for Kaido, a battle maniac who only pursues results without asking about the process, and who particularly likes to watch excitement and, bloody scenes, these, small sacrifices are simply not worth it. Advertisement to mention, instead, he found a new way to calm his heart, which had become empty, lonely and cold due to the lack of strong enough opponents. A special way to feel a little bit of, excitement and fun again? So, under Kaido's, wise and brave and unquestionable tough orders, Plague, Quinn, who is known for his perverts, invention, and, one of the three disasters who is also famous for his pervert aesthetic, of course, and his equally unreliable scientific partner, Am Gohan Buu. If he hadn't been played badly by Kaido yet, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and increase the intensity of the Dragon Ball enhancement experiment on those poor givers. They began to transfer more and more palace device fragments filled with unknown energy and dangerous radiation to various creative and imagination and a hint of cruelness in those who have already become a little strange due to the side effects of the smile fruit. The strange looking givers, who are indistinguishable from humans and animals, are conducting a more in-depth and risky biological fusion. Some of the givers were forcibly implanted with some energy core fragments that were disassembled from the remains of metal puppets and flashed with strange red light, trying to make them able to, like those palace puppets, emit from a certain part of their body, such as nostrils or belly buttons, an energy beam that's not very powerful but is better than nothing. Some of the givers were treated by them using some mysterious wires full of unknown radiation that were stripped from the palace's energy transmission lines. Whole body nervous system transformation, trying to 3.4 give them faster reaction speed, stronger explosive power, and more violent and the bloodthirsty fighting instinct. Some more unlucky givers were even thrown directly into a place with various palace device fragments, and some guy saw Kalang's specially made high concentration stimulant and unknown biochemical agent were randomly mixed together, and it was filled with colorful foam and pungent smell. In the enhanced culture fluid for several days and nights, immersion, deep transformation. These Dragon Ball enhancement experiments, filled with the spirit of scientific exploration, a hint of anti-humanity. The results are naturally full of surprise and unexpected. Indeed, there are a small number of givers who are luckier and more resistant after experiencing these. Life is worse than death. After the enhanced transformation, the abilities of the smile fruit, which were originally useless and ridiculous, have really been significantly enhanced. Or some unexpected weird new abilities. For example, a gifter who originally could only grow a pair of decorative chicken wings on his back that could neither fly nor flap was implanted with a piece of. It was said that the anti-gravity core fragments were removed from the wreckage of a palace aircraft. After that, the pair of chicken wings on his back actually really began to uncontrollably. It flapped wildly, and it really took him wobbling up into the air, although he probably didn't know how to control the direction at all. And they often fall from the sky and get half dead because of lack of energy supply. Chapter 103, The Four Emperors' Sense of Smell. Kaido's instructions. For example, a gifter who could only transform his tongue into a long, sticky, but weak, frog tongue. After being soaked in that enhanced culture fluid, filled with unknown energy, his tongue actually became thicker and tougher than before, and also secreted a kind of toxic saliva, with strong corrosive and paralyzing effects. It can even perform a super long distance projectile attack, like a real frog, although he may also completely lose the joy of tasting delicious food because of this. These successful cases, full of unexpected surprises, make Kaido of the Beasts feel extremely excited and satisfied. He seemed to have seen that the Beast Army under his command, under the blessing of these Dragon Ball technology, became even more powerful and more terrifying, and an even more invincible, bright future. Righto. This kind of So-called success is, after all, only for a very small number of lucky people. More givers, after experiencing these painful and dangerous Dragon Ball strengthening experiments, ended up even more tragic and, full of warning significance. Many of them, because they could not withstand the impact of Yamato's violent Buu energy that was too strong, their bodies collapsed on the spot, their genes were disordered, and they turned into a pool of, weird, constantly wriggling, flesh and blood monsters. Some people, though, luckily survived and, indeed, gained some, cool, new abilities. However, their mental state was completely out of control. They became more violent, more bloodthirsty, and more uncontrollable than before. They no longer obeyed Quinn and Geis's orders, and even attacked their companions for the smallest of things. The entire castle of Onigashima was in chaos, and blood flowed like a river. The chaos and destruction caused by these givers who lost control due to Dragon Ball enhancement are even more troublesome and difficult to deal with than those guys who died on the spot due to failed experiments. Even Kaido of the Beasts himself, when facing these, completely reinforced mad dogs, who had no regard for their relatives, had to personally take action and use his indestructible mace, 8 fasts, to smash them, one by one, into a pulp, in order to barely maintain superficial peace on Onigashima. Kaido's Dragon Ball Transformation Core plan, which is full of passion and a hint of antisocial personality, although, to some extent, it did create some recruit species with special abilities. However, its extremely high failure rate, horrific side effects, and completely uncontrollable product quality also made this plan, from the very beginning, destined to become a huge tragedy, filled with blood and a hint of black humor. And the Beast's pirates, because of the emergence of these out-of-control enhancement givers, have become even more chaotic and full of internal conflicts. When Kaido of the Beasts on Onigashima was happily wasting the lives of those poor givers for his Dragon Ball Transformation Core, far away in Todo Land, the Queen of Desserts, Charlotte Linlin, is also carrying out some equally creative and slightly childish, soul-giving new life activities for her dessert dream and curiosity about the Buu legacy. Previously, BIGMOM had tried to give souls to some relatively complete Dragon Ball props, such as a broken detector and several empty universal capsules, snatched from the melee at the palace entrance, turning them into homies. She had thought that these Buu heritage with souls could display more magical functions, or at least chat with her and tell her some secrets about the palace. For example, is there a swimming pool in the palace made of ice cream that never melts? However, the results of the experiment made her somewhat disappointed. Those props endowed with souls did not come alive or become more interesting as she expected. They were more like some souls that were forced into bodies that did not belong to them. Poor mental patients. They simply did not obey orders and could not say anything useful. However, BIGMOM did not give up completely. Her persistence for new things and delicious desserts is very strong. Advertisement. She felt that the problem might be that the soul fragments she had previously bestowed were of too poor quality. Those souls extracted from ordinary food homies, such as a crying cake or a screaming carrot, are too weak and too not very intelligent. They are simply unable to control the Buu legacy, filled with unknown technology. So, she needs a stronger soul, a more intelligent soul. So, Big MOM had a sudden idea and turned her attention to those people around her. Those people she thought were more spiritual and pleasing to her. Special homies, for example, the one on her head, can change shape at will and is often used to flatter her. The pirate's hat, Napoleon. For example, the cloud, Zeus, under her feet can carry her flying and is also very cute. Although Zeus seemed to be abducted by Nami later, she thought if she could fuse these, her favorite homies who also have relatively powerful souls, with those the Buu legacy props full of unknown technology to some extent. So, can we create a super invincible homies who has both the powerful functions of Buu's legacy and the wisdom and loyalty of homies? This thought makes BIGMOM feel extremely excited and looking forward to it. She immediately placed in front of herself the combat effectiveness detector, which she had picked up from the battlefield, which was broken but still seemed to be able to light up, and her favorite piece of Napoleon cake, which was said to have royal blood and a noble soul. Of course, this cake was also a homie and a distant cousin of Napoleon's hat. Then, she activated her omnipotent soul fruit ability once again. First, she extracted a piece of soul, full of sweetness and loyalty, from the delicious-looking Napoleon cake. Homies, of course. This process might be accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams of the cake. Homies, endless accusations against Mom. Then, she carefully, of course, in her rather rough way, combined this Delicious. Soul fragment with the broken combat power detector. Deeply integrated at the soul level. She fantasized that she could create a device that could, like a detector, help her accurately judge the strength of her enemies, especially those who dared to snatch her dessert. And he can, like Napoleon Cake, have a sweet voice and a lovable personality, can chat with her anytime, anywhere, and can also actively contribute part of his body when she is hungry so that she can taste the super invincible cute and practical cake detector. Am I right? This great idea, which is full of girly heart and a hint of foodie nature, makes Bigmom feel incredibly happy and intoxicated. Smooth reality, once again, mercilessly gave her a loud slap in the face. After a soul fusion process filled with a mixture of sweetness and pain, during which the detector, because it couldn't withstand the overly delicious soul shock, emitted bursts of sizzling sounds of electricity and a few wisps of black smoke filled with cake fragrance. A brand new homies that looks full of weirdness and inharmonious atmosphere is finally born. The appearance of that cake detector homies still maintains the basic shape of a detector, although it is covered with a lot of melted cream and cake crumbs. However, on its lenses, those golden numbers and unknown symbols that were full of technology were no longer displayed. Advertisement instead, it was a huge, drooling smiley face drawn with crooked icing. What made Bigmom feel the most, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, was that this super homies that she had placed high hopes on, after coming back to life, could only repeat two sentences over and over again. The first sentence was in a tone full of happiness and intoxication. It kept repeating, so delicious. All mom's soul is so good. It seems that it is very satisfied with the cake soul that it was given. The second sentence is, no matter who Bigmom is, no matter who it is aimed at, whether it is a powerful general or a passing ant, it will use a perfunctory and low IQ tone and loudly report a fixed value that will never change. Combat strength 5, trash, also good, trash. This weird thing that only knows how to repeat delicious and combat power 5 makes Bigmom feel both angry and amused, but also deeply feels a kind of a faint sadness brought about by the huge gap between ideal and reality. It seems that creating a perfect homies that is both practical and able to satisfy all her fantasies is much more difficult than she imagined. However, Bigmom did not give up completely. She felt that this cake detector homies, who could only say delicious and combat strength 5, was useless, but at least it's kind of cute, and it smells like her favorite cake. So, she regarded this failed invention as a relatively novel pet, or a thing that could remind her anytime, anywhere. Eat more desserts, alarm clock, stay by your side. And her soul-giving new experiment, full of creativity and appetite, will surely continue to bring more and more surprises and accidents to Todo Land in the future. Just as the 4 emperors of the New World were all using their own ways to conduct various research and development on the Buu legacy that flowed out of the 343 Dragon Ball Palace, which were full of personal characteristics and a hint of unreliability. Ben Beckman, the second captain of the Red Hair Pirates, the man with a wise and deep look in his eyes, who always holds a cigarette in his mouth, is also conducting a more rational and more in-depth thinking, closer to the essence of things, in his captain's room, which is filled with various nautical charts, historical documents, and some records of strange things collected from all over the world. After continuously collecting and analyzing a large amount of information and usage cases about the mysterious power called Kai, and those Dragon Ball items with magical effects such as Iron Fist, Monka's Shockwave, the cooperative operation of the Marine Legacy Recovery Team, and even Straw Hat Boy Luffy's unconscious fusion, full of protagonist halo, etc. Ben Beckman, in his private notebook filled with various formulas, inferences, and some ghostly symbols that only he could understand, proposed a bolder and more forward-looking new conjecture about the relationship between Chi and Haki. He believes, although the energy of Ki is very different from the Haki they are familiar with, whether it is armament Haki, observation Haki, or the rarer conquerors, in terms of its expression form, driving method, and energy properties. Haki is more like an external force that comes from the will, spirit, and a little blood talent of the living being. It can be mastered and improved through hard training, but its upper limit in the realm it can eventually reach seem to be limited by individual differences in some kind of fate. And Chi is more like a more primitive, purer, and more universal inner life energy. It seems to be hidden in the deepest part of every living body. It is the most basic and most important energy source that constitutes life itself and maintains life activities. However, in most cases, this inner life energy is in a dormant, unactivated, and primitive state. Only through some extremely special methods, such as the turtle senshi, or crane senshi, kind of training diagrams, which are incomplete but effective, or, like that pink demon, Buu, who is born with the ability to control this energy. The pervert talent can it be ignited, detonated, and released in an explosive and destructive way. But, Chapter 104 Big Mom's Tea Party, Food Cravings and Universal Capsules. Ben Beckman made a bold guess. Although, there are huge differences between ki and hockey in their essence and low-level application. However, at some more mysterious top level, these two seemingly completely different power systems may not be completely independent and mutually exclusive. There is a very high possibility that there is some kind of unknown, deep-level transformation or energy resonance between them. If we can find a correct and extremely advanced method of cultivation, perhaps we can perfectly integrate and enhance the two different powers of chi and hockey that represent inner life energy and external willpower. Thus, a kind of ultimate power that far surpasses any single power system is more terrifying and is closer to the origin of the universe. This bold conjecture, which was full of philosophical speculation, a hint of fantasy cultivation, made Ben Beckman himself feel inexplicably excited and palpitations. He knew that this conjecture currently lacked sufficient theoretical basis and experimental data support. However, he had a vague feeling that he seemed to have touched upon a great secret about the deeper and more essential aspects of the power system of this world. He recorded his immature conjecture as well as some related analysis and inferences in detail in his private notes. He decided to study and explore the mysterious connection between chi and hockey more deeply in the days to come. He believed that as long as the mystery could be solved, then they, the Red Hair Pirates, and their Captain Shanks, might be able to find a new path to a higher realm of power and more safety in this new era, which was becoming increasingly chaotic and dangerous because of the Buu legacy. Ben Beckman's conjecture about the transformation of chi and hockey energy is still only a preliminary theoretical prototype full of uncertainty. However, it was like a seed full of wisdom and foresight, quietly planted inside the Red Hair Pirates. It will also surely bring them unexpected, great inspiration and a slight possibility of overtaking on a curve at some point in the future. Just as the strong people from all over the world were showing off their abilities, fighting openly and secretly, and even conducting all kinds of theoretical research, full of philosophical thinking, for the Buu legacy that had already been leaked or had not yet been discovered, and the mysterious power called Kai. The Dragon Ball Palace, sleeping in the deep sea near Marineford, its periodic and stable opening entrance, has once again attracted a group of professional expedition teams that are well prepared and better equipped, or at least, it seems that way. Most of these expedition teams were composed of some medium-sized pirates groups that were relatively well-known in the New World. After, well, a series of interest games, and the alliance was formed after friendly consultation, with intrigues. They are not like the Marine, who have the strong support of the world government and the black technology of Dr. Vegapunk. They are not like the Four Emperors pirates, who possess terrifying power enough to crush everything and an inexhaustible supply of cannon fodder, subordinates. All they have is the rich combat experience accumulated from struggling to survive in the cruel new world, a keen sense of danger, and a strong desire to get rich overnight and turn over a new leaf. They knew that the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace was not only a huge danger to them, the middle-class forces, who were neither here nor there, but also extra. If they could find some truly valuable Buu heritage from that palace, such as a few Senzu Beans, or a complete combat power detector, or some magic skill secrets, or high-tech weapon blueprints that can directly improve combat power, then, perhaps, they could achieve a leap in strength in a short period of time and even become the emerging overlord of the new world in one fell swoop. Advertisement. So, after some careful preparation, full of bargaining and mutual vigilance, an expedition team composed of several medium-sized pirates groups, which was small in scale but looked relatively elite, took advantage of another periodic stable opening period of the palace entrance and drove there specially modified, mainly reinforced hulls and more torpedoes and escape boats, submarines to carefully sneak into the deep sea palace, full of unknowns and dangers. This time, their luck seemed to be a little better than those of the previous pioneers. Not only did they safely pass through the entrance to the space channel, which was filled with unknown energy turbulence and powerful force fields. Moreover, after exploring the interior of the palace in many twists and turns, we unexpectedly discovered a completely new and unknown area that had never been discovered by anyone before, including the Marines' resource recovery team. That area looks like a secret passage that goes deeper into the core of the palace. Both sides of the passage were filled with all kinds of energy pipelines that they couldn't understand at all, flashing with strange lights and some warning signs that looked dangerous? The air was filled with a strange smell that was more intense and pungent than before. And what made them most uneasy was that they could clearly feel that from the depths of the passage, faintly, waves of heart-pounding, powerful energy were coming. Captain, should we continue to go inside? A pirate asked in a trembling voice to the temporarily elected chief commander of their joint expedition team, a fierce-looking and loud-voiced one-eyed pirate captain with fear and nonsense. Nonsense, of course we have to keep going. The one-eyed captain, although a little scared, but in order to maintain his pitiful dignity in front of his men, he still pretended to be calm, stiffened his neck, and roared, "Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. The more dangerous the place, the more likely it is to hide the real treasure. Guys. Lousy. Cheer up. Whoever dares to desert, Lousy, will be the first one to be thrown out to feed the fish." So, under the wise leadership of the one-eyed captain who was full of leadership charisma, or violent threat, that expedition team, which was composed of several medium-sized pirates groups, gritted their teeth and continued to explore the new area of the palace that was full of unknowns and dangers. And go. Righto. They soon discovered that they seemed to have made an extremely stupid decision. Because they had entered a real, forbidden land of death, a terrifying area, filled with all kinds of bizarre traps and deadly dangers. In this area, gravity will suddenly increase several times, even dozens of times, without any warning. They will be pinned to the ground, immovable, and even breathing will become difficult. Then, in the next second, it would suddenly weaken to almost zero. It would make them float uncontrollably towards the ceiling, or the surrounding walls, like rootless duckweed. This kind of abnormal gravity that was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, sometimes up and sometimes down, and had no rules at all, made the members of the expedition feel both painful and miserable. They were like a group of dolls being kneaded and thrown around at will by invisible hands. They simply couldn't effectively control their bodies. What made them even more desperate was that within this area of abnormal gravity, waves of small but incredibly powerful energy storms would erupt randomly. Some of those energy storms are like balls of blazing flames that can instantly melt steel. Some are like icy cold currents that can completely freeze a person's blood. Others are even more bizarre and deadly. They can actually directly interfere with people's minds and perceptions. They make those unfortunately caught up in them have all kinds of terrible hallucinations, or even lose their minds on the spot and turn them into idiots who can only drool and giggle. This sudden encounter in the trap zone was simply a one-sided massacre for the joint expedition team, which was already weak and lacked effective coordination. Countless pirates, under the double blow of those unpredictable gravity anomalies and the sudden energy storm, did not even have time to scream. Advertisement killed on the spot, tragic death. Some were directly crushed into a pool of meat paste by the sudden increase in gravity. Some were thrown onto the solid wall by the sudden weakening of gravity and fell, with blood all over their heads and broken bones. Others were even more unlucky and were directly devoured by those energy storms filled with destructive auras, without leaving anything behind. Finally, after paying a heavy price of almost total annihilation, the once ambitious joint expedition team was reduced to only a handful of survivors, who were luckier and faster runners. They fled from that hell-like palace in a miserable state, carrying with them horrifying intelligence about this trap area, filled with blood and tears, and their frightened gallbladders that had long been broken. They swore that they would never get close to that damned Dragon Ball Palace again in their lifetime. And the terrifying information they brought back about the trap area inside the palace was like a gust of icy cold current that quickly poured a basin of cold water through the hearts of those explorers and ambitious people who were also full of fantasies and desires for the palace. Let them wake up a little bit. It also made them realize more deeply that the mysterious palace sleeping in the deep sea was much more dangerous than they had imagined. Just as various explorers, pirates, and some more powerful forces were racking their brains, fighting openly and secretly, and even paying a heavy price in order to safely enter the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace and obtain some of the Buu legacy from it. Some flexible and unscrupulous scammers smelled a special smell full of business opportunities and the smell of money. They found that as the mystery of the palace became increasingly thicker, the legends about Buu's legacy and Gohan Buu became more and more mysterious and outrageous. Some ignorant or more easily cheated ordinary people and some desperate people who have nowhere else to turn to are interested in the palace god, that is, Gohan Buu, in their minds, who is said to be able to fulfill any wish and has the power to destroy the world, resulting in a kind of almost blind worship and unrealistic fantasy. They long to be able to communicate with this god. They long for the grace and power of this god, even if it's just a small price to pay. Therefore, these scammers, whose sense of smell is more sensitive than that of a dog, immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They began to, under the guise of various holy and merciful things, to defraud people and make a lot of money in remote and less well-informed areas all over the world. Some scammers claim to be the messenger of the god of the palace, or the spokesperson of Lord Gohan Buu. They wear holy robes, made of some rags and feather dusters, and hold a magic scepter that is said to be made of the sacred tree of the palace. In fact, maybe it's just an ordinary firewood stick, and travel between villages and towns, claiming that they can, on behalf of those ignorant mortals, have cordial and friendly communication with the lofty god of the palace. As long as those foolish mortals can offer enough sincerity, that is, enough money and property, then he can convey their wishes to the gods and pray for them to obtain God's gifts, although those gifts may be just amulets he made with some colored sugar beans or ordinary stones. Other scammers are more creative and professional. They actually forged some oracles that were said to be written by the god of the palace himself, or some treasure maps that were said to have been circulated from inside the palace with great difficulty. Most of those oracles were written in some weird symbols that no one could understand on some parchment that looked very ancient and mysterious, and then use some equally meaningless sacred symbols and magic seals to conduct authoritative certification. And those treasure maps are even more exquisitely drawn and magical. Not only are there some temples that sound very high-end marked on them, locations like the altar and the treasury, and even some serious depictions of palace interior structure diagrams and monster distribution maps that are full of imagination and artistic atmosphere. Warning. Chapter 105 Red Hair's Warning, Ben Beckman's Analysis. Then, they took these sacred objects, full of deception and commercial value, and put them in a equally sacred and the discounted price, of course, only compared to those real Buu legacy. It is discounted, is sold at a high price to those adventurers, pirates who are full of curiosity about the palace and eager for adventure, and some rich but brainless sucker. These scams are full of wisdom and a little bit of immorality, although in the eyes of those strong people who are truly powerful and knowledgeable, they are simply full of loopholes and ridiculous. However, for those ordinary people who are isolated from information or have lost their minds due to despair and some relatively naive adventurers, it has an irresistible temptation. They would rather believe these illusory lies of God than face the cruel and desperate reality. As a result, one after another, absurd and tragic communication with God scams were constantly staged in dark corners all over the world. Countless innocent people lost everything, and even their families were destroyed because of this. Countless adventurers who were eager for adventure were deceived because of this, and some even went astray and died in some truly dangerous places because of holding those misleading treasure maps. And those scammers who are full of business acumen and professional ethics make a fortune, and then, before being exposed, they quickly disappear in the vast sea of people to look for the next easier target. These maniacs who use palace legends to make money have undoubtedly added a few more despicable crimes and a hint of black humor to this already chaotic world. It also makes the legends about the Dragon Ball Palace and Gohan Buu even more confusing and even more full of a hint of the smell of money. Just as the emergence of Buu legacy has given rise to countless scams, murders, and a bit of ridiculous farce in dark corners all over the world. The World Economic News Agency, a huge media empire that controls the direction of global public opinion, at least in the field of news dissemination, has once again created a big event that is enough to trigger a global discussion under the personal guidance of its president, Big News Morgans, who is full of journalistic ideals and business acumen. Following the previous 043 Buu Legacy Chronicles series of reports, which was full of strange stories and 8 trigrams colors, it achieved pre-release success, huge commercial returns around the world. Morgans, the Birdman, who has an almost paranoid obsession with news, was not satisfied with this. He was keenly aware that as time went by, more and more in-depth and more terrifying information about the Buu legacy and the mysterious power called Kai was constantly gathering in his hands from all over the world. He could definitely conduct a more in-depth exploration and a more professional interpretation of the subject of Buu's legacy. Thus, the influence of the World Economic News Agency and his own status as the godfather of journalism were raised to an unprecedented new height. So, after some careful planning full of brainstorming and a hint of the tragic atmosphere of success or death, an in-depth feature report that is more serious, in-depth, and full of academic discussion and future warning than the previous Strange Stories series was grandly launched simultaneously on the World Economic News Agency's major media platforms, including newspapers, magazines, radio, and even some newly emerging programs that can be watched through Den Den Mushi online video programs. The name of this in-depth special report is Out of Control Legacy, The Power of Buu, Reshaping the World. This title, which sounds full of a sense of crisis and a bit of a middle school mentality, immediately caught the attention of people all over the world who can read and buy newspapers, or listen to the radio or watch online videos. In the content of the special report, Morgans and his editors and reporters, who are also full of professionalism and a little bit of incitement skills, are fully fired up and showed their skills. First, with a writing style that was full of objectivity, fairness, and compassion for the world, they listed and reviewed in detail the many major events that had occurred in various parts of the world in recent times that had been triggered by the emergence of Buu's legacy. For example, the Marine Heritage Recovery Team's first exploration of the palace. A painful experience, BGCG, of course. They didn't directly point out that it was the Marine, but used a certain powerful official organization that wishes to remain anonymous to avoid unnecessary trouble. Advertisement, for example. The unlucky Marine officer who exploded and died on the spot after swallowing too much Senzu Beans. His tragic end, and warning significance. For example, East Blue's Iron Fist, Monka, who fell from a martial arts prodigy to a tragic hero because of practicing an incomplete Kung Fu secret manual, an inspirational story. For example, the earth-shaking three-way melee that broke out between Kaido of the Beasts and Bigmom in the waters near Marineford in order to fight for the Buu legacy, of course. They also did not directly name the four emperors, but used several top overlords of the New World, vague terms. For example, the tearful complaints of those unlucky ones and unlucky people who accidentally got a replica of Buu's legacy and lost control of their strength, killed innocent people, and were finally ruthlessly purified by CP0. These case studies filled with real details and a touch of artistic processing allow all readers to have a deeper and more intuitive understanding of the huge dangers and unpredictability hidden behind the seemingly magical Buu legacy. Then, Morgans changed the subject again and began to analyze in depth the far-reaching impact of these out-of-control legacies on the entire world situation in a tone that was full of foresight and a little bit of alarmism. He pointed out that the emergence of these Buu legacy did not just bring some props with magical effects or some technology that was ahead of its time. More importantly, they are like huge rocks thrown into a calm lake, completely disrupting the old world order and the balance of power. They make the strong stronger, and also give the weak a glimmer, although perhaps unreliable, of a chance to counterattack. They make the mode of war more diverse and cruel. They also expose human greed, desire, fear and worship of unknown forces, all, clearly. An even more chaotic and even more unpredictable, out-of-control era has quietly arrived. In this era, no country, no force, and even no individual can remain immune to the crisis. Finally, and most likely to arouse the curiosity of the global public and the soul of the 8 trigrams, is Morgans' comment at the end of the special report on the mysterious palace owner. The true identity and ultimate goal of Gohan Buu are the subject of many bold guesses full of imagination and a hint of irresponsibility. He said that Gohan Buu might really be an evil god or a demon king who has been sleeping in ancient times and has the power to destroy the world. He is now using that palace and those legacy to test and corrupt the world, making final preparations for his future full-scale invasion. Then he said, Gohan Buu might be a super observer from a higher dimensional universe, full of pity and curiosity for their lower civilization. He left the palace and those legacy just to see what kind of interesting reaction these tiny bugs would make after gaining power beyond their own understanding. He even solemnly quoted some vague information from some top secret channels, such as secrets of the royal court of the Riku family and ancient murals of Sky Island, suggesting that Gohan Buu might have come to this world thousands of years ago, in different forms, and there is some unknown, profound connection between him and the historical truth of the blank 100 years, and the legendary ancient weapon. These bold guesses filled with conspiracy theories and a hint of Cthulhu, although not supported by any solid evidence, do greatly satisfy the global public's infinite curiosity about unknown things and the mysteries of the universe and a hint of seeking death. Therefore, the in-depth feature report titled Legacy Out of Control, Buu's Power Reshapes the World, released by Morgan's World Economic News Agency, was like a bombshell that detonated global public opinion, once again pushing the discussion about Dragon Ball Palace, Buu's legacy, and the mysterious Gohan Buu to an unprecedented new peak. Countless people are talking about those bizarre and strange stories with great relish. Countless people are also feeling deep worry and a glimmer of anticipation for a future that is full of unknowns and dangers. Morgans himself, on the other hand, has reaped the benefits, gaining both fame and fortune, becoming a well-deserved figure in this news era full of out of control and chaos. The uncrowned king, pirates, adventurers, and some smart scammers all over the world were fighting each other to the death, even losing their families, for the Buu legacy, which was difficult to distinguish between true and false, and the Kai secret manual, which was equally unreliable. Naval Headquarters, this huge military organization that is responsible for maintaining world peace and justice, at least on the surface, is also. With the emergence of things, some subtle but profound changes are quietly taking place. Advertisement especially. Those who have just joined the Marine and are full of aspirations for the future and a little bit of unrealistic fantasies in the recruit training camp. The legend of the mysterious power called Kai, and the Marine seniors, who made great achievements and became famous by relying on this power. For example, Vice Admiral Garp's new Iron Fist secret, that is said to be able to smash mountains with one punch. Or some of the secret missions of CPO that showed elusiveness. A mysterious agent, with incredible abilities, glorious deeds, full of heroism, and a hint of exaggeration. Become those energetic Marine recruits who particularly like trigrams, and bragging, in addition to the hard training, privately, the hottest. Hot topics to discuss and long for. Hey, have you heard? Vice Admiral Garp seems to have recently mastered a new style of boxing. It is said to be 100 times more powerful than the previous Iron Fist of Love. Times, it can blast 10 pirates' ships into pieces, from a distance of several hundred meters. Is this true? Isn't it the legendary Qigong wave, too cool? Also, I also heard that those CPO, mysterious officers wearing masks, they seem to also have a kind of light skill, similar to teleportation. Before the enemy can react, I can appear behind them and then, with a snap, I can break their neck, although, of course, that might just be shaving and finger pistol among the 6 styles which have been overly deified and imagined. Wow, how wonderful it would be if I could also master that magical power called Chi, a thin man who looked a little The Marine recruiter who was not very confident had a flash of desire for power and a little fantasy of turning over a new leaf. Then I can be like Garp in the movie. I will be the same as before, become a hero of Marine, fight for justice, defeat all the bad guys, and then marry a beautiful and capable wife like Miss Nami, have a lot of lovely children. My beloved child, go to the pinnacle of life. Recruit, your dream, seems to have gone a little off track. In short, in the hearts of these young Marine recruiters who are full of hero worship and a little bit of unrealistic fantasy, that kind of called Chi. The mysterious power has been completely deified and glorified. They long to be able to master this kind of sounding, high-end, and awesome magic like those legendary Marine seniors. Amazing power, then. Use this power to fight for justice, to protect world peace, to get promoted, get rich, and marry a beautiful, rich woman? So, some Marine recruiters who were more active and bolder began to imitate those. Through various channels, such as Buu Legacy Chronicles, or some purchased at high prices on the black market, said to be signed by Iron Fist, Monk, Pirated Secret 2. There are all kinds of strange and bizarre, the so-called Chi cultivation postures that have been passed down from generation to generation. Some of them, after turning off the lights, secretly hid in their beds and learned a classic move of Turtle School, trying to condense all the Chi in their bodies in some indescribable part, and then suddenly burst out, although they may have just held themselves in almost lost their bowels and bladder. Just ban it. Chapter 106 Blackbeard's Hunt, Dark Water and New Technology Combined. Some, during the intervals between training sessions, would secretly run to a deserted corner and learn a certain elegant-looking starting move of the crane immortal style, trying to make themselves briefly float in the air and experience the thrill of flying in the air, although they might just make themselves lose their balance and fall flat on their backs. Some recruits who are more creative and adventurous even try to combine and innovate the Chi training methods that are full of metaphysics and second-year students with the more formal and scientific physical training programs, such as push-ups, sit-ups, or long-distance running with weights, they learned in a Marine training camp. They fantasized about whether they could use this unique practice method that combines Huxia and Western, ancient and modern, to more quickly and effectively awaken the dormant potential of the Kai within oneself and become the new generation of Marines super ace. Although these attempts that are full of enthusiasm and a little bit blind mostly end in failure, they may even cause physical injuries due to bad luck or be punished to clean toilets for a month after being discovered by the instructor. However, this kind of worship and yearning for the dream of Chi that quietly emerged in the Marine recruit training camp is like a seed full of hope, quietly taking root and sprouting in the hearts of these young generations who represent the future of the Marine. It also lays a small foreshadowing for the Marine to face more severe and challenges full of unknown forces in the future, which is full of uncertainty, but also full of infinite possibilities. While the Marine recruits were still carrying out various secret trainings, full of passion and imagination for that illusory dream of Chi. After the adventure on the Fishman Island and a pleasant voyage full of delicious food and rest. The Straw Hat crew finally arrived at one of their most important destinations, the land of love, passion and toys, full of lies, conspiracies, and a hint of toys, Dressrosa. The main purpose of their trip, of course, is to assist their new ally, Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, to bring down the most dangerous dark middleman in the New World, Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is hiding under the aura of Shichibukai. In order to be able to more smoothly execute this beheading plan, which is full of danger and a hint of success or death flavor. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, of course. He was mainly there to protect the beautiful Princess Violet and to look for some Dressrosa specialty, love ingredients. The core fighting force of the Straw Hat crew, under Law's careful arrangement, although that arrangement might also be full of various accidents and surprises, quietly sneaked into the Krita arena, which had become unusually lively and full of attractions due to Doflamingo's wise rule. They hoped to collect some evidence about Doflamingo's crimes from there, or at least create some trouble for that Flamingo B*****************. D. Not too big or too small. However, just when they relying on their respective special skills, such as Luffy's disguise, Zoro's getting lost, and Sanji's picking up girls, managed to sneak into the audience seats of the Italian Second Technology Stadium or the backstage lounge without any danger, of course. Also thanks to some of the Tontada dwarf friends. Self-sacrifice to cover, and God assists. However, they unexpectedly witnessed a special performance that made them feel both novel and thoughtful. I saw that in the center of the arena, on the huge stage filled with blood and cheers. 2. They don't look like serious fighters. 1. Is wearing a loose training suit that is full of Eastern mysticism, but his muscles are flabby, his eyes are unfocused, and he looks like he was just dragged out of bed. The other is simply shirtless, with only a cheap looking rag around his waist, but his chest and arms are covered with all kinds of equally cheap colored paints, with all kinds of dragon and tiger patterns that look intimidating. So-called Qigong masters. A wonderful duel, full of performance and a hint of awkwardness, is going on. One of them, the master, wearing a training suit after making a philosophical and profound opening move for a long time, suddenly shouted loudly. Then he suddenly kicked his feet on the ground. His body actually really swayed and floated upwards, about half a meter high. Although it only lasted less than 3 seconds, and he almost fell to the ground because his center of gravity was unstable. But after all, he was able to temporarily escape the gravity and realize the dream of flying that humans have long dreamed of since ancient times, although it was just floating at a low altitude. The other, shirtless expert, with dragon and tiger tattoos, was even more direct and violent. After also giving a pre-battle roar that was full of power and the call of the wild, he suddenly thrust his fist, which was covered with ferocious tattoos and some unsightly hairs, forward fiercely. Following his roar, full of momentum, a faint, almost imperceptible, yet real, white energy actually shot out from his fist. Advertisement. Although that energy, after flying less than 2 or 3 meters, it was powerless and dissipated into the air, and it couldn't even break a fragile-looking wooden railing at the edge of the arena. But after all, it is also a kind of magical power that can hurt people from a distance, although maybe it just hurt some air molecules. This kind of Qigong performance, full of fantasy and a hint of juggling, made all the well-informed, or more easily cheated, Dressrosa audience present watch with great interest and be fascinated. They all stared with their eyes wide open, opened their mouths wide, and let out cheers, filled with amazement and adoration. Wow, it's flying. That guy is actually flying, and that one actually used the legendary Qigong wave, even though it doesn't seem to have much power. Too incredible. Could this be the power of Qi that can move mountains, fill the sea, and destroy the world? And Luffy, after seeing this performance, full of novelty and fun, naturally danced with excitement, his eyes sparkling. Wow, so awesome. Those guys can actually use Kai too. They seem a bit like that pink guy the first saw in the palace. He. Luffy said incoherently while stuffing his mouth with a huge piece of barbecued meat that he had stolen from somewhere, his face full of infinite curiosity about the unknown power and a hint of the urge to try it out. He even began to wonder if he could also, like those Qigong masters, emit biobubu energy waves from his hands. Or could he also fly around in the sky? That would definitely be fun. And Zoro, after seeing those in his opinion, Qigong performances that were full of flaws and flashy, although his face still had that calm and composed expression. However, in his one eye, there also was a flash of sharp light, as if he was thinking about something. He discovered that those so-called Qigong masters, although their understanding and application of Qi were very superficial and unsystematic. However, at certain moments, such as that guy's subtle adjustment of his body's center of gravity when he was floating at low altitude, or the other guy's instant condensation and explosion of his whole body's strength when he sent out that weak energy, they did show some similarities with the vague sense of energy that he himself had realized during his practice. This gave him some new and more specific thoughts and inspirations about the possible uses and cultivation directions of the mysterious and powerful power system called Qi. He began to feel that perhaps his previous understanding of Qi was too obsessed with that kind of pure destructive power that could destroy everything, and ignored its potential in other aspects, such as increasing speed, enhancing perception, and even performing some more elegant aerial movement. Please give me flowers, kind of interesting. Zoro stroked his chin and muttered to himself. In his heart, he had a little more expectation and confidence for the road of integration of swordsmanship and energy that was full of unknowns and challenges. Just when Luffy and Zoro, both because of the Qigong performance in the arena, each came up with some wonderful ideas, full of childishness and deep thoughts. Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat crew, also saw those visual effects and a little bit of intimidating Qigong moves. His genius brain, which was always full of all kinds of fantastic ideas and a little bit of unreliable inventions, instantly was like being struck by lightning and burst out with an unprecedented, strong inspiration. He thought of the one he had used on Sky Island, these magical items filled with the power of Bay. For example, the shock shell that can absorb and release impact force. Another example is the wind shell, which can store and emit strong winds. If I can combine these, the power of shellfish from Sky Island with that mysterious energy, called Qi to some extent, and transformation. Usopp's eyes lit up instantly, and on his face, a smile that was both excited and a little cunning appeared. Then, wouldn't it be possible for me to create some more powerful and more high-tech, super invincible sniper weapons? Advertisement. Zero. He suddenly had an idea. Could he modify the internal structure of the impact shell so that it could not only absorb and release physical impact force, but also store and releases an energy shock similar to that of a Qigong wave? Or could he install some energy amplification and guidance devices that are full of black technology at the nozzle of the wind shell, able to eject a super wind blade that is even more powerful, more penetrating, and even has a hint of air blade effect? Or could he combine some recovered fragments of the Buu legacy that were said to be able to generate a special energy field from Guy's lab with his special ammunition, that is full of creativity and bad taste, such as rotten egg stars or pepper mercury stars, is to some extent fusion and upgrade, thus creating something that can not only cause physical damage but also cause a double blow to the enemy's spirit and sense of smell. Super invincible enemy disgusting composite energy ammunition. These wonderful ideas, filled with genius and a hint of madness, made Usopp feel extremely excited and blood boiling. He couldn't wait to return to the Sunny's workshop and bring along Frankie's pervert partner, who was also passionate about black technology. Together, a super weapon research and development and transformation campaign full of passion and imagination. He believed that as long as the two geniuses joined forces, they would be able to turn those seemingly impossible fantasies into reality. Then, use the super weapon they created to defeat all powerful enemies, protect all partners, and by the way, give a gift to Kaya. Sister, show off your already invincible fame as God Usopp. Usopp's dream of transforming his shock shell and borrowing the principle of Ki may sound a bit fantastic and a little unreliable. But who can say that this Sniper King, who can always create miracles at critical moments, will not really bring us? What about some unexpected surprises? It is slightly different from Usopp's weapon modification idea, which is full of personal heroism and a little bit of bad taste. The shipwright of the Straw Hat crew, the modified man, Frankie, studied those seized, or rather was after the wreckage of the energy weapon of the sheep. Although the imitation degree is extremely low, its design concept can indeed be seen. He was more concerned about the impact of this new type of energy weapon on traditional physical defense, such as his own proud iron body, and General Frankie's equally indestructible alloy armor, the huge threat it could cause, and the potential restraint effect. Chapter 107, Vegapunk's Dilemma. The irreproducibility of Senzu Beans. He discovered that those imitation heritage weapons that were not very powerful but could indeed emit energy beams had their attack methods were fundamentally different from those of traditional muskets, cannons, and even those he invented. The wind cannons, or laser beams, that were full of manly romance, although his laser beams might rely more on the gas of coke. That kind of attack, made of pure energy, seemed to be able to easily penetrate or melt those originally indestructible physical armors. It might even cause more serious secondary damage to the precise mechanical structure and the energy core inside the armors. This new type of weapon that was full of dimensionality reduction strike made Frankie feel both shocked and a slight sense of crisis. He knew that if he couldn't find a new defense system that could effectively defend against this energy weapon attack as soon as possible, then he himself and his beloved General Frankie will probably suffer a great loss in the more brutal and high-tech battles they may face in the future. They may even be completely destroyed. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. So, Frankie's super brain, which was full of pervert wisdom and a little bit of preparing for a rainy day spirit, began to work at a rapid speed. He began to conceive of a brand new defense system that could effectively absorb or deflect the attacks of energy weapons. He thought of his cyborg body that was full of steel aesthetics and a hint of exhibitionism, and General Frankie's equally majestic alloy armor inside, with some full of elasticity and buffering effects, special steel gas display too. That steel airbag is not just made of ordinary steel. More importantly, they must be able to expand rapidly like real airbags when impacted by energy, and they must also be able to absorb as much of those destructive energy attacks as possible through some special energy conduction and force field deflection mechanisms, or deflect them to other less important parts. Even if possible, he also wanted to install some more inside those steel airbags, draw some usable energy from the absorbed or deflected energy attacks, and then convert it into General Frankie's own actions, or the weapon systems, backup energy, energy recovery and reuse devices. This steel airbag and energy weapon defense and recycling concept, which is full of environmental protection concepts and a hint of perpetual motion machine fantasy, makes Frankie feel extremely excited and blood boiling. He seemed to have seen his own General Frankie revised true ultimate evolution, equipped with this super invincible steel airbag defense system on the battlefield of the future, like a cockroach that is immune to death, ignoring all energy attacks, and then blasting all enemies to pieces. Super scene. Oh, this idea is so super. Frankie was so excited. Every mechanical part of his body was shaking with excitement. He immediately kicked Usopp, the annoying guy who was still thinking hard about how to modify the impact shell, out of the Sunny's workshop. Then, he could not wait to lock himself in the workshop and began to work hard day and night to realize his dream of becoming a steel gas cylinder, which was full of manly romance and a little bit of madness. A technological competition of attack and defense centered on the Buu legacy has also quietly begun within the Straw Hat crew. And their internal competition, which is full of vitality and spirit of exploration, will surely bring them unexpected great surprises and some new secret weapons full of Frankie characteristics at some point in the future. Dressrosa, the Birdcage Kingdom, woven with lies and violence by Heavenly Yaksha. Don Quixote Doflamingo is now in unprecedented chaos and on the verge of collapse because of the all-out war between the Straw Hat crew and the Don Quixote family, which is full of accidents and surprises. Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law, who has a bad fate with Straw Hat Boy Luffy. No, he is a supernova of the Holy Alliance. At this moment, he is having a final showdown with his former boss, although he may not want to admit it, Don Quixote Doflamingo, on the top floor of the palace. On a battlefield full of artistic atmosphere and a hint of pervert. It concerns life and death, and also the future of Dressrosa. Doflamingo, relying on the terrifying power of the string fruit that had long been awakened, and his spider-like cunning and cruel fighting wisdom, almost forced Luo into a desperate situation with no way out. Countless, incomparably sharp threads that were almost impossible to grasp with the naked eye, like death tentacles extending from the abyss of hell, came from all directions, cutting, entangled, and strangled Luo. Although Luo also tried his best and brought his op fruit ability as well as his equally good swordsmanship and his calm to the point of being cold and ruthless fighting mind to the ultimate. However, when facing the final boss, like Doflamingo, who was far superior to any enemy he had ever encountered in terms of strength, experience, and degree of shamelessness, he still gradually felt powerless and a little bit of despair. Advertisement. The wounds on his body became more and more numerous and deeper. The physical strength in his body was also rapidly dissipating. He even felt that his room Space, which he was so proud of, was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain under Doflamingo's control, which was like a dragnet. It might even collapse at any time. Foo. How's it going, Luo kid? Doflamingo stood in the center of the birdcage, woven from countless silk threads, looking down at the Trafalgar Law, who was already covered in wounds and gasping for breath, showed an evil smile on his face, full of cruelty and a hint of cat playing with mouse, pleasure. Your so-called hand of God, can you still raise it now? Your so-called grand plan of overthrowing the 4 emperors, do you still think it is possible to achieve it now? Foo. Luo clenched his teeth tightly. His gray eyes, which were always full of confidence and a little lazy, were now burning with rage and an unyielding will. He knew that he couldn't lose. He absolutely can't lose here. Otherwise, he will disappoint Mr. Corzone's expectations. He will also fail to realize the revenge plan in his heart, which he has hidden for more than 10 years. Right here, at this critical moment of life and death. Suddenly, in Law's mind, as if a flash of electricity, emerged the micro-energy scalpel that he had accidentally seized when fighting the CPO female agent, which was copied by Dr. Vegapunk based on the palace technology, and the wonderful feeling of Buu energy that he felt when using the scalpel, which was full of unknown and powerful potential. That kind of energy, a flash of crazy light flashed in Luo's eyes. He knew that his only chance of winning now might be hidden in the Buu energy, which was full of unknowns and dangers. So, under Doflamingo's teasing and cruel gaze, Trafalgar Law made an extremely bold and extremely suicidal attempt. He actually, in the middle of a battle, forcibly combined his op fruit ability, the powerful but difficult to control gamma knife that could directly destroy the enemy's internal organs, with the Buu energy technique that he analyzed and initially understood from the micro-energy scalpel, and that was full of high-frequency vibrations and a hint of Kai. He wanted to see what kind of earth-shattering chemical reaction would occur when these two equally destructive and penetrating forces collided with each other. Luo once again, with difficulty, opened up his already somewhat unstable operating space. Then, he poured all his mental strength, willpower, and the few remaining devil fruit energies in his body into his right hand without reservation. I saw that on his right hand, an invisible gamma knife, quickly condensed. It was more condensed, sharper, and more full of danger than ever before. The blade of the gamma knife was not only flashing with the unique light blue light of the op fruit, but also flashing with the light blue light that made people feel frightened. More importantly, at the core of the pale blue light, there was a faint, extremely weak, but full of high-frequency vibrations and a trace of chi, penetrating, strange energy fluctuations. That kind of energy fluctuation, although still very subtle and unstable. However, it caused the gamma knife in Luo's hand to emit an unprecedented aura of terror that was enough to make even a strong man of Doflamingo's level feel a little palpitated. Advertisement. What is this? Doflamingo looked at the new gamma knife in Luo's hand, which looked ominous and dangerous. The evil smile on his face froze for the first time. In his heart, he could not help but feel an inexplicable uneasiness. And after Luo successfully carried out a preliminary fusion of those two equally destructive forces, a smile that was both painful and full of madness appeared on his face. He could clearly feel that the power of the energy gamma knife has far exceeded his previous imagination. He even felt that he could now use this knife to easily, completely disintegrate that D Doflamingo from the cellular level X. He also clearly knew that this kind of power fusion that was full of unknowns and dangers would also have an immeasurable impact on his own burden and backlash. He even was somewhat worried that he might get himself killed before he could slice Doflamingo successfully. But now, there is no time for him to hesitate and retreat. Doflamingo, Luo let out a roar filled with anger and determination. The new gamma knife in his hand, which was wrapped with Buu energy and the power of op fruit, had a terrifying momentum of going forward and destroying everything. He fiercely stabbed the one who was still standing in the center of the birdcage, with a look of doubt on his face. Heavenly Yaksha. A final showdown, filled with unknowns, variables, and a hint of the tragic atmosphere of mutual destruction, is about to completely erupt. At the top of this kingdom filled with lies and sins. And Luo's, God's hand, this time, full of adventurous spirit, and a hint of suicidal, meaning, will surely evolve again. At some point in the future. Bringing unpredictable, huge impact to him, and the companions who fought alongside him. Just as Trafalgar Law, at the top of Dressrosa's palace, was conducting various risky and innovative medical experiments in order to realize his great ideals of justice and revenge. About the Dragon Ball Palace, sleeping in the deep sea near Marineford, and the true identity of its mysterious master, Gohan Buu. Various speculations and 5.8 unreliable rumors are also constantly fermenting and evolving in every corner of the world. Previously, the main theories about the identity of the palace owner included an ancient sleeping god, a demon from hell, and an alien visitor from a distant galaxy. These three mainstream theories are full of imagination and pitfalls. There are even some more imaginative scholars who have proposed that the palace itself, together with its owner, may be one of the ancient weapons that are said to be able to destroy the world, a more bold and chilling guess. And now, as more and more fragmentary information about the technology inside the palace, such as the wreckage of aircraft capable of interstellar travel, or energy weapons capable of emitting destructive beams, or some unknown star maps suspected to be cosmic maps, or interstellar route maps, brought out of the palace by Marines or other expedition teams, is gradually being disclosed through various overt or covert channels. Regarding the true identity of the palace owner, Gohan Buu, a new and more scientific and cosmic epic new theory has emerged. Some people began to speculate that pink demon called Gohan Buu is probably really a powerful interstellar traveler from a very remote and highly developed interstellar civilization that is beyond our imagination. And that Dragon Ball Palace, filled with unknown technology and mysterious energy, is not a temple, a demon's nest, or an ancient weapon at all. It is very likely the super spaceship that the interstellar traveler used to travel through the universe and the sea of stars. Chapter 108 Supernova's Ambition, Luo's Scalpel. As for why did it fall, or rather, hide, into the deep sea of our relatively backward and primitive planet? And why has that powerful interstellar traveler been in a state of sleeping or hibernation all this time, instead of coming out directly to have a cordial and friendly third kind of contact with us tiny natives? Well, it is very likely because of some unknown reasons full of drama and tragic colors. Iro, his spaceship, while carrying out a certain passionate and dangerous superluminal interstellar jump, accidentally encountered a certain cosmic storm or dimensional rift that was powerful enough to tear apart space and time, causing the spaceship to be severely damaged and its energy core to be on the verge of exhaustion. So he had to make an emergency landing on our planet, which seemed relatively safe and habitable, at least, had not yet been discovered and colonized by other more powerful cosmic civilizations, and then sink the spacecraft into the deep sea, entering a long period of hibernation and energy replenishment. Zats. He is actually a interstellar wanted criminal who committed some heinous crime, such as accidentally destroyed one or two unimportant subordinate civilizations in his home galaxy. He drove his spaceship, fled all the way, and finally hid in our remote countryside, in a remote corner of the universe, hoping to escape the relentless pursuit of those space police from a more advanced civilization, or interstellar bounty hunters. He didn't come to our world voluntarily. He was probably defeated by a more powerful and more evil cosmic villain, such as a cosmic emperor, who also likes to destroy planets, or a dark titan, who can devour everything. And then he and his ship were sealed in this deserved place. And the reason why he is now leaking some Buu Legacy 16 inches and making some not so big not so small noise from time to time. It is very likely that he just wants to use this method to send some signals for help to the outside world, or to attract some powerful and curious, brave men to help him break the seal and regain his freedom. These sleeping interstellar travelers theories, which are full of science fiction epic and a hint of dog blood plot, sound even more unreliable and fantastic than the previous speculations. However, it unexpectedly gained a huge market and strong resonance among the younger generation who like to read science fiction novels, or who are full of endless fantasies about the vast starry sky. They began to imagine the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace as 10 super spaceships filled with unknown technology and alien atmosphere. They also began to imagine the pink demon known as Gohan Buu as a lone starwalker with a tragic past and a hint of heroism. There are even some more talented and active bards or street artists who have started using this sleeping interstellar traveler as a prototype to create all kinds of romantic and tragic poems, dramas, and even some more avant-garde and abstract performance art. Suddenly, speculation about the true identity of Gohan Buu became more and more full of entertainment spirit and a hint of irrelevance. And the real answer is still like a distant star, hidden in the deep and dark fog of the universe, waiting for someone who truly possesses the protagonist halo to uncover its mysterious veil full of unknowns and horror. Just above the sea, there was a lot of buzz because of all kinds of legends about the Dragon Ball Palace and Gohan Buu, which were full of imagination and creativity, and even gave birth to some more distinctive emerging cultural industries. In the deep and dark seabed, in that huge sleeping palace, in the deepest part of that secret cultivation room filled with unknown technology, something more intense and more disturbing is happening. Substantial. Evolution. The huge, transparent culture tank that was like a giant egg was still filled with light pink, viscous nutrient solution that emitted a faint fluorescent light. And that Buu's cell tissue, which was once only the size of a thumb, with a strange pink color all over, and looked like a chewed gum, has been continuously and greedily absorbing the weak energy escaping from the core of the palace, as well as the qi, full of delicious aroma that was transmitted intermittently from the distant sea surface. Its size has grown from the size of a fist to, well, almost as big as a newborn baby. Moreover, its, originally a blurry, human-shaped outline, full of abstract artistic atmosphere, became increasingly clearer, and increasingly, closer to a real pink baby, with a complete head, torso, and, limbs that were still very short but did exist. Although, the facial features of this little baby are still very vague, it looks more like a stick figure made out of pink plasticine, with only eyes and a mouth. Moreover, its body surface is still covered with a layer of, it looks full of instability, and a slimy feeling. Advertisement biofilm. However, judging from its increasingly clear outline and increasingly strong fluctuations in life energy, it is getting closer and closer to the day when it will truly take shape and wake up. What is even more surprising is that this pink baby Buu, who is in the process of evolving, seems to have its perception ability further upgraded and optimized. It is no longer like before, just reacting sluggishly and equally to all types of energy fluctuations. It seemed to be able to more clearly distinguish the subtle differences between different energies and the slightest differences in quality. Especially for the purer and more primitive life energy called Kai. It seemed to have developed a stronger and more picky, instinctive attraction and desire to absorb it. It is no longer satisfied with just passively absorbing the ordinary energy that escapes from the core of the palace, which is still pure but lacks activity. It began to proactively search for and lock onto those specific bands of qi energy coming from the outside world, which, though weak, was full of fighting will and a hint of beautiful souls. Elra, when Marine's legacy recovery team or some other more unlucky exploration teams were engaging in fierce fighting near the entrance of the palace or in the outer areas with those enemies who were also coveting the Buu legacy. Those powerful qi energy fluctuations generated by the battle, full of anger, fear, murderous intent, and a hint of despair, will be like a series of tempting, delicious signals, penetrating the layers of barriers in the palace and being transmitted to that secret cultivation room at the deepest part. And that pink baby Buu, who is in the process of hungry growth, after feeling these high-quality, delicious meals, its cell activity will instantly receive a weak but real, significant enhancement. Its body, which was originally just slowly moving, would become more active and full of appetite. It seems that it is able to, through this special energy resonance, to perform a kind of selective eating across space. Prioritize absorbing those high-quality energies that are more delicious and more capable of promoting its evolution. As for those ordinary and inferior energies, they just ignore them or just reluctantly use them as daily food for Japan to supplement this evolution method, which is full of wisdom and a hint of foodie nature, makes the pink baby Buu grow much faster than before. It also quietly took a big step towards the final moment, when it could truly break free from the constraints of the incubator, regain its freedom, and then bring to the world an unprecedented feast and a storm of destruction. The palace in the deep sea is still sleeping, but the unknown fetal movement, because of the stronger desire for a specific band of energy, became more active and more full of ominous and disturbing wisdom. In that mysterious palace sleeping in the deep sea, the ultimate weapon, or should we say, the ultimate foodie, inside is quietly evolving and accelerating development because of its special desire for qi energy. Above the sea, in the naval headquarters, that makeshift but still heavily guarded command center, a heated debate about whether a larger expedition should be organized to go deeper into the core area of the palace and conduct a more thorough and dangerous investigation, has finally temporarily come to an end after weeks of friendly negotiations, filled with spitting and table slamming. The final decision, of course, was made under the unquestionable iron-fisted style of the new Marine Marshal Akainu Sakazuki and the strong insistence on his beautiful vision, which was full of temptation, as well as a hint of the tragic atmosphere of either success or death. And in the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk, that is full of scientific evidence and a little bit of painting pie flavor about the core area of the palace may contain key technology to control the entire palace and even control the unknown power called Buu. With the gods' help of the extremely tempting analysis report, the 5 elders, the highest level of the world government, after a difficult decision full of weighing the pros and cons, and a little bit of gambler's mentality, finally, approved the palace core area exploration plan, which was full of unknowns and huge risks. Advertisement: 5 elders, after all, are 5 elders. Although they were also filled with unspeakable desire and greed for the ultimate secret in the core area of the palace. However, they also are extremely wary and fearful of the unknown dangers hidden behind the palace. So, while they approved the plan, they also put forward some very strict and cautious additional conditions. 383. Ero. The scale of this core area exploration operation must be controlled within a certain range. We can't just send a small team like last time. Although it is good, it lacks top combat power and sufficient backup of the legacy recovery team and is trying to close to death. Instead, we need to form a team composed of the top marines, at least an admiral level figure with the power to destroy the world, to personally command it, and the most elite agents of the CPO organization, such as Rob Lucci, who can skillfully use the Buu legacy props, and the use of Kai has some preliminary experience in strengthening people, and Dr. Vegapunk himself, the top scientists, in a team of technical experts forming a super luxurious, huge expedition team. This expedition team must not only have a strong combat capability to deal with all kinds of emergencies. More importantly, it is necessary to possess the extraordinary wisdom that can analyze and control those unknown technologies at the first possible moment. And, when necessary, he can decisively make difficult decisions, full of sacrifice and self-sacrifice, with a cold-blooded attitude. Determination. For example, this exploration must be carried out in secret, with absolute confidentiality. All personnel involved in the operation must sign the strictest confidentiality agreement, and also undergo the most rigorous ideological review and a little bit of brainwashing. Education. Before the operation is over, any information about this exploration operation must not be leaked out, in order to avoid causing panic on a larger scale. The country attracted the covetousness and destruction of other forces. Although they may not know that the top secret information about their core area exploration has actually already been revealed through various the secret channel that they themselves didn't know about has been leaked, almost known to everyone. In short, with Marshal Akainu's firm insistence, Dr. Vegapunk's scientific temptation, and the 5 elders' prudent and calculated, wise decision. Under the policy, a mission to completely uncover the core secrets of the Dragon Ball Palace, and to completely use the power of the universe for its own benefit, a bigger and more full of unknowns and dangers, the core area exploration plan has finally been officially launched. A huge expedition team, which is called a Dream Team, and consists of top marine fighters, CPO elites, and Vegapunk scientists, has also begun to explore the world. Under the secret orders of the government, people from all over the world quietly set out towards the mysterious sea area near Marineford, which was full of unknowns and temptations. Chapter 109. Kids' Frenzy. The ultimate pursuit of power. A more thrilling and more deep-sea adventure, full of suicidal spirit, will officially begin in the near future. And this core area exploration plan, which is full of ambition and a hint of desperate flavor, will definitely bring immeasurable, huge impact to this already chaotic world at some point in the future. As the saying goes, there is no wall that is impenetrable. What's more, it's a big secret like Marine is going to explore the core area of Dragon Ball Palace, which is full of explosiveness and great temptation. Although the world government and naval headquarters have done their best to block the relevant news, and have given all the personnel involved in the plan extremely strict confidentiality education and a hint of life threat. However, in this world of pirates where information circulates freely like air, at least within certain circles, keeping such a huge secret completely secret is even more difficult than asking Luffy to not eat meat for a day. So, almost at the same time that Marine's core area exploration plan was approved by the 5 elders, this top secret news that was enough to shock the whole world had already been leaked out through various hard-to-guard secret channels, such as a mole in the Marine who was successfully turned by the Revolutionary Army, or a dark world intelligence dealer who had a special cooperative relationship with the CPO, or simply an insider who was talking nonsense in a bar because he was drunk, as if it had wings, and it was quickly leaked out. And, at an incredible speed, it spread to the ears of every powerful and influential person in the New World. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Kaido of the Beasts. Bigmom Charlotte Linlin. These sea emperors, who were once full of greed and strong possessiveness for the Dragon Ball Palace and its Buu legacy, naturally flew into a rage and slammed the table after hearing the Marine was actually planning to monopolize the ultimate secret and the greatest treasure in the core area of the palace. How could they possibly watch Marine take all the God's gifts that they thought were already in their pockets? So, they immediately issued the highest order their most elite troops, the most powerful cadres, and some secret weapons, who are also interested in studying the Buu legacy, such as Kaido's Dragon Ball Transformation Core, or those tool homies of BIGMOM that are full of sweetness, to immediately stop all other activities and rush to the waters near Marineford. They must stop Marine's despicable behavior at all costs. They want to snatch the final right of interpretation and maximum mining rights of the core area of the palace from Marine. Even, if possible, they want to take advantage of the conflict between Marine and other forces, such as other four emperors, too. While the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman gains. In addition to these, the four emperors' forces who have clear goals and are relatively stubborn. The Revolutionary Army, the Army of Justice, that has been committed to overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government, at least. That's what they think, after hearing the news, also felt shocked and a glimmer of opportunity. Commander-in-Chief Monkey D. Dragon knows very well that the secrets and power hidden in the core area of the palace are of great strategic significance to their future revolutionary cause. If we can obtain some key technologies, or ultimate weapons, that can subvert the rule of the world government, then, wouldn't their great ideal of liberating the oppressed people all over the world be just around the corner? So, he also, immediately, secretly, dispatched a special operations team, composed of the Chief of Staff Sabo and the Kai force that had just sprouted, but was full of unlimited potential, which was more lead and full of surprise attack and infiltration capabilities. Their mission is not to engage in a head-on confrontation with the Marine or other four emperors' forces. Instead, they had to sneak into the chaotic sea that was about to become a Shira field, silently like a group of ghosts walking in the dark, and then at the most critical moment, in an unexpected way, steal the most valuable core intelligence for the revolutionary cause and, if possible, pick up some more practical Buu legacy. There are also some mysterious organizations hidden in various corners of the world that are powerful but unknown. For example, some ancient families that once played an important role in the blank 100 years of history but were forced to sleep for some reason, or some secret societies that possess lost technology and forbidden knowledge. After hearing the news, they also came out from the darkness and revealed their fangs that were full of unknowns and dangers. They all are salivating over the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace and the ultimate secret that may be hidden in its core area and are determined to get it. Advertisement for a moment, the entire new world, and even the entire world, was in a state of excitement because of the palace core area exploration operation the Marine was about to carry out. Countless powerful forces, countless top masters, countless ambitious people and conspirators, as if attracted by a huge magnet, gathered frantically from all directions towards the already chaotic Death Uzumaki, near Marineford. Some of them want to fish in troubled waters, rob people during the chaos, and hope to get a piece of the pie. Some of them have clear goals and are determined to win, ready to fight a life and death battle with Marine or other competitors. Some others are more farsighted and cunning. They are not in a hurry to take action, but choose to lurk in the dark, wait and see, and wait for the best opportunity to reap the benefits, or, at the most critical moment, give all enemies a fatal blow. A huge storm surrounding the ultimate secret in the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace is getting bigger, more chaotic, more bloody and cruel. Brewing quietly at a breathtaking speed, and the ancient sea area near Marineford, which once witnessed the glory and tragedy of the Summit War and once carried the mystery and miracle of the Dragon Ball Palace, will soon once again become the focus of the fate of the entire world and the burial place of countless powerful people. The storm is gathering, and the prelude to the final battle, which will be enough to change everything, is about to begin, slowly. Grand Line, a chaotic sea full of unknowns, dangers, and a little bit of shitty luck. Iron Fist, Monka, the man who became famous in East Blue for a time because he accidentally picked up a few torn pages of the Kaimryu training manual. He was even regarded as a martial arts genius by some equally ignorant little pirates. His story of rise and fall, full of legends and a hint of black humor, did not come to an end completely because of his death in battle. At least, the few pages of the Turtle Senryu training manual in his hand, which he regarded as treasures, but had not been discovered to have even 1/10,000th of their true value. His wandering journey of fate had just begun. After Iron Fist, Monka, because of his own stupidity and greed, was used as cannon fodder by an equally unreliable group of pirates, and was eventually outnumbered and died in a bloody and slightly plot-driven fight on an unknown island in the Grand Line. The few remaining pages of the Turtle School training manual in his arms, which were carefully wrapped in oilcloth, naturally became the victor's spoils of war. And the one who finally won the fight and recovered the magic skill secrets from Monka's body, the lucky guy, was the captain of the so-called big pirates, who used Monka as cannon fodder, a pirate leader who was well known in the New World. Although his reputation might not be very good, famous for his powerful physical skills and a pair of fists as hard as steel, Duke, the steel wrist. Steel fist. Duke is different from Iron Fist, Monka, who is a wild craftsman, who started late and mainly relies on shitty luck and extraordinary talent, as he thinks. He is a genuine taijutsu master who has received strict taijutsu training since childhood. Although he didn't master any advanced hockey, maybe he just knew a little bit of better than nothing, the armament hockey hardening. He also didn't eat any powerful devil fruit. However, his pair of steel wrists that have been tempered through thousands of times and are strong enough to break stones and split rocks, as well as his fierce and practical fighting skills that have been honed in countless life and death battles, are also enough to allow him to barely occupy a place in the monster room of New World, which is full of strong people and not be easily torn into pieces by those real monsters. When Iron Fist Duke took over the remaining pages of the Turtle Hermit-style training manual, with strange training postures and energy burst patterns, which were looted from the body of Iron Fist, Monka from his equally uneducated subordinates. His initial reaction was the same as Monka's, full of disdain and a hint of disgust. Tisk. What the hell? Just these few pieces of paper that look like kids' scribbles, are they worth that idiot Monka hiding like treasures? Duke curled his lips and almost threw those scraps of paper into the campfire as kindling. However, just as he was preparing to do so, however, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a boxing starting pattern on the torn page. It looked very simple, but it seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power technique. That pattern was similar to the steel wrist shattering that he had practiced for decades. The core force action of Stone Fist actually has a little bit of similarity. However, the pattern on the remaining page, its trajectory of power and the direction of energy flow, seems to be more concise, more direct, and more full of explosive power. Steel wrist. Duke's eyebrows slightly raised, and his eyes, which were always full of ferocity and a hint of cunning, instantly lit up. Advertisement. He immediately took the few fragments of pages in his hand and looked at them again, carefully. This time, he no longer just took a cursory look like before. Instead, he put his relatively bright brain and his sharp intuition as a master of physical skills into it without reservation. In-depth research on these cultivation diagrams, which are full of unknowns and a hint of ancient wisdom. Result: the more he looked, the more frightened he felt. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that these seemingly simple patterns and rough lines seemed to really hide some profound and powerful martial arts theory. Especially when he saw those about how to concentrate all the strength of the whole body at one point and then explode out in the form of a shockwave. When running the schematic diagram, he was like a sudden enlightenment, and instantly his mind was opened. He finally understood why that Iron Fist Monka, who in his opinion was just mediocre and particularly fond of bragging, could actually be in the previous battle. During the fight, a terrifying force erupted, enough to severely injure the Marine captain, Wang Li Zhao, with one punch, and even to blast through the Marine warship. The secret is hidden in these inconspicuous fragments of pages. Wow, ha ha ha, I'm rich. Lousy really made a fortune this time. Iron Wrist. Duke looked at the pieces of paper in his hand. In his opinion, they had become priceless treasures. He couldn't help but looked up to the sky and laughed proudly and arrogantly. He knew that he might have really found a treasure. He believed that as long as he could, with his physical talent, far superior to Iron Fist, Monka's and a slightly higher cultural level. The divine skills recorded on these fragments of pages were all mastered and memorized by heart. Then his strength will surely receive an unprecedented leap. His reputation as Steel Fist Duke will surely resonate throughout the New World. Even one day he will be able to compete with those high-ranking 4 emperors. It's not impossible. So, in the following days, Steel Arm Duke was like a possessed man and devoted all his time and energy to those turtle hermit style. The remaining pages of the cultivation manual, studying hard and practicing madly. He relied on his solid foundation as a physical arts master and relatively good comprehension ability. Plus, his perseverance, which far exceeds that of Iron Fist, Monka, and a hint of the ruthlessness of success or death. Surprisingly, really, within just a few weeks, he had already preliminarily mastered the basic application skills of the mysterious power called Chi. And he also successfully released from his palm a weak shockwave that was stronger than the Iron Fist Monka's. It could only break wooden boards. Because of who knows how many times, the real Kamaha faction, Steel Shockwave, Body. Chapter 110: The Straw Hat Pirate's Daily Life. Sanji's Capsule Cuisine, Fantasy. Although the color of the shockwave he released was still a light blue that was full of cheapness, maybe it was because his technique was incomplete, or the chi in his body was not pure. enough? Moreover, its power is far from comparable to those genuine goods that appear in the palace images and can easily destroy planets. At most, it can break a relatively hard rock into two halves, or make a small hole in a small pirate ship of not particularly large tonnage. However, for Steel Fist Duke, this was already a huge improvement that was enough to make him ecstatic and full of confidence. He began to lead his subordinates, who also became somewhat powerful because of the captain's great increase in strength, to some of the new worlds. Relatively speaking, more chaotic, and law of the jungle, waters, and emerged and conquered everywhere. They relied on Iron Fist Duke's unexpected and fairly powerful Iron Fist shockwave, as well as their own relatively discriminatory and unreasonable pirate style. Surprisingly, really, in a short period of time, they defeated many old-fashioned pirates that once frightened them. They also seized many new territories full of oil and strategic value. The name of Steel Wrist Duke and his magical ability to release shockwaves also began to spread gradually in the pirate circle of New World. It has attracted more and more people to pay attention to and learn about similar cultivation secrets and magic skill maps that may be hidden in every corner of the world. A new frenzy of cultivation and competition for Kai, caused by the tragedy of Iron Fist Monka and the reversal of Steel Wrist Duke, is sweeping across the entire chaotic New World in a more violent, more unknown and dangerous way. Just when the pirates and adventurers of the New World were fighting each other to the point of being beaten to a pulp, and even losing their families, for the illusory Kai secret manuals and the tempting Buu legacy. The world government's highest intelligence and assassination organization, CPO, is also conducting a more systematic and more high-tech Kai ability enhancement training in their secret training base, which is full of dark justice and a hint of Frankenstein. Rob Lucci, as well as Khalifa, Kaku, Jabra and other core agents of CP-0027, after going through the previous period of hardship and countless ridiculous accidents of Kai sensing and basic application training. Although they still were not able to be as lucky as Iron Fist, Monka or Iron Arm Duke to send out even a very weak shockwave from their palms. However, their ability to perceive the mysterious power called Qi and some tricky application techniques have been significantly improved with the enthusiastic help of the Qi sensing assistants and basic application training devices, full of black technology and their own extraordinary talents and indomitable will. They have been able to relatively clearly sense the existence of the free Qi energy in their bodies and the surrounding environment. They have also been able to a certain extent, initially condense and guide this Qi energy, and even in certain specific situations, such as when they are extremely angry or when their lives are seriously threatened, they can also instantly burst it out in a way that is full of instinct and wildness, forming a special effect similar to internal strength or potential explosion. Although this kind of power burst, which is full of uncertainties and side effects, such as possibly causing the body to fall into extreme weakness and fatigue for a short period of time, is still not comparable to those of real Qigong masters, such as the Pink Demon Buu. However, for CPO elites like Rob Lucci, who already possess top-notch physical skills and powerful devil fruit abilities, this little bit of extra bonus is enough to give their overall combat power a very significant improvement. And Rob Lucci, the former strongest of CP9 and now the core member of CPO, is an absolute combat genius and a bit of a martial arts fanatic. After receiving these intensive Qi trainings, which were full of future technology and a hint of forcing things to happen, he did not be like some other more conservative or unimaginative agents who simply pursued the accumulation and explosion of Qi energy. Instead, he put more energy into how to combine this mysterious and powerful Qi with his own 6 styles of physical skills that he had already mastered to perfection in a more ingenious and personal way. He wanted to create a unique style that not only possessed the subtlety and changes of the 6 styles, but also contained the explosion and penetration of Qi and a brand new secret. So, after countless attempts, small-scale self-harm, for example, because of the wrong guidance of the Qi, one's own finger accidentally pierced some unimportant muscle tissue, and countless bursts of inspiration and sudden realizations, of course, it might also be simply better luck. After Rob Lucci actually really developed a new technique that made all enemies who had seen him in action, as well as some of his CPO colleagues who were also undergoing intensive training, feel both astonished and terrified. He named this move, which was full of speed and weirdness, 12. 6 Styles Air Flash. Advertisement. The core principle of this air flash move is, when performing shave, super high-speed straight line movement, or moonwalk, A short walk in the air. Among the 6 moves, a stream of chi energy that has been highly compressed and specially guided will burst out instantly through the soles of the feet or a certain part of the body. Thus, on the basis of the original high-speed movement, it can obtain even more terrifying acceleration, more flexible steering ability, and more lasting air-staying ability. This made his movements even more mysterious and unpredictable than before, even more hard to guard against. He could even perform multiple, completely unrealistic physics-defying high-speed changes of direction and short distance, space jumps, in midair. It was as if he possessed a pair of invisible wings made of chi energy. This bug-like body movement technique makes Rob Lucci, the already very difficult killing weapon, even more elusive and even more deadly. Now, he can almost launch a sudden and fatal attack on the target at any time, any place, from any angle that the enemy can't even imagine. And those who were unfortunate enough to become his prey often had their heads and bodies separated or their hearts pierced before they could even see his shadow clearly. CPO's Blade of Darkness has become sharper and more frightening because of the integration of the power of Kai. When Rob Lucci, in order to pursue more efficient killing, was working hard to make various innovative integrations of Kai and 6 styles. In a certain place in the New World, Dressrosa, the land of love, passion and toys, full of luxury, sin, and a hint of flamingo, hidden in a dark underground factory beneath its glamorous appearance, and under the personal supervision of its behind-the-scenes controller, Heavenly Yaksha. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is full of ambition and a hint of business acumen, some crazier and more full of moral risks, attempts to merge artificial devil fruit with Buu's legacy technology. Doflamingo, the Shichibukai who calls the shots in the dark world, has an endless greed for the Buu legacy that flows out of the Dragon Ball Palace. He was not just satisfied with imitating some energy weapons that were not very powerful but better than nothing. He wanted to combine these technologies that were ahead of their time with another core technology that he had in his hands that was also of great strategic value. That was the manufacturing technology of the key raw material, SAD, that was developed by the mad scientist M. Guy saw current and could be used to mass produce the artificial zone devil fruit smile. To carry out a more in-depth and ambitious fusion. He fantasized that if he could integrate those related to energy or biological transformation parsed from Buu's legacy, although it might just be some very inferior and incomplete technology, into the manufacturing process of Smile's artificial devil fruit. So, can he create some super artificial fruit users who are more powerful than ordinary Smile fruit users, or have more peculiar and incredible special abilities? For example, a lion Smile who can shoot lasers from his mouth, or a person who can, after transformation, cover the surface of his body with a layer similar to an energy shield, a rhino Smile, or a person who can emit flames from the soles of his feet while running at high speed, and can also perform a short, low-altitude glide, an ostrich Smile ability. These beautiful visions full of imagination and a hint of Frankenstein made Doflamingo feel extremely excited and looking forward to it. He seemed to have seen the Super Smile under his command, consisting of countless strange shapes and possessing various high-tech additional abilities. Legion, in the future battlefield, invincible and unbeatable, a glorious scene. So, with Doflamingo's wise instructions and heavy investment and some full treatment of that lunatic Geisa current, under the ideological education and technical guidance, full of love and care, a crazy fusion experiment of artificial devil fruit and Buu's legacy technology, full of unknowns and huge risks, begins in Dressro. Advertisement inside the underground factory of Saw, the work is in full swing. Geisa Kuron, a mad scientist who is obsessed with all kinds of forbidden experiments and weapons of mass destruction, gets Doflamingo. After receiving the full support and some technical information about the Buu legacy that he himself could not understand but felt was very powerful, he was naturally overjoyed. Full of energy, he immediately devoted his creative and destructive scientific talent without reservation to this, full of time shaking. The meaning of generation and a hint of humanity, a great experiment. He tried to implant some unknown energy chips that were dismantled from the remains of the metal puppets and were said to be able to enhance bioelectric activity into those. The core of the growing Smile fruit. He tried to mix some special alloy powder extracted from the damaged Palace radar parts, which was said to be able to interfere with and distort the magnetic field in space, into the sad culture medium. He even went so far as to scrape off some of the wreckage of the broken candy maker that was said to be able to change the structure of matter. The sweet energy crystals, actually, maybe just some spoiled icing sugar, were also added to the Smile fruit's improved formula. Among These experiments are full of bold innovation and, a little bit of messing around, and the final result is naturally, full of surprises and accident. There are a small number of experimental subjects who are, luckier and, have stronger genes, usually some unlucky ones who were killed by Doflamingo. The pirates captured by the brother family or, some fanatics who voluntarily dedicated themselves to the cause of science after eating these, after the Buu heritage technology. After the improvement of the new smile fruit, its devil fruit ability has really appeared in some unexpected, strengthening, or upgraded. For example, a smile user who originally could only grow a pair of, furry, and not very capable of flying, rabbit ears, on his back. After eating the improved version of Rabbit Smile, which was said to have added anti-gravity core fragment powder, the pair of rabbit ears on his back actually really change. It can rotate at high speed like a helicopter propeller, and it can actually carry him, shakily, to perform a short, vertical takeoff and landing. And, the hilarious dog paddle, flying, for example, a smile that could only turn its nails into long, brittle, and often split, eagle claws. After the strongman ate the improved version of Eagle Smile, which was said to have added energy weapon core debris powder, his, still looked not very. The sturdy Eagle Claw, when waving, can actually really shoot out some, not very powerful but can indeed, the weak electric spark from a burning cigarette? Chapter 111 Zoro's Kendo Bottleneck, the hazy understanding of Kai. These, successful cases, full of unexpected surprises, although, are extremely rare in number and their enhanced and upgraded effects are mostly full of uncertainty and, a hint of funny. However, it was enough to make Doflamingo and Gaisakuron, two guys who were, equally ambitious and crazy, feel extremely excited and they seemed to have seen that they were about to create a brand new, more powerful and more, full of unknown possibilities, a bright future for the superpower army. Success. Where there is success, there will naturally be failure. Moreover, in the hands of a crazy scientist like Gaisakuron who is, full of irresponsibility and disregard for human life, the probability of failure is often far greater than the probability of success. More experimental subjects, after eating the improved smile fruit, which is full of unknowns and dangers, ended up being even more tragic and, full of warning significance. Many of them, because they couldn't bear the huge energy conflict and genetic upgrade caused by the unstable fusion of Buu's legacy technology and the devil fruit's ability, their bodies collapsed on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and turned into a pool of, weird, squirming, indescribable meat. There are also some people who, although they survived by chance, their bodies and minds have developed all kinds of horrible things, and their eyes are permanently deformed and twisted. Some of them, some parts of their bodies will uncontrollably grow some, energy pipelines, full of metallic texture or some unknown crystals that flash with strange light. Some will often, from some, unexpected parts of the body, such as nostrils, ears, or buttocks, eject some, not very powerful but can definitely cause some minor troubles of out-of-control energy bombs. Some even completely lost their minds and turned into terrifying monsters that only knew how to destroy and kill. A mixture of Buu's technology and animal savagery? These countless failed products and human tragedies that were born from unstable fusion turned Doflamingo's underground factory into a real hell on earth filled with blood and despair. However, for Doflamingo and Gaisakuron, two lunatics who have long lost their humanity, these, little sacrifices are simply not worth mentioning. They are still addicted to this crazy experiment, full of taboos and temptations, and cannot extricate themselves. They firmly believe that as long as they could find the most perfect fusion formula, then they would be able to create the ultimate power that would be enough to subvert the entire world. And their fusion attempt, which is full of sin and madness, will inevitably bring an even more unpredictable catastrophe to this already chaotic world at some point in the future. While ambitious people, scientists, and, some more creative scammers around the world are trying to get the Buu legacy, which is difficult to distinguish between true and false, and are showing off their talents, fighting openly and secretly, and even, carrying out all kinds of secondary creations, full of risks and imagination. The Revolutionary Army, the Army of Justice, that is committed to overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government, at least that's what they think, has quietly completed a milestone achievement in their exploration of the Chi power system under the wise leadership and farsightedness of their commander-in-chief Monkey D. Dragon, that is, under Long's personal instructions and, strong support. The Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff Sabo, the S********* King Emporio Ivankov, he is also full of strong interest and unique insights into, various mysterious powers that can stimulate human potential, and some conscientious scientists who defected from Vegapunk Laboratory and had preliminary research on the energy principles of the Buu legacy, worked together, worked overtime, forgot to eat and sleep, and even sacrificed countless precious guinea pigs, usually some young warriors with relatively simple minds, who volunteered to sacrifice themselves for the revolutionary cause. A book that embodies the wisdom, sweat, and a bit of unreliable imagination and bold guesses of countless revolutionary pioneers. Guide to the basic practice and application of Qi V1.0. Internal trial version. No external distribution. Consequences at your own risk. The final right of interpretation belongs to the General Headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Version has finally, miraculously been completed. This book looks a bit crude, maybe it was just mimeographed randomly using some recycled waste paper, and the content is full of all kinds of profound theories that need to be understood by oneself, and understood, such as, what is Qi? Qi is the beginning of heaven and earth, the source of all things, the flame in the heart, and the torrent of revolution, and so on. An opening statement full of philosophical thinking, and a hint of MLM, a booklet. The core content is, of course, Seibo's summary, and refined, of some relatively safe, and effective, at least, for him, basic perception, condensation, guidance, and initial burst of Qi, cultivation methods and precautions based on his own understanding of the fragments of Kame Senryu, and Crane Senryu, and the Buu Legacy research materials, obtained from Marine and Vegapunk laboratories. Although, this V1.0 version of the Qi textbook is still very rough and imperfect. Advertisement among them, there may be many theoretical fallacies or risks in practice. But after all, it is also the first step taken by the Revolutionary Army in exploring the power system of Qi from scratch. It is also an important cornerstone for them to popularize the practice of Qi on a large scale and build a more powerful people's army in the future. Therefore, with Long's personal approval, this book, Basic Practice and Application Guide of Kai V1.0, which condensed countless people's efforts and a little bit of uncertainty, began to be promoted and tried out on a small scale among the core and absolutely loyal elite troops of the Revolutionary Army, such as the Kai team led by Seibo himself, or some hermaphrodite boxing masters, specially trained by Ivankov. The leadership of the Revolutionary Army hopes to collect more practical feedback and some precious experience, full of blood and tears, about the cultivation of Qi through this small-scale trial. For example, which postures are more likely to lead to obsession? Which Qigong methods are more likely to cause incontinence? So that, in the future, this textbook can be further modified and improved, making it more systematic, more secure, and more suitable for ordinary revolutionary soldiers to learn and quickly get started. An exploration and practice filled with revolutionary optimism and a hint of crossing the river by feeling the stones is about to quietly unfold within the Revolutionary Army. And this seemingly inconspicuous V1.0 version of the Qi textbook will surely, at some point in the future, have an immeasurable, huge impact on the rise of the Revolutionary Army and the fate of the entire world. In every corner of the New World, because of the emergence of Buu's legacy, undercurrents are surging, and various forces are conducting various explorations and attempts, full of creativity and risks, for their own small goals and big ambitions. Kaido of the Beasts, the Emperor of the Sea, who shocked the entire New World with his reputation as the strongest creature in the world, and his monster-like strong body and his moody and violent personality, was in his Onigashima castle, which was filled with the smell of alcohol and a hint of dragon smell. In a drunk competition, full of accidents and surprises, he unconsciously combined his already terrifying dragon breath attack with the primitive energy, full of violence and destruction that he felt from the fragments of the Buu legacy, in a perfect combination of destructive power and drama. The cause of the incident is as follows. On a certain night also filled with alcohol and violence, Kaido of the Beasts, after once again, got drunk and unconscious, although, when he was sober, it seemed similar, suddenly had the urge to find someone to accompany him to stretch his muscles and learn martial arts from each other. And his equally unlucky flame disaster, Jin, of the three disasters, unfortunately, became the sparring partner chosen by his boss, whose drinking ability and character were not very good. Jin, although also possesses extremely powerful strength, after all, he is one of the three calamities, and also possesses some very rare and bud devil fruit ability of the ancient species Pteranodon form, and the mysterious racial talent of being able to control fire. Seeking Flowers Zero, however, when facing Kaido of the Beasts, who was drunk and still in a state of battle excitement, he still felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and a hint of life-threatening danger. However, as Kaido's most loyal, or The most tough, #1 henchman, Jin naturally did not dare to disobey his boss's orders. He could only bite the bullet, draw the sword from his waist, and fight Kaido of the Beasts, who had begun to uncontrollably exude terrifying dragon power and a strong smell of alcohol. To have a friendly exchange, full of helplessness and a hint of tragic feeling. The battle, at first, was pretty relatively normal, and back and forth. With his lightning-fast speed, his extremely flexible aerial maneuverability, and his sharp blade that could cut through steel, Jin fought Kaido, who was a little drunk, but still. The old dragon, with its immense strength and thick skin, fought to the point of being invincible, with sparks flying everywhere. However, as the alcohol in Kaido's body became more and more intoxicating, and his bloodthirsty and aggressive fighting heart became more and more excited, his attacks also began to become more and more violent, more and more unreasonable, and more destructive. At a certain moment, when, once again relying on his exquisite flying skills, he narrowly avoided Kaido's terrifying dragon claws that were powerful enough to split mountains and rocks. After the fatal blow, advertisement Kaido of the Beasts, who was completely enraged by the consecutive missed attacks, suddenly Zhangtian fired 10, deafening, filled with endless anger and the desire for destruction, the terrifying dragon roar. Then, his mountain-like dragon head suddenly opened his bloody mouth full of sharp fangs. A destructive energy that was larger, hotter, and more ominous than ever before began to surge from deep in his throat. Quickly, condense and compress, he was going to release his strongest secret technique that was enough to burn everything and destroy everything, Dragon's Breath. However, just when he was about to release this destructive energy that had been condensed to the ultimate level, at that critical moment. Maybe because of the alcohol? Maybe because of the excitement of fighting? Or maybe it was because his beast-like sharp fighting instincts unconsciously sensed the primitive energy hidden deep inside his body, which was filled with violent and destructive auras, that he accidentally absorbed when he came into contact with Buu's legacy, Broken Moon. Anyway, at that moment, it seemed that some strange chemical reaction occurred inside Kaido's body, which he himself could not understand and control. His already terrifyingly powerful haki, whether it's Conqueror's armament haki or his observation haki, which he may not be very good at. With those primitive energies, full of unknown and violent attributes, in an unconscious state, they carried out full of accidents and surprises. The perfect fusion, and when his dragon breath, that had accumulated all its power finally spurted out from his bloody mouth full of sharp fangs. A miracle, or rather, a disaster has happened. All I saw was a beam of light that was thicker, brighter, and more full of destruction and a hint of cosmic rays than ever before. The dark purple energy beam was like a doomsday punishment roaring out from the depths of hell, carrying a terrifying power that was enough to make the entire Ghost Island tremble. The force of the bombardment slammed fiercely into the distant sky. That dark purple energy beam had a wide range of influence, contained terrifying destructive power, and emitted a despairing aura of destruction. All of them far exceeded the power of Kaido's previous dragon breath. Even Kaido himself, after seeing this super-enhanced dragon breath that he accidentally created, full of surprises and accidents, his pair of dragon eyes that were a little blurry due to drunkenness, also instantly flashed a trace of unbelievable shock and a trace of sobriety. Kaido looked at the light bewilderedly. Like a doomsday disaster, it almost dyed half of the sky of Onigashima into an ominous dark purple. The terrifying energy beam of red, and those who could not bear the aftermath of this terrifying energy, collapsed, burned, and even. 5GB Chapter 112, The Revolutionary Army's Hidden Move, Sabo's Infiltration Plan. The mountains, trees, and some of the unlucky beast's pirates' buildings were turned directly into ashes. His brain, which was a little dull due to alcohol, was a little confused for a moment. F3H4, and the flame disaster. Jin, who was standing opposite him, was completely frightened by the horrific scene before his eyes, which was like the end of the world. He even forgot to escape and forgot to defend himself. He could only watch helplessly as the dark purple energy beam filled with a destructive aura whizzed past his head. Then, not far behind him, on a huge mountain several thousand meters high, there was a bottomless, terrifyingly high temperature and unknown energy radiation at the edge of the huge double melting hole. The entire Onigashima, at this moment, fell into a deathly silence. All that was left was the dark purple energy beam that was still in the sky, slowly dissipating, and the sizzling sound made by the rocks that were constantly burning and melting, because they couldn't withstand the horrific high temperature. Kaido of the Beasts, the Emperor of the Sea, who made the entire New World tremble with his title of the strongest creature in the world, in a drunk competition, full of accidents and surprises, unconsciously combined his already terrifying dragon breath attack with the primitive energy, full of violence and destructive aura he felt from the fragments of the Buu legacy, creating a perfect fusion of destructive power and dramatic. Thus, he created a kind of super 387 enhanced version of dragon breath, that even he himself felt a little scared and unbelievable. Although he may not know how he did it, it is also possible that, after sobering up, he will never be able to reproduce this miraculous attack again. However, this unconscious fusion of Haki and Ki, and the geometric increase in destructive power it brings, is like a seed full of temptation and danger, buried deep in Kaido's subconscious mind. It also lays a horrible foreshadowing for his future, more insane and self-destructive exploration of power, that is full of unknowns and huge variables. Just when Kaido of the Beasts, because of a drunken sparring, full of alcohol and accidents, unconsciously combined his already terrifying dragon breath attack with the primitive energy, full of violence and destruction that he felt from the fragments of Buu's legacy, and made a perfect fusion full of destructive power and drama, thus creating a super-enhanced dragon breath that even he himself felt a little scary and unbelievable. Far away in the world of Toto Land, the Queen of Desserts, Charlotte Linlin, who is also known for her moody personality and endless desire for delicious desserts, is also a Sea Emperor, who is famous for her moody personality and endless desire for delicious desserts. In her soul-giving new experiment, which is full of girlish heart and a little bit of foodie nature, she has developed an extremely strong interest in the mysterious power called Chi, which is full of unknowns and seems to be quite delicious, and some bold ideas full of creativity and possessiveness. BIGMOM, the user of the soul fruit, can randomly extract the souls and lifespans of others, and give these souls to various inanimate objects, turning them into homies with self-awareness and the ability to act. She has always regarded this bug like heaven-defying ability as her most powerful and most interesting toy. With this ability, she created countless loyal, at least, when she wasn't having an food craving, ingredient homies, such as talking cakes, singing tea, and living puddings that could run into the pot by themselves. She also used this ability to create several combat homies with the power to destroy the world, such as the pirate's hat, Napoleon on her head, the somersault cloud, Zeus under her feet, and the flaming sword, Prometheus, in her hand, although Zeus later seemed to have been abducted by some ungrateful little thief. But now, when she learned from those equally unreliable rumors, and some exclusive intelligence purchased at high prices on the black market, probably mixed with some in-depth interpretations of the World Economic News Agency's Buu Legacy Chronicles, that the mysterious power called Chi is actually a kind of original vitality that exists in all living things. BIGMOM's heart, which is always full of wonderful ideas and a little greed, has begun to come alive uncontrollably. Original life force. It sounds like it's more nutritious and more delicious than those ordinary soul fragments. BIGMOM muttered to herself incoherently while stuffing a piece of rainbow thousand-layer unicorn cream cake that was several times bigger than her head into her mouth. Her eyes flickered with greed, like a giant ogre who had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. She had a sudden idea, since her soul fruit ability can extract the soul and lifespan of others. BB. Advertisement. Can she also use the same method to directly extract the original vitality from those enemies who have mastered the Chi? What about Chi energy? Just like using a straw to suck all the juice out of a cup filled with delicious juice. If this idea can really be realized, then wouldn't she be able to easily take the power source of all the Chi masters who dared to be her enemy? Then she will give these Chi energies full of vitality and nutrition to her lovely ingredients homies, making them more delicious and more full of chewiness. Or she could also give this Chi energy to her powerful battle homies, allowing them to burst out with even more terrifying combat power, and even to be able to, like those legendary Kai masters, emit devastating Kai waves from a certain part of the body, such as the brim of Napoleon's hat, or the tip of Prometheus's flame. Or she can even directly eat this Chi energy, use them to nourish her huge body, which is also full of vitality and appetite, making herself more youthful and beautiful, although maybe it's just her own beautiful fantasy, and more full of the majesty and charm of a queen. These good visions, filled with the nature of foodies and a little bit of evil scientist potential, make BIGMOM feel extremely excited and looking forward to it. She couldn't wait to personally verify this new application of the soul fruit, which was full of creativity and feasibility, she thought. So she immediately gave a special order that sounded full of ominous and a hint of blood to her children, especially those powerful generals who also had various wonderful ideas for their mother and were full of awe and a hint of helplessness. Parasparrow, Katakuri, Smoothie, and, that's so-and-so, pointing at an unknown cadre who was shivering in a corner out of fear. Bigmom's voice was like thunder rumbling from the depths of hell, full of unquestionable majesty and a hint of sweet temptation. Right now, go to New World for your mother and catch some little characters who can use that delicious sounding chi. Remember, they have to be alive, and preferably ones with a stronger aroma and fresher flavor. Mom, I'm going to use them to do some work. A very interesting little experiment. If you can successfully help me, your mother, to get enough high-quality experimental materials. Bigmom's face showed a smile that was full of kindness and a hint of hypocrisy. Then, your mother, will personally make for you the world's largest and most delicious soul and energy fusion fruit cream 1000-layer supreme and invincible luxury celebration cake. Let you also have a good taste of the sweet taste of the new power. After listening to this new order from their moody and particularly big cake loving mother, which was full of creativity and danger, the generals and cadres of the Bigmom pirates felt speechless and a little stomachache in their hearts. After all, they really don't want to taste the soul and energy fusion cake. That sounds like a very dark dish. However, they also knew that now was definitely not the time to go against their mother's wishes. Otherwise, what awaits them is likely to be a fate even more tragic than being used as experimental material, namely being made into desserts. So, they could only put on a smile and be grateful as they accepted this difficult task full of challenges and unknowns. Then, they led their respective troops in a hurry and marched towards the chaotic new world full of the legend of Kai. A special hunting operation, filled with sweetness and blood, centered around living chi energy experimental materials, is about to quietly begin with the enthusiastic participation of the Bigmom pirates. And those unfortunate ones who were targeted by them and just mastered a little bit of chi, little characters. Their future fate also became more uncertain because of this. It's full of unknown and a hint of tragedy. Bigmom's attempt at a new application of the soul fruit is full of his foodie nature and a little bit of villain scientist potential, although advertisement the final result may not be as delicious and successful as she expected. However, it also reflects from another perspective that the unknown power of Buu's legacy and Kai is very powerful to those in this world who have long been accustomed to the old power. The top masters of the mass system brought a huge impact and a little bit of liberation of thought. They began to no longer be satisfied with simply improving their hockey or devil fruit abilities. They began to cast their greedy eyes on those things that were full of unknowns and infinite possibilities, new force. They are eager to integrate these new forces with their existing power systems in various ways that are full of creativity and risks. 5. Number 1. Thus, making myself stronger, more omnipotent, and more able to firmly control in this increasingly out of control era. Live. Your own destiny. This desire for unknown power and the constant breakthrough of one's own limits are also the reason why this pirate's world can undergo great changes again and again. One of the important reasons why it always maintains vigorous vitality and a hint of chaotic charm. The 4 emperors in the new world are all using their own ways to deal with the Buu legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace, and the aura that is called the mysterious power of the universe is conducting various explorations and trials that are full of passion and a little bit of unreliability. Red hair pirates, this in the new world is known for being relatively speaking, more Buddhist and peace-loving than 2.0, at least when it doesn't involve them. The bottom line, or well, without the feasts and wine, is that the powerful pirates, also known for their captain, Red Shanks, and their full under the leadership of the wise and slightly concerned deputy captain, Ben Beckman, the battle continues, more secretive and more meaningful. A secret investigation into the true origins of Gohan Buu and the Dragon Ball Palace. They use their powerful intelligence network that is all over the world, as well as some people who are also curious and about the historical truth and unknown civilizations. Special partners of exploration desire, for example, some archaeologists with profound knowledge living in seclusion in various corners of the world, or some people who once worked with Captain Roger. Old friends, who have been on adventures together and have some exclusive inside information in the vast sea of ancient documents, myths and legends, and some unknown in this dangerous forbidden place, a carpet search and excavation work filled with an academic atmosphere is being carried out. At a certain moment that was also full of coincidence and fate. A team of red hair pirates, led by Usopp's father, the top sniper of the red hair pirates, who is said to have the eagle eye that can see through all illusions and a little treasure hunting talent, led a secret investigation team in a place located in the second half of the Grand Line. A place with no birds, no people, and some, full of supernatural and paranormal phenomena often happen in little-known ancient ruins. Unexpectedly, a huge stone tablet was discovered. Although it was severely damaged, it still exuded a hint of ancient and mysterious aura. Chapter 113. The first battle for the palace entrance. Marine vs. Kaido Advance Team. The stone tablet was a dark, strange black color that seemed to absorb all light. It was made of neither gold nor stone, neither wood nor jade. It felt cold and hard to the touch, as if it did not belong to this world. The surface of the stone tablet, although, due to its age and erosion by wind and rain, has become somewhat blurred and is covered with all kinds of cracks and moss that are full of a sense of historical vicissitudes. However, among those vaguely discernible traces, the members of the Red Hair Pirates investigation team were still able to identify some unknown ancient characters that they had never seen before, full of pictographic meanings and a hint of primitive beauty, as well as some ancient patterns that were also full of mystery and a hint of weird atmosphere, which together depicted an ancient story full of myths and warnings. The story, roughly, goes like this. A long, long time ago, so long ago that even time itself has forgotten the exact year, in the ancient times. Their blue planet is still in a primitive state, full of tranquility and harmony, at least before those aliens arrived. Suddenly one day, the sky split open, a huge, abyssal-like mouth, a black Uzumaki. Countless stars, because of the appearance of this black Uzumaki, deviated from their original trajectories and flew around, randomly in the sky, colliding, and even exploding. As a result, the whole world fell into a state of panic and despair, as if the end of the world had come. Then, from the black Uzumaki that was filled with an ominous aura, some star people, with strange shapes and emitting powerful energy fluctuations, slowly descended. The appearance of those star people is very different from that of humans in their world. Most of them have strange tentacles similar to those of insects or some other unknown creatures. Their skin colors are also all kinds of strange. Some are strange pink, some are cold blue, and some are silver white with a metallic texture. The clothes they wore were also full of the unknown and a hint of future technology, style. These people of the stars, who fell from the sky, their number is not too large, maybe only a few dozen, or a few hundred. However, each of them possesses unimaginable power that is powerful enough to destroy the world. They seem to be able to easily control the mysterious energy called Kai, or star power. They seem to have mastered some advanced technologies that can create all kinds of incredible magic items, such as magic medicine, that can bring people back to life, or magic pockets, that can make things appear out of thin air. After these people of the stars came to their world, their behavior was also full of contradictions and a hint of schizophrenia. Some of them seemed to show great kindness and compassion to the indigenous people of this world, that is, the early humans who were still in a state of ignorance at that time. They taught the indigenous people some knowledge about agriculture, architecture, medicine, and even some relatively rudimentary chi training and how to use it. They helped those indigenous people to build the first villages, towns, and even some relatively primitive kingdoms and civilizations. They brought the spark of wisdom and the dawn of civilization to this world. Other star people, or simply the same group of star people, when in a bad mood, or when their true nature is exposed, showed extreme malice and brutality towards the indigenous people of this world. Advertisement: they regarded those indigenous people as ants they played with, enslaved, and even massacred them at will. They razed those newly built villages and towns to the ground. They completely destroyed the budding civilization and hope. They brought endless disasters to this world, and also brought the shadow of destruction. Finally, after a long and chaotic period of coexistence, filled with blood and fire, light and darkness, hope and despair, those star people, who fell from the sky because of some unknown reasons, or reasons that were not clearly recorded on the stone tablet, suddenly disappeared collectively from this world. Some of them boarded their starship filled with unknown technology and flew back to that ominous black Uzumaki, back to their distant home galaxy. Some, or because they died together in fierce internal struggles with other people of the stars, or with some equally powerful native gods of this world, and completely perished. Some others, or even more mysterious and full of suspense, they don't seem to have really left, nor died completely. Instead, they have sealed themselves, along with their star palace, filled with unknown power, in a certain isolated, unknown, other dimensional space, or in the abyss of the deep sea, waiting for a certain moment in the future to wake up and come again. And the broken stone tablet that was accidentally discovered by the Red Hair Pirates investigation team, its last part, which is also the most crucial part, seems to have been completely broken and lost due to some unknown reason. Maybe man-made destruction? Or natural weathering? When it was describing the specific locations of those sealed Star People, and Star Palace, and some prophecies, full of warnings. Only some incomplete patterns, and blurred words filled with the unknown and a hint of auspiciousness were left. Among them, what shocked Usopp and other members of the investigation team the most was, in those vaguely discernible incomplete patterns depicting the image of the people of the stars, there is a pink star citizen image that looks full of evil and destruction. The tentacles on its head, the smile on its face, and the strange M mark on its body. It turns out that some of the appearance features of the pink demon called Gohan Buu that they saw in the intelligence are strikingly similar. Can it even be said that they are exactly the same? This major discovery, which was full of subversiveness and a hint of cosmic horror, made Usopp and the others feel a tingling sensation on their scalps and chills on their backs. They immediately passed this important information, as well as the rubbing of the damaged stone tablet, through the most secret channels, to Shanks, the second captain, who was waiting for news. After Shanks received this top secret intelligence full of ancient secrets and ominous omens, his face, which always had a carefree and a bit of drunkenness, for the first time, revealed a truly complex expression full of solemnity, worry, and a hint of, as expected. He was even more certain that the origin of the pink demon called Gohan Buu and the Dragon Ball Palace, full of unknowns and dangers, was absolutely TR. The secrets and potential crises hidden behind it are far more huge and terrifying than he had imagined before. This world, it seems, really is about to usher in an unprecedented catastrophe, because of these uninvited guests from outside the world. And he, Red Hair Shanks, and his Red Hair Pirates must make all preparations to deal with this catastrophe as soon as possible. Just when the Red Hair Pirates discovered the shocking records about the people of the stars on the ancient stone tablet, they had a deeper understanding and became more alert to the true identity of Gohan Buu and the potential threat. The World Economic News Agency, a huge media empire that controls the direction of global public opinion, at least in the field of news dissemination, has once again done something big enough to make all the treasure hunters in the world who are eager to get rich overnight and reach the pinnacle of life go crazy and lose their minds a little bit, thanks to the unremitting efforts and bold innovations of its big news. Morgan's, who is full of journalistic ideals and business acumen. That is, advertisement. They actually started to publish some so-called latest exclusive authorized Dragon Ball Palace internal structure details and important heritage distribution forecast map on a very eye-catching and tempting page of the newspaper from time to time. These palace maps and heritage distribution maps sound full of professionalism and authority, at least to those ordinary readers who have little discernment. The painting is, well, exquisite and lifelike. It not only uses various mysterious and technological lines and symbols to mark in detail the Dragon Ball Palace that sank in the deep sea. It is said that it was finally confirmed after many secret explorations by the Marine and CPO, the multi-layered internal structure, the direction of the main passages, and some special areas full of dangers and opportunities. For example, the entertainment filled with a weird childlike atmosphere, or the metal puppet hangar with a powerful defense mechanism, or the forbidden place that is said to hide the core energy of the palace. More importantly, on these maps, various Buu heritage, such as Senzu Beans, combat power detectors, universal capsules, and even some rarer, more powerful, unknown tools, were marked with golden or colorful treasure marks that looked valuable and tempting in a serious manner, indicating the locations of the high-probability refresh points and secret stash. There are even some more bold and irresponsible versions of the map, which solemnly describe some so-called exclusive cheats and idiot-proof operating guides on how to safely and effectively avoid the various deadly traps inside the palace, such as the trap area with gravity anomalies and energy storms, and how to outsmart those powerful monsters guarding the treasure, such as those metal puppets, or some more terrifying unknown creatures. These treasure hunt guides, full of temptation and a little bit of deception, immediately became popular all over the world. Treasure hunters, adventurers who want to get rich overnight and change their destiny, as well as some relatively naive and impulsive pirates, have set off an unprecedented and huge treasure hunting craze. They all believe in the professionalism of the World Economic News Agency and the exclusive news of 753. Those beautifully printed documents that come with various authoritative certifications, such as Marine Internal Top Secret Information Leaked Version, or the Palace Map, and Heritage Distribution Map, drawn by an anonymous palace survivor, are the golden keys to wealth and power. Then, they were highly excited, or full of the tragic and heroic spirit of, once a hero leaves, he will never return, carrying these true and false treasure guides, and rushed one after another to the already chaotic Death Uzumaki, near Marineford. They fantasized that they could easily find the legendary God's tools with these exclusive secrets and become the world's new generation of treasure hunter or inheritance tycoon. However, reality, once again, ruthlessly, gave them a loud slap in the face. They soon discovered that the so-called latest palace maps and heritage distribution forecast maps published by the World Economic News Agency were more than Iron Fist. Monka's shockwave magic is even more unreliable. Most of those maps were just randomly pieced together and fabricated by Morgan's reporters and editors who were full of imagination and professional ethics. In other words, they would do anything to sell their products, based on hearsay, speculation, and inspiration from inferior comics and third-rate novels. Its accuracy is almost zero. There are even some maps that are simply reversed, or the most dangerous trap areas are deliberately marked as safe areas full of treasures. Therefore, the fate of those naive treasure hunters who believed in these treasure hunting guides is naturally predictable. Some of them, holding maps, wandered around in the turbulent energy outside the palace for several days, but they didn't even touch a hair of the palace, and because the submarine ran out of energy, they suffocated to death in the deep sea. Some, were lucky enough to find a secret entrance marked on a map. Actually, it might just be the excretion outlet of some sea kings, and then jubilantly went in, but never came out again. Some others were even more unlucky. They really, according to the instructions on the map, found a so-called heritage hiding place. Actually, maybe just a storage point for discarded parts of a metal puppet, but they accidentally triggered a more powerful defense mechanism inside the palace, or directly triggered a certain terror that was patrolling nearby and was full of malice towards uninvited guests. Chapter 114. The arrival of the Big Mom fleet, the beginning of a three-way melee. In short, because of the fueling of the treasure guide of the World Economic News Agency, which is full of business acumen and a little irresponsible. In the New World, because of blindly believing in the palace map, all sorts of farces, tragedies, and some treasure hunting farces full of black humor are endless and too numerous to mention. It also makes the Dragon Ball Palace, which is already full of unknowns and dangers, even more confusing and even more daunting. Morgans himself, on the other hand, does not care at all about the minor casualties and social chaos caused by his irresponsible reporting. In his view, these are just inevitable sacrifices in the process of news dissemination. As long as his newspaper sales can continue to rise, as long as his big news, Morgan's reputation can become even louder, then everything is worth it. He is truly an excellent journalist who is full of professional ethics and social responsibility. Just when all the forces in the New World were in a state of unrest and panic over the Buu legacy, which was difficult to determine whether it was real or fake, and the palace map, which was equally unreliable. After experiencing the life and death adventure on Punk Hazard Island, which was filled with gas, poison gas, snowmen, and various strange experimental subjects, the Straw Hat crew finally arrived at their real destination, the land of love, passion and toys, full of lies, conspiracies, and a hint of toys, Dressrosa. Together with their new ally Trafalgar Law, they prepared to start a total war with Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly Yaksha, the most dangerous dark middleman in the New World, who is hidden under the aura of Shichibukai, to decide the fate of the kingdom and maybe liberate a few more toys, by the way. In this war full of unknowns and dangers, the members of the Straw Hat crew inevitably frequently encountered the cadres and elite soldiers of the Don Quixote family who were equipped with energy weapons, imitated from the Doflamingo underground factory, or who had mastered some rudimentary Kai application techniques. These new enemies full of sense of technology and a hint of fantasy have brought unprecedented troubles and a hint of discomfort to the Straw Hat crew's battle. For example, Luffy, the Straw Hat captain who is famous for his tough rubber body and his bug physique that is almost immune to physical attacks, felt a little tricky for the first time when facing those imitation heritage weapons that can emit energy beams. He discovered that his rubber body, which he was so proud of, could still, to a certain extent, offset the impact force and some of the heat brought by those energy beams. However, that kind of attack, made of pure energy, seemed to be able to penetrate his rubber defense in a way that he couldn't understand, causing some internal injuries that were not fatal but were real. This forced Luffy to be more careful in battle to avoid those energy beams that seemed to be full of danger, instead of relying solely on his body's elasticity and resilience to withstand the enemy's attacks as he did before. For example, Zoro, the algae-headed swordsman who is famous for his unparalleled three-sword style swordsmanship and powerful slashes that can cut through steel, also felt somewhat restrained when facing some Don Quixote family cadres who were also equipped with imitation energy weapons, and mastered some unsystematic air defense techniques, such as forming a layer of air armor on the surface of the body that was not very strong but could deflect physical attacks to a certain extent. He discovered that his sword intent that was powerful enough to cut through everything seemed to be restrained to some extent when facing those special defenses that could absorb or deflect energy. His originally invincible slashing blows would often be cleverly avoided by the opponent, using some technological energy shields or some strange moves full of mysterious aura. This forced Zoro to rely more on his own combat instincts and on-the-spot adaptability during the battle, to find the opponent's weaknesses and at the most critical moment, to launch a more powerful Yamato, a penetrating, fatal blow. As for Sanji, Usopp, Frankie, Chopper, even Brook and Robin, who doesn't have many opportunities to show himself yet. They, too, have more or less encountered unprecedented troubles and challenges in their battles with those members of the Don Quixote family who have mastered the new power. The entire Straw Hat crew, because of the appearance of these new enemies full of the Buu legacy atmosphere, was forced to re-examine their previous fighting methods and try hard to adapt to this increasingly high-tech and fantasy-filled new era battlefield. The battle has become more difficult and more complex. But Straw Hat Crew is, after all, Straw Hat Crew. They are a group of hot-blooded idiots who never give up, are full of dreams and a little bit of protagonist halo. They will also continue to grow and evolve in these battles, filled with challenges and opportunities, and then burst out with even more dazzling and amazing, powerful strength. Advertisement. Just as the other members of the Straw Hat Crew were racking their brains and suffering over how to more effectively deal with the new enemies that had mastered the power of the Buu legacy. The sniper of the Straw Hat Crew, the God Usopp, who can always create miracles at the critical moment, has also come up with a great breakthrough that makes him feel both excited and full of practical value in his secret weapon research and development that is full of wisdom and a little bit of unreliability. Previously, after seeing the so-called Qigong masters at the Krita arena displaying their Qi-Jin performances, which were crude but indeed capable of hurting people from a distance, Usopp had a sudden idea to combine and transform Sky Island's Bay power with the mysterious energy called Qi to some extent. He fantasized that he could create some more powerful and high-tech, super invincible sniper weapons. However, the ideal is full, the reality is harsh. Usopp soon discovered that with his current entry-level, scientific knowledge, and amateur, hands-on skills, it was simply a pipe dream to completely crack the core secrets of the shell power and the Qi energy and perfectly integrate them together. He tried all sorts of creative and imaginative renovation plans. For example, trying to put some of the Buu legacy fragments that were recovered from Guy's lab and were said to be able to enhance energy activity directly into the energy storage core of the strike shell. The result was that the poor strike shell immediately emitted a burst of black smoke full of burnt smell. And then it was completely scrapped. Another example, trying to apply some secret magical plant juice of the dwarfs that is said to be able to guide and amplify Qi energy on the bowstring of his giant slingshot black hood that is full of manly romance. The result just made his bowstring more sticky and also gave off a very fresh and natural grassy smell. Most of these attempts that were full of exploratory spirit and a hint of seeking death ended in failure. He even almost set both his own and Frankie's workshop on fire. However, Usopp was not discouraged by this. After all, he is God Usopp. He is the man who is the best at turning decay into magic and creating miracles in desperate situations. Among the Straw Hat Crew, at least, that's what he thinks. Just once, because of a failed experiment, he accidentally mixed together some plant seeds that were kindly donated from Dressrosa's Tontata tribe, which were said to have special growth and explosion effects, and some unknown ingredients, culture fluid that he recovered from Geis's laboratory and contained the weak but real energy of Buu's legacy. Miracle happened again. I saw that those originally ordinary-looking plant seeds, after absorbing the culture fluid filled with unknown energy, actually took root, sprouted, and grew vigorously, at a speed visible to the naked eye. And it also produced some weird-looking fruits. Some looked like small balls covered with spikes. Some looked like electric flowers that made a sizzling sound. And it also gave off a hint of dangerous and unstable aura, energy fruits. Usopp looked at these upgraded plants that were full of unexpected surprises, and the energy fruits they produced that were also full of unknowns and potentials. His eyes instantly lit up. He knew that he might, indeed, have accidentally created something really remarkable. No. He carefully picked those energy fruits that looked full of aggression from those upgraded plants that also looked a bit weird. Then, he could not wait to use them as the latest ammunition for his black pocket slingshot. Sure kill. Energy sparkler, ultimate move, super explosive thorn star. I saw. One by one. Flashing dazzling electric light or, during the flight, there will be bursts of energy seeds that make a sizzling sound like a cannonball fired from a gun with a more swift and more destructive than ever before, although, maybe, more unstable and more likely to accidentally injure friendly forces. Advertisement. The terrifying might is directed towards those unlucky, experimental targets, usually some discarded metal parts discarded by Frankie, or, some cruising in the nearby sea. The relatively short-sighted, small sea kings, shot away? No. Boom, crackle, crackle, waves of violent explosions and, dazzling electric sparks, filled with the collision of high technology and natural forces, appeared above the sea, or inside the field. It kept ringing, although the power and, hit rate of these energy plant seeds are still very unstable, and their side effects, such as it might explode at the moment of launch, blowing Usopp himself into dust, which is also not small. However, this is after all a milestone that Usopp has taken in the field of cross-border integration of Buu's legacy and plant weapons. First step, as a result, he became another member of the Straw Hat crew, following Luffy and Zoro in the unconscious, or rather, full of surprises. A man who has initially mastered how to combine the energy of Buu's legacy with his own fighting skills. An innovative combination, full of Usopp characteristics. And these, energy plant seeds, full of danger and unknown, will definitely bring trouble to his enemies in future battles. Dino. Unimaginable. Huge surprise, and, a hint of childhood shadow? Just as Usopp, in order to, develop more powerful and interesting plant weapons, in the workshop of the Sunny, they were happily working. When doing various dangerous experiments, Frankie, the shipwright of Straw Hat crew, is also on his road of technological exploration, full of steel aesthetics and a hint of pervert. An equally important and more forward-looking step has been taken. Previously, after studying the remains of the imitation energy weapons that were seized from Doflamingo's underground factory, Frankie had a profound understanding of. Here it comes. This new type of energy weapon may pose a huge threat to traditional physical defense and, a potential restraint effect. So, he began to work day and night to conceive a new type of defense device that could effectively absorb or deflect the energy weapon attack. Royal system, and his original idea was, in his, cyborg body full of Man of Steel, and a little bit of exhibitionism, and Frankie. Inside the equally majestic alloy armor of the General, there are some, special steel airbags that are full of elasticity and cushioning effects. And, if possible, he also wanted to install some more inside those steel airbags that could absorb or deflect the energy attacks. Draw out a part of the available energy and then convert it into, what General Frankie needs for his own actions or for the weapon system. Backup energy, energy recovery and reuse device, gone. This is a great idea full of environmental protection concepts and, a hint of perpetual motion machine fantasy, although it sounds very, high-end and unrealistic. Advertisement Chapter 115. The side effects of Senzu Beans begin to show. Overdosage leads to explosion. However, for Frankie, a mad scientist, who is full of pervert, wisdom and, a little bit of excellent hands-on ability, nothing is theoretically impossible to achieve. So, after some, brainstorming, and a bit of fantastic, theoretical deduction, of course, also some, unreliable, inspirations, about the energy absorption and release, of shock shell, borrowed from Usopp? Frankie actually, preliminarily, designed a kind of, although it's still very crude, it can barely be called, a prototype of energy weapon defense system, steel airbag. The core principle of that kind of steel airbag is not like an ordinary airbag, but simply relies on the compression and expansion of gas to absorb the impact force. Instead, inside the airbag, there was some secretly developed by Frankie based on the remains of the Buu legacy, energy weapons and some unknown alloy materials recovered from Guy's laboratory. This special energy buffer gel was, developed by Frankie based on the remains of the Buu legacy, energy weapons and some unknown alloy materials recovered from Guy's laboratory. It was able to rapidly change its molecular structure at the moment of being hit by strong energy, thereby absorbing, transforming, and even, bouncing back most of the energy. Although the manufacturing process of this energy buffer gel is still very complicated and unstable, it is said that when Frankie tried to make this gel for the first time, he accidentally burned half of his eyebrows. Moreover, the defensive effect and, energy recovery, efficiency of this steel airbag are still far from the perfect level that Frankie originally envisioned. But after all, it is also a brand new defense concept designed specifically for energy weapon attacks. Frankie believed that as long as he could continue to improve and perfect the technology of this steel airbag, then one day, he would be able to create a sun body for himself and for General Frankie that was truly capable of ignoring all possible attacks. Ultimate defense equipment. He even had a sudden thought, should he apply this steel airbag technology to the hull defense of the Sunny? In that case, wouldn't the Sunny become an unsinkable ship that could also draw energy from enemy fire? A super invincible dream ship. This great idea, full of manly romance and a hint of protagonist halo, made Frankie feel extremely excited and blood boiling. He couldn't wait to put his genius invention into practice. A technological competition, centered on the attack and defense of energy weapons, has quietly begun between these two technical geeks. From the Straw Hat crew who are full of wisdom and a little bit unreliable, it has become a more intense and explosive prelude. Dressrosa, the land of love, passion and toys, that was once full of laughter, although most of it was fake, has now completely turned into a hell on earth. Full of gunfire, killing, and a hint of birdcage cutting sounds. The Straw Hat crew, together with their new ally Trafalgar Law and the Dressrosa rebels who also yearn for freedom and light, are fighting against the cadres and elite soldiers of the entire Don Quixote family in an all-out war of unprecedented scale and extremely brutality in order to completely overthrow the brutal rule of Heavenly Yaksha. Don Quixote Doflamingo, liberate all the people who have been turned into toys and expose the huge conspiracy behind the Smile Factory. In this huge battle that almost swept across the entire Dressrosa, the shipwright of the Straw Hat crew, the Cyborg Frankie, also took the lead, driving his General Frankie, which was full of manly romance and a little bit of pervert atmosphere, charging into the battle and showing off his kamui. His steel body that was as huge as a hill and the terrifying firepower that could fire powerful lasers and all kinds of weird, secret weapons, caused incalculable casualties and a trace of psychological trauma to the Don Quixote families. Ordinary cadres and soldiers who mainly relied on the devil fruit ability and some more traditional, cold weapons to fight. However, just when Frankie was driving his General Frankie on the battlefield like a bulldozer rushing forward and unstoppable, a special enemy that seemed to be full of heavy firepower and a hint of ominous aura suddenly stood in front of him. That is an elite team, belonging to a secret weapon unit of the Don Quixote family, specializing in BGBA, fire suppression, targeted elimination. Although the members of that team are not numerous, probably only a dozen people, and their own physical skills and devil fruit abilities are not particularly outstanding. However, in their hands, they are all equipped with a new type of energy cannon that was recently produced by Doflamingo's underground factory and is full of the technology flavor of Buu Legacy, although maybe it's just a copycat version. That energy cannon looks like a giant metal tube that is several times thicker than an average person's thigh and flashes a dangerous red light from its muzzle. From time to time, some electric sparks and green smoke that are full of instability and high radiation would come out. Although this energy cannon has a poor core technology and uses mostly cheap substitutes, therefore its range is not far, its accuracy is not high, and it often jams, misfires, or even explodes due to overloading of the energy circuit. Advertisement, however, if the luck is good and the operator is not afraid of death, the high energy particle beam it can emit, that kind of destructive aura, its power is still not to be underestimated. It is enough to easily penetrate ordinary steel armor. It can even pose a certain threat to those demon fruit powers that possess strong defensive capabilities. And now, more than a dozen energy cannons, full of copycat, atmosphere and unstable factors, are aiming at that General Frankie, who is so arrogant and domineering on the battlefield. Fire, following the order from the squad leader who was also equipped with an energy weapon, perhaps an energy pistol, that had huge recoil and often electrocuted him to a crisp. Swish, 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 a dozen thick, ominous red flashing and full of destructive aura high energy particle beams, like death rays shot out from hell, with a terrifying power, enough to tear the air and melt steel, came fiercely towards General Frankie's huge body that looked very tough. Wow, what the hell is this? It feels so dangerous. Frankie looked at those dense as raindrops and, with a terrifying energy beam that made his body of steel feel a little painful. His face, which was always full of pervert confidence and a little thick, also, for the first time, showed a trace of solemn and a hint of bad expression. He knew that if he was hit head on by these energy cannons that looked so tough, then his General Frankie alloy armor that he was so proud of would probably be scrapped on the spot. Even he himself, the core driver, might suffer incalculable damage because of this. At this critical moment, suddenly, in Frankie's mind, as if a flash of lightning, emerged the new defense system that he had conceived and secretly developed day and night in the workshop of the Sunny in order to deal with the threat of this energy weapon, full of environmental protection concepts, and a hint of perpetual motion machine fantasy. The steel airbag. Oh, that's right, I still have that. Frankie's eyes instantly burst out with an unprecedented desire to survive and a hint of strong confidence in his genius invention. He pulled the joystick hard, then he pressed down hard on a hidden button full of Frankie characteristics, whose exact location he almost forgot. General Frankie. Ultimate defense form. Iron. Chi. Fully unfold. Following Frankie's roar. Full of manliness and a hint of middle school flavor. I saw that the surface of General Frankie's huge steel body, which originally looked full of muscles and a little bloated, suddenly emitted a series of teeth-grinding, crackling, mechanical deformation sounds. Then, pieces of thick alloy armor plates that shone with metallic luster quickly flipped and folded like transformers, and then suddenly ejected from General Frankie's chest, arms, and some of the more critical and vulnerable parts. It formed it looked unusually thick, solid, and faintly emitting a hint of full of elasticity and unknown energy, a huge iron shield. The core of that iron shield is, of course, the special energy buffer gel that Frankie secretly developed based on the remains of the Buu legacy energy weapons and some unknown alloy materials recovered from Guy's laboratory. It can quickly change its molecular structure at the moment of being hit by strong energy, thereby absorbing, converting, and even bouncing back most of the energy. Although, the manufacturing process of this energy buffer gel is still very complex and unstable. Moreover, the defensive effect and energy recovery efficiency of this steel airbag shield system are still far from the perfect level that Frankie originally envisioned. However, when facing those energy cannons that are full of destructive aura and are about to bombard him, advertisement Frankie could only try his best to save his life and put all his hopes on this newest invention, full of experimental spirit and a little bit of unknown risk. Come on, you bastards who only know how to bully others with copycat weapons. Frankie tightly held the joystick of General Frankie, his electronic eyes, which were always full of pervert confidence, also burned with a raging fighting spirit and a hint of gambler like madness. Let me show you. This Frankie the shipwright, spent countless efforts in coke and some secret materials borrowed from Usopp to develop the super invincible ultimate defense Frankie General Shield system. Isn't it amazing? Boom, 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 boom. Just when Frankie's roar, which was full of self-praise and a little bit of middle school atmosphere, had not yet completely subsided, the dozen or so thick, ominous red flashing and full of destructive auras of high-energy particle beams had already fallen from the sky like a death meteor shower, fiercely bombarding General Frankie's. The unimaginable, violent explosion and terrifying energy shockwave instantly, completely, submerged General Frankie's huge steel body that was as big as a hill. The air is filled with smoke, flames shot up to the sky. The entire battlefield, because of this horrifying scene that was like the end of the world, fell into a deathly silence. Everyone who saw this scene, whether it was the other members of the Straw Hat crew who were fighting fiercely with the Don Quixote family, or the soldiers of the Don Quixote family who were cheering for the powerful power of their own energy cannon, all subconsciously stopped their actions and looked at the center of the battlefield shrouded in endless smoke and flames in disbelief. They all want to know that General Frankie, who was so arrogant just now, can he still survive after enduring such a terrifying concentrated fire attack? Time, at this moment, seemed to have frozen. I don't know how long it took. When the smoke and dust that covered the sky and the sun finally, gradually dissipated. When that blinding firelight finally, slowly went out. Although it looks a bit miserable and embarrassed, it still stubbornly stands on the battlefield. A huge steel figure appeared in everyone's sight. It's General Frankie. He actually withstood the direct hits from more than a dozen energy cannons. Although the huge iron shield in his hand, which had just made its debut, had now become tattered, covered with hideous cracks and some charred holes burned by high-temperature energy. Even on the alloy armor that General Frankie himself was so proud of, there were some very shocking dents and burns. Chapter 116. Lucky Little Pirates. Torn pages of Turtle School Training Manual. And, judging from his somewhat uncontrollably black smoke coming out of his exhaust pipe, and from certain joints that occasionally made bursts of sizzling sounds of electricity, he was indeed seriously injured this time, and maybe even suffered some relatively serious internal injuries. But after all, he still stood still. After all, he had successfully bought extremely precious time for his companions to counterattack. Super Frankie looked at his general shield system, which was severely damaged but still tenaciously protected him, and his companions who had rekindled their fighting spirit after seeing him survive a disaster. For the first time, his electronic eyes, which were always full of pervert confidence, flashed a trace of pride from the bottom of his heart and a trace of fear. He knew that he had won the bet again this time, although the price is a bit high. But at least he proved that his genius invention as a shipwright, Frankie, was useful. It was super. And those soldiers of the Don Quixote family who were originally full of confidence in their energy cannons showed incredible shock and a hint of fear on their faces when they saw that the steel monster actually really withstood the concentrated fire of more than a dozen shells from them and didn't fall. They began to wonder if these high-tech weapons in their hands were fakes. Frankie's general shield, although in the first actual combat, was almost scrapped on the spot. However, the amazing defense it displayed that was able to withstand energy cannons, although part of it was also due to General Frankie's own equally perverted health and armor, was like a seed of hope, deeply buried in the hearts of all those who yearned to fight against the power of the Buu legacy. It also provides a brand new, Frankie-style defense approach and a little bit of possibility for the more high-tech and energy-based wars that may appear in the future. Just when Frankie, on the battlefield of Dressrosa, was having all kinds of head-on and intimate interactions with the energy weapon troops of the Don Quixote family in order to verify the practicality of his genius invention, and, by the way, show off his manly romance. The Clita Arena, this sinful place filled with blood, cheers, and a hint of gladiator tragedy, also set off a wave of more fanatical and gambling climaxes under the wonderful performance of its hero, King's Shield, Diamante. Diamante, one of the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, is the user of the flying fruit. He can make any object he touches, including himself and the weapon in his hand, become as light and flowing as silk, but while retaining its original hardness and sharpness. This seemingly fancy, but actually very strange and difficult to defend devil fruit ability, combined with his equally impressive swordsmanship, makes Diamante the well-deserved unbeatable hero in the Clita Arena. His ghostly and erratic movements, and his flying sword that could launch deadly attacks from any tricky angle like a lion majesty, had caused countless powerful gladiators who had tried to challenge his champion throne to die on the battlefield, with blood splattering within 5 steps. However, Diamante is not merely satisfied with relying on his ability of the floating fruit, who has long been known to the world, to maintain his dominance in the arena. In Doflamingo, from the Buu legacy, which was full of unknowns and temptations, he obtained some incomplete and unreliable quick methods about the cultivation of Kai. Diamante, a man who was also full of desire and ambition for more powerful power, also secretly began to practice this mysterious new power. Although the authenticity and reliability of the so-called quick methods of Qi provided to him by Doflamingo were very questionable, it is very likely that they are just some placebos that Doflamingo obtained from some second-rate charlatan to fool his subordinates. Moreover, Diamante himself, with regard to this kind of inner energy that is full of metaphysics and idealism, his ability to comprehend it is not particularly outstanding. However, with his relatively tenacious will and a little bit of the wolf spirit of success or death advertisement, he actually, really, after a period of random exploration, full of pain and self-doubt, managed to reluctantly master some extremely rudimentary use techniques of Kai. He discovered that if he could, when using the power of the floating fruit, make the steel weapon in his hand, usually a somewhat exaggerated but very sharp Western sword, become as light and flowing as silk, at the same time attach a little bit of inner energy, that is, his understanding of Qi, of something he couldn't clearly explain, to those floating steel silks. Then, his floating swords, which were already very strange and difficult to defend, their toughness, sharpness, and attack range seemed to be able to receive a small, but real, additional bonus. Those iron silks, blessed by Qi, became more difficult to cut, and also more easy to leave, well, not deep but painful, fine wounds on the enemy's body. He could even, when waving those iron silks, bring up waves of invisible sword winds full of cutting power and a hint of energy fluctuations. This made its attack range much wider than before. Although this innovative use of combining Qi with the ability of the floating fruit, its power and effect are still very unstable and also very physically and mentally consuming. However, this allowed Diamante to add a few new tricks to his already very flashy fighting style, full of unknowns and variables. It also made his invincible myth in the Clita Arena even more indestructible and more deeply rooted in people's hearts. At this moment, on the arena, Diamante, with a relaxed look on his face, or rather, full of cat playing with mouse, and playful manner, was having a wonderful duel with a green algae-haired swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, who seemed to be full of murder and unyielding will, in his opinion, full of performance and entertainment value. The sword in his hand was transformed by the power of the flying fruit into a steel silk long sword, as flexible and strange as lion majesty. Under the blessing of a faint but real chi, it was transforming into sword shadows all over the sky, sweeping towards Zoro, covering the whole sky and sweeping over the whole earth. Every sword shadow carries with it a teeth-grinding sound of breaking through the air and a trace of invisible sword wind that can cut through steel. Its attack range is wide, its angles are tricky, its changes are unpredictable. All of these caused Zoro unprecedented trouble and a bit of embarrassment. Zoro, though, also relied on his far superior combat instincts and increasingly improved three-sword swordsmanship to maneuver and barely hold on under Diamante's violent storm-like attack. However, he was never able to effectively capture the opponent's ghostly figure, nor could he really get within the opponent's effective attack range. He felt like a prey trapped in a spiderweb. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the omnipresent, floating sword of entanglement and bondage. Fufufufu. How is it, pirates hunter Roronoa Zoro? Diamante looked at the green algae-haired swordsman who was caught in his sword net, clumsily and in danger. A smile full of complacency and cruelty appeared on his face. His voice, like him, was full of disgusting hypocrisy and sarcasm. Your so-called three-sword style, in front of my indestructible, all-permeating, king's sword, doesn't it seem a little vulnerable? Fufufufufu. Zoro frowned upon hearing this, and his one eye flashed with a cold and angry light. He knew that he had met his match, this guy who looked a bit sissy and particularly liked to put on airs. The strangeness of his devil fruit ability, as well as his understanding and application of swordsmanship, although it was the more fancy Western swordsmanship, far exceeded his previous expectations. Especially the opponent's floating sword, which was attached with a trace of unknown energy similar to chi. Its toughness and cutting power made him feel extremely difficult. Please give me flowers. When the three famous swords in his hands collided with those iron silks that seemed soft and weak but were actually harder than steel, they actually emitted waves of poignant wails. Advertisement. This made Zoro, for the first time, feel a little doubtful and hesitant about his sword power of cutting off everything that he was so proud of. But Zoro is Zoro after all. He is the man who wants to become the world's greatest swordsman. He would never give up easily because of such a small setback. Stop talking nonsense, Zoro roared, and from his steel-like body, an unprecedentedly powerful aura burst out. He wanted to use his purer and more determined sword will to cut off the full of lies and hypocrisy, the king's shield. A duel between top swordsmen filled with the collision of skills and will is about to completely break out in this arena filled with blood and cheers. And Diamante's flying sword that is full of innovative spirit and a little bit of tricks and blessed by chi will definitely bring more profound trouble and a little bit of growth to sow in this duel. Just when Zoro, on the ring of the Krita arena, was having all kinds of passionate collisions and sword exchanges with the king's shield, Diamante, who had mastered a little bit of Kai Straw Hat Crew's Holy Alliance partner, Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, is also on a battlefield in Dressrosa that is also full of chaos and danger. He is dealing with some cadres of the Don Quixote family who have also mastered some of the power of the Buu legacy, or some relatively superficial Kai techniques. They are engaged in maneuvers and counterattacks, full of wisdom and a little bit of scalpel precision. Luo discovered that these enemies whose strength had been enhanced due to various adventures had become more unpredictable and full of variables in their fighting style than before. Some of them can, like that greasy male cadre, fire powerful energy bombs from their hands. Some, like Diamante, can attach Kai to weapons or bodies, thereby increasing the power of attack and the strength of defense. There are also some, more weird ones that can even, although not very skilled, they can indeed briefly levitate off the ground, or, some confusing energy afterimages. These new powers full of unknown and weird brought considerable trouble to Luo's battle. He found that his proud op fruit ability when facing these new forces that did not play by the rules seemed to also be somewhat restrained. For example, his room space that can cut and exchange objects at will when facing some Buu legacy props that are full of energy interference or space distortion characteristics, its stability will be affected to a certain extent, and even it will appear temporarily failed. For example, his gamma knife that can directly attack the enemy's internal organs when facing some enemies that can use chi to strengthen their own defense or even form a layer of similar to energy shield on the surface of their bodies. Its penetrating power and destructive power will also be greatly reduced. This made Trafalgar Law, who always regarded himself as the resourceful general and was used to controlling everything in his own hands, feel a little bit uncomfortable and, a strong desire for challenge. He knew that he had to find a way to effectively restrain these new forces as soon as possible. Otherwise, he and their Straw Hat Alliance, full of uncertainties, will face even more powerful enemies in the future. The Chamber of Commerce is not passive, so, in a fierce battle with the Don Quixote family cadre who, also mastered some rudimentary Kai application skills and was equipped with an energy bracelet that was said to be rented at a high price from Doflamingo, which could temporarily enhance his speed and reaction ability. Luo, after a period of dealings full of thrills and a little bit of embarrassment, suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Chapter 117: The Germination of Chi, Monka's Unexpected Success. He thought of another, more sophisticated, and, more medically professional, special application of his op fruit ability. That is, counter shock and scan. He discovered that when he used the scanning ability of the op fruit to carefully observe the inside of the bodies of those enemies who had mastered Kai, he could actually vaguely sense the general flow path of the mysterious energy called Chi in the other person's body and some important energy nodes, although this perception was still very vague and unstable, and it also consumed a lot of his mental energy. And when he, at the critical moment of the battle, unexpectedly used the cardiac shock technique, which could directly deliver a strong electric shock to the target's heart against those enemies who were circulating Kai, of course, he could also use this electric shock on other more sensitive and fragile parts of the opponent's body. He discovered that he could actually disrupt the normal functioning of the other person's chi to a certain extent. Although this kind of disturbance cannot completely prevent the opponent from performing his moves, nor can it completely destroy the opponent's chi power. However, it can, in a short period of time, cause the opponent's moves to stagnate, weaken their power, and even cause a dozen more awkward and fatal mistakes. This created for him an extremely valuable counterattack fighter. Oh, so it can be used this way? Luo looked at the enemy, who was suddenly exposed to a huge 493 wound on the spot due to the sudden disturbance of the circulation of the chi in his body. A smile full of evil charm and a hint of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. He knew that he had found a new surgical method that could effectively restrain those enemies who had mastered the new power. Although this technical and a little sinister fighting style for his own mental strength and devil fruit ability consumption is also very submissive. However, in order to be able to survive better in this increasingly high-tech and fantasy new era, and to realize his great plan, which is full of revenge and ambition. What is this little price worth? Trafalgar Law's new use of heart shock, as well as his initial perception of the flow path of Kai, and his attempts to disrupt it, undoubtedly added a bit of lethal and surgeon-like precision to his already very strange and unpredictable op fruit ability. It also makes those enemies who are unfortunate enough to become his surgical subjects experience even more unspeakable pain and despair in the future. Just as the members of the Straw Hat crew were on various battlefields in Dressrosa for their respective ideals and some more realistic small goals, they were having all kinds of passionate clashes and life and death tests with the cadres of the Don Quixote family. Nico Robin, the archaeologist from the Straw Hat crew, the stunning beauty who is always full of intelligence and a hint of sinisterness, is also having more in-depth and historical exchanges and explorations with the members of the Riku royal family, who are the nominal rulers of Dressrosa but in reality have long been in name only and are burdened with national hatred and family feuds. Previously on the Fishmen Island, Robin had heard from the Sea Knight Jinbei some vague legends about how in ancient times, in the deep sea near the Fishmen Island, there once appeared a mysterious building called the Temple of the Sky, or the Palace of the Stars. And now, in Dressrosa, this ancient kingdom with hundreds of years of history, its royal secrets and ancestral teachings passed down from generation to generation seem to also hide some more terrifying and fatalistic ancient prophecies related to those aliens and the devil who destroys the stars. King Riku, this old man, although he is old, his eyes still sparkle with an unyielding will and a deep love for his country and his people, after having an in-depth exchange with Robin, which was full of trust and a hint of sadness. Finally, he told Robin everything about the ominous prophecy that was classified as top secret in the royal family and that only the kings of all generations were qualified to know. It is said that the prophecy was written down with great difficulty by an ancestor of the Riku royal family who possessed powerful foresight on a certain night filled with the atmosphere of the end of the world, and at his last moments, he used up his last bit of life force. The content of the prophecy is very brief and also very full of symbolism and a hint of the Riddler style. However, the amount of information and the horrifying warning contained in it are enough to make anyone who hears it feel chilled. The prophecy states, advertisement, when the pink disaster star wakes up again from the sleeping palace and comes to this world with the innocent and cruel attitude of a child. The stars will fall, the earth will wail, the ocean will boil, life will. The whole world will, because of his joy and anger, return to chaos and turn into nothingness. Only the chosen ones who have inherited the will of D and have smiles as bright as the sun, and the companions who also have firm beliefs and unyielding souls, can, in this doomsday catastrophe that sweeps across everything, bring the last ray of light and hope to this world on the verge of destruction. This ancient prophecy filled with fatalism and a hint of designated protagonist made Robin and Luffy, who happened to be eavesdropping, or was he eavesdropping openly, feel an indescribable, inexplicable, huge shock. Robin, it was because the pink disaster star in the prophecy and the description of its awakening from the sleeping palace were surprisingly similar to the pink demon called Gohan Buu that she had seen in the black stone tablet image of the mysterious palace in Marineford before, and the legends about the Temple of the Sky and Palace of the Stars that she had learned from the Riku royal family and the ancient documents of the Fishman Island. She was almost certain that this ancient prophecy was referring to that terrifying existence that possessed the power to destroy a planet. As for Luffy, it was because, in the prophecy, the description of the chosen one who inherited the will of D and had a smile as bright as the sun, and his comrades who also had firm beliefs and unyielding souls, made him subconsciously think of himself and every member of the Straw Hat crew. Although he didn't know what D's will was, nor did he know what the chosen one was. However, he instinctively felt that this prophecy seemed to have some kind of profound and mysterious connection with them. Pink disaster star, a ray of light from D's will. Robin muttered the key words in the prophecy softly, her eyes filled with unprecedented solemnity and a hint of barely perceptible excitement. After all, for an archaeologist, being able to personally participate in this historical event that can change the fate of the world is also a different kind of honor, right? As for Luffy, he touched his straw hat and revealed a smile, full of confidence and a little bit of silly. He. Although I don't quite understand what the prophecy is saying, Luffy said, but if there really is a pink disaster star that comes to bully my friends or destroy the world, then I will definitely beat him hard. This ancient prophecy of King Riku, which is full of fate and warning, undoubtedly adds a layer of mystery that is heavier and full of epic feeling to the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace and its legendary master, Gohan Buu. It also gave Luffy and Robin a deeper and more vague understanding of the real enemy they will face in the future and their final fate. Right above the ground of Dressrosa, with the arrival of the Straw Hat crew and the demise of the Don Quixote family, although it hasn't been completely destroyed yet, it will be soon. A great change, filled with freedom and cheer, is about to come. In those unknown dark corners and in that mysterious palace sleeping in the distant deep sea, some more bizarre and full of ominous atmosphere movements are also taking place silently. Elsa, in Dressrosa's toy house, in a dark storage room filled with all kinds of abandoned and broken toys. Those small parts of Boo's legacy that were once turned into toys by Doflamingo and Sucrose using the power of the childlike fun fruit, for example, some broken arms of metal puppets, or some broken lenses of combat power detectors, or some empty shells of universal capsules. After absorbing the large amount of dissipated energy generated by the fierce battle on the surrounding battlefield, such as the collision of Haki, the explosion of Devil Fruit's ability, even the unstable radiation when those imitation energy weapons were fired, as well as the endless resentment, anger, despair and other strong negative emotions emitted by the people who were turned into toys. Surprisingly, at the beginning, under their seemingly innocent and harmless toy form, some extremely weak, but real, full of unknown and uncontrollable, strange movements occurred. Some toy robots, their originally dull electronic eyes, actually. Then, without any warning, a disturbing red light would flash. On the surface of some colored glass blocks, there are actually some mysterious golden shapes that are twisted like tadpoles. Color texture. There are also some round colorful balls that would uncontrollably vibrate gently above the ground and emit bursts of similar to advertisement, a faint sound like a heartbeat. These strange and ominous movements, although still very weak, did not attract too many people's attention. After all, in a country like Shrosa, where moving toys are everywhere, these little anomalies are really too insignificant. However, they're like time bombs, full of unknowns and dangers, quietly accumulating in the darkness. Something enough to harm in the future. At a certain moment, an ominous energy of unimaginable terrifying power erupted. And Sugar, the lowly from 10,000 years who possesses the heaven-defying ability of the childlike fun fruit, has also, unknowingly, become the main culprit in this Buu legacy. In the huge storm caused by this, there is a special catalyst that is full of surprises and a little bit of a key roll. No one knows that when these forgotten legacy parts absorb enough negative energy and some strange, unknown radiation. In the end, what kind of horrible existence will it evolve into? But what is certain is that that day will definitely not be a good day worth celebrating. Dressrosa, the land of love, passion and toys, that was once full of false prosperity and a hint of Toy Story, is now, because of the all-out war between the Straw Hat Crew and the Don Quixote family that almost overturned the entire country, and it was plunged into unprecedented chaos and 4.6 is full of the atmosphere of freedom and destruction in the midst of a great change. In this huge battle that has swept almost every corner of Dressrosa, except for those who are fighting for their own ideals and some more realistic. The small goal, and in addition to the core members of the Straw Hat Crew who fought bloody battles, some who once had all kinds of love, hate, and vengeance, and a little bit of unfighting unacquaintance with the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. The old friends were also, due to various wonderful reasons full of coincidence and fate, and were either actively or passively involved in this. A huge Uzumaki that could change their lives. Among them was the one who had once been in Magic Valley Town, because he laughed at Luffy's dream, and was knocked out by Luffy, and because of this, he had gave birth to a complex emotion filled with awe, and a hint of twisted worship, Hyena, Bellamy. Bellamy, this, was once Doflamingo's subordinate, not very popular, and often because of his stupidity and impulsiveness. And the little minions who are causing trouble for the young master. After experiencing the baptism of Sky Island, although he might have just gone there, grabbed some gold, and then was taken away by someone who came out of nowhere. God, who killed him in one move, and the influence of Summit War, although he might have just watched from a distance on the outskirts of the battlefield. At 2H a carat at plus it's just a fight between gods, between the truly strong ones. After that, his heart, which was originally full of arrogance and a little bit of inferiority, seemed to have also undergone some subtle but real changes. Chapter 118 The Iron Fist of World Government, Doomsday for Hoarders. He began to no longer blindly worship and imitate Doflamingo's strong attitude, which was full of evil charm and a hint of pervert, as before. He began to re-examine his life, rethink the true meaning of power, and where he should go in the future. And the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, the man who was once regarded as trash and waste by him, but time and again slapped him hard in the face with his actions, full of silliness and indomitable will, has undoubtedly become a special existence in his heart, full of contradictions and a trace of yearning. He was jealous of Luffy's innocence and persistence that allowed him to do anything for his dream. I also want to be like Luffy, to have a truly powerful strength that can protect everything I cherish. So, in Dressrosa's war, filled with chaos and opportunities, Bellamy also began to seek a way to become stronger in his own way. He used his seemingly useless, but actually possessing great potential, ability of the spring fruit to an unprecedented ultimate. He not only turned his body into a human spring, capable of high-speed catapults and full of elastic attacks. He also got some inspirations from the so-called experts, who performed various Qigong performances that were full of visual effects and a bit of intimidating atmosphere in the Krita arena, as well as from the various legends that came from the outside world about the Buu legacy and the mysterious power called Qi. He began to try to imitate and combine the ability of his spring fruit, which could highly compress the whole body's strength and explode instantly with the energy condensation and release method displayed by those Qigong masters during their performances, or was it cheating, which was full of ritual sense and a hint of metaphysics. He fantasized about whether he could also, like those Qigong masters, burst out from a certain part of his body, such as a fist, or the sole of the foot, a shockwave that could destroy the world. Although he didn't know what Qi was, nor did he know how to guide and control that illusory inner energy. However, he relied on his relatively developed motor nerves and a bit of never give up until you hit the wall stubbornness and an infinite desire for power, and actually, really, after countless failures and some self-destruction, full of physical pain, he reluctantly figured out a move full of Bellamy characteristics and a bit of copycat flavor, the so-called Spring Shock 2. The core principle of that Spring Impact move is actually very simple and crude. That is, first use the power of the spring fruit to compress a part of your body, usually his right fist or his head, to the ultimate level. Compress it again. Compress it to a critical point full of elastic potential energy and a slight risk of explosion. Then, at the moment of attack, he would release the spring force that had been compressed to the ultimate level, all the muscle strength, bone strength, and even the spiritual strength, or anger, that he couldn't even explain, without reservation, towards the target. It formed a kind of, well, although in essence, it was still a pure physical impact, but, because of its ultimate compression and instantaneous explosion, and, in terms of visual effects and, well, destructive power, it was a terrorist attack that had a slight resemblance to those so-called Qigong shockwaves. Spring. Shock. Following Bellamy's roar, filled with reluctance and a hint of burn your boats determination. His right fist, which was like a spring compressed to the ultimate level, with a terrifying force that was enough to tear the air and crack the earth, fiercely slammed into those powerful enemies that had once made him feel desperate and powerless. Although, this kind of spring shock, which is full of self-mutilation and a hint of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own, its power and effect are still very unstable, and the burden and backlash on Bellamy himself are also equally huge. However, it allowed Bellamy, the hyena, who had been lost in Doflamingo's false halo, to find a new direction that could make him stronger and closer to the Straw Hat Boy. It also allowed him to play a special role in Dressrosa, a war full of chaos and change, which was still a bit tragic, but also full of bright spots. Bellamy's spring shock, though, is fundamentally different from the mysterious power known as Kai. However, his persistent desire for power and his unyielding will to never give up also, to some extent, showed the amazing potential and a hint of empathy that an ordinary person could unleash when faced with the impact of a new power system that was beyond his understanding. Just when Bellamy was trying to catch up with that Straw Hat Boy and desperately squeezing out the last potential of his spring fruit, another loyal fan, who was also full of almost brainless worship for Straw Hat Boy Luffy, man-eating ghost, Bartolomeo, is also on the battlefield of Dressrosa, using his seemingly uncouth, but actually very bug-barrier fruit ability to provide Luffy God tier and other seniors of the Straw Hat crew with all kinds of full of loyalty and a little nonsense, thoughtful support. Bartolomeo, who was once a notorious gangster in Logue Town, was completely smitten with Luffy after he witnessed Luffy's miraculous survival on the execution ground in Logue Town, which was full of kingly aura and a little bit of shitty luck. He became Luffy's most loyal and crazy #1 fan. Advertisement: the barrier fruit ability he possesses is very unreasonable. He can create a layer of a transparent barrier that is almost invisible to the naked eye, but indestructible, around his body or any designated location. That kind of barrier is almost an absolute defense against any kind of physical attack, whether a knife or an axe, or punches or kicks, or even the terrifying fists of the Four Emperors. It cannot be broken, and it cannot be surmounted. Of course, this kind of absolute defense may have some weaknesses or limitations that have not yet been discovered. For example, the area of the barrier is limited, or the duration of the barrier will be affected by the ability user's own physical strength, or for some more buggy attacks involving the rule level, it is also powerless. But at least at the moment, Bartolomeo's barrier ball is indeed too strong in defending against physical attacks. However, in Dressrosa's war, which was full of high technology and fantasy, Bartolomeo encountered some new challenges, which made him feel both fresh and a little troublesome. That is, those energy weapons copied from Doflamingo's underground factory. When he, for the first time, saw on the battlefield those cadres and soldiers of the Don Quixote family shooting out red energy bombs filled with the aura of destruction from their imitation heritage weapons, which looked a bit copycat, but could indeed emit energy beams. Bartolomeo, though, also felt a little surprised and curious. However, he was still full of blind confidence in his invincible barrier fruit ability. HMPH. Just some laser guns that look like children's toys. You think you can break this? That can easily block the attacks of the Four Emperors? God's barrier. Bartolomeo looked at the enemies, who were shooting at him with a look full of disdain and provocation, and in his heart, he was smug and secretly complained. Then, he very casually stretched out 2 fingers, crossed them in front of his chest, and activated the barrier fruit ability. Barrier. Deploy. A layer of transparent barrier that was almost invisible to the naked eye but was indestructible instantly protected him and the members of the Straw Hat crew behind him who were also unaware of the truth, such as Usopp, who was concentrating on a passionate fight with an equally inconspicuous enemy. They were all protected tightly inside it. Swish, swish, swish. Those red energy bombs filled with unstable energy fluctuations, like raindrops, bombarded Bartolomeo's transparent barrier densely. Beach. The cool scene he imagined, where the energy bomb was easily deflected and the enemy was stunned, was slightly different from. The moment those energy bullets touched the barrier, they were not completely blocked and bounced back like physical attacks. They actually burst out on the surface of the barrier, full of high-tech flavor, violent explosions and dazzling sparks. Moreover, every time an explosion occurred, Bartolomeo would feel that his indestructible barrier seemed to also produce a slight, weak, but real vibration and energy consumption. Although those energy bombs still cannot truly break his barrier. However, that kind of continuous high-intensity energy impact put his barrier and its durability to an unprecedented severe test. He even felt that if the opponent's energy weapons were more numerous or more powerful than his barrier ball that claimed to be absolutely defensive, would probably, sooner or later, fail due to energy exhaustion. Collapse on the spot. What's going on? Bartolomeo looked at his. Under the continuous bombardment of energy bombs, the transparent barrier with a small crack that was not very stable, although it was repaired automatically soon, his face, for the first time, showed a trace of incredible horror and a trace of advertisement bad expression. Could it be that my divine barrier is not that effective against this kind of high-tech energy attack? This discovery, filled with shocking and a hint of cruel reality, made Bartolo, who had always been full of confidence in his barrier fruitability. Minggao felt depressed and somewhat unwilling. He began to think whether he should also respond to the situation like those predecessors of Straw Hat Crew who were also constantly evolving and becoming stronger. Looking for some new ways to strengthen your barrier ability? Elra. Could he try to cover the barrier with his also not very good at using armament hockey to enhance the barrier's resistance to energy attacks? What about the resistance to attack? Or could he find something that could be used in conjunction with his barrier fruitability from the Buu legacy, which was also full of unknowns and mysteries? What about the special props that produce chemical reactions? Can he go and ask that big brother Frankie, who seems to be very learned and particularly likes to research all kinds of strange things? He helped me to add some energy absorption and rebound modules full of black technology to my barrier? These thoughts, filled with curiosity and a little fantasy of getting something for nothing, were in Bartolomeo's equally not very bright head, flashing continuously. As a result, he also developed a deeper and more understanding of the Buu legacy and the various new powers that could make him stronger. Full of the fanatical yearning and expectation of fans, Bartolomeo was thinking about how to make his God's barrier effectively defend against those high-tech energy attacks. When you were thinking hard and racking your brains. Another, who also shines brightly on the Dressrosa battlefield, although, maybe, more due to his stunningly handsome face. The captain of the American pirates, White Horse, Cavendish, also in his aristocratic and a little bit narcissistic heart, was attracted by that. The mysterious force called Chi, which is both elegant and powerful, has aroused extremely strong interest. Cavendish, the nobleman, swordsman with a dual personality, in his relatively normal and awake state, that is, when he. The other, the second personality, full of desire for killing and destruction, Hakuba, who is temporarily asleep, is, well, although a little narcissistic, a little venomous. And he particularly likes to steal the spotlight, but he is also a man with relatively chivalrous spirit and a little sense of justice. He is not interested in those rude and barbaric fighting styles, such as like Luffy, using fists, randomly hitting around, or like Zoro, using 3 knives to chop around without any aesthetic sense. I have always sneered and looked down upon it. What he pursues is more elegant, faster, and more artistic beauty, gorgeous sword skills. Chapter 119, The Shaking of the Shichibukai System, The Undercurrent of Doflamingo. And that mysterious power called Kai. In some legends, for example, in Buu's Legacy, those imaginative descriptions of Qigong masters, with immortal qualities, the light and graceful, otherworldly, and able to unleash amazing power with just a wave of the hand, undoubtedly, deeply attracted the attention of Cavendish, the nobleman, who had the ultimate pursuit of beauty. He felt that if he could combine this mysterious power, which was full of fairy spirit and a hint of coolness, with his own beautiful sword skills, which were also full of elegance and speed, perfectly, then wouldn't he be able to create an ultimate sword technique that not only possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, but is also filled with breathtaking artistic beauty? By then, the reputation of White Horse Cavendish will surely resonate throughout the world. Everyone will be fascinated and crazy about his powerful and beautiful sword skills. This idea, filled with narcissism and a hint of unrealistic fantasy, made Cavendish feel extremely excited and expectant. So, he also began to try, secretly, privately, to sense and use the mysterious power, called Qi. Although, he was not as lucky as Iron Fist, Monka or Iron Wrist, Duke to get the fragments of the secret manual of magical skills, of Turtle Immortal Style, or Crane Immortal Style. He also did not have enthusiastic help from the Qi sensing assistance and basic application training device, developed by Dr. Vegapunk, which was full of black technology, like those agents of CPO. All he had were some extremely vague and misunderstood descriptions of Kai from Buu's Legacy Chronicles, or some other unreliable rumors. And his extraordinary comprehension ability as a genius swordsman, as he thinks, and a hint of artistic talent. However, what is somewhat unbelievable is that Cavendish, actually, really, after a period of meditation and experiments that were full of elegance and a hint of self-indulgence, for example, under the moonlight, wearing white silk pajamas, posing some postures that he thought were very immortal, and then affectionately calling on those elves in the air that might not exist. Reluctantly, I realized a tiny bit of extremely weak, but definitely existing, Qi feeling. He discovered that if he could, while performing his lightning fast and extremely swift, beautiful sword skills, such as his signature, beautiful sword, Blue Bird, at the same time, integrate the few and not very obedient Kai in his body into the blade. Then, his originally very gorgeous and full of visual effects, / its speed, power, and that indescribable elegance and beauty seemed to be able to get a not so big, but definitely existing extra bonus. Am beautiful sword, Bluebird, with Cavendish's nobility filled, and a hint of intoxication in his soft drinking. The western rapier in his hand, also full of artistic beauty, and a little sharp, drew a series of elegant trajectories in the air that were almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, like blue lightning. This time, what was different from the past was that on his sword blade that was slashing as fast as a storm, there was actually a faint layer of light blue, hazy like morning mist and full of fairy spirit, energy halo? Those unlucky enemies, usually some ugly soldiers from the Don Quixote family who dared to make loud noises in front of him, who were touched by his sword, were not only cut by his sharp blade, but also covered with bruises and blood. More importantly, they could also feel an indescribable, a penetrating, and a little paralyzing effect. Power from the pale blue energy halo attached to the sword blade. It makes their wounds more difficult to heal. It also makes their bodies become more rigid and sluggish. Although this innovative use of Kai in swordsmanship may not increase the power as much as Cavendish himself imagined, Yamato, heaven-defying. And it also consumes a lot of his already limited Qi, energy, and physical strength. However, this new move, full of beauty and a hint of pretentiousness, made Cavendish feel extremely satisfied and intoxicated. He felt that he had finally found a completely new realm that could perfectly combine power and beauty. Advertisement: his white horse, Cavendish's Legend of the Beautiful Sword, will also become more popular and deeply rooted in people's hearts because of this slash of Qi that is full of fairy spirit and artistic sense. Of course, the premise is that his other second personality, full of desire for killing and destruction, Hakuba, will not suddenly run out and disrupt the situation when he is immersed in his own world of beauty and cannot extricate himself. Just as the arena of the Critter Arena and every corner of the battlefield in Dressrosa were becoming increasingly chaotic and full of highlights, due to the appearance of those emerging strong men who had mastered some of the power of the Buu legacy, or rudimentary Kai skills. In the arena, another unbeatable woman, who was also full of legends and a bit of tragic fate, Rebecca, also in her battle that was full of dodges and a bit of helplessness, developed some new and more sense of crisis, cognition about the mysterious power called Kai, and those energy weapons filled with unknown technology. Rebecca, the former Princess Dressrosa and granddaughter of King Riku, was forced to serve as a prisoner swordsman after Doflamingo attempted to seize the throne. In the Asura field of Cleda Arena, which was full of blood and despair, she fought one life and death battle after another for survival and a trace of illusory hope of freedom. Although she inherited the relatively good swordsmanship talent of the Riku royal family and had also undergone arduous training under the strict guidance of her instructor, the one-legged soldier who had been turned into a toy, that is, her father Cyrus. However, because her heart was too kind and full of Madonna sentiments, she could never overcome her fear and resistance of hurting others. Therefore, her fighting style in the arena seems very, different and full of pacifism. She never attacks actively, she never, ever, uses the sword in her hand to truly hurt any opponent. All she could do was rely on her observation haki, which was honed through countless life and death struggles and was so powerful that it could almost foresee the future, and her antelope-like agility and, a little, embarrassed, dodging skills, to predict every attack of her opponent and then dodge them with great risk. Until the opponent runs out of energy or, gets so angry at her rogue, fighting style of taking a beating without fighting back, that he loses his mind and falls off the ring or, is dragged into the water by those equally dangerous fighting fish around the arena. With this, unbeatable tactic that was full of wisdom and a little bit of luck, Rebecca actually, really, miraculously, survived in the meat grinder of the Krita arena, which was full of death and despair, and she also received a resounding title full of irony and, a little bit of admiration, the unbeatable girl. However, recently, Rebecca discovered that her unbeaten record, which she was so proud of, seemed to have begun to face some unprecedented severe challenges. Because, on the arena of the Krita arena, new enemies began to appear frequently. Some of them had mastered the mysterious power called Kai, or were equipped with energy weapons, full of unknown technology. These, new enemies full of unknowns and variables have completely different attack methods from those traditional gladiators she had faced before, who only relied on brute force or simple swordsmanship. Some of them can, like Diamante, attach Kai to their weapons and send out a wider range, greater power, and full of penetrating energy slashes. Some of them can, just like those third-rate masters who perform Qigong performances in the arena, emit some weak Qi from their palms, which is not very powerful but extremely fast and very difficult to predict. Some relatively rich or well-connected guys even bought some simple energy pistols or gloves made by Doflamingo's underground factory on the black market. Although they are not very reliable, they can indeed fire energy bullets. These were full of novelty and a little unreasonable attack methods, which made Rebecca's originally invincible observation haki prediction and the agile dodge technique has been restrained to a certain extent. She discovered that the attacks launched by Qi or energy weapons had their trajectories, speeds, and that indescribable energy fluctuations that were fundamentally different from the physical attacks she was familiar with before. It was difficult for her to accurately predict the enemy's next move, just by relying on her perception of the enemy's muscle movements and murderous intent, as she had done before. But after adaptation training, that was full of thrills and a hint of life and death test. Advertisement Rebecca, relying on her supernormal observation haki talent and the amazing potential that was forced to be unleashed in desperate situations, actually, gradually, and figured out some special techniques to deal with these new forces. She discovered that those enemies who could use Kai, or energy weapons, would, before they actually launched an attack, the flow of Kai in their bodies, or the energy condensed by the weapon in your hand will produce some more obvious and full of regularity energy signs than ordinary physical attacks. Iro. Those guys who are preparing to release Qigong waves will have a certain part of their body, usually the palm or the dantian, a few seconds in advance, began to emit a wave of a faint, but capable of being captured by her keen observation haki, of special energy concentration. 0. Those guys who are ready to fire energy bullets have their weapons in their hands, whether it is energy pistols or energy gloves, their muzzles or the palm of the hand will also flash some dangerous energy light or emit bursts of extremely subtle, but she can hear the energy charging, buzzing sound. These subtle signs, which may seem insignificant or even unnoticeable to others, are as sensitive as super radar to Rebecca. In front of the sharp observation haki, the money is good. It is like a beacon in the dark night, clearly visible and untraceable. So, Rebecca began to consciously sense and predict these special energy signs coming from the new power. She found that as long as she could detect the emergence of these energy signs one step earlier than the enemy, and according to the intensity and direction of these signs, 2 and some intuition that she herself couldn't explain, to dodge and move in advance, then she would be able to, just like before, easily dodge those seemingly fatal Qigong waves or energy bomb attacks. She could even use the short-term stiffness or energy window that the enemy experienced after launching these big moves to launch some counterattack that is full of wisdom and a little bit of provocation, although her counterattack may just be Use the blunt sword in your hand to gently tap the opponent's, but Rebecca's legend as the invincible girl did not end with the emergence of these new forces. On the contrary, because of her more acute and, magical observation hockey and prediction of energy signs of chi ability that is like foreseeing the future, and it has become more, full of legend and a hint of incredible color. It also allowed her to continue to survive tenaciously in this arena full of unknowns and dangers, waiting for the arrival of the true hero who can rescue her from this birdcage completely. On the ground of Dressrosa and inside the arena, the new power, full of the Buu legacy, appeared. When the world is in turmoil and everyone is in turmoil. Chapter 120 New discoveries inside the palace, traces of Buu's life. An admiral of headquarters who, is blind but has a clear mind and possesses the terrorist power to overthrow the entire country. Fujitora smiled, and in the depths of his, heart full of gambler, aura and a hint of justice, contradiction, he developed an extremely deep vigilance and a hint of disgust towards this island full of lies and sins and the uncontrollable, extraordinary forces hidden behind it. Fujitora smiled. This mysterious blind swordsman who was exceptionally promoted to admiral of headquarters through the world recruitment after the Summit War, his real identity and past are like a huge mystery unknown to outsiders. People only know that he has the terrifying devil fruit ability to manipulate gravity. The seemingly ordinary staff knife in his hand can easily attract meteorites that can destroy the island. Although he belongs to the Marine, he doesn't seem to fully agree with some of the world governments. Absolute justice and high-pressure rule, he is more like a lonely justice enforcer, wandering on the edge of order and chaos. At this moment, Fujitora was smiling and sitting cross-legged in the corner of an alley near the Dressrosa Palace that looked, quiet and, full of zen. Although his eyes were still tightly closed, or perhaps, he couldn't see at all, his face, which was as firm as if it had been cut by a knife or an axe, was filled with solemnity and a hint of, barely perceptible, dissatisfaction. His powerful observation hockey, which is almost perverted, and his mastery of the gravity fruit's power, allow him to see more clearly and more clearly than anyone else. Acutely perceive. On this seemingly prosperous and peaceful island, there are countless sins, darkness, and disturbing abnormal gravity sources and chaotic energy fluctuations hidden. He could feel that deep underground on this island, there seemed to be a huge, oppressive and painful collection of resentment. That was, of course, the endless despair and anger emanating from those people who were turned into toys by sugar. He could also feel that in every corner of this island, there seemed to be some, well, though weak, but definitely existing, special energy sources full of unknown and dangerous auras. That, of course, was the ones that Doflamingo secretly collected and experimented with from the Dragon Ball Palace. Buu encountered 2J. These uncontrolled, external forces, and the various 240 chaos and tragedies they caused, made Fujitora smile. This, Admiral of Justice, who was actually full of chivalry and idealism, deep down in his heart, felt both angry and helpless. He was angry because that D Doflamingo actually, for his own dirty ambitions and desire to pervert, had played with the entire population of Dressrosa, and had unscrupulously used the Buu legacy, which could bring disaster to the entire world, to conduct various dangerous experiments. He was helpless because, although he was a Marine admiral, he possessed enough terrifying power to easily destroy the island. However, because of the hidden rules between the world government and Shichibukai, full of interests and compromises, and his own, relatively special and awkward identity. But he cannot, as he wished, openly expose Doflamingo's crimes, stop his tyranny, and liberate those innocent citizens who were living in dire straits. He could only observe and wait in the dark, silently, for the perfect opportunity that would allow him to not violate his own principles of justice and, by the way, create some not so small trouble for the world government and the naval headquarters. This country is rotten to the core. Fujitora smiled and sighed softly. His eyes, which were invisible but seemed to be able to see through everything, silently stared at the Dressrosa Palace in the distance, which was full of false prosperity and sin. He muttered to himself in a hoarse voice, and those so-called Buu legacy and the unknown power called Kai, they're like uncontrolled keys, opening Pandora's boxes, full of disasters and despair. I'm afraid this world is really going to be in chaos. Marine Admiral Fujitora smiled, and in his unique and keen way, he perceived this world that was becoming increasingly out of control because of the Buu legacy. And his deep vigilance and a hint of disgust towards these uncontrollable, extraterrestrial forces will inevitably, at some point in the future, prompt him to make some shocking moves. That will be enough to change the entire world situation. Dressrosa, the land of love, passion and toys, woven with lies and violence by heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, is now shrouded in the shadow of a huge birdcage, made up of countless extremely sharp and fine silk threads that are flashing with a hint of ominous cold light. This is Doflamingo. He thinks he has the whole situation under control and is ready to wipe out all the ants who dare to resist his rule. The ultimate means of complete elimination, that huge birdcage that fell from the sky and covered the entire Dressrosa, is not just a simple manifestation of the string fruit's ability. It is the so-called chi that Doflamingo has cultivated in secret from those equally unreliable rumors and some pirated secret books purchased at high prices on the black market. Although it is crude, it does have a trace of special effects. After a certain degree of initial fusion with his already awakened ability of the terrifying string fruit, which can linearize the surrounding environment, the resulting, even tougher and more deadly masterpiece was created. Each of the threads that make up the birdcage is not only sharp, but also sharp enough to easily cut through steel. Advertisement, more importantly, on those threads, there is also a trace of chi power. Although it is weak, it does exist, full of penetrating and a trace of energy erosion effect. This makes those silk threads, which were already very difficult to break, become even tougher, even more difficult to cut. The shrinking birdcage also caused unprecedented pressure and a hint of despair to all the lives trapped in it. Whether it was the resistance fighting bloody battles, the innocent civilians who were panicking, or the members of the Straw Hat crew who were also caught up in it. Tototot. Tototot. Doflamingo, suspended at the highest point of the palace, looked down at the kingdom below, which had fallen into complete chaos, and the shadow of death. On his face lay an evil smile, which was full of cruelty, complacency, and a hint of morbid pleasure. He stretched out his hands with his fingers slightly bent, like an evil demon controlling countless puppets, feeling those silk threads, attached with the power of Kai, trembling gently at his fingertips. Do you feel it, ants? Doflamingo's voice, through the resonance of the birdcage, clearly spread to every corner of Dressrosa, full of unquestionable majesty and chilling coldness. This is absolute power. This is an irresistible fate. In this birdcage that I have personally woven, all of you will become the most insignificant people in my new world. But also the most pleasing to the eye, the burial object, Foo. He believed that with this, the super birdcage, that combined his string fruit ability and BGDF, a trace of ki power, and his Don Quixote family's cadres who were also blessed with the Buu legacy technology, he will surely be able to completely crush all the bugs that dare to resist him. Then, starting from Dressrosa, step by step, he would realize his crazy ambition of dominating the entire new world, and even getting his hands on the supreme void throne of the Holy Land Mariajoy. Doflamingo's birdcage is more than just a physical confinement. It's more like a spiritual declaration of despair. It seems to be announcing to the whole world the arrival of a new era, filled with darkness and a hint of flamingo. Just when Doflamingo was becoming complacent and carried away by his artistic and destructive masterpiece, birdcage. On the top floor of the palace, a battlefield that was also cut and covered by countless sharp threads. The final showdown between Straw Hat Boy Luffy and Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, which concerns the future fate of Dressrosa and may also decide who is the fifth emperor of the new world. Although this title may just be made up by Morgans, the unscrupulous reporter, for the sake of sales, has finally reached the most crucial and most intense stage full of protagonist halo and forced cheating. Luffy, after going through a period of hardship, anger, and a hint of die or die, inner struggle, and accumulation of strength, of course, it was also indispensable. Trafalgar Law, who was by his side, with his tactical guidance and spiritual encouragement, that was full of hardship, anger, and a hint of sinister atmosphere. Finally, he activated his strongest fighting form, which was enough to make all enemies feel both astonished and terrified. Fourth gear, Bounce Man, Luffy roared with full power and a slight, rubber inflating sound. His body, in an instant, underwent a tremendous change. His rubber body, which originally looked somewhat thin and unreliable, was blowing air into his muscles in a very special and Luffy-like way. Skeletons, although it seems he doesn't have bones, and then use armament hockey to make it highly compressed and full of elasticity. After hardening, he turned into a man who was over 4 meters tall, even taller, with muscular body, dark and shiny skin, and exuded a smell. Advertisement, a terrifying muscle pinball man, full of steampunk and a hint of tire. His arms and legs became even more stronger and full of explosive power than when he was in third gear before. His chest and abdomen, although maybe I can't tell them apart, are like a giant rubber tire that has been inflated with unimaginable elasticity and defensive power. On his face, he still had that innocent, optimistic, and, slightly, silly, smile. But, behind that smile, hidden within is a strong will to fight and an infinite desire for victory that is enough to make any enemy feel terrified. Gear 4. Jumping Man, Luffy growled, and his body, which had become like a muscle monster, gently kicked the ground. Bang! A muffled sound, full of elasticity, and, a hint of air compression. His body was actually like a huge cannonball that was launched at a terrifying speed that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. It instantly catapulted to the second place. The Minister of the Midair, then, he was like a super pinball that was not bound by gravity, inside Doflamingo's birdcage filled with sharp threads. And, between those, dilapidated buildings on the top floor of the palace, all kinds of imagination, and, a little bit of juggling were going on. The breath, high-speed ejection and, incredible midair change of direction. Every time he comes into contact with the ground or the wall, there will be a huge impact force and reaction force. It makes his speed faster and faster. It also makes the power of his next attack more and more terrifying. And his huge fist covered with the inky black armament hockey in this rubber elasticity and, a little bit of aerodynamics, although, of course, he may not know what it is. Under the bouncing acceleration, the destructive power it can cause has also reached an unprecedented level. Gai Ren Shang Du, more importantly, Luffy, in this Gear 4 Jumping Man form that he himself doesn't know what's going on. He has no idea what he has learned from the Gohan Buu video. Although still unconscious and full of misunderstandings, explosive power of chi that is full of violence and destructive aura seems to be used. Almost, also, unknowingly, reached a new, more instinct and wildness realm. He discovered that when he compressed his body, which was like a muscle pinball, to the ultimate level and then released all his strength and that inexplicable feeling of chi was poured into his fist without reservation, and he punched the enemy fiercely. Every blow he delivers is not just, it contains the hardness of armament hockey and the elasticity of rubber fruit. It also contains a kind of power that seems to be able to penetrate all defenses, shatter all matter, and even space itself can distort to a certain extent. The music resonates with horrifying destructive energy. Chapter 121: The Spread of Combat Power Detectors, the Exposure of Hidden Strongmen. This armament hockey, rubber elasticity, and the violent explosive power of ki, the three, in a way full of Luffy characteristics, almost instinct, the chemical reaction that is produced after the perfect combination. Its huge power, its terrifying destructive power, its that unreasonable penetration and concussion effect. They are all far beyond any of Luffy's previous attack forms. It also far exceeded the imagination limit of all the spectators present, including those Don Quixote family cadres who considered themselves to be top powerhouses, and those Straw Hat crew members who were also full of curiosity and a little fear of the new power. Rubber, Luffy's huge figure, like a muscle pinball, left a series of black afterimages in the air that were almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. His huge fist covered with armament hockey, like a black thunderbolt falling from the sky, with a terrifying power that was enough to make the entire Dressrosa tremble, fiercely slammed towards the heavenly Yaksha. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was still suspended in the air with a look of doubt on his face. Ape King. Crow Cannon, although the name of this move doesn't seem to have much to do with the Bounce Man form, and it's really not very, cool, and hockey, but who can blame Luffy for liking this kind of, animalistic, and a little plain naming style? PL. Countless pitch black, mountain-sized rubber fists fill the entire sky in an instant. They are not just simple physical attacks, they are more like black energy bombs that contain the explosive power of terrifying chi. They, with unprecedented speed and strength, launched an indiscriminate carpet-style saturation bombing at Doflamingo and the spider webs and thread clones around him, woven of sharp silk threads. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of destructive noises, more intense, more terrifying, and more destructive than ever before, continued to explode in the sky above the Dressrosa Palace. Unimaginable shockwaves and energy storms, like an out-of-control nuclear bomb, swept wildly in all directions. Those already dilapidated palace buildings were completely razed to the ground. The originally indestructible birdcage threads also began to vibrate and hum, and even had tiny, barely detectable cracks. And heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was at the center of the explosion, felt for the first time the threat of death and a hint of fear. His proud awakening ability of string fruit and his equally impressive armament hockey defense, in front of Luffy's Ape King Crow Cannon, which was full of unreasonable chi, explosive power, actually seemed to be a little stretched and difficult to resist. Damn it. This Straw Hat Boy. What kind of monster is he? Him? Doflamingo was struggling to dodge those black iron fists that kept bombarding him like maggots on his tarsus, while he was roaring in horror in his heart. He couldn't understand. He couldn't believe it. Why? That person who, in his eyes, was just a simple-minded and troublemaking rubber idiot, could actually, in such a short period of time, burst out with such a terrifying, and even, powerful force that could threaten him, the chosen one. Could this be the so-called Wolf D, or did that be ******** D also? Get something. The more heaven-defying Buu legacy from that damn Dragon Ball Palace. Luffy's fourth gear, Bounce Man, form, and the brand new fighting style he displayed in this form, which perfectly combined armament hockey, rubber elasticity, and the violent explosive power of Ki, undoubtedly brought an unprecedented huge shock to Doflamingo and all the people who were watching this battle. This new era, which has become increasingly chaotic and out of control due to the emergence of Buu legacy, has also been given a more colorful and more protagonist halo flavor. Just when Luffy, on the top floor of the palace, was having the final showdown with Don Quixote Doflamingo, which was full of passionate collisions of rubber and silk thread. Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman of the Straw Hat crew, also had a peak duel with one of the highest officials of the Don Quixote family, the Rock Assimilation Man. Pika, on a special battlefield in Dressrosa that was also full of artistic atmosphere, and a little bit of rock rolling. It was also full of strength, and, will, Pika, the top official of the Don Quixote family who possesses the terrifying ability to assimilate himself with the surrounding rocks and control giant stone statues to fight, his true fighting power may not be as flashy and skilled as Diamante or Torpal. Advertisement, however, his mountain-like stone statue body and the terrifying destructive power that could easily change the entire island's terrain still brought Zoro unprecedented pressure and a hint of visual shock. What made Zoro feel even more troubled was that this stone man, who seemed simple-minded and had a particularly shrill and unpleasant voice, seemed to have secretly practiced some unsystematic but indeed able to enhance his own defense and attack range. Superficial, key, application skills under Doflamingo's wise guidance. He could attach a tiny bit of chi to the surface of his giant stone statue made of solid rock, thereby forming a layer of although it's not very obvious, it can indeed offset physical attacks to a certain extent. A rock energy barrier. He could even, faintly, when swinging that huge rock fist that was as big as a mountain, bring up waves of invisible chi, energy filled with earth and stone, aura and a trace of energy fluctuations, making its attack power and range slightly higher than before. This combination of rock and air fighting style that is full of simplicity and a hint of earthy flavor, although in the eyes of those strong men who have truly mastered the essence of the use of air, it may be very crude and ridiculous. However, for Zoro, who was currently fighting a desperate battle with the huge rock statue that was hundreds of meters tall, which was full of height difference and body size suppression, it was still a big trouble. He discovered that his sharp blow that was powerful enough to cut through steel would actually be weakened a lot when it hit the huge stone statue covered with a layer of rock energy barrier. Even his proud, ghostly nine-sword-style Ashura could not destroy Pika's full force attack, which also contained a trace of chi power, as easily as before. Damn it. This Stone B *********** D who can only bully people by getting bigger, Zoro, while waving the three knives in his hands, engaging in a fierce collision, full of power and skills, with the huge stone statue that was like a moving mountain. He cursed in his heart. He could feel that if he continued to be consumed by the opponent's endless rock attacks and the air barrier that would come from time to time, then sooner or later his physical strength would be completely exhausted. By then, what awaits him is most likely being ruthlessly trampled into a pulp by that huge stone statue, a tragic end. Just when Zoro's mental and physical strength were on the verge of limit due to this tough battle, filled with sense of oppression and sense of despair, and even his consciousness began to become blurry and dazed. Suddenly, in his mind, like a flash of black lightning, the terrifying scene of the pink demon destroying the planet with a wave of his hand reappeared. And that kind of pure energy explosion without any techniques or impurities, which seemed to be able to tear apart space and annihilate everything. And when he was practicing swordsmanship in the abandoned warehouse area of Dressrosa, surrounded by the Buu legacy parts that exuded a strange energy, he vaguely realized that kind of perfect fusion of will, hockey, and a little bit of ki bursting skills. A whole new realm of, in a moment. It's that feeling. Suddenly, Zoro's eyes burst out with an unprecedented, ferocious and terrifying light that was as vast as the main thousand worlds. At this moment, he was blessed. He no longer thought about the exquisiteness of the sword moves, the strength of hockey, or the difference in power. He just put all the sword skills he had learned in his life, all his will, all his faith, all the desire for victory and the anger towards the Stone B asterisk 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 D, in front of him. Please give me flowers, all were integrated into the three beloved swords in my hands without reservation. At the same time, he also used the terrifying technique that he had learned from the image of the pink demon and his vague understanding of chi over the past period of time, which was able to concentrate all the energy into one point and then explode in a destructive way in an instant. And he suddenly took a step forward. The three knives in his hands, in an instant, turned into three death tornadoes, wrapped with ink-black armament hockey and a trace of sword energy, full of sharp cutting intent. With a supreme sword intent that is enough to cut off all the troubles in the 3,000 worlds and tear apart all the evil demons in the 9 nether hells. Towards the Pika statue that was still smashing at him with its huge rock fist, and the stone statue covered with the energy barrier of the power of chi was cut head on. Zoro let out a deep roar that was full of power and a hint of middle school vibe. Advertisement, 3,000, great thousand worlds. I saw those three terrifying slashes that were like a black death tornado, combined with the Pika statue's huge rock fist that also contained a trace of chi, power, and the energy barrier covering the surface of the stone statue touched the moment it came into contact with. There was no earth-shattering noise or any gorgeous and cool light and shadow effects, as Zoro had expected. Zero success. Puff. A very slight, yet soul-piercing strange cutting sound rang out quietly. Under the incredulous gazes of Pika and all the spectators present, such as the soldiers of the Don Quixote family who were cheering for Master Pika, or some of the spectators who were also curious about the outcome of this giant versus ant battle. Spectator crowd. That huge stone statue, which was hundreds of meters tall, made of extremely hard rock, and covered with a layer of energy barrier of air, actually. Starting from the point where Zoro's three black slashes, which were full of philosophy and metaphysics, hit me. Silently, there appeared a extremely fine, hair-thin, black crack. Then, the black crack, as if it had life, quietly spread out in all directions of the stone statue at a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. And crack, boom, amidst a violent shaking that shook the earth and a deafening roar. That huge stone statue, that once made Zoro feel helpless, and the energy barrier filled with the power of chi, covering the surface of the stone statue, actually. It was as if it was split in two, from the middle by an invisible blade of concepts that could cut off all causes and effects, and was completely cut off. Not only just cut off the stone statue, even Pika's body hidden inside the stone statue was affected. Although Zoro's sword was not able to directly kill the Pika's body, because the distance was too far, and there was thick rock in between. However, that kind of terrifying sword intent that seemed to be able to ignore all physical defenses and directly act on the depths of the soul, still caused immeasurable damage to Pika's body. Wow, Pika let out a sharp scream filled with pain and horror. Was it still that kind of eunuch voice that makes people want to laugh? And his real body hidden in the rock also fell out from the huge stone statue that had been broken into two halves like a puppet with its strings cut, and hit the ground heavily covered with gravel and dust, and then foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Of course. Maybe he was just frightened to death by his own too shrill and unpleasant scream. Zoro looked at the huge stone statue that he had cut in half with one sword, and the equally unconscious Pika, who was also exhausted physically and mentally exhausted, and was half kneeling on the ground, leaning on his sword, breathing heavily. Although there was a hint of fatigue on his face, what was more was an indescribable excitement and satisfaction. He knew that he, once again, under extreme conditions, had broken through his own bottleneck. Chapter 122. Bounty in the Underworld. The Value of Dragon Ball Items. His path of integrating swordsmanship and chi, which was full of unknowns and challenges, also took a step forward because of this earth-shattering, one great 3,000 worlds. A more solid and more hopeful, important step. Just when Zoro, on a battlefield in Dressrosa, full of boulders and dust, in order to cut off all obstacles, and, by the way, show off, he used his sword will and his vague understanding of chi to the ultimate level. Another important fighting force of Straw Hat Crew, the lecherous Chef Sanji, is also on a battlefield in Dressrosa that is also full of chaos and passion. He is engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand fight that is full of fire and speed, with a Don Quixote family taijutsu master who also possesses powerful taijutsu and a bit of iron body, like defense, very likely the 697, who once had a passionate fight with him on Punk Hazard Island, or a family cadre who is also good at 6 styles and armament hockey. Sanji, the Blackfoot chef, who is famous for his lightning-fast devil's wind kick and high-temperature flames that can melt steel, also feels a little tricky and a little at a loss when facing this iron turtle type of enemy who is also good at close combat and has extremely perverted defense. He discovered that his devil's wind kick that was powerful enough to break steel when it kicked the opponent's body that was covered with thick armament hockey, and might even have used some defensive techniques similar to iron body or air body protection, in secret, could actually feel a series of recoils and a slight pain in the foot. This made Sanji, who had always been proud of his leg skills, and paid special attention to elegance and grace, feel depressed and a little unhappy. Damn it. This B***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
How can his body be so hard? It's even harder than. Miss Nami's fist. No, harder than Zoro's green algae-headed head. Sanji nimbly dodged the opponent's attack, which was also full of power and a hint of barbarism, while cursing in his heart. He knew that if he simply relied on the high-temperature flame of the Devil's Wind Kick and the physical impact force, it would be difficult to effectively break through the opponent's tortoise-shell-like defense in a short period of time. He must come up with a new move that is more ingenious and more penetrating and explosive. Just when Sanji was feeling a little anxious and a little out of inspiration because he couldn't effectively cause defense-breaking damage to the enemy. Advertisement suddenly, in his mind, just like Zoro, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. The pink demon in the image of the black stone tablet in the palace concentrated energy to a point and then burst out in a way full of spiral and penetrating characteristics, the terrifying scene. And during his recuperation on Daughter Island, because of his endless fantasies about universal capsules and capsule cuisine, he unintentionally had some vague insights full of foodie nature and a hint of intuition about the mysterious power called chi. Spinning, bursting, penetrating. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from Sanji's eyes, an unprecedented light full of inspiration and a hint of artistic gourmet sharpness. He seemed to have found a new breakthrough that could raise the power of his Devil's Wind Kick to a higher level. So, the next time I have a close combat with that Iron B****************** D enemy, Sanji didn't just cover his legs with high-temperature flames like he did before and then use brute force to kick the other person. He, instead, took a deep breath. He used the life energy, that is, chi, in his understanding, that was trained to be extremely abundant due to years of love sprint, that is, chasing beautiful women, as well as the strong fighting will full of gentlemanly manners, and a little bit of lustful nature, without reservation, and carried out a certain degree of high-speed rotation and full of the mystery of spiral, with his right leg, wrapped in blazing flames, perfectly. And he suddenly lunged forward, a gorgeous, a mid-air spinning kick full of ballet, beauty and a hint of coquettishness. Devil's Wind Kick, the ultimate secret, advertisement. Well, it seems the members of the Straw Hat crew all have some kind of surprising consistency in taste in naming their moves. Eyes shot, following Sanji's roar that was full of confidence and a hint of middle school. His right leg, which was surrounded by blazing flames and a faint blue halo of chi. Perhaps it was because the energy of the flames and chi produced some kind of wonderful chemical reaction, drew an extremely graceful but also extremely deadly spiral trajectory in the air. It was as if a giant flaming dragon had descended from the sky, opened its sharp claws that were powerful enough to tear apart everything, and fiercely grabbed the chest of that Iron B*********** D enemy, who was still using his armed color defense full of iron idiot aura to resist the attack. Puff, a sound even more 1.1 than when Zoro cut off the Pika statue before. A strange sound full of penetration and a hint of burning smell suddenly rang out. When, under the unbelievable and horrified gaze of that iron turtle enemy, his thick armament hockey defense, enough to resist ordinary sword attacks and even able to withstand Zoro's ordinary slashes, and the iron-hard muscles hidden under the hockey and maybe a little bit of ki to protect his body, the final line of defense. It was as if an indestructible, high-speed rotating flame drill had drilled a hole. Not big but deep enough to see the bone, with traces of horrible high temperature and a few spiral charred marks on the edge. A horrible hole? Chapter 123 Lucky Man's Candy, Small Energy Candy Making Machine. Wow, that Iron B*********** D enemy let out a shrill scream filled with pain and horror. His body was thrown backwards like a sandbag being whipped by a high-speed spinning top. He slammed heavily on a distant wall that was also not very solid, and then vomited. Not only blood, but also some internal organs that were shattered by the high temperature and the spiral penetration. He completely lost his ability to fight. Sanji looked at the iron turtle enemy who had been knocked out by his kick, and his own right leg which was still emitting a faint blue smoke and a hint of light blue chi halo, and an expression of both satisfaction and a little surprise appeared on his face. He had never expected that he accidentally combined the high-temperature flame of the Devil's Wind Kick with the hazy explosive force of the rotation of chi, and full of inspiration and coincidence, and could explode 16 with such terrifying power and, full of artistic beauty, penetrating effect? This feeling. Sanji's eyes were flashing with excitement. It's just like presenting those heartwarming ladies with a top-notch flaming spiral dessert, full of love and passion, full of fatal temptation and, a hint of endless aftertaste. Well, it seems Sanji's gourmet nature can never be changed. Sanji's Devil's Wind Kick finishing touch shot, and the brand new technique he demonstrated in this move, which was to spirally fuse flames and chi, undoubtedly also opened a new door for his future path as a chef and fighter that was full of deliciousness and, a hint of violent aesthetics. Just as the main combat forces of the Straw Hat crew were on the battlefield of Dressrosa because of a fierce battle with those Don Quixote family cadres who had mastered some of the power of the Buu legacy, or rudimentary, key, application skills, more or less, in their own power system and combat skills, they had some evolutions and breakthroughs, full of accidents and surprises. Straw Hat crew's shipwright, the cyborg, Frankie, also carried out an experimental modification that was even more daring and also more, full of risk and unknown on the, critical part, that is, the main gun firing port on the chest of his, manly romance, and a hint of pervert, General Frankie. Previously, when Frankie was fighting against the elite squad of the Don Quixote family, equipped with energy cannons, he successfully withstood several direct hits from the energy cannons with his newly modified General Frankie shield system, buying precious time for his companions to counterattack. Advertisement, however, his, General Shield, that was full of black technology, was also severely damaged and almost scrapped on the spot. This made Frankie feel distressed and unwilling. He knew that if he couldn't find a more powerful secret weapon as soon as possible that could effectively counter the attack of that, potentially a weapon, then, in the future, in the more brutal and, high-tech battles that they might encounter, he and his General Frankie might really become living targets of the enemy. So, after some deep reflection, filled with painful lessons and a hint of burning the boats, Frankie made a extremely bold and also extremely, a crazy decision that was filled with a suicidal spirit. He wants to take a mysterious chip that he recovered from Geisa Kalang's laboratory. It is said that it comes from the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace and contains the extremely unstable but equally powerful, unknown Buu legacy energy. Although that chip looks more like burnt and broken into pieces, glass fragments, after some equally unreliable preliminary processing and energy guidance, that is, soaking it with coke, then using some equally unreliable super glue to randomly glue it together, after that, forcefully installed in the energy core of the main gun on the chest of General Frankie, the General Gun. Advertisement. He fantasized that if he could fuse and amplify this Buu legacy energy, which was full of the unknown and the aura of destruction, with General Frankie's already very powerful wind cannon system, to some extent, then could he launch a move that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, or even could directly blast two big holes in that B************* D Doflamingo's birdcage, the super invincible universe's first ultimate general wind exploding star destroyer cannon. This great idea, which is full of manly romance, a hint of the tragic atmosphere of dying together, makes Frankie feel extremely excited and blood boiling. He had completely ignored the fact that the chip containing the unstable Buu legacy energy might cause horrible consequences after coming into close contact with General Frankie's equally unstable coke power core. So, on a certain dark and windy night, perfect for murder and arson, oh no, it's conducting secret weapon experiments. Frankie, then, secretly, carefully, of course, in his rough and unrestrained way, loaded the dangerous and unknown Buu legacy energy chip into the deepest part of General Frankie's chest main gun. RNE. He took a deep breath, although he might not need to breathe, and a pervert smile appeared on his face, both nervous and full of anticipation. He poured all of General Frankie's energy, unreservedly, into the general cannon that had been specially modified. He could even clearly feel waves of frightening energy fluctuations, filled with destruction and a hint of instability, coming from the muzzle of the gun. Right, now, Chapter 124. A murder caused by candy, a fight between multiple forces. Frankie's eyes burst into an unprecedented madness and a determination to seek death. He suddenly pressed the firing button of the general cannon. +, or -1. Ray. Well, it seems the Straw Hat crew really has a soft spot for giving their moves some middle school and epic prefixes called ultimate secrets. An experimental friendship that incorporates the energy of legacy No, it's a miracle rampage. Super general. Destruction. Cannonball. With Frankie's roar that was full of passion and, a little incoherent. Could. A dark red energy beam that was thicker, brighter, and more full of destruction and, a hint of cosmic rays than ever before, like a doomsday punishment roaring out from the abyss of hell, with a terrifying power that was enough to make the entire Dressrosa ground tremble, suddenly shot out from the main gun on the chest of General Frankie. That dark red energy beam, its power is so huge, its destructive power is so terrifying, the aura of destruction it exudes is so despairing. All of this far exceeded all of Frankie's previous imaginations. Even, it's not inferior to Kaido of the Beasts' super enhanced dragon breath, which also incorporates a little bit of Kai. A terrifying roar, strong enough to shatter eardrums and destroy the world, suddenly exploded in the night sky of Dressrosa. Advertisement unimaginable. Shockwaves and energy storms, like an out-of-control nuclear bomb, swept wildly in all directions. The buildings of the unfortunate Don Quixote family and some equally unfortunate, miscellaneous soldiers who bore the brunt of the attack were completely razed to the ground and turned into ashes in an instant. Even the other members of the Straw Hat crew who were fighting fiercely in the distance, and the cadres of the Don Quixote family who were equally difficult to deal with, were frightened by this sudden and terrifying attack that could be called a map cannon. They all stopped fighting and looked at the super general cannon in disbelief, which left a dark red trail full of destruction in the night sky that lingered for a long time. Wow, Frankie, you, what the hell did you come up with? Luffy looked at the horrific scene in the distance that looked like the end of the world, and at Frankie, who was standing next to the wreckage of the General Frankie. Yes. That's right. Wreckage. That was emitting black smoke and sparks, and had a look on his face that was, excited but a little scared. He couldn't help but loudly complain. Frankie's attack this time was full of adventure spirit, a experimental attack, with a hint of seeking death. Its power was indeed unprecedentedly huge. B. The recoil and the backlash caused by the unstable energy of Buu's legacy are also impossible to estimate. After firing that devastating shot, General Frankie's already overburdened steel body simply could not withstand the huge recoil and the energy backlash. That was like a volcanic eruption. Its arms were broken on the spot. Its legs were also deeply sunk into the ground, unable to move. Its proud chest gun exploded completely due to the overload of its energy core, and turned into a pile of scrap metal emitting black smoke and electric sparks. Even its manly cockpit was shaken to pieces and shaky, as if it would completely disintegrate at any moment. Advertisement Frankie himself, due to the strong impact and the influence of the energy radiation, became dusty and dazed. Even his iconic crew cut was burnt in half, emitting a strange smell of protein and plastic. Super. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Frankie coughed violently while struggling to climb out of the already falling apart cockpit, with a painful yet perverted smile on his face, full of relief for having survived a disaster. He knew that he had made a mistake again, this time. B. At least, he also successfully launched a move that is enough to be recorded in the history books, although maybe it is just funny history books. Super Invincible Universe Number 1 Ultimate General Wind Explodes Star Destroyer. It seems it didn't hit any stars, so let's call it the Friendship Face-Breaking Cannon. General Frankie's suicidal experimental attack, although did not directly create a big hole in Doflamingo's birdcage, as he had expected. However, the terrifying potential that can be unleashed after the fusion of the energy of Buu's legacy with its own technology, which is full of risks and unknowns, is like a seed full of temptation and danger, deeply buried in the hearts of all those who desire more powerful power. It also adds more color and more explosive atmosphere to this world that is becoming increasingly out of control because of Buu legacy. One stroke. Dressrosa, on the top floor of the palace. The battlefield has been completely reduced to ruins. The final battle between the Straw Hat Boy Luffy and the Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, which concerns the fate of the kingdom and may also decide who will be the new world troublemaker, has reached the most tragic and most fateful and protagonist Halo final stage. Luffy, after activating the fourth gear, Bounce Man form, and combining armament hockey, rubber elasticity, and the violent, key, explosive power that he unconsciously learned from the image of Gohan Buu, a perfect combination full of Luffy characteristics. His ability to unleash combat power has reached an unprecedented terrifying height. His Ape King Crow Cannon, which was like a black meteor shower and full of destructive aura, almost defeated Doflamingo's proud string fruit awakening ability, as well as his equally impressive armament hockey defense, and made them retreat step by step, leaving him in a miserable state. Chapter 125 He couldn't understand, however, Doflamingo is Doflamingo after all. He is a former celestial dragon, he is a middleman of the Dark World, the Joker, he is a tyrant who possesses the Conqueror's hockey, and, a king's heart, that is full of distortion and evil. He would never give up and fall so easily. Foo, Straw Hat Boy, you really gave me a big surprise, Doflamingo growled in his hoarse voice, which was still full of evil and a hint of madness, while he was struggling to dodge Luffy's violent attack. His body was already covered with wounds and blood. His always neatly combed short blonde hair was now also messy, covered with sweat and a little bit of rubber powder from Luffy's fist. His signature flamingo sunglasses had long been shattered in the fierce battle, revealing his sharp eyes, which were also filled with bloodshot and crazy murderous intent. But, do you think, with this ridiculous form that looks like an inflatable doll, you can defeat me, Don Quixote Doflamingo? 2. Naive. Foo, following Doflamingo's roar, full of reluctance and madness. His birdcage, which had already been damaged by Luffy's Ape King Crow Cannon, actually made a buzzing sound again, which made people's teeth ache. Those sharp threads that were attached with a faint but real chi force were actually shrinking madly towards the center of the birdcage, that is, the battlefield where Luffy and Doflamingo were, at a speed that was even faster and more full of the resolute will of dying together. He wants to use this, the final birdcage, that combines all his strength and a hint of Buu's legacy, to thoroughly strangle and crush the Straw Hat Boy Luffy and all the ants who dare to resist him and turn them into meat paste. Advertisement. And at this critical moment, a Holy Alliance partner who is also full of wisdom and a little bit of evil, Surgeon of Death. Trafalgar Law has finally recovered from the minor injuries, BGFG, maybe just a few broken ribs, or just a slight displacement of the internal organs, he suffered in the fierce battle with Doflamingo. And, at the most critical moment, he once again joined the final battle that would determine the future fate of Dressrosa. Doflamingo, Luo's figure, like a ghost, suddenly appeared behind Doflamingo. The micro-energy scalpel in his hand, the one he had just seized from the CPO female agent, and which had been enhanced by his op fruit ability, was flashing with an icy and deadly cold light. Your game, it's time to end, room, slaughterhouse. With Luo's low shout, a larger and more pale blue translucent spherical space filled with space distortion and energy disorder than ever before, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield on the top floor of the palace. In this operating space that is absolutely controlled by Luo's will, all objects, including those birdcage threads that were shrinking crazily, all people, including Doflamingo himself, who was fighting fiercely with Luffy, their positions, directions, and even certain parts of the body, all began to uncontrollably undergo all kinds of random changes in forced displacements, full of imagination and a hint of blood. Doflamingo was caught off guard and was confused and thrown into disarray by Luo's sudden space teleportation. Advertisement. His originally precise and deadly control of the thread also began to stagnate and break a little. What made him feel even more frightened and uneasy was he discovered that in this IROM space filled with strange energy, the Kai that he had cultivated with great difficulty, though crude, could indeed enhance the power of the birdcage and his own defense to a certain extent. Its flow and condensation were actually, without his knowledge, being interfered with and suppressed by some indescribable. He felt that the chi in his body, which was originally quite obedient, was like a group of lost sheep meeting a experienced sheepdog who particularly liked to play pranks after entering Luo's room space. It became abnormally chaotic, sluggish, and even, from time to time, some uncontrolled backflow and runaway would occur. This makes it extremely difficult and full of risk of failure when he uses those advanced moves that require combining Kai with the ability of the string fruit, such as the Shadow Knight string that can cut everything, or the Parasite string that can be remotely controlled. Damn it, Trafalgar Law, you damn traitor, what on earth did you do to my Kai? Doflamingo looked at the Kai energies on his body that were uncontrollably, randomly dissipating and conflicting with each other, and at Law, who was standing not far away with a confident smile, full of evil charm, and everything is under control on his face. His heart was filled with unspeakable horror and raging anger. He couldn't understand, he couldn't believe it, why that guy who, in his opinion, was just good at minor surgery and some space tricks, could so easily interfere with the normal operation of his chi, which was shallow but did exist. Could it be that his op fruit ability, in addition to being able to cut and exchange objects, also has some kind of hidden attribute that can directly act on the energy field or the flow of life force? And after seeing Doflamingo's frustrated and unbelievable, embarrassed look, Luo's confident and slightly evil smile on his face became even brighter and full of bad taste. Chapter 126 Surprise. He knew that he had made the right bet again. Previously, when he was fighting with a Don Quixote family cadre who also mastered some basic Kai techniques, he accidentally discovered that special fighting technique that could sense the flow path of the opponent's Kai through the scanning ability of the op fruit, and at the critical moment, disrupt the flow of the opponent's Kai through abilities such as Heart Shock, thereby creating opportunities for himself. When facing Doflamingo, who also practiced Qi, but was also a fake Qigong master, who changed career halfway and had an unstable foundation, it actually also worked, and the effect was outstanding. Although he couldn't, like the pink demon, Buu, directly disperse or swallow the opponent's Qi completely. However, just by using the op fruit ability to disrupt the spatial rules around Doflamingo and indirectly affecting and interfering with the condensation and flow of the Kai in his body, it is enough to make this arrogant, heavenly yaksha feel extremely uncomfortable and restrained. Fu. Doflamingo, Law looked at the heavenly yaksha whose movements had become a little sluggish and deformed due to the disorder of the Kai in his body, and said sarcastically in a cold tone, "It seems that your so-called king qualifications and the little fur you learned from the Buu legacy are not very good in front of my operating table. Now, let me come and properly heal you, your ambition and sin, that have long been terminally ill." Following Luo's voice, a cold drink full of medical expertise, and a hint of death announcement. The cold and shining demon sword, Ghost Cry, in his hand, and the micro-energy scalpel, which was also filled with unknown and dangerous aura, were like two lion majesties that were ready to bite. With an unrivaled momentum, they bit the already confused, heavenly yaksha, fiercely. A peak showdown filled with space-cutting, energy surgery, and a hint of medical miracle, is upgraded again. Luo's magical ability to indirectly influence and suppress the enemy's Qi field by disrupting the space will surely become his important trump card to fight against those more powerful and more adept at using Qi, terrifying beings at some point in the future. Advertisement just at the top floor of Dressrosa's palace because of Luffy's fourth gear, Bounce Man, and Law's room slaughterhouse, double surprise, and mixed doubles. It was completely turned into a hell on earth, filled with passionate collisions of rubber and silk thread, and a hint of bloody scenes of space cutting and energy surgery. In Dressrosa's relatively safe, hopeful underground shelter. The sniper of the Straw Hat crew, the one who can always create miracles at critical moments, although he can also create a lot of ridiculous troubles, God Usopp, also, because of the glorious deeds he showed in this Dressrosa Liberation War. Full of bravery, although maybe more of funny and wisdom, although maybe more of quick wit, and unexpectedly, he gained a large number of loyal believers who are full of admiration and a little bit of blind faith in him. These believers are mainly composed of two parts. One part is those little people of the Tontata tribe who were turned into toys by Doflamingo using the power of the childlike fun fruit of sugar, and suffered inhuman slavery in the underground factory for 10 years. These small but amazingly powerful and naive to the point of being gullible, witnessed Usopp saving them, and although the process was a bit twisty and embarrassing, in the end, it was indeed relying on their own wisdom and courage and some accidents full of coincidences and shitty luck, they successfully scare the devil lowly Sucrose, who possessed the heaven-defying ability, into unconsciousness, thus lifting the curse on all the toys and allowing them to regain their freedom. They regarded Usopp as a great hero who came from the sky to save them from the dire straits. Great savior. Even the peerless hero of the Tontata tribe who has not met in 10,000 years, the god who defeated the devil sugar, Usoland. Although this title sounds too long and too childish. The other part is those powerful prisoners from all over the world who were also imprisoned by Doflamingo in the Cleta arena and forced to engage in endless bloody gladiatorial combat. These gladiators, who were unruly and mostly full of contempt for authority and rebellious spirit, witnessed Usopp at the critical moment in the arena use his seemingly unreliable but indeed full of miraculous killing shockstar, although that might just be a powerful disposable attack capsule that he had seized from the killer equipped with a copycat detector before, and some of his own unconsciously adding weak Qi or legacy energy drawn from those energy plant seeds to ammunition, and the special attacks that were full of unexpected surprises actually really, to a certain extent, turned the tide of the battle, and also bought Luffy and others precious time to counterattack. They were also similarly deeply impressed by Usopp's manliness, although maybe he was just pretending, and his image of a hero who never gives up. They began to regard Usopp as Someone who could lead them to break free from the shackles of the birdcage and regain their freedom. God's messenger, star of hope, or even a new world's savior, God Usopp. B. Chapter 127. A brand new secret weapon. So, under the spontaneous organization and word of mouth of these enthusiasm and blind worship of the Tontada tribe and the prisoners of the arena. Regarding God Usopp, who can release God's shock with his bare hands, although that might be just him in a hurry, randomly threw out some secret weapons that he himself didn't even know what they were. And also possesses God's prophecy that can predict the future and change the world, although that might be just some irrelevant big talk he babbled when he was nervous and scared. All kinds of hero legends, full of legends, and a hint of unreliability, are like growing wings and quickly spread throughout the 903, Dressrosa, and even the wider New World. For a while, the reputation of God Usopp was actually, vaguely, tending to overshadow his captain, Straw Hat Boy Luffy. This made Usopp himself, after the initial feeling of being flattered and a little bit guilty, also gradually begin to become addicted to this wonderful feeling of being revered by thousands of people and regarded as a god, and he couldn't extricate himself. He even began to practice, secretly, in front of the mirror, in private, various God's smile and God's eyes that were full of godlike aura and a hint of pretentiousness. He fantasized about whether he was really the superhero chosen by fate who could save the world with lies and a little cleverness. Usopp's accidental birth and rapid rise undoubtedly added a bit more comedy and a hint of nonsense to the Dressrosa Liberation War, which was already full of chaos and variables. It also forces all the forces that are fighting hard for their own ideals and ambitions to begin to re-examine the true strength and potential threat of this mysterious sniper from the Straw Hat Pirates, who seems inconspicuous but can always create miracles at critical moments. With Straw Hat Boy Luffy in the fourth gear jumping man form, the blessing of protagonist Halo and forced cheating and Trafalgar Law, that God assist, full of wisdom and scalpel-like precision, the perfect cooperation. Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the dark tyrant who once dominated the New World and tried to build his own underground technological empire called Buu Legacy, finally collapsed and was destroyed after a decade of brutal rule on the land of Dressrosa. His proud awakening ability of the string fruit and a little bit of air he learned from the Buu Legacy all seemed so pale and powerless in front of Luffy's even more unreasonable fusion power of rubber and air, so vulnerable. Finally, on the battlefield on the top floor of the palace that had long been reduced to ruins, Doflamingo was blasted from the air by Luffy using a move that was filled with anger and a hint of friendship face-breaking punch, called Rubber Great Ape King Spear, to the deepest part of Dressrosa's underground trading port. Advertisement. He completely lost consciousness and also lost everything he once had. With the fall of Doflamingo, the Smile Factory, that he had painstakingly managed for more than a decade, which was full of sins and lies, and the Buu Legacy, imitation energy weapon production line that he secretly built, which was crude in technology but full of ambition, as well as the large amount of research materials, experimental data, and even some relatively complete palace parts, or unknown devices, about the Buu Legacy, that he had collected and hoarded from various channels. All of them were like treasures that had lost their masters and were exposed to the Straw Hat Alliance and Marine Admiral Fujitora Ichisho, who arrived late, or just happened to pass by. These Buu heritage that were previously considered top secrets by Doflamingo and that the Don Quixote family had mobilized all its power to closely guard and protect, are now like cheap goods on a street stall, waiting to be divided up and reused by their new owners. Frankie and Usopp from the Straw Hat crew, of course, would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get a bargain. The two of them, tech geeks, full of scientific exploration spirit and a hint of scavenger instinct, immediately rushed into Doflamingo's underground factory and secret laboratory like hungry wolves, and began happily recovering those trophies that, in their opinion, were full of research value and a hint of black technology. Although most of what they found were just some inferior imitations full of Geisa characteristics, or some experimental data and design drawings that were completely incomprehensible. However, for them, amateurs, who are still at the entry level in the field of Buu's legacy research, these things are still precious treasures that are enough to make them ecstatic and feel as if they have found a treasure. They believe that as long as they can organically combine and boldly innovate these legacy, full of Doflamingo characteristics, with their own legacy, full of gas and slime flavors that they recovered from Guy's Laboratory 2.6 before, then they will surely be able to develop a new secret weapon for the Straw Hat crew that is even more powerful and more, full of surprises in the near future. Marine Admiral Fujitora smiled. After witnessing the destruction of Doflamingo and the shocking, evil industry chain, hidden underground in Dressrosa, he also felt a little wary and uneasy about the Buu legacy, which was full of unknowns and dangers. However, he also knew that since these things had been exposed, he must not let them fall into the hands of an ambitious person like Doflamingo again. Chapter 128 7 Warlords of the Sea. So, he also, on behalf of the Marine and the world government, symbolically, received, and sealed, a portion of, the research data and physical samples of the Buu legacy that seemed more important and dangerous. Prepared to secretly escort it back to the naval headquarters and hand it over to Dr. Vegapunk for more in-depth and official research on S. Just like that, with the complete downfall of Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, his underground empire of Buu legacy, which he had painstakingly built for more than 10 years, also collapsed. However, the imitation technology, experimental data, and detailed information about some areas of the mysterious palace regarding the Buu legacy did not completely disappear. On the contrary, because of this huge war that has engulfed the entire Dressrosa and the intentional, or unintentional, intervention of various forces, it has been leaked and spread more widely, like seeds full of temptation and danger. This, no doubt, further intensified the crazy competition for the Buu legacy and the random research full of copycats and innovations all over the world. This world, which is becoming increasingly out of control due to the emergence of the Dragon Ball Palace, has become even more confusing and full of unknowns in its future direction. Dressrosa's liberation war, though, ended with Doflamingo's complete defeat.
However, Marine Admiral Fujitora did not feel relieved at all when he smiled.
Instead, I feel even heavier and worried. During his time in Dressrosa, he witnessed with his own eyes how the so-called Buu legacy allowed some originally insignificant little characters, such as Bellamy, or those third-rate masters, who performed Qigong performances in the arena, to gain false powers far beyond their own limits in a short period of time. He also witnessed with his own eyes how that madman Doflamingo used the imitation technology of the Buu legacy to secretly create those energy weapons that were full of danger and uncontrollability, and tried to build an underground technology empire of his own. Advertisement. What made him feel even more terrified was the pink panda that appeared in the image on the black stone tablet and could easily destroy a planet, Gohan Buu. That kind of terrifying power, beyond the imagination of mortals, almost like a god, was like a huge stone, weighing heavily on his heart, making him unable to sleep or eat, and feeling like a thorn in his back. Fujitora smiled. Although he was blind, his mind's eye was clearer and sharper than that of anyone with normal vision. He could clearly sense these uncontrolled, extraterrestrial forces, and the huge dangers and potential destructiveness hidden behind them. He believed that this powerful force, which was of unknown origin and full of unknowns and uncontrollability, would be abused and spread by those ambitious people with ulterior motives or those ignorant fanatics. Then, the disaster it brings to the world will probably be far greater than the one that he once hated so much and was determined to completely abolish. 7 Warlords of the Sea system. So, after the Dressrosa incident was completely settled, Fujitora smiled as he reported his work to his superiors, that is, Marshal Akainu of the naval headquarters and the 5 elders in Mariajoy, a faraway holy land. He strongly suggested that the world government must strictly control the circulation and research of all Buu legacy. We must not allow these out-of-control forces that could cause a huge disaster to easily fall into the hands of any individual or force that is not controlled by the government. And, regarding the Dragon Ball Palace itself, which is full of unknowns and dangers, one must also adopt a more cautious and reverent attitude. Advertisement. Before we completely figure out the origin, purpose, and the true situation of the terrifying existence called Gohan Buu, we absolutely cannot rashly carry out large-scale, risky exploration and legacy recovery operations as we did before. Otherwise, if really accidentally awakens an ancient evil demon sleeping deep in the palace, or triggers the more powerful ultimate defense mechanism inside the palace that is enough to destroy the world, then the consequences are disastrous. Fujitora's smiling remarks, full of honest advice, is hard to hear, with a hint of pessimism in them, although also attracted some not insignificant attention and reflection from the top leaders of the naval headquarters and the world government. However, in the eyes of those people in power, who have long been deeply attracted and blinded by the huge potential of Buu legacy and the endless benefits behind it, Fujitora's 813 overly cautious and worrying attitude is undoubtedly a bit inappropriate and lacking in aggressiveness. They are still obsessed with the beautiful fantasy that they can further consolidate their own rule and even achieve world peace, of course. The peace they define by controlling the Buu legacy. And Fujitora smiled. This lonely gambler, who always stick to his inner bottom line in the balance between justice and out-of-control power, also had profound contradictions with those high-ranking people in power that were increasingly difficult to reconcile. His future, therefore, becomes even more confusing and full of unknowns. Dressrosa, after a decade of dark rule and a liberation war that would go down in history, Tuzi, regained light and freedom. The Riku royal family, with Princess Rebecca and that unyielding soldier, who was turned into a toy but still persevered in secretly protecting the country and the people. Under the leadership of Cyrus, they also returned to the throne they had been away from for a long time. The whole country was immersed in a kind of joy of surviving the disaster and infinite longing for a better life in the future. Chapter 129 Inch's Secret Base. Raito. Doflamingo, the nightmare-like, heavenly Yaksha, has been defeated by Luffy and taken away by Marine and is about to face just judgment. However, the dark shadows he left behind on this land, filled with sin and a hint of Buu's legacy, did not. Therefore, it completely dissipated. Some of the Buu legacy parts that he hid in various secret corners of Dressrosa, such as the remains of some imitation energy weapons, or some experimental waste from the Smile Factory, or some unknown items that Sugar casually turned into toys, were discovered one after another during the process of rebuilding the country. These historical issues, full of unknowns and potential dangers, immediately triggered new, small-scale conflicts and struggles among the Dressrosa citizens who had just been liberated but were still full of desire for power and a little unrealistic fantasy, as well as some foreign speculators who were also coveting these treasures. Some people hoped to hand over these legacy to the Riku royal family or Marine for unified storage and research. Some people think that these things are the trophies that the Dressrosa people finally liberated after paying a heavy price. They should be fairly and reasonably distributed and reused by themselves. There are also some more smart and business talented guys who simply want to secretly hide these inheritances and then sell them at high prices through the black market to those suckers who are also greedy for these things. In short, Dressrosa, this beautiful kingdom that just escaped from the shadow of the bird and cage, has once again fallen into a new special period full of unknowns and a little chaos because of these tempting and dangerous Buu legacy. King Liku, the kind and wise old king, had to again pull himself together at an age when he should have been enjoying his old age and spend enormous energy and a little bit of scheming to deal with these troublesome historical issues. Advertisement. He knew that if the potential crisis brought about by these Buu legacy could not be properly resolved, then Dressrosa, most likely, will never be able to truly escape the dark shadow left by Doflamingo. It may even bring about a more unpredictable disaster. The shadow of Buu's legacy still hangs over this vicissitudes-filled land, and Dressrosa's road to reconstruction is destined to be not smooth. Dressrosa, the country of love, passion and toys, that has just been liberated from the decade-long dark rule of Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, its road to reconstruction is destined to be not smooth. In addition to the devastation left by the war and the various complex social problems brought about by the toy humans, who were once forgotten by the world because of Sucrose's childlike fun fruit ability but now have to face the cruel reality again. What is even more troubling and difficult for the Riku royal family and the Marines temporarily stationed here is that B** D. Doflamingo, who secretly hid and wantonly abused the Buu legacy that is full of unknowns and dangers on this land. Some of the Buu legacy parts that he hid in various secret corners of Dressrosa, such as the remains of some imitation energy weapons, or some experimental waste from the Smile Factory, or some unknown items that Sugar casually turned into toys, were discovered one after another during the process of rebuilding the country. These historical problems that were full of black technology and a hint of ominous atmosphere immediately triggered new, small-scale conflicts and struggles among the Dressrosa citizens who had just been liberated but were still full of desire for power and a hint of unrealistic fantasies, as well as foreign speculators who were also coveting these treasures. And just when King Riku was racking his brains and unable to sleep or eat over how to properly deal with these troublesome historical issues of the Buu legacy, advertisement, a mysterious team, well-equipped, well-trained, and exuding a chilling murderous aura, also quietly arrived at this island which had just experienced the baptism of war. They are, of course, the core agents of the world government's top intelligence and assassination organization, the CPO. And their leader is none other than the former strongest of CP9, now the core member of CPO, who has mastered the 6 styles air flash, the speed and weird Kai technique, a cold-killing weapon, Rob Lucci, and his former CP9 partners, such as Khalifa, Kaku, Jabra, etc., who are equally powerful, ruthless, and have some unique insights, full of personal characteristics, in the use of various Buu legacy items. After Doflamingo's fall, they quickly received the latest instructions from the Holy Land of Mariajoy. That Li Qian's is go to Dressrosa immediately, retrieve all items and materials related to Buu's legacy, at all costs, and strictly examine and, kill all irrelevant people who may have access to these core secrets. This order that was full of iron and blood and, a hint of inhumanity, was simply commonplace and familiar to CPO agents like Rob Lucci who were already accustomed to carrying out various dark missions. They even have some, a little excitement and anticipation for Chin Dressrosa, but Donkey D. Doflamingo, the dark tyrant who is also full of greed for the Buu legacy and, a hint of research spirit, has painstakingly managed this secret base for more than 10 years. Chapter 130 Heritage Recovery, Action. Who knows how much, really good stuff, full of surprises and accidents, that Flamingo B************** D has secretly collected and hoarded. If they could find some rarer and more powerful Buu legacy prototypes or some more core and, disruptive technical data from the legacy debris that, may not have been touched by Marine or other forces yet, then, for their CPO organization's future improvement in strength and, improvement in mission execution efficiency, it will bring immeasurable benefits. Therefore, after arriving at Dressrosa, Rob Lucci and his team immediately, with a thunderous method that was full of professionalism and a hint of the spirit of plucking feathers from passing geese, conducted a thorough, carpet-style search and legacy recovery operation on the entire Dressrosa, especially those secret bases, underground factories, and some secret warehouses that might have been used to hide stolen goods that once belonged to the Donkey D family. Their actions were very, efficient and decisive. Any individual or force that dared to obstruct their mission, whether it was the remnants of the family who were still loyal to Doflamingo, or the local thugs who tried to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the fire, or some foreign speculators who also coveted the Buu legacy, without exception, was ruthlessly, physically eliminated by them. For a moment, the whole Dressrosa, because of the arrival of CPO and these, uninvited, dark justice executors, was once again plunged into a high-pressure atmosphere, filled with blood and terror. And their, domineering and unquestionable legacy recovery operation, naturally, inevitably, with those who were also ordered to be stationed here and who were also, interested in and protective of the Buu legacy, the Marine G5 branch officers, especially their top commander, the, blind Admiral Fujitora, who was also not easy to mess with, smile. In the process of the operation, some, not too big or small, but, indeed, subtle frictions and, a little bit of conflict of interest. CPO is a secret intelligence and assassination organization directly under the Five Elders, the highest power core of the world government. Their actions can often override the jurisdiction of the Marine, and even in some special cases, they have the privilege of executing first and reporting later. The Marines are the main military force of the world government to maintain global domination and, superficial justice. They naturally don't want those strategic emerging technologies, such as those Buu heritage, that may have a huge impact on the future war pattern, to be completely controlled and taken over by CP0. A secret organization full of darkness and uncontrollable factors. So, in Dressrosa's, ruins and underground factories filled with historical issues, and a hint of radiation, CPO agents and Marine soldiers, often because of, the ownership of a damaged part that was suspected to be Buu's legacy, or the priority to review a burnt blueprint that may contain core technology, and, small-scale frictions and in-depth exchanges, filled with friendly negotiations, and a hint of muscle collisions. Advertisement, although both sides still maintained superficial restraint and comradeship. After all, they were still working for the same boss. However, the mutual vigilance and secret rivalry hidden beneath the eye contact and the friendly smiles can be clearly felt by anyone with a little sight. Both sides want to keep those important legacy in their own hands as much as possible. The CPO wanted to use it as an important bargaining chip to improve his special operations capabilities and complete the special tasks assigned by the Five Elders. The Marines, especially the technical faction, represented by Marshal Akainu and Dr. Vegapunk, want to use it as the core material to promote the advancement of marine technology and, develop more powerful weapons of mass destruction. This kind of subtle friction and secret struggle filled with departmental interests, a hint of bureaucracy, also makes Dressrosa's heritage recovery work more complicated and, full of drama. Just as the CPO agents and Marine soldiers were engaging in various friendly negotiations and muscle clashes on the ruins of Dressrosa in order to, fight for the bits and pieces of the Buu legacy wreckage. After the Dressrosa incident was settled, the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff Sabo had a secret meeting with the Marine Admiral Fujitora, who was, blind but clear-minded and possessed the terrorist power enough to overthrow an entire country. The meeting was extremely brief and, full of philosophical speculation and a hint of mutual sympathy, although They might not want to admit it. The place of this meeting was not some heavily guarded military fortress, nor was it some secret base filled with conspiracy. But Dressrosa is an ordinary street corner. It has just experienced the baptism of war, but it is still tenaciously blooming with a few unknown little flowers. Sabo is still dressed in that outfit. Nobleman style, wearing a top hat, a black cloak, and a confident and sunny smile on his face. And when Fujitora smiled, he still looked like that. A blind gambler wearing a purple kimono, with an ordinary stick sword on his waist, and his face always had a hint of full of a sense of impermanence of life, and compassion for the world. Two men who were completely different in identity, stance, and even life goals, and could even be described as enemies. Just like that. On an afternoon full of coincidences of fate, and a hint of deliberate arrangement by the screenwriter, they met unexpectedly at this street corner full of pain and hope. Degree. Chapter 131 Bullying the Weak, going to create disaster. Of course. It's also possible that Sabo, through some secret channels, unique to the Revolutionary Army, learned of Fujitora's whereabouts in advance, and then, deliberately. Maybe this chance encounter was created. Admiral Fujitora. Sabo looked at the man in front of him, who was blind but could see the truth of the world more clearly than anyone with normal vision. He showed a respectful and complicated smile on his face and spoke first. How are you? Fujitora smiled, and just slightly tilted his ears, as if listening to the whispers in the wind. Full of all kinds of lies and evil. And then, slowly, in his magnetic and slightly hoarse voice, he replied, "It turns out to be the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Mr. Sabo. I've really heard of your name for a long time." His tone was unclear. Was it hostility or a hint of admiration? "Admiral Fujitora, thank you for your compliment." Sabo smiled and then went straight to the point. "I think today, maybe we can temporarily put aside our positions and identities and have a good chat about the Buu legacy and the future of this world. What do you think?" Fujitora was silent for a moment after hearing this. There was no expression on his face, which was as firm as if it had been cut by a knife or an axe. However, his right hand, which was tightly gripping the handle of the cane knife, loosened a little. "I'm all ears," he said lightly. So, two men, who were equally filled with worries and a hint of sense of responsibility about the future of this world, although the paths they were going to take were completely different, had a profound conversation, filled with philosophical thinking, and a hint of deep conversation, on this street corner full of ruins and a hint of new life. They talked about the emergence of the Buu legacy and its huge impact and potential harm to the entire world situation. Advertisement Fujitora still insists on his pessimistic view that uncontrolled power will only bring greater disasters. He believed that no matter the Marines, the Revolutionary Army, or those ambitious pirates, they should not easily touch the Pandora's box that could drag the entire world into the abyss of destruction. And Sabo explained his views on these new forces from another perspective. He believes that power itself is neither good nor evil. The key lies in the people who wield the power and the purpose for which they use it. If these Buu heritage and the power of Kai can be controlled by the Army of Justice, like their Revolutionary Army, which is committed to liberating the suffering people, then they can become a powerful force in overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government and establishing a truly free and equal new world. They also talked about the so-called justice of the world government and the true meaning of the Marines' existence. Fujitora, although he also feels deeply disgusted with some of the darkness and corruption of the world government. However, he is still a member of the Marine after all, and he still believes in the importance of order and rules. He believes that even if the world needs to be changed, it should be improved and promoted within the existing framework through legal, gradual, and as peaceful means as possible. Sabo, on the other hand, bluntly pointed out the endless evil and oppression hidden under the hypocritical mask of justice of the world government. He firmly believed that only through a thorough revolution could the shackles of the old world be broken and a new world truly belonging to the people be established. They even discussed with a hint of explosion the Revolutionary Army's secret training of the Kai force and its future development. Fujitora expressed deep concern and a hint of dissatisfaction about the fact that the Revolutionary Army had begun to get involved in this new force that was full of unknowns and dangers, and had even attempted to use it on a large scale in the military field. He believes that this kind of behavior, which may lead to an imbalance of power and escalation of war, is extremely irresponsible. Sabo, on the other hand, righteously emphasized that the Revolutionary Army was forced to seek more powerful power in order to liberate all the oppressed people in the world. They would never abuse this power, bully the weak, or create disasters like the world government or those brutal pirates. "Please give me flowers," advertisement, although his words to Fujitora might also be filled with a hint of Wang Po selling melons, selling her own wonders. In short, this secret meeting was full of clash of ideas and a hint of talking at cross purposes, although did not allow the two sides to reach any substantive consensus or cooperation intention. However, it also allows Sabo and Fujitora, two men who stand on different positions but are equally worried and responsible about the future of the world, to have a deeper and a little, complex, new understanding of each other, and the justice that the other represents. 0. They knew that at some point in the future, they would, most likely, meet again. And the next time we meet, maybe, it won't be like today, calm and composed, and talking about things. It is very likely, it will be a life and death duel. But at least, at this moment, they both saw in each other's eyes a trace of the same helplessness and a trace of this chaotic world. Respect? Just as Sabo and Fujitora were having a secret meeting at the corner of Dressrosa, which was full of philosophical thinking and a little bit of mutual admiration. In a secret base in the New World, full of darkness, blood, and a hint of Blackbeard. Thief ha 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 ha, thief ha 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 ha, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, after learning the great news, that heavenly yaksha. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the dark tycoon who once was a powerful and invincible hero in the New World's underworld, was actually brought down by the Straw Hat Boy Luffy and the Surgeon of Death. Trafalgar Law, who were just brats, in his opinion, could not help but let out his signature laugh full of pride, arrogance, and a hint of gloating. Again. Chapter 132. Yes, Captain, guaranteed to complete the mission. While pouring gulps of top-grade rum that he had snatched from some unfortunate fellow, he slapped his thick fingers, which were covered with grease and a trace of Sakura peach pie residue, hard on the huge dining table in front of him, which was also made of some tattered wooden boards that were full of pirates' characteristics, and was randomly pieced together, and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. The fat all over the body is shaking constantly. Doflamingo, that self-righteous flamingo B****************** D. He actually got to this day. Ha 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 ha. It's really satisfying, it's really satisfying. Blackbeard was naturally happy about Doflamingo's misfortune, and even felt a little bit of schadenfreude. After all, in his opinion, Doflamingo, who is always pretentious and good at doing tricks behind the scenes, is even more annoying than the Marines in 010 who seem to be full of sense of justice and sense of mission. However, after a brief moment of gloating, Blackbeard's heart of a tyrant, which was always full of greed and calculation, immediately began to work again at a rapid speed. He was keenly aware that Doflamingo's fall not only meant that the power structure of the New World's underground society was about to undergo a major reshuffle. More importantly, that D Flamingo has been working hard for more than a decade to run the Smile Factory, full of sins and lies, as well as the Buu Legacy, imitation energy weapon production line he secretly built, which is crude in technology but full of ambition, and the large amount of research materials, experimental data, and even some relatively complete palace parts, or unknown devices, about the Buu Legacy, that he has collected and hoarded from various channels. These hot potatoes, that may be full of danger and a bit ominous in the eyes of others, are all priceless treasures that can make him stronger and realize greater ambitions in the eyes of Blackbeard Teach. Advertisement, especially those finished products, semi-finished products, and core technical data related to Buu Legacy. If he could get all these things, then the overall strength of his Blackbeard pirates, as well as his research and copycat progress on those Buu Legacy, will all get a qualitative leap. Thief, ha 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 ha. God is helping me. Blackbeard's eyes flashed with greed and burning light like a hungry wolf. He immediately issued a new order full of opportunities and a hint of risk to his core cadres, who were also gloating and eager to try, because of Doflamingo's downfall, such as the fighting champion Jisha's badgers, who always liked to provoke everywhere, or the huge battleship San Juan Wolf, who was also full of interest in various treasures, that was full of opportunities and a hint of risk. Bajas, San Juan, and the rest of you, pointing at the other cadres who seemed to be more tough and good at infiltration, immediately, right now, sneak into that messy hellhole of Dressrosa quietly for lousy. Remember, your mission is not to go head-to-head with those annoying lackeys of the Marine or CPO. Nor is it to steal the limelight from those little brats, like the Straw Hat Boy or Trafalgar Law, who have super good luck. Your only goal is to take advantage of the chaos, before anyone reacts, and do everything you can to get all the finished products, semi-finished products, and core technical data related to Buu Legacy that D Doflamingo has hidden in the underground factories and secret laboratories to lousy, without missing a single word. Collect them all. If you encounter anyone who dares to stop you, or a competitor, who also wants to get a piece of the pie, Blackbeard showed a cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face. Then give it to lousy, ruthlessly, tear them all into pieces. Yes, Captain. We will complete the mission. After hearing Blackbeard's order, badgers and others were eager to try, with the same expressions of greed and excitement on their faces. Advertisement, they knew that this was another great opportunity for them to make a fortune and stretch their muscles at the same time. Thus, a secret battle full of unknowns and dangers surrounding Dressrosa's legacy began quietly between the Marine, CPO, and Blackbeard pirates, three major forces that were very interested in those treasures, on a land full of ruins and a hint of gunpowder. This dramatic conflict, full of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, will surely bring even more unpredictable changes to this already chaotic world at some point in the future. Just when Blackbeard Teach felt a little gloating because of Doflamingo's downfall, and took advantage of the situation to send his men to snatch Dressrosa's inheritance. Kaido of the Beasts, who was far away in Onigashima, learned that his very important exclusive supplier of artificial devil fruit Smile, and strategic partner, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was actually overthrown by the two little devils, who he thought were insignificant, by Luffy and Trafalgar Law. And in addition, the Smile Factory that provided him with a lot of high-quality cannon fodder, although the quality was not very high and the side effects were quite serious, was also completely destroyed. His nerves, which had become somewhat sluggish and numb due to years of drinking and various suicidal extreme sports, were instantly ignited. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr thunder in the sky, suddenly exploded in the sky above the entire Ghost Island. And now, with the emergence of Buu Legacy and some small countries or families that are more smart or luckier, 4.3 may have secretly mastered some imitation technologies of Buu Legacy, or have some relevant talents with more talent and potential in this regard, such as some folk scientists who are good at copying and magic modification, or some hidden masters who have unique insights on the cultivation of qi. Bigmom was keenly aware that this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for her to conduct a political marriage and technological annexation. She fantasized that if she could, through some sweet and a little coercion and inducement means of marriage, she could bring those small countries or families that might have mastered the technology to imitate the Buu Legacy, or had relevant talents into her 10,000 nations, a dessert family. Chapter 133. Jin, Quinn, Jack. The sturdy castle began to tremble violently under the impact of this sound wave that was full of substantial destructive power, as if it would collapse at any time. Countless members of the Beast's pirates who were drinking and having fun, or doing various indecent behaviors in the castle, were frightened out of their wits by their boss's sudden, incompetent rage. They ran away in panic, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Doflamingo, that loser, good for nothing, idiot. Kaido's voice was like the roar of a demon from the depths of hell, filled with irrepressible rage and a hint of disappointment. Although he might just be simply angry that he would never be able to eat the cheap and good smile fruit again? How could they be defeated by those two immature brats, and even cause the smile factory in Lousy to be ruined? This is outrageous. Unforgivable? The more Kaido thought about it, the angrier he got, and the angrier he got, the more he wanted to drink. He grabbed the huge wine gourd next to him that was several times thicker than a bucket, then raised his head and gulped down the inferior liquor inside that was full of the smell of industrial alcohol, and a trace of unknown sediment. Then, belch. He burped loudly, which was full of the smell of alcohol and, a hint of dragon smell in his dragon eyes, which had turned red due to anger and alcohol. An even more vigorous flame of destruction burned. The destruction of the Smile Factory is undoubtedly a huge blow to Kaido of the Beasts. This not only means that he will no longer be able to easily obtain a large number of cheap, cannon fodder subordinates who possess various strange animal abilities as before. More importantly, this also made him more deeply aware of the importance of mastering core technology. Advertisement: if only he could own a factory that could mass-produce artificial devil fruit, like that B***********************************************************************************************, if he could master the Doflamingo. Or even better, if he could master the core technology of the Buu Legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace to create more powerful, futuristic energy weapons. Then, wouldn't Kaido of the Beasts and his Beasts pirates be truly invincible and unstoppable? By then, what the hell is Marine? What the hell is world government? What the hell are the other four emperors? They will all tremble and completely surrender under the iron hoof of his super invincible universe's most powerful beast army, which is composed of the Immortal Smile Army and high-tech Dragon Ball Transformation Army. This grand blueprint filled with kingly spirit and a hint of wishful thinking made Kaido's heart more eager than ever for the Buu Legacy technology that Doflamingo might have that could create energy weapons. He decided he wants to get those technologies at all costs. This is to make up for the huge losses caused by the destruction of the Smile Factory. This will also lay a more solid and black technical foundation for his future, world's strongest legion, plan. Jin, Quinn, Jack. Kaido gave the latest order that was unquestionable to the three disasters under his command, who were also trembling with fear because of their bosses' incompetent rage. Right now, immediately. Do everything you can for Lousy. Go get all the technical information, experimental data, and even the design drawings of those damn imitation weapons related to the Buu Legacy from that rubbish Doflamingo, without missing a single word. If Marine or any other blind fellow dares to compete with us for the goods, Kaido said with a smile more ferocious and cruel than a demon, then we will give them to Lousy and blast them and their ships into dust in the universe. Advertisement: Lousy, let's see, in this new world, who else dares to steal things from his Beast's pirates? On Ghost Island, because of Kaido's latest order full of anger and desire, once again, a crazier and more bloody war preparation frenzy has been set off. The Beast's pirates, temporarily frustrated by the destruction of the Smile Factory, seem to have become even hungrier and more dangerous due to their increased desire for the technology of the Buu Legacy. Just as the top predators of the New World are gearing up for a battle for the Buu legacy, which is full of temptation and danger. Charlotte Linlin, the Queen of Desserts, in Toto Land, carefully analyzed the causes and consequences of the Dressrosa incident, as well as the lessons learned from the short-lived glory and rapid collapse of Doflamingo's legacy empire. Her queen's heart, which was always full of all kinds of wonderful ideas and a little bit of foodie nature, also quietly set her sights on some new targets that were more hidden and more valuable for long-term investment. Bigmom, the Emperor of the Sea, who is famous for his greedy appetite and moody personality, is not particularly interested in the Buu legacy that can only be obtained through fighting and killing and plundering. In her opinion, the treasure hunt game, full of risks and uncertainties, is too troublesome. It is also too incompatible with her noble status as an elegant heroine, as she thinks. What she prefers is the kind of win-win, or even multi-win, situation where she can reap the fruits of her labor without bloodshed, and at the same time, expand her 10,000 nations, territory and, the scale of her harem. And now, with the emergence of Buu legacy, some small countries or families that are more smart, or luckier, may have secretly mastered some imitation technologies of Buu legacy, or have some relevant talents with more talent and potential in this regard, such as some folk scientists, who are good at copying and magic modification, or some hidden masters, who have unique insights into the cultivation of qi. Bigmom was keenly aware that this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for her to conduct a political marriage and, technological annexation. She fantasized that if she could, through some sweet and, a little coercion and inducement, means of marriage, she could bring those small countries or families that might have mastered the Buu legacy, imitation technology or had relevant talents into her 10,000 countries, dessert family. Then, wouldn't she be able to obtain the Buu technology she has always dreamed of, such as the universal capsule technology that can create the dream food box, or the Kai training secret that can allow her dessert soldiers to learn the Qigong wave, as well as those, technical talents, who are full of utilization value, without bloodshed. Chapter 134 Soul Contract. And now, with the emergence of Buu legacy, some small countries or families that are more smart, or luckier, may have secretly mastered some imitation technologies of Buu legacy, or have some relevant talents with more talent and potential in this regard, such as some folk scientists, who are good at copying and magic modification, or some hidden masters, who have unique insights on the cultivation of qi. Bigmom was keenly aware that this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for her to conduct a political marriage and, technological annexation. She fantasized that if she could, through some sweet and, a little coercion and inducement, means of marriage, she could bring those small countries or families that might have mastered the Buu legacy, imitation technology or had relevant talents into her 10,000 countries, dessert family. Then, wouldn't she be able to obtain the Buu technology she had always dreamed of, such as the universal capsule technology that could create the dream food box, or the Kai training secret that could allow her dessert soldiers to learn the Qigong wave, as well as those technical talents, who were full of utilization value, without bloodshed. By then, her Wanguo Dodo land will not only be the sweetest country in the world. Will it become the world's most high-tech and, most unknown surprise, superpower? This grand blueprint filled with kingly spirit and a little bit of getting something for nothing makes Bigmom feel extremely excited and looking forward to it. So, she immediately gathered her children, especially those civilian cadres who were good at diplomacy and intelligence gathering, who were also full of awe and a little helpless towards their mothers, various wild ideas, and began to secretly plan a new political marriage, full of sweetness and conspiracy. Her target is those small countries or families in the New World that, although not very powerful, have made achievements in certain special fields, such as precision machinery manufacturing, or ancient document research, or maybe they are just lucky enough to have picked up some good things. She wants to use her numerous daughters who are in their youth, although they may have been married several times, and have various, strange, devil fruit abilities. Advertisement as sweet bait, go, fish, for those rich son-in-law, who may have the Buu legacy, technology or related talents. Then, through some friendly negotiations, full of love and peace, and a hint of threat of force and soul contract, the technology and talents she needed were reasonably and legally married into the huge territory of her Charlotte family. Bigmom's marriage plan is full of wisdom and, a hint of unscrupulousness, although it sounds a bit like taking advantage of the fire and forced buying and selling. However, in this new world where the strong prey on the weak and the temptation of Buu's legacy is everywhere, who can really resist the gracious invitation from a sea emperor and the death threat full of sweetness? A special marriage storm full of sweetness and conspiracy centered around the Buu legacy, technology and talents is about to quietly sweep across every corner of the new world under the enthusiastic push of Toto Land. As for those small targets that are unfortunately targeted by BIGMOM, their future fate has become even more uncertain, full of unknowns, and a hint of sweet burden. New World, a vast ocean that has become increasingly chaotic and out of control due to the emergence of the Buu legacy. All major forces are trying to show their abilities, fight openly and secretly, and even start wars, triggering one bloody storm after another, for the gods' props, that are full of unknowns and temptations, as well as the mysterious power called Qi. However, just when everyone's eyes are focused on how to obtain more legacy from the sunken Dragon Ball Palace, or how to make themselves stronger and occupy a place in the upcoming world of great strife. Advertisement Shanks, the Emperor of the Sea, who holds a pivotal position in the New World and is also deeply concerned about the truth of the Buu legacy, and Gohan Buu, quietly makes a surprising move that is enough to shock the entire world government. He was actually at the World Summit, a top-level meeting that is held every few years and determines the future of the entire world. Secretly, he sneaked into the holy place of Mariajoy, which was heavily guarded, full of experts, and full of the unique arrogance and stupidity of all kinds of celestial dragons. He also successfully avoided the eyes and ears of all marine and CP organizations and directly met with the highest power core of the world government, 5 elders. This is simply like pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth and dancing disco on the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death. The difficulty and risk are so great that it is hard to imagine. But red-haired Shanks really did it. He is not just a Sea Emperor, with a powerful conqueror's haki and the ability of face fruit that can make Sea Kings retreat. Of course, this is just a joke. He is a mysterious man who is far-sighted, cares about the world, at least he has a little more pattern and sense of responsibility than the other 4 emperors, who only know how to fight or eat and drink, and has some unknown, special identities, and secret channels. West of the secret meeting room filled with repression and, a hint of rotten village atmosphere, which only the 5 elders are qualified to enter. Shanks still looks a little unkempt, such as the 3 eye-catching scars on his face, and the black cape that looks like it has been worn for many years and has some wine stains. But he exudes a powerful aura that is hard to ignore and a bit of a king demeanor. Chapter 135 Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. He sat calmly opposite the 5 elders, although those 5 old guys might not want him to sit so equally and casually, with a complex smile on his face that was both friendly and full of warning. And the 5 elders, the 5 old men who control the fate of the entire world and whose faces are always covered with wrinkles of wisdom and a hint of conspiracy, were naturally filled with shock, anger, and a hint of fear and helplessness when facing this uninvited Emperor of the Sea. They knew that red-haired Shanks, who seemed to be indifferent to the world and often came to them from afar to mediate a fight for some boring little things, such as to stop a war that he thought was meaningless, had real strength and influence that should not be underestimated. More importantly, they seemed to know, more or less, some special identity and unknown secrets about Shanks. Therefore, although they were very unhappy and wary of Shanks's uninvited visit, like breaking into a private house. However, they did not, as they did with other outlaws, who dared to challenge the authority of the world government, immediately order the CPO or Marine 143 Admiral to kill him on the spot, or at least arrest him and put him in the lowest level of the impel down. Instead, they patiently listened to the main purpose of Shanks's adventure. Shanks took a huge risk this time to meet with the 5 elders in secret, and his purpose was very clear and direct. He mainly wanted to warn them of 2 things. The first one is about an extremely dangerous and unpredictable pirate who is rapidly rising in the New World and possesses 2, or even more, devil fruit abilities. Needless to say, the one referring to is Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who is also full of ambition and, a little bit of the protagonist template flavor. Shanks, with his keen intuition as one of the 4 emperors, and some unknown special intelligence channels, deeply realized that Blackbeard Teach, a man full of conspiracy and desire, posed a huge threat to the balance of the entire world. He hoped that the 5 elders would pay attention to this issue and take some effective measures as soon as possible to curb the further expansion and loss of control of Blackbeard's power. Advertisement, although he may not know that the 5 elders' attitude towards Blackbeard is actually full of complexity and a hint of utilization and fear. The second thing is also the more important purpose of Shanks' secret visit to Mariajoy this time. That is about the pink demon called Gohan Buu, and the Buu legacy, flowing out of the Dragon Ball Palace, posing a potential and even more deadly threat to the balance of the entire world. Shanks told the 5 elders all the information and speculations he and his red-hair pirates had discovered after a long period of secret investigation, including the ancient legends of the people of the stars, the terrifying power of the palace's technology, and the ultimate power that Gohan Buu might possess that could destroy everything. He told them all without reservation, of course. Perhaps some necessary artistic processing and selective statement were done. He hopes that the 5 elders, the wise men, who hold the highest power in the world, can clearly realize the huge danger hidden behind these alien objects. He hopes they can handle this matter carefully, never, just because of momentary greed or ambition, easily touch those forbidden powers that they cannot control. This will trigger a catastrophe that is 100 or 1,000 times more tragic than the Summit War, and may even drag the entire world into the abyss of destruction. My lords of the 5 elders, Shanks said calmly but powerfully, looking at the 5 elders in front of him, who all had different expressions but more or less revealed a trace of solemnity and uneasiness in their eyes. I, red-haired Shanks, am only a pirate. But I also don't want to see this world we live in together destroyed because of the stupidity and greed of some people. The existence called Gohan Buu, and the palace full of unknowns are like a Pandora's box. Once it is completely opened, what is released from it is likely to be far beyond the imagination and control of all of us. So, I hope you all will think twice before you act. Before you fully understand their origins and purpose, it is best not to provoke them easily. Advertisement, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Shanks's warning, which was full of honest advice, is hard to hear, and a hint of interfering in one's own business, made the five elders show a complicated expression of embarrassment and dissatisfaction on their faces. Although they also knew that what Shanks said might be true. However, they naturally felt very uncomfortable being taught and directed by a guy who was just a pirate in their eyes. Quick. However, they also knew that the red-haired Shanks, a seemingly peaceful man, represented a powerful force and some unknown, special background, that were enough to force them to take his warning seriously. So, after some internal discussions, filled with silence and, a little eye contact, the five elders finally made a verbal promise to Shanks that was full of official rhetoric and a little bit perfunctory. They said they would attach great importance to Shanks' valuable advice and would fully consider these potential risks and threats in future decision-making. As for whether they will really, as Shanks expected, carefully handle the issue of the palace and Gohan Buu, well, I'm afraid only God knows. Red-haired Shanks, after receiving the five elders' relatively positive response, although he might not completely believe in the nonsense of these old foxes, did not linger for too long. He knew that the purpose of his adventure this time had basically been achieved. Chapter 136. He can only do his best and leave the rest to fate. As for the five elders, what choice will they make in the end? That was no longer something he could control. He can only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Then, in secret, he continued his own investigation and, necessary preparations to cope with the huge storm full of unknowns and destruction that may come at any time. Just when red-haired Shanks, for the sake of the peace and tranquility of the whole world, at least he thought so, took a huge risk and secretly sneaked into the holy land of Mariajoy to have friendly consultations and frank exchanges with the five elders. At the headquarters of the Marine Science Corps, in a secret laboratory full of all kinds of fantastic ideas and, a hint of mad scientist, the genius scientist drive. Vegapunk, after months, or even longer, of hard work and countless, small-scale explosions, and unexplained energy leaks, has finally made a major breakthrough in the analysis and imitation of Buu's legacy. That is enough to make the entire naval headquarters rejoice and celebrate. That is, he actually succeeded in replicating a simplified version of the combat power detector, and then went one step further. He obtained some core technologies from the legacy recovery teams of the Marines who risked their lives to bring back from the Dragon Ball Palace. Although most of them were severely damaged, they still contained some core technologies. From the wreckage of the energy shield generator, and the research materials of the imitation energy weapons, in Doflamingo's underground factory, which were full of copycat, atmosphere and unstable factors, I drew enough inspiration, and some more reliable technical parameters. Then with his super brain, that is 500 years ahead of its time, and the full cooperation of his assistant group, who are also full of scientific research enthusiasm, and, a little bit of fearlessness of death. Advertisement successfully developed a small-sized, portable energy shield generator that can be equipped by a single soldier and has certain practical value. This energy shield generator, named Guardian Type 1-inch by Dr. Vegapunk, looks like a round metal disc that is slightly smaller than a palm and gleams with a light blue metallic luster. Its usage is also very simple. Just fix it on a relatively safe and convenient part of the user's body, such as, the chest, or the arm, and then through a very humane and, full-style, one-touch start button, you can instantly release a layer of translucent energy shield from the surface of the disc, which is not particularly thick but can indeed resist a certain degree of energy impact and physical attack. Although the duration of this Guardian Type 1-inch energy shield is very short, it is said that when it is at full energy, it can only last for a dozen seconds at most, or even shorter. Moreover, its defense is also very limited. Perhaps it can only barely withstand a few ordinary musket bullets, or some relatively powerful imitation energy weapons, and other side attacks. Once it is hit by a strong energy shock or continuous concentrated fire attack, it will collapse instantly like a punctured balloon, and may even burst on the spot due to the overload of the energy core, emitting a cloud of black smoke full of burnt smell, and be completely scrapped. But, after all, this is also a kind of high-tech defense equipment that can provide a layer of extra protection for the user at a critical moment. And, most importantly, the manufacturing process of this Guardian Type 1-inch energy shield generator is much simpler and more mature than the original Buu legacy, which is full of unknowns and uncontrollability. Most of its core components are also independently developed and domestic substitution by Dr. Vegapunk using existing marine technology and some more easily available alternative materials. This means advertisement marine. It will be possible to realize small-scale mass production and secret deployment of this energy shield generator in the future. This major scientific research achievement, which is full of epic making, significance and a little bit of pay for money flavor, has once again made Dr. Vegapunk the pride and idol of the entire Marine Science Corps. As a result, he obtained more research funds, higher research authority, and some more precious and core Buu heritage from the 5 elders. Opportunity to get in touch with real samples. He believed that as long as he was given enough time and, more powerful resource support, he would be able to analyze more and more powerful secret martial arts from the Buu legacy, full of unknowns and temptations. In this way, we can build a real, future technology army, for the world government that can crush all enemies and conquer the entire world. Zero and those newly produced and very limited number of Guardian Type 1-inch energy shield generators were also immediately and secretly equipped to the sharpest fangs in the hands of the world government, the core agents of the CPO organization. This will allow them to have an extra layer of life-saving trump card, which is unreliable but better than nothing, when they carry out special missions in the future that are full of danger and, a hint of, seeking death. Just when the marine scientists had achieved some, encouraging, initial results in the analysis and imitation of Buu's legacy. The Revolutionary Army, the Army of Justice, that is dedicated to overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government, at least they think so, has quietly launched their own small-scale, Buu legacy, imitation plan under the wise decision of their leadership corps, which is also full of wisdom and spirit of exploration, that is, Commander-in-Chief Monkey D. Dragon, Chief of Staff Sabo, and the Monster King. Emporio Ivankov, who is full of interest in all kinds of black technology and human body modification. The Revolutionary Army, although in terms of technology level and R&D resources, is far from being able to compete with the world government, which is wealthy and has bug-level scientists like Vegapunk. Chapter 137 Technical Reference. The importance of this device to the Revolutionary Army, which has a loose organizational structure and often needs to conduct secret communications and coordinated operations around the world, is self-evident. For example, another example is the transport ship that they had just seized from the Marine, which was loaded with the remains of the Buu legacy and some secret research materials from the Marine. A Buu legacy imitation plan full of idealism and a hint of homemade steel was quietly launched in the secret base of the Revolutionary Army. That earplug is about the size of a little finger, with a smooth silver-white metal texture, and is inlaid with a few small buttons of different colors that look very high-end and precise. Some unknown little people also, by accident, unexpectedly changed their originally ordinary and even tragic fate because of the appearance of these aliens. And the cross-quality imitations and research materials they collected from Dressrosa's underground factory, which were full of Geyser characteristics and Doflamingo style, but also contained some Buu legacy technical ideas. This plan, which is full of hope and a hint of uncertainty, will surely provide immeasurable help to the rise and ultimate victory of the Revolutionary Army at some point in the future. They hope to copy a revolutionary special confidential communication device that can surpass the existing telephone communication distance and confidentiality level limitations, a new long-distance, high-intensity encryption, and not easily eavesdropped and interfered by the enemy. However, they also have their own unique advantages. Advertisement, for example, their pervasive intelligence network that is spread all over the world. However, they did not give up. They accidentally found a large drifting container that was washed up on the shore of a deserted island. It was severely damaged and exuded a pungent smell of salty seawater and a hint of chemicals. They value more those real forces that can play a huge role in intelligence gathering, secret communications, and some more auxiliary logistical support. Found a small earbud that looks like some kind of futuristic technology and a little bit of fashion? On a certain stormy, thundering night, Buggy God Tier led his equally brainless but loyal Buggy Express crew to carry out post-war cleanup and material recovery work with professional ethics and a hint of scavenger instinct in an area that had become a mess due to a previous naval battle, probably a fight between the Marine and a Four Emperors pirates group over the Buu legacy, with shipwreckage and some not-so-sightly floating objects everywhere. However, it is slightly different from the world government's research and development approach, which is full of aggressiveness and militarization. Another example, mold tools. Not only did he successfully escape from the Summit War that was full of death and despair. Given the Revolutionary Army's current, relatively backward and lacking technological level and R&D capabilities, it is almost an impossible task to completely replicate these Buu legacy items that are full of black technology in a short period of time. Then, one day, they will be able to turn those seemingly unattainable technological dreams into reality. Advertisement. They believe that as long as they can unite all the forces that can be united, such as those conscientious scientists who have been successfully instigated by them, or some folk inventors who are also dissatisfied with the world government and are willing to contribute to the revolutionary cause and exert their unremitting efforts full of the spirit of Yugong moving mountains and ants gnawing bones. Certainly, just when the big guys all over the world were racking their brains, fighting openly and secretly, and even starting wars for the Buu legacy, which was full of unknowns and temptations. Buggy God Tier's good luck seems to never stop. For example, their broad revolutionary mass base, full of idealism and spirit of dedication. Among them, There may also be some, civilian scientists, or tech geeks, who are not appreciated for their talents and are full of deep hatred for the world government. Ever since, in the chaos of the Summit War, due to a series of heroic deeds, full of coincidences and misunderstandings. For example, accidentally using a buggy bullet to blow up a certain, unimportant broadcasting den mushi at the naval headquarters? Or, when escaping, very heroically, carrying a certain legendary pirate who was also escaping but with a more sensitive identity on his shoulders, he unexpectedly became the savior and spiritual leader in the hearts of countless prisoners in the undersea prison. The primary goal of the Revolutionary Army's legacy imitation plan is not those energy weapons or biological weapons of mass destruction that are extremely powerful but also full of dangers and uncontrollability. The strategic significance of this equipment for the Revolutionary Army, which often needs to infiltrate, sabotage, and, subvert the enemy's territory, is self-evident. These hard-earned, precious treasures provided an extremely important material basis and a little technical reference for the Revolutionary Army's legacy imitation plan. The clown, buggy god tier who has extremely good luck and possesses a special ability called chop chop fruit, which, seems useless but is actually very life-saving and, full of comedy effects. And in the subsequent Grand Line Treasure Hunt, Trash Picking Tour, which was full of chaos and opportunities, I once again had heaven-defying luck. They hoped to imitate a portable battlefield intelligence reconnaissance device, similar to a combat power detector, that can quickly identify the strength of the enemy, discover hidden threats, and even, to a certain extent, analyze the target devil fruit's ability type and, some obvious weaknesses. Chapter 138 Lord of the Sky, Buggy God Tier, although I don't know what this little gadget that looks very valuable is. However, relying on his keen intuition as a pirate's captain, although he might just be a funny guy, he immediately took it for himself and carefully hid it in his crotch, which was also full of magical power of shattering into pieces. Then, after returning to his own ship, the Big Up pirate's ship, which was also full of clown atmosphere and a little bit of unreliability, Buggy God Tier could not wait to take out the mysterious earplug, full of unknown and temptation from his crotch. I hope it doesn't have any strange smell. And then, with a complex emotion full of curiosity and a little bit of suicidal spirit, he carefully put it on his right ear. Just when he completely stuffed the earplug into his ear, a miracle, or, as some say, a certain kind of miracle, full of high technology and a hint of translation accent, happened. The silver white metal earplug that looked ordinary suddenly made a very slight beep sound. Then, an electronic female voice that only Buggy could hear, full of mechanical synthesis, and, a hint of Google Translate, rang directly in his mind. Automatic translation system has been started. Language database is loading. Current recognition language, general pirate's language. Translation mode, real-time simultaneous interpretation. I wish you a happy communication. Buggy God Tier, after hearing the electronic female voice in my mind that was full of high-tech and international style, I was completely stunned. What did he just hear? Automatic translation system. Real-time simultaneous interpretation? Advertisement? Could this be the legendary super invincible universe first translation artifact that can allow the user to instantly master all the languages in the world, even including the sounds of animals? Buggy God Tier, somewhat unbelievably, took off the silver earplug from his ear, turned it over and over, and looked at it carefully. Then, he tentatively said loudly, a universal pirate's language, full of provocation and suicidal, meaning to the pet cat on his ship, which could only meow, and often ruthlessly despised him because of the poor food, although that cat might just be a stray cat he picked up from a garbage dump. Hey, you lazy, greedy cat, all you do is eat and sleep all day, can you do anything else? After hearing Buggy's provocation, the pet cat just glanced at him lazily, and then meowed disdainfully, as if to say, idiot, it's none of your business. However, at the moment when the cat made that meow sound full of contempt, the electronic female voice in Buggy God Tier's mind, which was full of high-tech and Google Translate flavor, rang again. Moreover, they were very considerate and performed a real-time simultaneous interpretation of the meow sound, which was full of humanity and soul. Open black lens bracket feline vocalization detected. Semantic analysis is in progress. Analysis result. This vocalization unit is expressing a complex emotion of disdain and speechlessness towards you, and it seems to think that the question you just asked is very stupid and meaningless. Close black lens bracket. Buggy God Tier, after listening to this accurate and heart-piercing God translation, I was completely petrified. He actually understood what the cat was saying. And that damn stinky cat actually called him an idiot? Trademark wahahahahaha. I've made a fortune. This time, I've really made a fortune. Advertisement. After being petrified for dozens of seconds and, a hint of self-doubt, Buggy God Tier finally recovered from the huge shock that was like being struck by lightning. Then, like a lucky person who won a berry lottery worth hundreds of millions, he held the automatic translation earplugs, which, in his opinion, were even more precious than One Piece, the treasure of the Pirate's King, and danced and cheered ecstatically in the cabin. He knew that he had once again been dealt heaven-defying shit luck. He unexpectedly got a super artifact that allowed him to communicate, barrier-free, with all creatures in the world that could talk, or even shout. With this thing, wouldn't it be possible for him to easily have friendly, cross-species communication with those exotic animals with various special abilities living in remote corners of the world, such as the Skylords of Sky Island, or the Sea Kings of the Fishman Island, or even the talking giant elephant, Lord of the Elephants, on Zo Island? Then he would use his own, eloquent tongue, which was also full of deceptive and fooling skills, to take them all in as his, pets, or little brothers. By then, wouldn't the power and, combat power that he, the Buddy God tier, could control, instantly soar to a terrifying height that even he himself couldn't imagine? Even he also discovered that this magical, automatic translation earplug can do more than just translate biological languages. It seems to be able to a certain extent, barely, understand and, decode some of the simple symbols engraved on the devices from the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace that are full of unknown and, tadpole-like distortions. Although it cannot fully decipher those complex ancient texts like Nico Robin. But at least it can make Buddy God tier no longer be completely in the dark and unable to understand anything when facing the Buu legacy, full of black technology, like before. At least he could roughly judge the basic functions of a device from those simple symbols. For example, this button means power on, that indicator light means low energy, as well as some more important precautions, such as danger, do not touch, or the final interpretation of this product belongs to Gohan Buu. Chapter 139 Cultivation Secrets. This additional function, full of surprises and a hint of cheating, undoubtedly gives Buddy God tier a greater information advantage and a hint of security over other, equally uneducated competitors in the Buu Heritage Treasure Hunt, Trash Picking Tour that may be carried out in the future. Trademark Wahahaha. It seems that I am destined to become the greatest treasure hunter and, animal communication master of this era. Buddy God tier proudly put the silver-white, automatic translation earplugs back on his ears, with a smile full of confidence and, a hint of vulgarity on his face. He couldn't wait to use his new artifact to start a new adventure full of adventures and, more shitty luck. And his luck, this time, which is full of drama and protagonist halo, will surely, at some point in the future, bring even more unpredictable huge variables and, a hint of comedy to this already chaotic world. Just when I was at the Buddy God tier, I accidentally obtained the super artifact of automatic translation earplugs, and, I once again reaffirmed my great dream of becoming a treasure hunter, or at least a garbage collector. In Dressrosa, the Liberation War full of blood and fire, freedom and resistance, and, a hint of toys and birdcage, finally came to a successful conclusion thanks to the joint efforts of Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, and his companions who were also full of protagonist halo, and, a hint of unreliability, as well as the help of Trafalgar Law and the Dressrosa rebels who also longed for freedom. Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family, which once dominated the New World, were completely destroyed. Dressrosa was finally liberated from the decade-long dark rule. The Liku royal family returns to the throne. All the people who were turned into toys were restored to their original state. Advertisement: the whole country was immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster and was filled with infinite gratitude to the Straw Hat crew. And after the end of the Dressrosa Liberation War, that was recorded in history. Those captains and elite members of powerful pirates from all over the world who once fought side by side with the Straw Hat Boy Luffy in the Krida Arena, and were also deeply impressed by Luffy's king, who was full of silliness and infectiousness. No, idiot. That's not right, it was the indescribable charisma, such as the cannibal Bartholomew, who also had a fanatical worship of Luffy like a brainless fan, or the little treasure water country pillar Kai, who would turn to killing pleasure after drinking too much, or the handsome pirates, Captain Cavendish, who could command a huge pirates fleet when he was sober, of course. Unexpectedly, they all made a major decision that surprised Luffy himself and made him feel a little embarrassed. That is, they have to voluntarily join the Straw Hat Pirates, become the younger brothers and, loyal fans of Straw Hat Boy Luffy. They are going to form an unprecedented, super invincible universe first, Straw Hat Grand Fleet, with thousands, maybe even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands in the future, of members hash. And they also want to accomplish something great and amazing together one day in the future. Although they may not know what kind of great and amazing they want to accomplish. Maybe they just want to follow Luffy, eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, and beat up a few guys who look unhappy. The establishment of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, which is full of Jianghu chivalry, and a little bit of grassroots crew, has undoubtedly made the overall strength of the Straw Hat crew and its influence in the New World unprecedentedly improved in an instant. Luffy, the confused chief boss, unknowingly possessed a powerful new force that no four emperors dared to underestimate. However, the difference is that these superficial phenomena are full of glory and joy. The establishment of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet has also unknowingly spread the various legends about the Buu legacy and the mysterious power called Kai and some unreliable cultivation methods, through these newly joined little brothers, more widely and more uncertain to every corner of the new world. Those who have witnessed Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others in Dressrosa shown their new powers, full of protagonist halo, and forced cheating in battle, such as Luffy's Gear 4th Bounce Man, Zoro's One Big 3000 Worlds, Sanji's Devil Wind Kick finishing touch shot. Or maybe it's just that he heard some things about the Dragon Ball Palace, Senzu Bean's combat power detector, and the Pink Demon King, who can destroy the planet from Usopp, that equally unreliable, Big Mouth. The captain and core member of the Wooden Fleet's hero legend, that is full of exaggeration and artistic processing, are. They all, to varying degrees, have developed a strong interest in the Buu legacy, that is full of unknowns and temptations, as well as the mysterious power called Kai, and have a slight fantasy of getting something for nothing. Wong Lee's, some of them also began to secretly use their own pirates' intelligence network in some special channels to track down and find out those God's tools and cultivation secrets that might be hidden in every corner of the world. They also long to be like their boss Luffy and have the power to change their own destiny and even the world. Although they may not know, Luffy's strength is more dependent on his unyielding will, his infinite trust in his partners, and his innate the will of the protagonist and a hint of protagonist halo. And not just the so-called Buu legacy or the power of Kai. However, this does not prevent them from regarding those new forces, full of unknowns and dangers, as an important support for their future foothold and domineering power in the new world. Chapter 140. Voyage. Am Gohan Buu, awakened by Whitebeard. Therefore, the influence of Buu legacy was further spread to every corner of the new world in a more covert and more difficult to control way through the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, which was full of chivalry and a hint of mob. It also adds more variables and a hint of the butterfly effect to a world that has already become increasingly out of control due to the emergence of the Dragon Ball Palace. The smoke of Dressrosa has not yet completely dissipated, and a new adventure chapter has quietly begun. After the Straw Hat crew successfully overthrew the brutal rule of Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo in a violent aesthetics, full of Luffy characteristics, and a hint of protagonist halo, and by the way, they also gained a Straw Hat Grand Fleet, with thousands, maybe even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands in the future, of members. Their troublemaking ability and influence in the new world have undoubtedly reached a new height. However, this high-profile style of doing things, which makes them the taller the tree, the more wind it attracts, inevitably makes them the focus of attention of the naval headquarters and some other forces that are full of malice and a little bit of jealousy towards them. Especially when Marine Admiral Fujidora smiled and, after the Dressrosa incident, because of his complete disappointment with some of the inhumane policies of the world government and the Shichibukai system, he made an amazing move, full of sense of justice, and a hint of suicidal spirit, such as kneeling in public, broadcasting Live to the World, revealing the truth about Dressrosa, and taking the initiative to assume all the responsibilities. The new Marine Marshal Akainu Sakazuki's anger and determination to kill the Straw Hat crew, the troublemakers, who recalculated despite repeated admonitions, has reached an unprecedented peak. So, before Luffy had time to enjoy the fruits of victory in liberating Dressrosa and the love bento, made by Princess Rebecca herself, although Luffy might want to eat the huge, bullfighting barbecue in the arena, the Straw Hat crew was very unfortunate, or in other words, very in line with the plot. They were once again hunted down by the naval headquarters on a large scale and ruthlessly surrounded by the atmosphere of justice and lava. Faced with the marine warships that were surging like a tide, and the secret pursuit of CPO agents who were also full of deep hatred for them, the Straw Hat crew, though relying on their increasingly improved strength and more tacit teamwork, put up a tenacious resistance that was full of courage and a lot of embarrassment. However, after all, they had just experienced a brutal war that almost overturned the entire country. Whether it was physical strength, energy, or the coke and food stored on the ship, they had all been consumed greatly and were in urgent need of replenishment. Moreover, the overall strength of the New World Marine and its determination to bring them to justice at all costs are far beyond the reach of those marine branches in the first half of the Grand Line, which can only be regarded as small fry. So, after a strategic shift full of thrills and a hint of being outnumbered, advertisement the Straw Hat crew, under the warm invitation and urgent request of a new partner, who is also full of mystery and a little bit of unreliability, the samurai from Wano Kuni, Foxfire Kinway, and his son Momonosuke, who has the ability of a magic brush and can turn anything he draws into BGEB, and of course the equally unreliable Ninja Raizo, although no one knows where he is now, missing. They decided to temporarily change their original sailing plan, for example, go directly to the next 4 emperors and beat him up, and accompany Kinemon and the others to a mysterious island full of unknowns in a little, furry atmosphere, go there to look for their lost companions, and avoid the pursuit of Marine by the way, and see if they can find some new clues about One Piece, or Buu's legacy, from the ancient island that is said to hide the historical text. Zou is a huge island that is unique and full of fantasy. It is not fixed on the sea surface like an ordinary island. It was the back of an ancient giant elephant that had lived for thousands of years and was as big as a mountain, the Lord of the Elephants. This giant elephant, Lord Elephant, has a strange temper and particularly likes to take a bath, although he may only take a bath once every few hundred years. He carries the entire Zou kingdom and the fur-bearing people living in the kingdom, walking slowly and firmly on the vast ocean of the New World day after day, year after year. This makes Zou's geographical location extremely secretive and elusive. It also makes it an excellent, safe haven that can effectively avoid the surveillance of the marine and world government, as well as the harassment and invasion of dozens of other malicious forces, such as Kaido of the Beasts and his subordinates who are also full of ambitions for Wano Kuni. When the Straw Hat crew, after the climbing the elephant's leg journey, which was also full of thrills and a bit of test of sailing skills, finally arrived safely at the mysterious kingdom of the Furry Principality, which is located on the back of the giant elephant and is full of primeval forests and, a bit of the animal world. They were immediately deeply touched and, a little at a loss by the fur-bearing people here, who were full of hospitality and a little overly intimate. For example, they liked to rub their cheeks against other people's cheeks, or, lick other people's wounds with their tongues. What made them feel even more novel and, a little surprised, was that they found these fur-bearing creatures, who have all sorts of cute, or, a little ferocious, animal features, seem to be born with a very strange and electric special ability. Chapter 141 Shenlong. This wish is too low, change it. That is, electricity they can generate weak electric currents similar to static electricity on the surface of their bodies. This kind of electricity is not particularly powerful, perhaps it can only make a person's hair stand up in dry weather, or, make some sensitive small animals feel a little numb. However, it can, to a certain extent, enhance the fur tribe's attack power, for example, making their claws sharper and having a slight electric shock effect, or defense, for example, forming a layer of static shield on the body surface, which is weak but does exist, and can even be used for some relatively simple and direct energy perception. What is most incredible to the Straw Hat crew, especially Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who are also full of curiosity and a little desire to explore about the new power, is that they discovered that the innate electrical ability of the fur tribe, when in contact with them, especially Luffy, the protagonist, who has already mastered some chi skills unconsciously, naturally emanates a weak but real aura. It turns out that there is a very wonderful special phenomenon that is full of harmony and, a hint of maximum resonance. It's as if electricity is water and gas is oil. When water and oil are mixed together in a very special and coincidental way, they actually produce a new, mixed energy that is neither water nor oil, but has the advantages of both, such as being able to conduct electricity and burn. Advertisement under the influence of this strange resonance phenomenon, full of miracles and, a hint of science cannot explain. The power, intensity, and, that indescribable energy activity of the electricity that the fur tribe can generate seem to have, without them noticing, been significantly enhanced, not too small, but definitely present. Their weak electric current, that could only, shock a person's hair to stand on end, can now, to a certain extent, cause a relatively obvious paralysis and burning effect on the enemy. Their static shields, that were originally only able to, resist some weak impacts, can now, barely, defend against some, not so powerful physical attacks. This new discovery, full of surprises, and, a hint of protagonist halo, made the Straw Hat crew and the fur tribe feel both surprised and a little bit unbelievable. They began to realize that there seemed to be some unknown, deep-seated mysterious connection between the mysterious power called chi and the innate, electrical ability of the fur people. And if they can conduct a more in-depth and scientific exploration spirit, research and integration of these two seemingly different but seemingly mutually reinforcing special forces, then the overall combat power of the minks, as well as the future growth potential of the Straw Hat crew, especially Luffy, the potential stock of chi, will be greatly improved by an inestimable amount. A joint exploration and, power upgrade journeys centered around electricity and gas, and full of the unknown and, a hint of cross-race cooperation, is about to quietly begin on this mysterious island full of primeval forests and, cute furry creatures, Zou. This power resonance phenomenon, which is full of surprises and a hint of fate, will surely bring unimaginable help and, a hint of reversal to the Straw Hat crew and the fur tribe at a critical moment in the future. Zou, the furry principality, the Duke's mansion built with huge ivory and, some wood that is also full of primitive atmosphere, full of king majesty and a touch of furry cuteness. Advertisement: the fur tribe's king of the day, the Duke, Inuarashi, and the king of the night, the boss, Cat Viper, although the two of them, because of, some historical issues and a little incompatibility of personalities, are in a state of taking turns in power, where the king does not meet the king, but when facing common enemies and, some more important racial events, they will temporarily put aside their grudges and conduct, friendly negotiations, full of gunpowder and a little reluctance. After hearing from the fur tribe warriors who had just had intimate contact with the Straw Hat crew, that is, the aura field emitted by Luffy and others gave them a resonance and strengthening of their electrical abilities about the mysterious power called chi, and the strange resonance phenomenon between it and the fur tribe's innate electrical abilities. Their faces, with dog heads and cat faces respectively, showed complex expressions of surprise and thoughtfulness. Can chi resonate with our electricity and enhance its power? Duke Inuarashi, this, although he looks like a, more honest. The huge Akita dog that looks loyal, but is actually the king of the furry tribe with extremely high intelligence and powerful strength, touched his, equally furry chin and pondered. In his mind, a very ancient and mysterious legend that was circulated among the fur tribe emerged involuntarily. That is the legend about Moon Lion, Sulong. It is said that if the fur tribe can fully bathe in the bright and mysterious moonlight on the full moon night of each month, then a dormant, primitive, and wild power in their bodies will be completely awakened. They will transform into a terrifying fighting form with white hair, blood-red eyes, a more sturdy body, and exponentially improved strength and speed, Moon Madman. In this form, even the minks, who usually look weak and harmless, can burst out with amazing fighting power that is enough to compete with the powerful pirates that have been famous in the New World for a long time. Chapter 142 Kaido. Let me have true immortality, the kind that cannot be destroyed. Only this, Moon Lion, form is not perfect either. It's very exhausting, and it's also very difficult to control. Once the transformation takes too long, or if the violent wild power in the body cannot be effectively controlled, the person who transforms will most likely completely lose his mind and become a terrifying monster that only knows how to kill and destroy. He may even overdraw his life and die on the spot. Therefore, the fur tribe has always regarded this, Moon Lion, form as a forbidden power full of glory and danger. It will not be used easily. It is also difficult to practice and control effectively. But now, after hearing that the mysterious power called chi can actually produce a strange 337 resonance and strengthening effect with the innate electrical ability of the fur people, Duke Inuarashi and the boss of Cat Viper, who was also full of desire and a little bit of cat-like curiosity for more powerful power, both had a bold association in their hearts. They speculated that the Moon Lion form that the fur tribe can transform into when the moon is full of wildness and destructive power. The source of its power is likely to have a very profound and unknown internal connection with some primitive form of the mysterious power called chi, or some special way of stimulating it. If the fur tribe could take the initiative to learn and master the cultivation method called chi advertisement and combine it with their own innate electrical ability and the Moon Lion power hidden deep in their blood to make it more deeply integrated and evolved with the spirit of scientific exploration, then wouldn't the overall combat capability of the fur tribe be greatly improved to an unimaginable degree? They may even no longer need to rely on the gift of the full moon, which is full of uncertainties and side effects. But being able to, at any time, in any place, at will, burst out with a powerful force comparable to that of the Moon Lion. This great idea, full of temptation, and a hint of heaven-defying fate-changing, makes Duke Inuarashi and Boss Cat Viper, the two old enemies, who are always noisy and tit for tat, but always able to maintain high consistency on the core interests of the future fate of the entire fur tribe, feel extremely excited and expectant. They know that if this association is true, then perhaps the fur tribe can really find a new way to become truly powerful and escape the fate of being enslaved and bullied forever in this new era that has become increasingly chaotic and dangerous due to the emergence of the Buu legacy. So, they immediately, temporarily put aside their personal grudges, full of dog blood and misunderstandings. And then, with unprecedented unity and enthusiasm, began to have a more in-depth and academic discussion and friendly mutual assistance, communication and cooperation with the Straw Hat crew, especially the Captain Luffy, who seemed to be easy to fool. No, easy to communicate, and the swordsman Zoro, who was also curious about the unknown power, and the cute reindeer Chopper, who also had animal characteristics. They hoped to learn more about the cultivation methods and application skills of the mysterious power called chi from the outsiders, like the Straw Hat crew, who are full of protagonist halo and adventures. We also hope that through this cross-race fusion of power and technical exchange, we can jointly explore a win-win path that will make the minks and the Straw Hat crew and their brothers in the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, who are also eager for new power, stronger advertisement, a journey of joint exploration and power evolution, centered around Moon Lion and Kai, full of unknowns and a little bit of racial talent, and protagonist halo, is about to quietly open a more exciting and surprise new chapter in this mysterious island full of primeval forests and cute furry creatures, Zo. Among the fur tribe, the outstanding warriors of the younger generation naturally showed a stronger interest and a hint of talent in this new power, chi, full of unknown and powerful potential than the older generation with more conservative and rigid ideas. In particular, under the command of Duke Inuarashi, the elite warrior of the Musketeers, the canine beauty with beautiful long silver white hair, a slender figure, and who particularly likes to lick people's cheeks to show friendship, Wanda. as well as under the command of the boss Cat Viper, the Night Group, as a mascot and potential new star, full of energy and cuteness. The rabbit girl has snow-white rabbit fur, a pair of long rabbit ears, and is particularly good at carrot attacks, although she may just simply like to eat carrots. Luote. These two, in the original work, also possessed outstanding strength and, super popular furry ladies. In the process of getting along and communicating with Luffy and other Straw Hat crew members, they were full of friendliness and intimacy. For example, Wanda especially liked to use her, passionate cheek to rub Luffy and Zoro's faces, and Carrot especially liked to hug Chopper's, equally furry body, and have all kinds of loving interactions. 3.9. He showed great interest and, amazing talent for the mysterious power called Chi. They discovered that when Luffy, accidentally, like yawning, or stretching, or simply emitting some, hunger aura, full of foodie instincts because he was hungry, the aura emanating from him, though weak but real, came into contact and resonated with the innate electrical ability of the fur tribe. They could actually sense the energy fluctuations of Kai more clearly and more deeply than other furry warriors, as well as its trajectory in Luffy's body, which was still chaotic but did exist. Chapter 143 Shenlong. You've been hard enough. Next. It's as if their bodies are born with a special affinity and, a hint of resonance talent for this kind of chi energy. And when they are under the, enthusiastic encouragement and a bit of unreliable, friendly guidance of Luffy, Zoro and others, for example, Luffy might tell them vaguely while chewing meat. That's it, concentrate all your strength on one point, and then with a bang, hit it out. That's it, hee hee. And Zoro might close his eyes and say to them in a tone that is full of profoundness and a bit of alcohol. Kendo and Kido are also different paths to the same destination. Use your heart to feel the breath of all things and then cut off everything, etc. Philosophical principles that make people want to sleep after listening to them. When trying to combine the innate, electrical ability of the fur tribe with their own understanding of the chi, full of vitality and inner potential, that is, their own equally good life energy, and make some kind of preliminary combination and innovative application, full of imagination. They actually, in a very short period of time, maybe just a few days, or even a few hours, initially mastered some special methods of combining electricity with their own life energy. They understood it as chi, thereby greatly enhancing their own attack power, speed, and that indescribable, explosive power, in a short period of time. For example, Wanda, after initially integrating electricity and air, her already very swift canine body movements became even more mysterious. She could even create bursts of blue arcs of electricity on her body surface with crackling sounds when moving at high speed. Every time she clawed and, bit with wildness, it came with a hint of paralysis and penetration, effects that were hard to guard against. And Garrett, on the other hand, is even more gifted and simple and crude. She discovered that when she combined her bunny electricity, that is, her long bunny ears, which, when she was highly excited or frightened, could produce a weak electric current that was not very powerful but could make people feel a little numb, full of vitality and cuteness, with her chi, that is, her strong heart that was always full of curiosity and optimism, which could burst out with amazing vitality. She could actually transform her body into a super cute and deadly electric ball, full of electricity and elasticity, in an instant. Then, with an incredible speed and a rabbit-like, flexible and weird trajectory, it pounces on the enemy. Although it may not cause too much physical damage to the opponent, it can definitely make the opponent completely lose the ability to fight in a short period of time, and even produce some more pleasant and floating hallucinations. Love 100,000 volts. No, it's Carrot Moon Lightning. It doesn't seem right. Anyway, it's a very powerful furry electric power wave. Wanda and Garrett, these two young ladies of the fur tribe who are full of talent and a hint of protagonist halo, have shown amazing potential and ridiculous quick comprehension in the exploration and application of the power of chi, which undoubtedly brought great surprises and a hint of hope to the entire fur tribe. Advertisement. It also made Duke Inuarashi and Boss Cat Viper more convinced of their previous bold association that there might be some kind of mysterious connection between Moon Lion and chi. They seemed to have seen that in the near future, their fur tribe would have a bright future because of the perfect fusion of electricity and air, giving birth to a truly super invincible furry army that could burst out with terrifying power comparable to the Moon Lion at any time and any place. Just when the fur tribe on Zou Island were full of infinite longing and a little unrealistic fantasy about the future because of the strange resonance of electricity and air and the amazing performance of the two genius girls, Wanda and Carrot. A huge crisis filled with gun smoke, killing, and a hint of industrial waste gas is also quietly approaching this 1,000-year-old elephant that has been isolated from the world and the peaceful country living on its back. Beasts Pirates, one of the three disasters, Drought, Jack. This terrifying existence is well known for its monster-like strong body, brutal and bloodthirsty personality, and the kind of perseverance that will not give up until the goal is achieved, although it may just be simple stubbornness. in order to find the Wano-kuni warrior who is said to be hiding on Zou Island, Mist Raizo. Also, to give a warning to those ignorant fur tribes who dared to harbor the remnants of the Kazuki family. He actually personally led a huge fleet consisting of dozens of well-equipped, at least much better than those ordinary pirates' broken ships, huge warships, and thousands of equally fierce and extremely fierce beasts pirates elite soldiers equipped with some, the latest, inferior legacy energy weapons, produced by Kaido Factory. Like a group of evil spirits crawling out of hell, they launched a devastating full-scale attack on the 1,000-year-old elephant, Lord Elephant, that was slowly walking on the vast sea, and the furry principality on its back that was full of peace and hope. Fire, with the roar of drought, Jack full of violence and impatience. The soldiers of the beast's pirates under his command, who were also full of desire for destruction, and, a little, desire for performance, immediately aimed the muzzles of their inferior heritage energy weapons, which looked a bit copycat, but could indeed fire energy beams at the huge legs of the 1,000-year-old elephant, Lord Elephant, who looked very tough. Chapter 144 Auntie. I want a birthday cake that I can't finish. Then, swish, 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 thick beams of energy that flashed ominously red and were filled with unstable energy fluctuations, dense as raindrops, with a terrifying force that was enough to tear the air and melt steel, fiercely bombarded the four legs of the Elephant Lord, that were like giant pillars supporting the sky. Although these inferior legacy energy weapons, produced by Kaido's factory, are far less powerful and stable than the genuine ones that appear in the Dragon Ball Palace. Comparable, they often jam, misfire, or even explode on the spot due to overload of energy circuit, bringing some secondary damage, full of surprises and accidents, to the operator. However, under the numerous saturation attacks, these energy weapons full of copycat, atmosphere, and unstable factors did cause considerable trouble and a little psychological shadow to the fur tribe warriors who mainly relied on electricity and some primitive, cold weapons in the battle with the fur tribe. They found that their proud, electrical attacks seemed to be much less powerful when facing those high-tech weapons that could emit energy beams. Their equally tough fur and, relatively strong bodies seemed somewhat vulnerable in front of those energy beams full of penetrating and burning effects. This sudden dimensionality reduction attack made the fur tribe feel for the first time the terrifying power and huge threat from the Buu legacy technology. It also makes them realize more deeply the importance and urgency of mastering more powerful forces, such as the mysterious power called Chi, or the Moon Lion, hidden in their own blood. However, what makes them feel even more desperate and terrified is yet to come. Drought, Jack, after failing to capture the city for a long time, after all, the defense of the 1,000-year-old elephant, Lord Elephant, was also at the bug level, and the fur tribe were not so easy to be defeated, and also lost a lot of elite cannon fodder, because of his own, disappointing, inferior heritage energy weapons. His already extremely irritable and impatient patience was finally completely exhausted. He decided not to waste time with these, stinky and tough, fur tribes, and the equally thick-skinned, stinky elephant. He wanted to use a more direct and more efficient method full of the evil aura of Geisa current, to completely resolve these dirty obstacles that dared to stand in his way. So, he took out a special metal container from his arms, which looked like it was filled with an ominous and poisonous aura. That was the latest type of gas weapon of mass destruction that the mad scientist M. Geisa Kalang had tailored for the beast's pirates after he had obtained technical support from Doflamingo and some initial research results on energy catalysis and bio-upgrade that were parsed from the Buu legacy and were full of black technology. Heart, the main deadly ingredient of this terrifying poison gas named Koro, is still the high concentration H2S gas that Geisa current is best at and likes to use, which can instantly paralyze the nerves and corrode the flesh and blood. However, it is different from the previous, relatively traditional and inefficient poison gas weapons. Geisa Kalang, in the process of making this Koro poison gas, also madly mixed some of the energy fragments of the Buu legacy that were also full of unknowns and dangers. Through some genius and crazy chemical experiments, he analyzed and extracted an extremely unstable unknown energy catalyst that can greatly enhance the permeability and biological activity of the toxin. This makes the effect of Koro gas more deadly than any other gas weapon made by Guy. It is more difficult to remove. It is also more, full of irreversible, horrific sequelae. Advertisement: once this poison gas is inhaled, not only will the body suffer unimaginable pain and corrosion. More importantly, even the soul will gradually twist, collapse, or even completely dissipate under the erosion of such unknown energy. This is truly a demonic weapon that can completely wipe out the enemy both physically and spiritually. And now, this demonic weapon full of sin and destruction is in the hands of Drought Jack, a madman who is also full of cruelty and destructive desire. You bastards from the fur tribe, and that damn stinky elephant. Jack's face showed a smile that was more hideous and cruel than that of a demon. His voice was like a death knell from hell, full of ominousness and death. Let me show you the latest, hospitable treat, from our beast's pirates, With Jack's crazy laughter full of madness and desire for destruction. The special metal container filled with Koro poison gas in his hand was like a death meteor falling from the sky, with a terrifying power that was enough to make the entire Zou Island tremble, and it smashed fiercely at the 1,000-year-old elephant master, lead as pillar, who was still using his huge body to stubbornly protect all the lives on his back. And those fur tribe warriors who were still fighting bloody battles to defend their homes. A huge tragedy filled with despair and destruction is about to be mercilessly staged on this 1,000-year-old elephant isolated from the world. And Geisa Kalang's poison gas weapon, Koro, which is full of evil wisdom and, a hint of Buu's legacy, technology, will surely bring even more immeasurable disasters and, some ethical and humanitarian controversies to this already chaotic world at some point in the future. On Zou Island, the 1,000-year-old elephant, Lord of the Elephants, that carried the furry principality suffered a devastating blow from the poisonous gas weapon, Koro, filled with the evil breath of Geisa Kalang, and the entire country fell into a purgatory on earth filled with despair and death. Chapter 145 Shenlong. This is easy. Satisfy you. Countless fur tribe warriors who were once full of vitality and, a bit furry and cute, fell down in pain under the erosion of the terrifying poisonous gas that could completely wipe out life from both the physical and spiritual levels. Their bodies are rapidly decaying and dissolving. Their souls gradually dissipated in endless despair and unwillingness. The entire Zou Island was shrouded in a suffocating silence and, a pungent stench mixed with industrial waste gas and rotten flesh. If it weren't for the Straw Hat Crew and their new ally Trafalgar Law, who arrived here just in time in a moment that was, also full of coincidence and fate. And they also brought with them, a mad scientist who seemed a little unreliable, but actually possessed the hand of God, Am Gohan Buu. Of course he was kidnapped here and was very reluctant. Then, the fur tribe, an ancient race with a history of thousands of years, might really be completely extinct because of this. Under Geisa Kalang's professional operation full of reluctance and a hint of making amends mentality, although he may have simply used the ability of his gas fruit to neutralize the Koro poison gas, the gas crisis on 147 Zou Island was finally temporarily alleviated. And those fur tribe warriors who were lucky enough to survive gradually recovered a little bit of vitality under the full treatment of Chopper, the reindeer doctor who was full of love and benevolence. However, the trauma and shadow brought by the war are not so easy to completely erase. Especially when they learned that the drought Jack, who almost pushed their entire race to the brink of destruction, and the even more terrifying and unfathomable Kaido of the beasts behind him, their ultimate goal was the important secret of the Wano-kuni Kazuki family that their fur tribe had guarded with their lives for generations, and the red historical text that was also full of unknowns and dangers. Advertisement: the hearts of Duke Inuarashi and Boss Cat Viper, the two supreme rulers of the Mink tribe, and all the surviving Mink tribe warriors, were filled with unspeakable anger, sadness, and deep worries about the future. They knew that as long as that madman Kaido of the beasts was still around, the fur tribe, BGCC, and the entire Zou Island would never be able to obtain the true Anshin. Meanwhile, the fur tribe of Zou Island were racking their brains and worrying about how to effectively deal with the huge threat posed by the beasts' pirates that could return at any time. The chef of the Straw Hat Crew, the curly-browed gentleman who was always full of chivalry and, a little bit of lust, Vinsmoke Sanji, is forced to be involved in a more complicated, huge Uzumaki full of sweetness and conspiracy, because of the sudden arrival of an uninvited guest, full of dog blood and, a little bit of family grudge. The uninvited guest is naturally a member of the Four Emperors, BIGMOM Charlotte Linlin, who looks full of mafia atmosphere and senior officials with a hint of dessert flavor, such as the gangster Erky, who always likes to threaten people with life or death. The welcome gift he brought was also very simple and crude, and, full of big MOM characteristics. That is a wedding invitation that is beautifully printed and has a faint buttery scent. The groom on the invitation is none other than the chef of the Straw Hat Crew, Vinsmoke Sanji, the third son of the Vinsmoke family. The bride on the invitation is the 35th girl of the Four Emperors, BIGMOM Charlotte Linlin, who is said to be very beautiful, at least in BIGMOM's opinion, and possesses some special abilities that are very practical and convenient. Charlotte Pudding? This sudden news of a political marriage was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue for Sanji himself and the entire Straw Hat Crew. Advertisement, especially Sanji, his chivalrous heart, that was always filled with infinite yearning for beautiful ladies and, a little bit of unrealistic fantasy, was instantly shattered into a pile of glass shards full of anger and reluctance when he learned that he would be forced to have a political marriage with a daughter of the Four Emperors, whom he had never met, and who probably didn't meet his aesthetic standards, without any emotional basis. Are you kidding me? Vinsmoke Sanji, how could I possibly marry the daughter of BIGMOM who sounds so fat and brutal? Sanji was holding a cigarette that had lost half its ash due to excessive shock. His face showed an expression that was both angry and a little crazy. His voice was trembling slightly with excitement. I am a man who will offer my most delicious food and, my most sincere love to all the beautiful ladies in the world. My marriage, absolutely cannot be tainted by this kind of politics, filled with the smell of money and conspiracy. However, reality, once again, mercilessly, gave him a loud slap in the face. Because, the guy from BIGMOM Pirates who came to deliver the invitation, not only brought a wedding invitation full of sweetness and fret. More importantly, he also brought a cruel condition that Sanji could not refuse. That is, if Sanji doesn't accept this political marriage obediently and goes to Toto Land as scheduled to attend the wedding of the century full of conspiracies and traps, then BIGMOM, the moody queen of desserts, who particularly likes to collect all kinds of strange souls, will not hesitate to launch a devastating and ruthless attack on Sanji's only relative in this world who still cares about him, the sea kitchen god, Redfoot. Zeph, who once rescued him from the hellish Vinsmoke family and taught him art and, a hint of chivalry, and the restaurant, Barati, he runs, which is full of memories and, a hint of smell of oil smoke. Chapter 146 Luffy. I'm going to have a party, the biggest party in the world. This threat, full of despicable and shameless, is undoubtedly the softest and most untouchable soft spot in Sanji's heart. He can care less about his own life or his own reputation. However, he absolutely could not tolerate that because of his own reasons, the stinky old man, who had been so kind to him, and the home that carried his countless dreams and memories, would be implicated. So, after a period of pain, struggle, and, a tragic inner decision like breaking one's wrist, Sanji, in the end, made a decision that made him feel extremely humiliated and heartbroken. He would temporarily leave the Straw Hat crew and go to Toto Land alone to face the sinful and cold Vinsmoke family that he had sworn never to mention and never to return to. Go and participate in that political marriage that is destined to be full of conspiracy and danger. He hoped that through his sacrifice, he could exchange for the safety of Zeppu and Barati. I also hope to find some opportunities in secret to completely get rid of the control of BIGMOM and Vinsmoke family. Although, he knew how much harm and trouble this decision would bring to Luffy and the other members of the Straw Hat crew. But, he had no other choice, advertisement because he is a chef. He is also a man who will never forget a favor, and just when Sanji was forced to be involved in a marriage with the BIGMOM pirates, he had to temporarily leave the Straw Hat crew and embark on the road of no return, full of unknowns and dangers alone. His blood family, that he had sworn never to mention and never acknowledged its existence, the Vinsmoke family, and their scientific warfare force, full of high technology, and a hint of clones, Germa 66, have resurfaced, and with an attitude full of arrogance, and a little inappropriate, they appeared in the sight of all the forces in the world that were paying attention to this marriage of the century. The Vinsmoke family, the royal family, that once dominated North Blue with its powerful military force and, ruthless, iron-blooded rule, although they have now lost their own land and become a, mobile kingdom, that can only drift on the sea. The head of his family, Judge Vinsmoke, is Sanji's D-dad, who is full of the aura of mad scientist and warmonger. They are all obsessed with pursuing an ultimate, absolute force that can be mass-produced and controlled through technological means. He fantasized that he could rely on his scientific talent, full of genius and madness, and his perfect sons, who had undergone genetic modification and cold-blooded education, except for Sanji, who was a failed and different, in his opinion, to form the Germa 66 inches scientific warfare force to reconquer the entire North Blue, and even, at some point in the future, to get his hands on the highest power in the entire world. And in his process of pursuing the ultimate force technology, which is full of ambition and, unscrupulous means, RCC is. Judge Vinsmoke does not simply rely on his own, relatively advanced, at least much higher than the technological level of most ordinary countries, Germa technology. Like other ambitious people who were full of desire and greed for the unknown power, he secretly collected and studied some of the scattered Buu legacy parts that were accidentally scattered from the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace. Advertisement, although most of what he could get were just some unsystematic scraps or debris fragments that were full of unknowns and dangers. After all, the truly valuable core heritage had long been divided up by the top predators, such as the Marine or Four Emperors. However, with his equally outstanding scientific talent and a bit of innovative spirit of learning from one example and applying it to other situations, Judge Vinsmoke actually analyzed and, borrowed some very practical and, special technologies full of black technology from those seemingly useless fragments of Buu's legacy. For example, the unknown energy conduction technology that can allow energy to be efficiently conducted and, instantly amplified in special metal wires. And the preliminary smelting and application technology of ultra-high-strength alloy materials that can withstand strong energy impact in extreme physical environment. Then, without hesitation, he incorporated these new technologies that he had learned and improved from the Buu legacy into the core products of his proud Germa technology, the special battle uniforms worn by his perfect sons and the perfect daughter, Reiju, who also had a battle uniform, and the manufacturing technology of his clone soldiers, who could be mass-produced and sacrificed at will, like leeks. This is also the third important secret of the reason why the combat uniforms worn by the members of Germa 66, which look full of futuristic special effects hero, flavor, have such strong and diverse functions. Their combat uniforms are not just simple products of technology. Some of its core energy supply systems, such as the energy source that allows them to fly at high speeds or release various elemental attacks, as well as some key energy transmission lines and power enhancement modules, are more or less borrowed and integrated from Judge Vinsmoke, who analyzed and imitated the unknown technology from the Buu legacy, which is incomplete but effective. This is also the reason why Germa technology is ahead of the average level of the world government and the Marine in some aspects, such as the portability and versatility of individual combat equipment, and the transformation effect full of fashion value. Of course, it may still not be as good as some of the black technology inventions of real bug-level scientists like Dr. Vegapunk, Chapter 147 Shenlong. This is a bit difficult, but it's possible. One of the important reasons, only this kind of technical reference, that is full of taking shortcuts, and a little bit of knowing the facts but not the reasons, also has huge, unknown potential risks. Because, after all, Judge Vinsmoke is not the real future, like Vegapunk, who possesses 500 years of wisdom that transcends the times. He also couldn't fully understand the unknown technologies from the Buu legacy, their true core principles and potential energy conflicts and side effects. What he did was more of a simple and crude, take it as it is, and random splicing, full of empiricism and a little bit of assumption. So, those Germa Combat 700 suits that have been integrated with the Buu legacy technology, and those clone soldiers who have also been irradiated with legacy energy and genetically modified, have their physical and mental states also produced some unknown, deeper changes and uncontrollable time bombs. I'm afraid only Judge Vinsmoke himself and the Germa scientists, who also participated in the relevant experiments, know this. Of course, it is possible that even they themselves are not clear about it, or simply choose to turn a blind eye. And Sanji, the former failure of the Vinsmoke family, after being forced to re-involve in the family conspiracy in the marriage of the century with the BIGMOM pirates, will inevitably once again come into contact with these legacy technologies that are full of unknowns and dangers. His fate, which was full of chivalry and a hint of tragedy, will inevitably become more confusing and full of dramatic, huge twists and turns. Advertisement just when the Vinsmoke family, because of some unknown black technology, re-emerged on the stage of New World and tried to realize their great plan, full of ambition and dream of national restoration, through marriage with the four emperors, Big MOM. The Emperor of the Sea, Charlotte Linlin, who is also full of infinite desire for all kinds of novel things and delicious desserts, as well as the powerful force that can help her become stronger and more convenient to snatch more delicious desserts, is determined to marry the Vinsmoke family for the real purpose of not being as simple as it seems. She was not just attracted by the relatively powerful and practical, at least in certain battlefields, it could still serve as a surprise force, military force of Germa 66. Her deeper purpose is to control Judge Vinsmoke, a warmonger, who, although his personality is a bit twisted and crazy, does have remarkable attainments in science and technology. In this way, he could indirectly obtain the core technologies and some precious physical samples related to Buu's legacy that might exist in his hands, as well as the valuable experience and experimental data, full of personal characteristics, that he had accumulated from his secret research on these legacy over the years. BIGMOM, a woman who also possesses an extremely keen business sense and a bit of a queen mentality of getting something for nothing, naturally knows very well the huge value and unlimited potential behind the Buu legacy that has flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. She also longed to be able to firmly control these divine powers that could change the world in her own hands. Only this is different from Kaido of the Beast's direct snatching method full of violence and desire for destruction, and Blackbeard teaches a secret stealing method full of conspiracy and betrayal. BIGMOM, I prefer to use an indirect acquisition method that seems more respectable, more stable, and sustainable. That is advertisement marriage. By marrying his numerous daughters, who also possess various strange devil fruit abilities, to kings of small countries, nobles, or heirs of some promising, potential families who may have the technology or talents related to the Buu legacy. Thus, without any bloodshed, she, reasonably and legally, brought all the technologies and talents she needed into the vast territory of her Chonglot family. Then she used her, omnipotent soul fruit ability, as well as her children who were also full of reverence and blind loyalty to mother, to the newly joined relatives, provide ideological education and technical guidance, full of love and care. Eventually, the Buu inheritance, that originally belonged to others unknowingly, became the private property of her Charlotte family. This intelligence and unscrupulous inheritance technology acquisition method is undoubtedly much safer and more enjoyable in BIGMOM's opinion than having to personally go to the Dragon Ball Palace, full of unknowns and dangers, or to fight a bloody battle with other powerful forces that are also coveting the inheritance. The Vinsmoke family, which was once considered a famous family in North Blue and a fallen royal family that possessed some Germa technology that sounded high-end, although it might also be mixed with some unreliable Buu legacy, imitation technology, undoubtedly became a very ideal and easier marriage partner and technology cash machine in the eyes of Bigmom. She believed that as long as she could successfully marry her daughter Pudding to the third son of the Vinsmoke family, Sanji, was said to be quite handsome and a good cook. Then, she will definitely be able to firmly control the entire Vinsmoke family, as well as the Germa technology, full of black technology, and the possible secrets of the Buu legacy, in her own hands through this strong alliance. 6GB Chapter 148 Marine's Wish, to restore peace to the world. Thus, it will add a new driving force of technological sense to the future development of her world desert empire, which is full of sweetness and ambition. Bigmom's grand plan, full of marriage calculations and, a hint of the sinister intention of killing two birds with one stone, also made Sanji's forced political marriage even more confusing and, full of life-threatening. Just when Bigmom was carefully planning the wedding of the century, full of sweetness and conspiracy, in order to obtain more technologies related to the Buu legacy, without bloodshed. After learning that one of his most important partners, Chef Sanji, was forced to marry the daughter of the four emperors, Bigmom in order to protect them, and that he also left a farewell letter, full of farewell, and, a hint of Tsunere, Luffy went to Dodo Land alone. His captain's heart, which was always full of innocence and, a hint of idiocy, was instantly filled with endless anger, worry, and, strong dissatisfaction with Sanji's stupid behavior that was full of manliness, although it might just be a simple die for face and suffer for life. Sanji, you big idiot, big fool, Luffy threw the crumpled farewell letter to the ground fiercely, shaking with anger and screaming. How could he just go and die alone without saying a word? Doesn't he know that we are partners? Doesn't he know that no matter what happens, we will always stand together? No, I absolutely cannot just watch Sanji being snatched away by that Bigmom. Luffy's eyes were burning with rage and a firm will. He suddenly jumped up from the ground, then, to his companions who were also shocked and worried about Sanji's leaving without saying goodbye, and those little brothers, who had just joined the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, but were also full of respect and loyalty to Boss Luffy, he loudly announced. Advertisement, guys. Let's set off immediately to Todo Land. Bring back Sanji, the disobedient and stupid chef. No matter how powerful that Bigmom is, no matter how dangerous that Wangguo Todo Land is. I, Monkey D. Luffy, in the name of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, swear. I will never let any important partner slip away from me. Because we are a family. Luffy's words, full of passion, and a hint of overestimating one's own abilities, immediately ignited the fighting spirits of all the companions present who were also full of deep friendship, and a deep determination to live and die together with Shan Huo. They know that what awaits them next will be a Four Emperors adventure full of unknowns and great dangers. But they are fearless, because they are the Straw Hat crew. They are a group of hot-blooded idiots who never give up, are full of dreams, and, a little bit of protagonist halo. Advertisement so, without any detailed battle plan and sufficient material preparation, even the exact location of Bigmom and the specific route map of Todo Land were not fully understood. Luffy could not wait to lead his Sanji retrieval squad, which was also full of impulsiveness and unreliability. Its core members were probably himself, Nami, Chopper, Brook, and two furry ladies, who also had special feelings for Sanji, Wanda and Carrot, and marched towards the terrifying lair of the Four Emperors. Bigmom, which was full of sweetness and conspiracy, the Wangguo Dodo Land. He didn't know that behind his seemingly innocent bride kidnapping journey, there was not only a political conspiracy carefully planned by Bigmom to obtain Germa technology and the possible Buu legacy. Moreover, the powerful forces in the New World are interested in the Buu legacy, which is also full of unknowns and temptations, including the secret technologies related to the legacy contained in Germa technology, and the more precious and powerful God's tools that Bigmom himself may have obtained, or will soon obtain, from other channels. Covetousness, scramble, and, a series of dark battles full of intrigues and deceptions, and bloodshed. A bigger and more complicated secret war surrounding the Buu legacy is about to quietly unfold at the Tea Party of 413 nations, full of desserts and souls. Luffy and his companions will be unknowingly drawn into the center of this huge storm that is enough to change the entire world. Just when Luffy, in order to, take back his stupid Chef Sanji who was full of chivalry and Tsunere, broke into Bigmom's Tea Party regardless of the consequences, and was also preparing to make a big fuss in the lair of the Four Emperors, full of sweetness and conspiracy. Charlotte's family, is a key figure, who is also full of mystery and a little bit of evil. Charlotte Pudding, the 35th girl of Bigmom who possesses the memory fruit, a very buggy and unreasonable heaven-defying ability. Under the secret instructions of her terrible mother, who is moody and particularly likes to control everything, she quietly plays an extremely important, extremely deceptive, and dangerous special role. Pudding's memory fruit ability is very, practical and terrifying. She can arbitrarily read, edit, or even completely tamper with the memory of any target she comes into contact with. Chapter 149 Shenlong. This is beyond my ability, you guys have to work hard on your own. This terrifying ability, which can be called mind control, has also become BIGMOM's most effective and most traceless secret weapon to conceal her true intention of obtaining the technology related to the Buu legacy, and to deal with some insiders who may cause unnecessary trouble to her grand plan. Some information about the true origin of Germa technology, for example, how much unknown technology from the Buu legacy was borrowed and integrated into it? Or some core information about the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, for example, what did Marine and CPO find and bring back during their exploration of the palace? Or some truth about how BIGMOM himself obtained some more precious and powerful God's tools through other channels, for example, secret transactions with some dark forces who are also interested in the Buu legacy. It is very likely that they have been cleverly modified, edited, or even completely erased by Pudding, using her artistic and deceptive memory fruit ability. This makes it even harder for the outside world to see BIGMOM Charlotte Linlin's complete plan and true ambition, which is full of greed, desire, and, a hint of desert. And Pudding herself, the perfect fiancée, who always appears gentle, kind and full of admiration for Sanji in front of others, her true inner heart and the real role she plays in this marriage of the century, full of conspiracy and deception, is like a huge mystery shrouded in layers of fog, waiting for Luffy and his friends to uncover it step by step. A secret war full of unknowns and dangers surrounding the Buu legacy, and a tampered bride's heart, is about to erupt completely in a way that no one can predict at the Tea Party of Nations, full of sweets and souls. Wangwo Toto Land, a desert and dream utopia, at least on the surface, created by 4 emperors. BIGMOM Charlotte Linlin with her soul fruit ability full of sweetness and soul, and her countless children with various strange devil fruit abilities, has fallen into unprecedented chaos and is on the verge of collapse at this moment because of Straw Hat Boy Luffy's uninvited visit, and havoc in heaven. In order to win back his stupid chef Sanji, who is full of chivalry and tsundere, and to sabotage BIGMOM's wedding of the century, full of conspiracy and political marriage, Luffy actually broke into the lair of the 4 emperors, which is known as Iron Wall, and infallible, by himself, of course, with the great assistance of Nami, Chopper, Brook, and some temporary allies, who are also full of deep hatred for BIGMOM, such as the great assistance of the equally unreliable gangster Capone Bead. And here, with the powerful 3 desert generals under BIGMOM who also possess various weird devil fruit abilities, such as Charlotte Katakuri, who can predict the future, or Charlotte Smoothie, who can squeeze out all the moisture, or Charlotte Cracker, who can create unlimited cookie soldiers, and other core cadres of the Big MOM pirates, who are equally difficult to mess with. They launched a series of desperate battles full of passionate collisions, and, a hint of protagonist halo, and forced cheating. In this huge turmoil that almost completely overturned the entire Toto land, the former leader of the Knights of the Fur Tribe, although now, he may be more like a tragic hero who voluntarily stayed behind to cover the safe evacuation of the Straw Hat crew. The leopard-type fur warrior with beautiful long golden hair and a face that always had a hint of vicissitudes and determination, Pedro, also made a tragic decision that moved everyone because of the ancient prophecy of the dawn of the world, in his heart and his deep expectation that the Straw Hat Boy Faye, who he thought might be the son of prophecy, made a tragic decision that was enough to move everyone. Advertisement: he wants to use his own life to buy precious time for Luffy and his companions to escape from the death cage of Wanoku. Straw Hat crew and everyone else. Pedro looked at the Straw Hat crew members who were in desperate situation because of the crazy pursuit of the BIGMOM pirates, and the fishmen of the Sun Pirates who were also fighting for freedom. A gleam of determination and relief flashed in his golden eyes that were always full of wisdom and a hint of melancholy. On his face, there was a smile that was both relieved and somewhat sad. It seems that my Pedro's adventure is coming to an end. He gently stroked the sharp sword at his waist that had accompanied him for decades, and muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. But I am able to meet you young people who are full of hope and a little bit of unreliability at the last moment of my life, and I can make a small contribution to you. I don't have any regrets anymore. After saying this, Pedro's eyes suddenly became unusually firm and sharp. He suddenly pulled out a huge explosive pack from his arms, which looked like it was full of danger and instability. God knows when and where he got this kind of big killer. Then, he showed a ferocious smile full of provocation and 10 traces of determination to Perisparrow, the eldest son of BIGMOM, who was commanding his men to carry out a crazy encirclement and suppression of the Straw Hat crew not far away. He was also the candy minister Perisparrow, who also possessed the licking fruit, a rather disgusting and practical ability. Perisparrow, Pedro roared, his voice like a wounded lion, full of resentment and anger. Chapter 150 Buu. Shenlong, can you create someone stronger than me? You are a B**************** D who only knows how to play with people's hearts with sweet words and despicable means. Today, let Laozi give you an unforgettable farewell gift. The words haven't been spoken yet. Pedro resolutely ignited the explosive pack in his hand. Then, like a golden meteor with a long tail of flame, he rushed towards Perospero, who was also frightened by his sudden, suicidal, attack, with a terrifying momentum of going all out and destroying everything. Boom, a deafening roar, enough to make the entire Cake Island tremble, suddenly exploded in a core area of the Wanguo Todo land. Unimaginable flames, shockwaves, and, countless splashes of candy and blood instantly submerged the area completely. Pedro, the hero of the fur tribe, sacrificed his life to help Luffy and others escape from the sweet hell of the Wano country and to realize his ancient dream of the dawn of the world. With his chivalrous and, slightly tragic self-destruction, he blasted open 10 bloody roads leading to hope for the Straw Hat Crew and all those who yearn for freedom. Before his death, Pedro solemnly entrusted his greatest wish and unfinished mission in this life, which was to continue to search for the historical texts that recorded the historical truth of the blank 100 years, and finally uncover all the secrets of this world, to the archaeologist of Straw Hat Crew, the stunning beauty Nico Robin, who was also obsessed with and had a desire to explore the historical truth. Advertisement. He believed that only a woman like Robin, who had the unique ability to decipher ancient texts and a tenacious heart that never gave up, could truly accomplish this great feat that could change the fate of the entire world. After Robin witnessed Pedro's heroic and self-sacrificing act, her heart was filled with unspeakable sadness, admiration, and a heavier and more mission-filled responsibility. She knew that she must not let Pedro down before his death. She must find all those historical texts, scattered in every corner of the world, and interpret them perfectly. Then, the true history of the blank century, that was deliberately covered up by the world government for 800 years, as well as the ultimate mystery called D's will be revealed. All are made public without reservation. Let this world filled with lies and darkness be bathed in the light of truth and light again. What made Robin feel a little bit of coincidence, and full of fate, was that in the subsequent adventures, when she conducted a more in-depth and detailed interpretation and splicing of the sporadic rubbings of historical texts, collected from various channels, such as the underground temple of Arabasta, the Golden Bell of Sky Island, the Whale Forest of Zo Island, and the more mysterious and dangerous Final Island? Raftel that may be encountered in the future. She actually, in some passages full of ancient wisdom and, a hint of prophecy, vaguely mentioned that in the ancient times that were even older than the blank 100 years, there were some mysterious beings called aliens, or stars that bring change, who came to their world, BGDF. And in those records, there are descriptions of the appearance characteristics, abilities and characteristics of these aliens, as well as the changes they brought. There are some incredible similarities between the characteristics of the pink demon called Gohan Buu, that appeared in the black stone tablet image of the Dragon Ball Palace, such as the tentacles on his head, or the terrifying power that can easily destroy the stars, or the Star Palace they're riding in, which is full of unknown technology. Advertisement. This major discovery, which was full of subversive and a hint of cosmic information, once again set off a huge wave in Robin's heart. She began to suspect more deeply that the true identity and origin of the mysterious being called Gohan Buu was far more ancient, complicated, and dangerous than she had imagined before. The secrets hidden behind the Dragon Ball Palace, full of unknowns and temptations, are not just the Buu legacy, with magical effects. It is very likely that it has some unknown and profound connection with the deepest and most taboo historical truth of this world, as well as the ultimate mystery called D's will. A grander and more confusing ultimate puzzle-solving journey centered around the historical text, aliens, and the Star of Change, called Gohan Buu, is about to slowly begin under the guidance of Robin, who is full of wisdom and spirit of exploration. Just on the Cake Island of Todo Land, because of Pedro's heroic sacrifice, and the earth-shattering self-explosion, it fell into unprecedented chaos and a sweet hell, full of candy and flames flying together, cream and blood the same color. A little episode that was also full of surprises, and a hint of plot killing also happened quietly. That is, the Fishman Island National Treasure, the Tomatabako, which was considered by BIGMOM as one of the important bride price for the political marriage with the Vinsmoke family, and was also given the power to blow up the entire Cake Island, was full of good wishes and evil plots. At a corner of the wedding scene that was full of coincidences and drama, it was accidentally collided and violently vibrated by some unknown external force, probably because Luffy and BIGMOM, or some other heavyweight figures, accidentally knocked it over or stepped on it while they were cordially and friendly exchanging feelings. Without any warning, it exploded. Chapter 151. Shenlong. Silence is golden. A loud bang that was even louder, more terrifying, and more full of surprises and accidents than Pedro's self-explosion, suddenly exploded in the core area of the entire Cake Island. Unimaginable shockwaves and destructive energy mixed with the smell of gunpowder and seafood swept wildly in all directions like an out-of-control nuclear bomb. The wedding scene that was carefully built with all kinds of delicious desserts and some fragile ingredients, full of dream and girlishness, as well as the surrounding buildings that were also full of sweetness, were completely razed to the ground in an instant, turning into a horrible ruin full of burnt smell and a mixture of thousands of icing sugar, and blood. Countless BIGMOM pirates, cadres, and children who were fighting for the wedding cake, or rescuing the drowned bride, as well as those innocent guests who were also involved in this sweet disaster, such as some middlemen from the dark world, or some information dealers who were also interested in Buu's legacy, were blown to pieces by this sudden, map cannon level horrific explosion, with ghosts howling and wolves howling, and heavy casualties. The entire Todo land was plunged into an unprecedented chaos and confusion because of this Tomate box explosion incident, which was full of accidents and surprises. On the brink of a huge crisis of national destruction. And after this huge explosion, full of black humor and plot killing. Some interested people, with a keen sense of smell and special perception abilities, such as the secret agent of the world government CPO organization who was also hiding at the wedding scene and was very interested in the Buu legacy, queen of the pleasure district. Stussy keenly sensed a unique and strange fluctuation among the explosive energy residues full of pungent gunpowder smell and a hint of fishy smell. That kind of fluctuation, although very weak, is also very obscure. However, the nature of its energy and, that indescribable frequency, are strikingly similar to the special energy fluctuations emitted by the Buu legacy that they had felt before in the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace in Marineford. Could it be that the Jade Box is not just filled with some ordinary explosives? Stussy looked at the explosion center in the distance that was still emitting black smoke and, a hint of sweet smell. A barely perceptible gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes that were always full of charm and a hint of danger. It's very possible that the explosives inside it have been accidentally catalyzed and strengthened by some unknown energy from the Buu legacy that we haven't noticed yet. Unstable? So the power of its explosion this time is much greater than we expected, and it even has a hint of that disturbing because Buu aura. Advertisement. This bold guess, which was full of conspiracy theory and a hint of terrifying when you think about it carefully, made Stussy feel an inexplicable chill in his heart. She knew that the alien objects, called Buu's legacy, were probably much more mysterious and dangerous than their CPO organization had previously assessed. And their influence and, infiltration on this world has already, unknowingly, reached an unimaginable level of horror. The unexpected explosion of the Tomate Pico, and the strange fluctuations similar to the Buu legacy that remained in its explosive energy, undoubtedly added a bit of mystery to the already chaotic International Tea Party escape incident, which was even more confusing and full of mystery, full of black technology. It also makes those forces that are full of covetousness and research interest in the Buu legacy have a stronger and, a hint of unscrupulous desire to explore the catalytic and strengthening effects of this unknown energy. Just when the world was in turmoil in Todo land because of the Tomatabako explosion and the victorious escape of the Straw Hat crew. See Knight Jinbei, the former Shichibukai, who also played an important role in this incident. For example, he used his powerful fishman karate to cover the Sunny and break out of the siege of the BIGMOM pirates, and finally made up his mind to completely get rid of BIGMOM's control and follow the Straw Hat Boy Luffy to realize the great dream of racial equality and world peace. Officially, on the deck of the Sunny, which was a bit crowded but full of the warm atmosphere of comrades, they drank the joining drink that represented joining the Straw Hat crew, although it might just be a special cocktail, mixed by Nami using some top-quality fruits that he stole from the kitchen of BIGMOM. He became the 9th, if Luffy himself is included, then the 10th, official partner of the Straw Hat Pirates after Frankie and Brook. The members of Straw Hat crew, especially Luffy, the captain, who had long wanted to bring Jinbei on board, naturally agreed with all their heart and even held a small welcome party on the Sunny, which was small in scale but full of food and joy. And after integrating into the Straw Hat crew, a big family full of vitality and unreliability. Jinbei, the Knight of the Sea, who was famous for his calm personality, powerful strength, and, superb mastery of fishman karate, did not stop his pursuit of greater power like some other old predecessors, who were content with the status quo, or unambitious. Especially after personally experiencing the drug rebellion on the Fishman Island in the Buu legacy incident in Todo land, and learning about the mysterious power called Kai, and its amazing potential from Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and other people, as well as various legends circulating in the outside world. Chapter 152. Running out of Dragon Balls. No problem, Buu Dragon Ball is now online. Jinbei's heart, which was also filled with a warrior's heart and a hint of exploratory spirit, also began to develop an extremely strong interest in this new power system, full of unknowns and infinite possibilities, and a slight desire to dig deeper. He began to try to combine and innovate the various mysteries of fishman karate that he had already practiced to perfection, such as the water striking, that can control the flow of water, or the Samewa punch, that can condense water molecules into a water core, or the Wu Lai Guan, that can exert one's own strength to the ultimate, and the techniques of energy condensation and instantaneous explosion that he had learned from Luffy and others, as well as some superficial descriptions of the practice of Chi. He fantasized that if he could perfectly integrate the flexibility and variability of Sanju-san and water with the strength and explosiveness of Chi, then, when he fights underwater, wouldn't the fighting power he can exert be even more terrifying and full of the aura of an underwater overlord, than before? Although, this road of power fusion, full of philosophical speculation, and, a hint of fantasy, is full of huge challenges and, countless bottlenecks, for Jinbei, a power type player who is better at going straight. However, with his strong will as the Knight of the Sea, and his unremitting pursuit of the ultimate martial arts, he will also, at some point in the future, be able to find a new martial arts path that truly belongs to him, like Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, that perfectly combines Fishman karate and the power of Kai. In this way, you can exert even more amazing and powerful combat power in the water, become a Straw Hat crew, an indispensable and important helper and a stabilizing force, full of reliability and calmness, in the future adventure of conquering the new world. Just when the Straw Hat crew was filled with joy and vitality, because of Jinbei's official joining and the infinite anticipation for future New World adventures. In the Wanguo Dodo land, the Cake Island castle was in ruins due to the Tomatabako explosion, and the victorious escape of the Straw Hat crew. Charlotte Katakuri, the crowning masterpiece of the BIGMOM pirates and the only top powerhouse in the entire Charlotte family who seems relatively normal and reliable, is feeling indescribably complicated and a little frustrated at this moment. Advertisement: he is Charlotte Katakuri, the leader of the 3 Sweet Stars of the BIGMOM pirates. A super strong man with a bounty of over 1 billion berries. He has the powerful observation haki that can foresee the future for a short period of time, and the special paramecia, Momo fruit, ability that is also very buggy. He has been through hundreds of battles since he was a child, and has never been defeated. He has always considered himself the most perfect and invincible guardian angel among the BIGMOM pirates. He has also been working hard to play this role full of glory and responsibility. However, today, at the wedding of the century, that was supposed to be a display of supreme glory for his Charlotte family and, by the way, a reunion of 10 marriage partners with high technology. He was actually defeated by a rubber idiot, who, in his opinion, was just a simple-minded and troublemaking person, the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Although, the course of that battle was filled with all sorts of unexpected and, slightly unfair factors, such as Luffy's, equally unreasonable, Gear 4th, Jumpman, form, or his sister Flamp, who was standing beside him, with those stupid and counterproductive sneak attacks. Moreover, Katakuri did not really use his full strength, for example, his, rice-armored Musou donut, that was said to be able to transform glutinous rice, armed to the teeth, into a killing weapon. But if you lose, you lose. This was the first time in his life that he tasted failure. This bitter and unwilling feeling made Katakuri, who was always known for his perfection and calmness, feel a little confused and self-doubting. Advertisement: however, Katakuri is Katakuri after all. He is not the kind of coward who would completely sink and never recover because of a failure. After a short, sage time, filled with life thinking and philosophical reflection. In his blood-red eyes, which were always full of calmness and a hint of wisdom that seemed to foresee the future, the burning will to fight and the desire for greater power were rekindled. He knew that Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, who looked a little idiotic, but had incredible growth potential and, immune to death like tenacious vitality, would have unlimited future achievements. And if he, Charlotte Katakuri, doesn't want to be left far behind or even completely forgotten by that guy one day in the future, then, he must constantly break through his own limits and pursue even more powerful strength. The mysterious power called Kai, that he vaguely sensed during the fierce battle with Luffy and subconsciously used in his attacks, has undoubtedly become one of the important directions for his future strengthening. Although, he may not, like Luffy, perform that 0.5 rough fusion of Ki, devil fruit ability and haki that is full of wildness and instinct. He prefers to use a more sophisticated and more flexible and malleable way to understand, control and use this new power, full of unknowns and potential. He wanted to combine his powerful observation haki, which could foresee the future for a short period of time, with the mysterious power called Chi, that could influence and interfere with the enemy's energy flow to a certain extent. This makes his already very difficult to defend glutinous rice weapons, and various imaginative glutinous rice moves, such as cornered glutinous rice, or mirror cake, even more bizarre and unpredictable, even more full of oppression, and even more difficult to be predicted and cracked by the enemy. Chapter 153: Buu rolls balls and makes 100 Dragon Balls. Katakuri believes that as long as he can cultivate this perfect fusion of glutinous rice and chi to the ultimate realm. Then, one day, he will surely be able to once again have a true, evenly matched showdown with the Straw Hat Boy who constantly creates miracles. And this time, he will definitely not lose again. Of course, the premise is that his equally moody mother, BIGMOM, who particularly likes to trick her son, will not suddenly arrange 10 new political marriages, full of sweetness and conspiracy, for him when he is immersed in his martial arts pursuit and revenge fantasy. On the battlefield of Todo Land, because of the epic duel between the Straw Hat Boy Luffy and the leader of the 3 Sweet Stars, Charlotte Katakuri, which was full of fate and passion, although maybe it was just Luffy who was beaten unilaterally for a long time. 16 has reached the most critical and most decisive moment, full of reversal. and cheating? Luffy roared with power and a snake hissing sound. More importantly, he discovered that his already very powerful observation haki, after a long, high-intensity, mental confrontation, and psychological game, full of prediction and counter-prediction, with Katakuri, a top master of the same Grand Master, had unknowingly broken through an important bottleneck and reached a new, more futuristic realm. Rather, it can, like a real lion majesty, perform all kinds of flexibility and, a little bit, incredible, high-speed twists and turns and, incredible angle changes in the air. His arms and legs no longer simply rely on the elasticity of rubber and the explosive power of muscles to attack in a straight line or with a bouncing trajectory as before. Although, this kind of future vision ability, which is full of uncertainty and difficulty in making choices, is still very rudimentary and unstable. His heart of the protagonist, which was always full of innocence and, a little bit of never giving up, finally gave in under the extreme pressure of life and death, and under the dual stimulation of infinite longing for his partners and the strong desire to eat Sanji's meal as soon as possible. This deeper and more natural initial fusion of haki, rubber, and ki has once again made Luffy's overall combat power a qualitative leap. Advertisement he began to subconsciously integrate the kai into every cell in his body, into the rhythm of every rubber molecule. He could even, to a certain extent, clearly see the various possibilities that might happen in just a few seconds in the future. This also gave him the capital to compete head-on with Charlotte Katakuri, a top warrior in the New World. Rather, once again, the incredible potential has been unleashed. After Luffy upgraded his observation haki to this new level, he also developed a new and more powerful Gear 4 form. Luffy, who was beaten to a pulp by Katakuri's powerful observation haki that could predict the future, and the Mochi Mochi fruit ability that was also full of bugs and unreasonableness, was doubting his life, and even his proud fourth gear, Bounce Man, form was about to collapse on the spot due to lack of physical strength. Snake Man, this makes his attacks not only faster but also more powerful. More importantly, it is more difficult to predict and more traceable. And Luffy, in this Snake Man form, is full of snake agility and a hint of fatal temptation. It's not like the big snake cannon form, it's just that the arm has become more sturdy and has more explosive power. Advertisement, Katakuri, Luffy, who had transformed into a black giant snake, drew strange arcs full of power and beauty in the air. He was no longer simply using kai as an extra fuel, full of explosive power, as he did before, randomly adding it to his attacks. Every breath he took, every heartbeat, every contraction and relaxation of his muscles was filled with the indescribable rhythm of chi and the subtle energy resonance. It was as if every punch he threw had life and wisdom. He could automatically track the enemy's breath and deliver a fatal blow from the most tricky and deadly angle. His entire body, while maintaining the unique muscle inflation and armament color hardening state of the fourth gear, became more slender, more flexible, and more full of snake-like agility and weirdness. His rubber fist, which was wrapped with armament haki and a hint of ki halo, was like the fangs of a lion majesty that fell from the sky. With a terrifying force that could tear apart all defenses and penetrate all illusions, it bit the perfect man, who had also activated the observation haki and the power of the sticky rice fruit to ultimate fiercely. A peak showdown representing the top combat power of the new era, at least the top among the young generation, will soon be decided in this Cake Island castle full of sweetness and destruction. And it also consumes a lot of his mental energy and brain cells. His huge body, like a muscle ball, did not become more round and tough, like the Tank Man form. However, this was enough for him to barely keep up with the opponent's rhythm and dazzling attack frequency in a high-speed duel with Katakuri, a top powerhouse who also possessed the ability of future vision. He was not only able to vaguely predict his opponent's next move. His fusion and use of haki, whether it is armament haki or observation haki, and the kai in his body, which is also full of unknowns and potential, has unknowingly reached a new level of fluency and coordination. His fourth gear, Bounce Man form, which had been somewhat sluggish due to lack of physical strength, unexpectedly underwent another miraculous change. Chapter 154. The pirate's world is in complete chaos. Everyone has a dragon? And Straw Hat Boy Luffy is indeed a truly strong man who is worthy of his full efforts and, worthy of his future. At least the future of his sister Brûlée, to some extent. He was defeated by the first and only person in his long and perfect life who could truly compete with him on equal terms, and ultimately, opposite him, Charlotte Katakuri, who was once praised as the greatest masterpiece of the BIGMOM pirates, and the perfect man who has never been defeated. His body was also covered with hideous wounds and, some deep and horrible fist marks that were blasted out by Luffy's Rubber Ape King Gun Snake Cannon. Well, the name of this move is still full of Luffy's characteristics, of simplicity and brutality and, a hint of zoo atmosphere, which were full of the explosive power of chi. His blood-red eyes, which were always full of calmness and a hint of wisdom that seemed to foresee the future, slowly lost all their luster and became dim and empty. Whoosh whoosh. He still didn't know what the mysterious energy was that could make his attacks more penetrating and explosive. More importantly, a man who surpassed him, the unexpected perception of power and improvement of battle instinct gained in this life and death battle will undoubtedly have a measurable significance for Luffy's future growth and his dream of becoming the Pirate King, to challenge stronger enemies and conquer a wider ocean. Although he still knew it was so, he didn't know why it was so. Advertisement. All the spectators, whether they were the members of the BIGMOM pirates who were secretly watching the battle through Brulee's mirror ability, or the Straw Hat crew who were also trapped in the mirror world and placed all their hopes on Luffy, held their breath, stared with wide eyes, and looked at the thin figure who was still standing tenaciously on the battlefield after the fierce energy collision, and the smoke and dust filled with the smell of glutinous rice and rubber gradually dissipated. It's Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Luffy's Snake Man form, which is full of evolution and a little bit of protagonist halo, will surely become an important trump card for him to challenge stronger enemies and conquer the vast ocean at some point in the future. Although this result, for Katakuri himself, is filled with indescribable bitterness and a hint of reluctance. His face, which was always full of innocence and optimism, was now filled with fatigue, pain, and, a hint of exhaustion, caused by overdrawing his physical strength. However, deep in his heart, he also felt a long-lost sense of relief and, an indescribable sense of satisfaction, because of this hearty battle that was full of respect and recognition. For Luffy, the difficulty and, danger of this life and death battle with Katakuri far exceeded all his previous imaginations. He was breathing heavily, and sweat was dripping from his forehead like raindrops. Toto land of Wangguo, the Cake Island castle that was once full of sweetness and dreamy, is now plunged into unprecedented silence and a hint of expectation and tension, because of the epic duel between Straw Hat Boy Luffy and the leader of the 3 Desert Generals, Charlotte Katakuri, which almost completely shattered the entire mirror world. He fell face up, heavily, onto the ruins of the mirror cake that he himself had made out of glutinous rice and was full of the smell of sweetness and despair. His 4th gear, Snake Man form, which was full of snake agility and, a hint of fatal temptation, had become somewhat tattered and covered with hideous scars and, some unsightly leakages, due to long-term, high-intensity combat. He also unconsciously gained a deeper understanding and, a little control over the Kai power hidden in his body, which was derived from the image of Gohan Buu, and was full of unknown and powerful potential. Advertisement. He still cannot guide and control energy as he pleases like those real Qigong masters, such as the Pink Demon, Good Money Zhao, Buu, the Iron Fist monk who has extremely good luck. However, he has been able to more actively integrate the explosive power of Qi, that is full of wildness and instinct, into his various fighting skills, such as his elephant gun, his Ape King gun, even his rubber balloon that looks full of fun. His pair of black eyes, which always shone with an unyielding light, still burned with a raging will to fight and an infinite desire for victory. He lost. He knew that he had tried his best. This makes each of his attacks full of unpredictable variables and, a hint of terrifying power, outside the rules. He is not just competing in pure strength and skill with a top warrior who has powerful observation haki and special Paramecia Devil Fruit abilities. In this battle of hell level difficulty, Luffy not only improved the use of his already very powerful haki, especially after a long period of high-intensity sparring with Katakuri, an opponent who was a textbook in observation haki, the advanced observation haki, that could see the future for a short time, which he unexpectedly realized and awakened, but also brought it to a new and more protagonist halo qualitative leap. Luffy looked at Katakuri, who had completely lost his ability to fight, and the members of the BIGMOM pirates who were surrounded by him and fell into silence due to fear and disbelief. Finally, he could not hold on any longer, his body softened, and he released his 4th gear, Snake Man form, returning to his original, somewhat shriveled and weak appearance. He was even engaging in a life and death struggle with a prophet, who could foresee the future for a short period of time, full of psychological games, and a hint of IQ crushing. But, he was defeated by that rubber idiot, who, in his opinion, was just a simple-minded person who loved to cause trouble. Chapter 155. Boo. I also want a combat power detector, look how bad you are. And Katakuri, the strongest shield of the BIGMOM pirates, also used his perfect defeat, full of dignity and perseverance, to become an extremely important and specially meaningful stepping stone, and a little life mentor for the Straw Hat Boy Luffy on his way to the throne of Pirate King. Just after Luffy defeated Katakuri with great difficulty and also solved the huge trouble of BIGMOM's wedding of the century, which was full of conspiracy and political marriage. Straw Hat crew and their temporary allies, who were also involved in this 4 Emperors dungeon adventure, such as the Science Warfare Force of Germa 66, the Fishmen Warriors of the Sun Pirates, and the equally unreliable gangster Capone Beeg and his Flame Tank Pirates, full of castle atmosphere. Finally, after paying an extremely heavy price, such as Pedro's heroic sacrifice, the Sun Pirates' almost annihilation, and the Sunny's multiple minor damages and serious shortage of coke fuel, With the spirit of chivalry and sacrifice of the boss Jinbei, he sacrificed himself to cover the retreat. And Germa 66, full of 993 high technology and no-cost firepower cover. And, the most important thing is Luffy's protagonist Halo, which always has amazing shit luck at the most critical moment. Successfully, she managed to escape safely, or maybe with a lot of thrills, and, a little embarrassment, from the completely out-of-control Prometheus, who was riding on her soul homies, and the relentless pursuit of 4 emperors, Bigmom Charlotte Linlin. They finally left the Wanguo Dodo land, a place full of sweetness and death. Advertisement also temporarily freed from the endless rage of a sea emperor and, the intense desire for delicious souls. Although this adventure in the Toto Land of Nations, which was full of accidents and surprises, cost the Straw Hat crew a lot of money, it also made them more deeply aware of the terrifying strength of the 4 emperors, level strongmen and the moody, pervert, personality. However, they did not gain nothing. Luffy, not only in the life and death battle with Katakuri, but also brought his haki and the use of ki to a new level. More importantly, he finally brought his stupid chef Sanji, who was full of chivalry and tsunere, back to his friends safely. The Straw Hat crew has officially welcomed their 10th member, if Luffy himself is included, Sea Knight, Jinbei. This is undoubtedly a huge reinforcement for the Straw Hat Pirates, whose overall strength and, team configuration still have some obvious shortcomings. In addition, this Wan Guo incident, which was full of conspiracy and calculation, indirectly exposed the 4 emperors. Bigmom Charlotte Linlin's strong desire and unscrupulous possessiveness for the Buu heritage that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace, including the science war forces of the Germa family that may contain legacy technology. This also proves from another perspective that the Buu legacy has great value and the terrifying potential to change the balance of power in the New World. And the other sea emperors far away in the New World, such as Kaido of the Beasts, who is also full of research interest and a little desire for crazy experiments in the Buu legacy. Or Blackbeard Teach, who is also full of greed and hunting instinct for the legacy, after learning about Bigmom's failure and loss in Wano country, as well as the legacy information that may have been accidentally leaked from her hands. Naturally they will not stand idly by, remain indifferent. They are also paying close attention to the subsequent developments of Wan Guo. Advertisement and secretly, they began to plan some more sinister and more profitable new conspiracies. A dark struggle centered on the Buu legacy, between the 4 emperors, level strongmen, which is more secretive, full of intrigues and bloodshed, has quietly begun. The future of this new world, which has become increasingly chaotic and out of control due to the emergence of Buu's legacy, has become even more confusing and full of unknowns. Just as the sea emperors of the new world were all harboring their own ulterior motives and undercurrents for the Buu legacy, which was full of temptations and dangers. The Holy Land of Mariajoy, the sacred place floating on the top of the Red Line, symbolizing the supreme power of the world government, is about to usher in a highest-level meeting that will be held every few years to determine the future destiny of the entire world, the World Summit IC Reverie. Kings, queens, and other national representatives, with honorable status and, a little special background, from nearly 200 member states around the world will gather here. Jointly discuss and, friendly consultation, although it may be more of a verbal battle, full of interest games and intrigues, those major issues concerning the peace and stability of the entire world, and, the future 5-year plan of the world government. And this time, at the World Summit, which is filled with a heavy sense of history and a hint of ominous storm is coming. In addition to those more traditional and conventional topics, such as, how can we more effectively squeeze the surplus value of those disobedient, non-member countries, or how can we further consolidate and beautify the supreme and sacred status of celestial dragons, or how can we completely nip in the bud the pirate rebellion that has become increasingly rampant due to the advent of the Great Pirates era? A new and more unknown and dangerous topic inevitably became the core focus that all the king representatives and world government leaders attending the meeting could not avoid and had to take seriously. That is, Chapter 156 Beep Beep. Scumbag, I'm talking about you. Regarding the strict control and, reasonable redistribution of the Buu legacy that flowed out of the Dragon Ball Palace. And the final assessment and response plan on the true identity of the mysterious Gohan Buu, who appeared in the image of the black stone tablet in the palace and can destroy the planet at will, and the potential threat. After experiencing a series of major vicious incidents full of the flavor of Buu legacy, including the birdcage incident of Dressrosa, the Tomatabako explosion of Toto Land in Wangguo, and the Tea Party incident of Straw Hat Crew. Even those incompetent kings who usually only knew how to abuse their power and oppress the people in their own countries and were indifferent to external affairs, more or less realized the huge power hidden behind those alien objects, and the terrifying potential that was enough to subvert everything. They started to get scared. They are afraid that if these Buu heritage falls into the hands of hostile countries or ambitious pirates, then their own seemingly stable royalty and luxurious life will probably vanish in an instant. They are beginning to crave it too. They long to get even a tiny bit of Buu's legacy, such as a Senzu Bean, or a universal capsule that could turn into more beauties and money. So, could they also have more powerful power or longer life like those legendary gods? This complex emotion of fear and desire caused the kings and representatives of various countries who were about to attend the World Summit to secretly connect and collude with each other. Even some pre-meeting preparations, full of interest exchange and dirty deals. They all want to gain the greatest benefits and the most favorable situation for their country and themselves in this gluttonous feast that concerns the future direction of the world and the distribution of legacy. The 5 elders, the highest level of the world government, and the new marshal of the naval headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki, will naturally not turn a blind eye to this situation full of undercurrents and mind movements. They are also secretly carrying out various secret deployments full of power struggle and a hint of coercion and inducement. Advertisement. They want to ensure that this World Summit can be successfully held under their control. They want to ensure that the final solution regarding the Buu legacy can maximize the core interests and long-term planning of their world government. They are even preparing to throw out some more scary and alarmist secret intelligence at this meeting, such as the ancient prophecy about the pink disaster star, or the latest speculation that the palace may be a sleeping ancient weapon, to further create panic and build consensus, so as to pave the way for the more radical and iron-fisted global control measures they may take in the future, and to legitimize them morally. A world-class brainstorming and power game, full of political games and a hint of conspiracy and open plots, will officially kick off in the holy land of Mariajoy, the center of the world full of holiness and sin. The Buu legacy, full of unknowns and temptations, has therefore become the most eye-catching, most controversial and most variable core issue in this Game of Thrones. Just as the king's representatives from all over the world were rushing to the top of the red line with their own ulterior motives for the World Summit to be held in the holy land of Mariajoy, and the Buu legacy, full of unknowns and temptations. Alabasta, an ancient civilization full of desert style and ancient history located in the paradise of the first half of the Grand Line, is accompanied by the beautiful, kind, and caring Princess Vivi, escorted by her guard Captain Equilem and the equally loyal and responsible running duck Kalu, who is riding a relatively comfortable and safe royal cruise ship, which is not particularly luxurious, and is heading slowly towards the holy land of Mariajoy, which is full of unknowns and a hint of foreboding. *0*10. Princess Vivi, a former honorary member of the Straw Hat Pirates who had experienced the civil strife of Alabasta and the conspiracy of Crocodile together with the Straw Hat crew, and because of this, she had forged a deep friendship with Luffy and others. Although she eventually chose to stay in her own country to fulfill her responsibilities and mission as a princess, was filled with mixed emotions of anticipation and trepidation about the World Summit being held again after several years. She hopes to gain more opportunities for peace and development for her country at this conference. She also looks forward to seeing those old friends who once fought side by side with her and shared life and death with her again, such as the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who also possesses the will of D. Although she knows that it is impossible for Luffy to participate in this kind of official meeting, full of boring and hypocrisy. But what if, however, compared with these expectations full of good wishes, what she has in her heart more is the deep worry about this increasingly chaotic and out-of-control world, and those Buu legacy households, full of unknowns and dangers. During the long voyage to the World Summit, Princess Vivi also heard from various channels, such as the private discussions of representatives of other countries who were also on the voyage, or some serial reports about the Buu legacy chronicles that were full of artistic processing in the newspapers of the World Economic News Agency, and heard more and more rumors full of fantasy and a hint of horror about the Buu legacy and the mysterious existence called Gohan Buu. She had heard that the red beans called magic beans could actually bring people back to life and instantly heal fatal injuries. Chapter 157. Vegapunk is stunned. This technology is 1,000 years ahead of us. She also heard about the single lens instrument called the combat power detector, which could actually intuitively display the strength of a strong person, exposing all disguises and bluffs. She also heard that the pink demon called Gohan Buu actually possessed the terrifying power to destroy a planet with ease. These rumors, which sounded full of subversive and a hint of ominous, filled Princess Vivi's heart with unspeakable shock and uneasiness. She couldn't help but think of Alabasta, the ancient, that they had secretly guarded for generations and also had the power to destroy the world. Pluto. She also thought of the oldest secrets and documents full of warnings in the Alabasta royal family, which only the kings of all generations and a few core members were qualified to read, and vague records about aliens who brought disasters and hopes. Those records, though, are also full of symbolism and a hint of mythology. However, some of the characteristics of the mysterious beings from outer space and possessing divine power described in the book, such as the starship they ride on, or the light of destruction they can control, are actually similar to those rumors about the Dragon Ball Palace and Gohan Buu in a terrifying way. Could it be that pink demon called Gohan Buu and that Dragon Ball Palace, full of unknown technology, are they really the aliens that came to their world in ancient times as recorded in the secrets of the Alabasta royal family? And what kind of disaster and or even a glimmer of hope will their return bring to this already chaotic world? These questions, which were full of unknowns and a hint of fatalism, weighed heavily like huge stones on Princess Vivi's heart, which was young but full of a sense of responsibility and concern for the country and the people. Advertisement she was filled with deep concerns about the future of the world. She was afraid that the legacy of those aliens would be like Pandora's box, which, once opened completely, would release endless disasters and destruction. She was also afraid that Alabasta and the entire world would once again fall into darkness and turmoil like the blank 100 years. However, she did not despair, because she still remembers Luffy and his friends in the Straw Hat crew, their smiles that never give up and their infinite hope for the future. She believes that as long as there are people like Luffy who possess the will of D and a heart as warm as the sun, they will work hard for the peace and freedom of this world. Then, even in the darkest night, there will eventually be a bright dawn. There was a firm and gentle light in Princess Vivi's eyes. She knew that as the Princess of Alabasta, she must do what she can for the sake of her people and the future of the world. She decided to learn as much as possible about the real information about Buu's legacy and Gohan Buu at this World Summit. We must also discuss with representatives of other countries who are also full of worries and sense of responsibility about the future of the world how to effectively deal with this huge crisis that may be coming and sweeping the world. Although she knew it was difficult, advertisement. But she won't give up, because she is also the Straw Hat Pirate's eternal partner. Just as Princess Vivi, for the sake of world peace and future, was heading towards the holy land of Mariajoy, full of sense of mission and sense of responsibility. Another, special person, who also has the identity of a princess, and possesses even more terrifying and, bug, power. Princess Shirahoshi of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of the Fishmen Island. That is, the contemporary reincarnation of Poseidon, one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons. As also under the strict escort, or overprotection, of her father Neptune and her 3, seemingly unreliable, Sharkstar brothers, riding on a huge royal submarine that is also full of dreams, and ocean, atmosphere, and slowly, quickly, swimming towards the holy land of Mariajoy, which is full of unknown and, a hint of land, temptation. Princess Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess who has the power to destroy the world but is softer and more timid than a marshmallow, is filled with mixed emotions of anticipation and fear for this World Summit trip, full of political and social atmosphere. She hopes to be able to have friendly and equal exchanges with humans on land, just as Princess Odahime hoped before her death, so as to realize the common dream of the fishmen and mermaids for hundreds of years, to migrate to the sunny land and live in peace with humans. She was also afraid that her inherent power to summon and control sea kings would be exposed inadvertently, thus bringing unpredictable disasters and destruction to the Fishmen Island and the entire world. After all, she had witnessed with her own eyes how Luffy, that little guy, used his tiny fist to beat an upgraded sea king that was several times bigger than her to pieces. However, just when she was worried and restless because of these 1.8, little emotions, full of ideals and worries, suddenly, she felt an unprecedented restlessness and uneasiness from those huge sea kings that had been constantly making various voices, full of admiration and reverence, around her body and in the depths of her heart. Woo! Those cute, although maybe scary to others, sea kings who usually always obey her and especially like to rub their equally huge heads against her cheeks, to show affection, now seem to feel some extremely terrifying and irresistible unknown threat. Chapter 158. There is also the somersault cloud? Only those with a pure heart can ride it? Each and every one of them let out a low, mournful cry filled with fear and submission. Their bodies were also shaking violently and uncontrollably. There are even some sea kings that are less courageous, who simply bury their huge bodies, as big as hills, deep in the mud on the seabed, as if they want to escape some impending disaster in this way. What's going on? Why is everyone so scared? Princess Shirahoshi looked at the sea kings who suddenly became extremely agitated and frightened. Her beautiful big eyes, which were always full of innocence and, a hint of tears, were also filled with confusion and uneasiness. She tried to use her innate special ability to communicate with sea kings telepathically to calm them down and ask them what happened. However, from the sea kings' voices, or telepathy, full of confusion and fear, Princess Shirahoshi only vaguely heard some about. The terrifying master of the deep sea palace awakens his power and is eager to surrender and escape. Such intermittent and vague information full of noise and interference. Although she could not fully understand what these vague messages filled with an aura of unknown and ominous meant. However, she instinctively felt that the deep sea palace and the so-called terrible master that made the sea kings so terrified and submissive must have some unknown and profound connection with the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace that has been making a lot of noise around the world recently, and its legendary master, Gohan Buu. Advertisement, and she also vaguely sensed from the voices of those sea kings that an extremely strong instinctive call from that deep sea palace to these sea beasts with huge life energy, full of greed and devouring desires. It's as if that palace, or rather a certain terrifying existence within the palace, was like a glutton that had been hungry for thousands of years, eager to swallow all of these delicious energy snacks in one gulp and turn them into nutrients for its own awakening and evolution. This terrifying conjecture, which was full of creepy and a hint of cosmic horror, instantly made Princess Shirahoshi's heart, which was already full of cowardly and crybaby attributes, rise to her throat. She was so scared, she was afraid that the terrible master, hidden in the deep sea palace, would really treat her, cute, Sea King's friends, as snacks. Eat it. She was even more afraid that she, a special existence, who also possessed the power of ancient weapon, would become the next hunting target of that terrible master. The secret of Princess Shirahoshi and the abnormal restlessness and instinctive fear of the Sea Kings caused by some unknown resonance of the deep sea palace undoubtedly added a deeper and more disturbing layer of ocean. No, it is a cosmic level horror shadow to this world that has become increasingly out of control because of the Buu legacy. It also makes the future direction of the World Summit, to be held in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, even more confusing and full of unknowns. Advertisement: the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the realm of God, floating on the top of the red line, symbolizing the supreme power of the world government, is now caught in a strange atmosphere full of solemnity and sacredness, but also hiding countless conspiracies and dirty deals because of the upcoming World Summit. Kings and queens from nearly 200 member states around the world, as well as other national representatives with honorable status and a hint of special backgrounds, were like groups of gorgeously dressed pilgrims who particularly liked to show off. They trembled as they passed through the moving sidewalks, full of discrimination and inconvenience, as well as the enthusiastic gazes of the celestial dragons, who were also full of arrogance and stupidity, and slowly gathered towards Pangu City, the symbol of the world's power center. They are about to attend a top-level meeting there, which is held only every few years and determines the future destiny of the entire world. However, they did not know that while they were fighting openly and secretly for the interests of their respective countries and some ulterior little calculations, they were scheming against each other. Some more dangerous and uninvited guests full of revolution and subversion also quietly sneaked into this sacred place known as Copper Wall and Iron Wall, and impregnable. They are, of course, a special infiltration team that belongs to the Revolutionary Army and is composed of Chief of Staff Sabo and several other powerful Revolutionary Army cadres who are full of deep hatred for the world government, such as Bello Betty, who has the ability of the crow fruit and always likes to stir up trouble at critical moments, or the S************ King. Emporio Ivankov 560, who also has powerful physical skills and a hint of pervert aura. What if he didn't stay on the daughter island, but came along, secretly formed? This time they took a huge risk and sneaked into the dangerous place of Mariajoy, the Holy Land. Their purpose was not just to visit the luxurious palace of celestial dragons or taste the top-notch delicacies of the Holy Land, although Sabo might have a little personal interest in the latter. They are responsible for more important and dangerous missions. The first is, of course, to rescue their former Revolutionary Army cadre, who has now been completely transformed by the world government into a human weapon, and is also being toyed with and humiliated by celestial dragons as an invincible slave. The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma. They want to rescue Shang from the clutches of those unscrupulous celestial dragons, let him regain his freedom and dignity. The second is to investigate and collect as much information as possible about the heinous crimes committed by the celestial dragons who are high above us, as well as the various dirty deeds full of conspiracies and bloodshed that the world government has secretly carried out in order to maintain their corrupt rule. Chapter 159. Luffy sat on it. The somersault cloud is so fun. They want to make these evidences public. Let all the oppressed people in the world see clearly how ugly and evil these world aristocrats, who claim to be descendants of God, are. The third is that Sabo and his team are also infiltrating into this operation to find a very important hidden target, which may even bring a hint of surprise. That is, I hope to get more real information about the Buu legacy that leaked out of the Dragon Ball Palace from the world government's heavily guarded confidential archives. For example, what did the Marine Heritage Recovery Team discover during their exploration of the palace? What did they bring back? Dr. Vegapunk, how far have you progressed in analyzing and replicating the Buu legacy? What key breakthroughs have you achieved? And what is the true identity, origin, and current status of the pink demon known as Gohan Buu? Even if they are lucky enough and their infiltration is deep and bold enough. They also wanted to take advantage of the chaotic situation during the World Summit when Pangu City's internal defense forces were relatively scattered and people were relatively impetuous. Quietly, sneak into the area near the legendary Void Throne, located in the deepest part of Pangu City, which symbolizes the highest power in the world, but is said to have never been sat on by anyone since the establishment of the world government. Advertisement. Go and see for yourself what kind of shocking secrets are hidden behind this holy place within a holy place, full of mystery and taboos. And the mysterious Lord I Am, who has always been like a ghost, secretly controlling the entire world government, and even the 5 elders have to bow down to him. Is there some unknown deep connection between his true identity and those Buu legacy, or ancient evil demons, that may come from outside the sky? This infiltration plan, which is full of suicidal spirit and a hint of breaking the sky ambition, is undoubtedly the most dangerous and the most unknown variable part of Sabo and others' trip to Mariajoy. But in order to be able to understand more deeply the true darkness of this world and the potential crises that may threaten the future fate of the revolutionary cause, Sabo and his friends resolutely chose to take the risk. They believed that with their equally impressive strength, exquisite coordination, and, a little bit of luck like the protagonist Halo, that was infected from Luffy, they will surely be able to successfully complete all their missions in this realm of God that is full of lies, sins, and, a hint of stupidity that is unique to celestial dragons. And get out of here wholeheartedly. A secret infiltration and intelligence stealing operation full of unknowns, dangers, and, a little bit of the Born Supremacy, mixed with Assassin's Creed. Maybe it will even liberate a few poor people who are also enslaved by celestial dragons, is about to quietly begin in the heart of the holy land of Marijoy. And Sabo and others will surely uncover some shocking secrets that will shock and astonish the whole world in this adventure full of suicidal spirit and, a hint of historical inevitability. Just as Sabo and his companions, who were also full of revolutionary optimism and fearlessness of death, were engaging in various dangerous games of secret infiltration and, intelligence gathering in the dark corners of the holy land of Marijoy. The 5 elders, the highest power core of the world government, are also holding an urgent secret meeting in a more secretive and depressing and heavy meeting room in Pangu City, discussing how to deal with the increasingly out of control Buu legacy situation and how to better make a satisfactory report to the moody Lord Im, who has a veto power. Advertisement. The atmosphere in the conference room was unusually solemn. The expressions on the faces of the 5 old men who control the fate of the entire world are filled with unconcealable worries and, a hint of fatigue. The table in front of them was piled with all sorts of the latest intelligence on Buu's legacy, and, some urgent reports full of bad news and mess.
For example, when the Marine Heritage Recovery Team tried to enter the core area of the sunken Dragon Ball Palace for the second time or the nth time, they encountered even more powerful defense mechanisms such as some super metal puppets with self-learning and evolution capabilities, or some high-tech energy traps that can directly interfere with and destroy their copycat detectors and protective clothing.
As a result, they paid a heavy price again, but still returned with nothing. Another example, Dr. Vegapunk, in the analysis and imitation of those Buu legacy, although he has made some progress, such as the simplified version of the combat power detector, or the equally unreliable Guardian Type 1-inch energy shield generator. However, for those more core and disruptive, unknown technologies, such as the life law of the Senzu Beans, the space folding of the universal capsule, even the true secret of the chi power that the pink demon, Buu, can control, he is still helpless and progresses slowly. From time to time, he even blows up his own laboratory, good thing, because of experimental errors or energy out of control, for example, the chaos and disputes caused by the Buu legacy, whether genuine or counterfeit, that were accidentally scattered around the world are becoming increasingly difficult to control. Countless pirates, ambitious people, and even some countries and organizations that were originally relatively law-abiding, have become more and more greedy, crazy, and unscrupulous because of the temptation of these God's tools. The open and covert struggles, bloody fights, and all kinds of Indiana Jones stories full of black humor and human tragedy are constantly being played out in every corner of the world almost every day. The world government and the Marines have done their best to block the news, strictly control it, and even use the dark weapon CPO to carry out cruel purification and suppression. Chapter 160 Zoro. Why can't I sit on it, however, faced with this inheritance craze that is sweeping the world like a raging fire? Their seemingly powerful ruling machine seems to be somewhat powerless and stretched to its limits. The situation is getting worse and worse. A 5 elders with a mustache sighed in a hoarse voice. His eyes, which were always full of wisdom and calculation, were now bloodshot and deeply tired. Those damn Buu legacy are like a group of cockroaches that can never be killed. We just dealt with a group of lucky ones who got out of control due to abusing the legacy, but in the blink of an eye, more and more troublesome new problems have emerged. Yes, another 5 elders who wore glasses and looked more gentle also pushed the frame on his nose and said solemnly, and according to the latest intelligence, even the 4 emperors of the New World have begun to show extremely strong interest in the Buu legacy and the mysterious palace itself, and a hint of evil intentions. If they join this inheritance battle, at all costs, then the balance of power in the entire New World will probably collapse completely. Madam Yimu. And his tone paused slightly, and his eyes flashed with a barely perceptible awe and, a hint of confidence. We still have Lord Yim. Just when the 5 elders were feeling uneasy and restless because of Lord Yim's special instructions, which were full of mystery and ominousness. We are now surrounded by enemies on all sides. The 5 elders all had sad faces and sighed, as if the end of the world was about to come. And the unknown power released from this magic box is about to drag the whole world into a terrifying abyss full of unknowns, chaos, and, maybe even the pink devil himself will take action. The highest ranking and most shrewd-looking 5 elders with long Whitebeard finally spoke slowly after being silent for a long time. What does this mean? Advertisement. It could also be wiped out at any time because of a word from Master Yimu. Regarding the incident of Buu legacy and our current response plan, I have already reported in detail to Lord Im. The bearded five elders continued to speak slowly in his deep meaning, and suggestive, tone. In the holy land of Mariajoy, in a celestial dragon's exclusive entertainment area, that is, full of luxury, degeneration, and a hint of anti-humanity. Certainly, after all, we are still the masters of this world. In our hands, we still hold the absolute power to crush all resistance. They began to realize more deeply that they might have, unknowingly, opened a Pandora's box that should never have been opened. They knew that Lord Yim rarely interfered directly in the affairs of the outside world. And now, Master Im also personally issued some very mysterious and somewhat incomprehensible special instructions regarding the palace and the Buu legacy. What? Lord Yimu actually gave the order personally. The hearts of the five elders were filled with unspeakable huge questions and, a hint of ominous premonition. Just when the atmosphere in the conference room was becoming increasingly depressing and desperate because of the reality of bad news and mess. You don't have to be so pessimistic. The long-bearded five elders, with his deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, glanced at the other four colleagues present and said slowly. Advertisement: all their power, all their glory, and status, come from the gift of Lord Yim. Hearing this name full of mystery and taboo, the expressions on the faces of the other five elders present instantly became unusually solemn and a little nervous. What they can get is naturally not the core heritage that has magical effects and great strategic value like magic beans, combat power detectors, or universal capsules. Although his voice was a little tired, it still maintained an unquestionable majesty and, a hint of pretending to be calm. Could it be that the secrets and dangers hidden behind that Gohan Buu and that palace are far more terrifying and unfathomable than they had imagined before? Unless something happens that threatens the foundation of the entire world government, or something that touches on some taboos that absolutely cannot be touched. Even, his voice lowered even more, and his eyes also flashed with a trace of incredible confusion and a trace of uneasiness. Some young celestial dragons, who have all kinds of privileges, because of their noble bloodline, but whose IQ and taste are somewhat worrying, due to inbreeding and long-term indulgence in wine, *x, money and power, are also enjoying some of the Buu heritage that came out of the Dragon Ball Palace, in their creative and bad taste ways. Not to mention, a burly five elders with a scar on his forehead added in a low voice, and the revolutionary army that has been hiding in the dark and eyeing our world government. They will definitely not let go of this great opportunity to weaken our rule and take the opportunity to strengthen their own power. They know that Lord Yim is the true, only, and supreme ruler of this world. And Lord Im has shown unprecedented attention to the pink demon called Gohan Buu that appeared in the palace video. The other five elders present were all shocked upon hearing this. Their faces showed shock and, a hint of fear that could not be concealed. Lord Im actually personally issued an order because of the unknown origin of Gohan Buu and the Dragon Ball Palace, full of unknowns? Although the current situation is indeed a bit tricky, it is not completely hopeless. Chapter 161 Sanji. Damn it, is it because I am lustful? Those things have long been regarded as top-level secrets and strategic materials by the five elders and marine high-level officials, and have been strictly controlled. There is no way they could easily fall into the hands of these prodigal sons, who only know how to eat, drink and have fun, and often get into big trouble because of some small things. These, lucky, celestial dragons masters and ladies, can only play with small parts of the Buu heritage that have been recovered from all over the world by the CPO's Heritage Recovery Team, and cannot be repaired or reused because of their low value, such as some palace parts whose specific uses cannot be identified at all, or some electronic waste that has been completely damaged and even drive. Vegapunk is too lazy to study it, or some special reasons, such as being contaminated with some ominous aura that is not so auspicious. However, even these scraps and waste are of little value in the eyes of CPO and Dr. Vegapunk. In the eyes of these celestial dragons, young masters and young ladies who usually live a life of luxury and particularly like to pursue novelty and show off their status, it is still a novel toy, full of unknown technology and a hint of exoticism. They regarded those legacy parts that had a strange shape and emitted a faint energy fluctuation as the latest luxury goods and collections that were tributed from those lowly mortals in the lower world. Then, they used their noble and willful ways to carry out all kinds of creative and slightly blasphemous manipulation and artistic recreation on these items that contained unknown technology and potential dangers. For example, some celestial dragons masters took an energy claw, disassembled from a metal puppet, which was broken but still flashing a faint red light, and treated it as a very cool and hockey brass knuckles. Then they wore it to participate in those celestial dragons exclusive gladiatorial shows that were also full of luxury and violence. And they used it to cruelly torture and kill those poor slaves who were treated as playthings. Some celestial dragons took an unknown energy crystal that was pried off from a broken palace radar component and was shining with colorful light, and regarded it as a giant diamond that was unique and full of mystery. Then they inlaid it on their gorgeous crowns that were also inlaid with various rare treasures, and showed off their noble taste that led the fashion trend to other celestial dragons who were also vain? Some celestial dragons who were more creative and evil taste even scraped some sweet energy crystals, maybe just some spoiled icing sugar and some unknown chemical additives from the wreckage of the broken candy maker, and are said to be able to change the structure of matter as some kind of exotic and special effect, aphrodisiac, or psychedelic. Then they secretly mixed it into the food and drinks of the slaves they treated as playthings, even some equally low-ranking, low-class celestial dragons, so that they could enjoy the various wonderful performances, full of distortion and wildness, after the drug took effect? How contemptuous, how blasphemous, how stupid are the attitudes of these high-ranking world nobles towards the Buu legacy that may contain the power to destroy the world. They have no idea about the huge dangers and unknown secrets hidden behind these things. Advertisement, they don't care at all that if these things are abused or out of control, they will bring terrible disasters and destruction to the world. In their eyes, these legacy from outer space are nothing more than some novel toys that can satisfy their endless greed, vanity, and pervert desires. Their extreme disregard for the safety of the world and their wanton manipulation of unknown forces all reflect, from another perspective, the hopeless stupidity and evil of the celestial dragons, a privileged class that has long been corrupt and full of antisocial personalities. Please give me flowers. It also strengthened the determination and belief of those revolutionaries who were committed to overthrowing their brutal rule, such as Sabo and his brother Luffy, who is also full of deep hatred for celestial dragons and is from the D-clan, to completely eliminate these world termites from the stage of history. Just as every corner of the holy land of Mariajoy was stirring with undercurrents and people's hearts agitated because of the upcoming World Summit and the emergence of the Buu legacy, which was full of unknowns and temptations. Zero in a large conference hall in Pangu City that is filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere, at least on the surface. An important pre-conference consultation concerning the future destiny of the entire world is quietly taking place between the 5 elders, the highest power core of the world government, and His Majesty Cobra, the King of Alabasta, who is also full of wisdom and a little bit of concern for the country and the people. King Cobra, who, after experiencing Crocodile's conspiracy and Alabasta's civil strife, was concerned about the world government's inaction and secret operations, as well as those forbidden truths hidden in the mist of history. They have aroused the wise monarch's deeper suspicion and desire to explore. At this World Summit, which was held again after a lapse of several years, he did not just want to gain some more practical, economic assistance or political support for his country. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to have a face-to-face exchange with the highest level of the world government, to address some extremely sensitive and, taboo issues that have been accumulating in his heart for a long time, such as the historical text, the blank 100 years, and the will of D, that is full of mystery and fate. Chapter 162. What other treasures are in Buu's universal capsule? He asked those 5 old men who held the highest power in the world questions filled with confusion, unwillingness, and a hint of thirst for knowledge. My lords of the 5 elders, King Cobra said in a calm but powerful tone, looking at the 5 old men in front of him with different expressions. Some were expressionless and unfathomable. Others had a hint of impatience and vigilance of, what tricks are you trying to do again? But their eyes more or less revealed a hint of the unquestionable majesty of the superiors. About the historical texts that record the historical truth of the blank 100 years, and the mysterious will of D that has left a deep mark all over the world. We, Alabasta, are one of the 913 royal families that participated in the creation of the world government. Although we did not, like the other short-sighted royal families, choose to move to the holy land of Mariajoy and become the celestial dragons, and we are deeply confused and puzzled by the history that has been deliberately covered up and erased. We have the right to know the truth. King Cobra's voice suddenly became louder, and his eyes flashed with an unquestionable firmness. We also have the obligation to let all the people in the world who have been kept in the dark understand what the real past of the world they live in was like. Therefore, I implore you to give us 10 clear and truthful answers to these major issues concerning the history and future destiny of the entire world at this World Summit. King Cobra's bold questioning, full of sense of justice and a hint of fearlessness of death, made the expressions on the faces of the 5 elders present instantly become extremely ugly and a little gloomy. They never expected that King Alabasta, who they thought had always been relatively law-abiding and aware of the times, would raise these taboo issues that could shake the foundation of their world government's rule at such an important occasion and at such an inappropriate time. This is simply a blatant challenge to their authority and bottom line. However, before they could open their mouths, they used some Tai Chi push hands, full of official rhetoric and coercion and inducement, to evade King Cobra's question. King Cobra, however, dropped a bombshell that shocked and disturbed them even more. Advertisement. He even mentioned, in a veiled way, some ancient legends about outsiders who once brought disaster and hope that were circulated among the secrets of the Alabasta royal family. And also trying to find out from the mouths of the 5 elders whether there is some unknown and profound connection between these ancient legends, which are also full of unknowns and dangers, and the Buu legacy incidents from the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace that are currently making a lot of noise around the world. My lords, King Cobra's eyes became deeper and more exploratory. We in Alabasta have been passing on some ancient legends about messengers from the stars or strangers who bring the wind of change since ancient times. Those legends, although mostly vague, are full of mythology. However, the mysterious beings described in it come from outside the sky, and they possess a terrifying power that is enough to change the world and even destroy the stars, as well as the boat of light they ride on that can travel between the stars. It seems that there are some incredible similarities with the rumors we have heard recently about Gohan Buu and the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace. So, I, too, implore you to help us solve this great mystery that has troubled our Alabasta royal family for hundreds of years. What is the true origin of the so-called Buu legacy and the mysterious existence called Gohan Buu? What kind of future will they bring to our already chaotic world? King Cobra's questioning, which was full of curiosity and a bit of suicidal spirit, completely made the five elders lose the last bit of pretended calmness on their faces. Their eyes all simultaneously flashed with a trace of horror, anger, and a hint of murderous intent. They knew that the dangerous thoughts and desire for exploration, hidden deep in the heart of this seemingly honest King Alabasta, had far exceeded their previous expectations and tolerance limits. If we allow him to continue to talk nonsense like this, and even make these taboo secrets public at the World Summit advertisement, then the consequences will be disastrous. Just as the five elders were secretly thinking about how to legitimately and legally deal with this ignorant King Cobra, a cold and majestic voice that made all of them tremble from the depths of their souls suddenly rang in the minds of each of them. Let him in. That voice, neither male nor female, neither old nor young, was filled with a supreme majesty beyond the imagination of mortals and, a hint of disturbing nothingness. It was the voice of the mysterious Lord Yim, who had been hiding behind the scenes and controlling the entire world government. The five elders were shocked when they heard this. All the expressions on their faces disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was an absolute respect from the bottom of their hearts and, a hint of fear. None of them dared to disobey Lord Yimu's orders. So, under the gaze of King Cobra, which was full of confusion and a hint of foreboding, the five elders actually agreed to his request, and they even made an exception, and allowed him to have a separate and absolutely confidential secret meeting with them and the equally mysterious and taboo Lord Yimu, before the World Summit officially started. King Cobra also felt that this matter was full of weirdness and danger. However, in order to be able to get closer to the historical truth that has been hidden for hundreds of years, and to be able to strive for a brighter and more right-to-know future for their country and people. Chapter 163 Gravity Chamber? Give me one 10,000 times stronger? He resolutely accepted this special invitation, which was full of unknowns and, a hint of seeking death. That palace, this ancient beast that had been sleeping for countless years, was finally going to wake up from its long and peaceful dream. Rather, he was an old friend, or an old rival. He had had some extremely profound and mysterious entanglement with him in the ancient times that were even older than the blank 100 years. That kind of emotion seems to contain a hint of surprise. And the first thing it would do after awakening would probably be to mercilessly crush and devour all the little bugs that dared to disturb its sweet dreams, turning them into the first batch of appetizers for its awakening and evolution. In the eyes of Lord Yimu, which had always been calm and seemed to be able to see through all the mysteries of the universe, there was a rare flash of extremely complex and difficult to understand special emotions. The five elders did not even dare to breathe, fearing that their careless words or expressions would anger this moody and then, the entire palace, which was as huge as a mountain, began to shake violently. Is there a hint of nostalgia? Just before the void throne, filled with repression and taboos in the holy land of Mariajoy, King Cobra, because of trying to explore the truth of historical text, and D's will, is about to face the most terrifying and most lethal final judgment in his life. They could clearly feel that the energy emanating from the core area of the mysterious palace that was shaking violently and, leaking electricity, crazily, was much more powerful and terrifying than anything they had ever felt before, both in terms of purity and quantity. They no longer dared to have any unrealistic fantasies or greedy desires for the palace. Advertisement. There was even a hint of, indescribable fear and, deeply hidden fear. And just as King Cobra, under the, enthusiasm of the five elders, was leading step by step towards the forbidden room located in the deepest part of Pangu City, which was said to be connected to the throne of the void, countless beams of high-purity energy that were brighter than the sun and full of destructive auras, like out-of-control volcanic magma, suddenly blasted out from various cracks in the core area of the palace and from some unknown exhaust holes. And those energy lines that were originally flowing slowly in the palace in a relatively stable and regular manner, full of unknown technological sense, their light also became abnormally bright and dazzling in an instant. When the five elders tremblingly reported in detail to the mysterious Lord I Am, shrouded in light and shadow, the latest developments regarding Gohan Buu and his legacy, and in the process of reporting, they carefully mentioned the name Gohan Buu, which was full of unknowns and ominousness. This terrifying conjecture, filled with the atmosphere of despair and destruction, made all the explorers who were active in that sea area feel a tremor and fear from the depths of their souls. A huge storm surrounding the true identity of Gohan Buu and the final secret of the Dragon Ball Palace, which is even bigger and more full of cosmic level conspiracy and fateful confrontation, seems to have quietly opened a new prelude that is more thrilling and, full of destruction, because of Lord Iamu's rare, abnormal reaction, this time. It's as if the exploration teams from various forces who were also full of curiosity and greed about the palace and tried to sneak into the palace to get a bargain or make a fortune. While the entrance was open, for example, some small pirate groups with poor strength but great luck in 510, or some private treasure hunting teams with good equipment but not very good brains, were all scared out of their wits, d their butts, and fled madly away from the palace. However, the cold and majestic aura emanating from him became even more disturbing and, full of murderous intent, the moment the name, Gohan Buu, was mentioned. Boom. The true, king of the world, with terrifying power like, destroying the world. Advertisement in King Cobra, the tragic monarch, who is full of curiosity and suicidal spirit, is about to enter this forbidden land, full of unknowns and dangers. Witnessing some horrific truths with his own eyes that were enough to make him completely doubt his life. He didn't know that what he was about to face would be a huge secret that would overturn all his cognition and might even cost him his life. Lord Yim just listened to the report of the 5 elders quietly without saying anything. Far away from the Red Line, in the deep seabed near Marineford, which is full of unknowns and dangers, the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, that has been sleeping for hundreds of years, maybe even thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, has suddenly erupted in its core area without any warning, with a terrifying energy tide that is stronger and more ominous than ever before. The thick seabed mud that originally covered the outer shell of the palace and some unlucky deep-sea creatures attached to it, such as some sleeping starfish, or some love-talking squids, were all mercilessly shaken off by this sudden and violent vibration, turning into turbid dust flying all over the sky. It's as if in the entire Void Throne room, the air seemed to be frozen. And on the Void Throne, that is full of oppression and, a hint of cosmic terror. A dull and long roar, as if coming from the depths of the earth, or another dimension, suddenly rang out from the core area of the palace. To him, the name, Gohan Buu, is not just a strange codename, or an alien, full of unknowns and dangers. The dark seabed around it was illuminated as bright as day. Chapter 164. Spiritual Timehouse? 1 day of cultivation inside is equal to 1 year outside? Their only thought now is to escape. The farther you run, the better. Never return to this horrible forbidden place full of unknown and death. Just outside the palace, because of the sudden energy tide, there was chaos and a great escape scene full of chaos and turmoil. In the deepest part of the palace, there is a secret incubation room filled with unknown technology and, a hint of life. In that huge, transparent culture tank that looked like a giant egg, the baby Buu, that had grown from a small piece of pink cell tissue to the size of a baby and had begun to show a vague humanoid outline, also under the strong stimulation of this sudden, pure and huge energy tide, underwent a more drastic and more disturbing change. Only its pink body, which had been wriggling and pulsating in a relatively slow and regular manner in the nutrient solution, suddenly began to twitch and spasm violently as if it had been electrocuted. Its facial features, which were originally blurry, suddenly became unusually clear and full of strange auras of evil and innocence. A pair of eyes as deep as obsidian and full of unknown and greed suddenly opened. A small and exquisite mouth that seemed to be able to swallow everything also tilted upward slightly, revealing 10 cute yet chilling weird smiles. Its limbs, which originally seemed a little short and shapeless, were also rapidly growing and extending at a speed visible to the naked eye under the crazy infusion of those pure and huge energies, and became stronger and full of power. Even on its smooth, pink jelly-like head, 2 mysterious horns quietly emerged. They were still short but real, and slightly curved like insect antennae. Advertisement: the light pink, slightly fluorescent, viscous nutrient solution in the entire culture tank also began to rapidly decrease and become thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye due to the drastic mutation and crazy energy absorption of this baby Buu. It's as if this terrifying existence that is in the process of awakening and evolving will ruthlessly suck out all the energy in the entire culture tank that can nourish its life. Then, with a more powerful and more full of destruction and rebirth attitude, it completely broke free from the eggshell that had bound it for countless years. Arriving in this new world that is both familiar and strange. Go taste the delicacies that it has never tasted before. To experience the fun that it has never experienced before. And also to bring an unprecedented huge surprise and a feast full of unknown and fear to this world that has long been accustomed to peace and order, at least in the eyes of some people. The terrifying changes in the core area of the palace and the ominous sign that the pink humanoid Buu cell was about to awaken from its slumber were like an invisible shockwave full of destructive aura, which instantly spread to every corner of the world. And all the Buu legacy props that had long been scattered around the world for various reasons, whether they were the originals that came directly from the palace, or the copycats that were copied by various forces based on some technical data that was difficult to distinguish between true and false, also produced an extremely strong and strange resonance phenomenon full of uneasiness and a hint of excitement at this moment. Inside the Marine Science Corp's secret laboratory. Advertisement: Dr. Vegapunk and his assistants, who are also full of scientific research enthusiasm and a hint of suicidal spirit, are working day and night on those Buu legacy samples that are full of unknowns and challenges, conducting various disassembly, analysis, and imitation experiments full of wisdom, and, a hint of violent aesthetics. Sudden. The Buu legacy props that they placed on the experimental table are fixed in various precision instruments, whether it was the simplified version of the artificial detector, the equally unreliable Guardian Type 1-inch energy shield generator, or the energy core fragments, disassembled from the wreckage of the metal puppets and some palace parts, whose specific uses could not be identified. Without any warning, they began to vibrate violently. Some of them, like they had epilepsy, jumped and rolled crazily on the experimental table, and even bumped into each other from time to time, making bursts of full of metal fatigue, and energy short circuit, harsh sounds. Some of them were flashing all kinds of strange lights that were full of danger, and instability, uncontrollably, red light, blue light, green light, and even some black smoke full of radiation, and toxic smell. There are also some, more fragile, and sensitive, props, such as those combat detector lenses that were just barely repaired and activated by Dr. Vegapunk using some, copycat technology, full of creativity, and imagination, which simply shattered the screen and burned the circuit on the spot because they could not withstand the sudden and overly powerful energy resonance, in an instant, and even emitted bursts of, full of technological mourning, and heroic sacrifice, sizzling, electric current sound and burnt smell. On the combat power detector, the values that were originally relatively stable and regular were completely out of control at this moment. They are like wild horses that have broken free from their reins. They jump and flicker wildly on the lens, oh my god, and even turn into something full of mosaic and garbled characters. A ghostly symbol of unknown meaning? The indicator lights on the shells of the universal capsules, those few, authentic ones that Doflamingo or some other lucky guys had finally gotten their hands on, as well as those imitations that were widely circulated on the black market and were full of copycat flavor and uncertainty, began to flash like the neon lights in a discotheque. Red, green, yellow and other colors appeared alternately in a disorderly manner, as if the compressed space and energy core inside were completely disordered, and the treasures stored inside, whether it was a flying motorcycle or some more private and indescribable personal items, could be destroyed at any time. All uncontrollably, with a bang, released prematurely? Chapter 165 Buu. I have plenty of these things in my hometown. And those energy weapons that were more or less integrated with some Buu legacy technology by various forces, such as Marines, Pacifist Mark II, Doflamingos, imitation energy weapons, even Geisa Kalang's, biochemical weapons, full of gas and radiation. Their internal charging systems, at this moment, all experienced serious overload. Some of them had gun barrels that became extremely hot, and even emitted bursts of pungent white smoke filled with dangers of metal melting and energy leakage. Some simply let out a loud noise full of relief and heroism under the horrified gaze of the operator, and then exploded on the spot. The surrounding onlookers, who were also full of curiosity and suicidal spirit, were blown to the ground, with ghosts howling. This sudden, global collective resonance and energy out of control phenomenon of the Buu legacy props, like a technological plague, without any warning, has caused great chaos and, a hint of panic in every corner of the world. They also don't know why these God's tools, that once brought them huge benefits and a little bit of false power, suddenly became so unstable and full of betrayal. He wanted to immediately, right now, interrupt all the normal activities of the red hair pirates in the New World, such as, holding a banquet, or going to the territory of one of the 4 emperors for a friendly visit, and by the way, exchange martial arts and enhance their relationship. They knew that Pandora's box had been completely opened. They were all cheering, or trembling in fear, for the terrifying existence that was about to wake up from its slumber. They don't know what's going on with this 667, this global heritage resonance event, which is full of unknowns and ominous atmosphere, also profoundly confirms from another perspective Ben Beckman's previous bold speculation that the Buu legacy may be just a bait, or the beginning of a huge plan. It also makes those insiders, who really know part of the truth, such as 5 elders, or red-haired Shanks, feel even more indescribably worried in. Then, he ordered Red Force to turn the ship around as quickly as possible and head towards a specific sea area that, in his opinion, was most likely to be the center of the disaster, perhaps near the Holy Land of Marijoy? So, whether it is the Marine, the 4 Emperors, the Revolutionary Army, or the world government. Advertisement: the whole world will fall into eternal darkness and despair because of this. This is definitely not what he, red-haired Shanks, wants to see. It's as if he absolutely could not watch helplessly as this world was completely destroyed by an evil demon of unknown origin. All the forces and individuals in this world that were once considered powerful and invincible will be like ants and vulnerable in the face of the absolute power that can easily destroy the stars. A faint premonition of doomsday. He knew that if the terrifying existence called Buu really woke up from his slumber and descended upon their world in its prime, he had just, through some special sense that only he could understand, perhaps it was the 6th sense, brought about by his conqueror's hockey, which was so powerful that it was almost perverted, or was it an ominous resonance between him and some thread of fate, of this world, and his powerful intelligence network spread all over the world, urgently transmitted back sporadic information about the latest changes in the Dragon Ball Palace and the Buu Legacy. All those who have owned or come into contact with these Buu Legacy items are completely frightened by the strange scene full of unknown and danger. I keenly sensed that a huge disaster that could overturn the entire world and even drag all life into the abyss of destruction seemed to be approaching. It's as if, however, in his heart, he also holds a deep love for this world and a beautiful yearning for peace and the future. There is also a terrifying demon god who is powerful enough to destroy the entire world. Advertisement. They are all responding to some mysterious call from the core of a distant palace? His deep eyes, which always shone with wisdom and, a hint of drunkenness, were also filled with unprecedented solemnity, worry, and a hint of uneasiness that was difficult to conceal. Somewhere far away in the new world, an unknown sea filled with the scent of banquets and fine wine. Not good. Shank's heart suddenly sank. For the first time, his face, which was always full of confidence and calmness, showed a trace of barely perceptible panic and, a trace of powerlessness. Moreover, the source of this disaster is likely to be closely related to the pink demon who appeared in the image of the black stone tablet in the palace and can easily destroy the planet. Gohan Buu, or more terrifying existence related to him, and the final awakening of the Dragon Ball Palace, full of unknown and ominous atmosphere. Although he was once a pirate who was full of wildness and freedom, what is released from the BGBI magic box is not just the legacy props full of temptation and danger. Just as the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace sunk in the deep sea near Marineford, a strong energy tide erupted due to some unknown mutation, triggering the collective resonance and energy out of control phenomenon of all Buu legacy props around the world. Red-haired Shanks resolutely made a major decision that was full of adventure and, a little bit of the tragic atmosphere of success or death. The Red Hair Pirates flagship, Red Force, originally had a relatively relaxed and vacation atmosphere on its deck, but the atmosphere suddenly became unusually solemn and a little depressing. And now, that demon seems to be waking up. So, after a brief shock and, a little bit of conflict between heaven and man, the captain, Red Hair, Shanks, the Emperor of the Sea, who always had a carefree smile and seemed not to care about anything, now frowned and looked so gloomy that water almost dripped out of his face. Advertisement. Chapter 166. The strong men from the pirates' world line up to enter the Spirit Time House. The attack power it can unleash reaches an unbelievable and terrifying level. He wanted to use his own power, which might seem a little insignificant in front of that universe-level, terrifying power, but was still full of hope and unyielding will. What kind of monster is this, blocking their only entrance to the core area? A terrifying existence that made all of them feel despair and shudder appeared before them without any warning. To stop the huge disaster that may be about to come, and that is enough to subvert the entire world. Oh, after listening to their captain's declaration full of tragic grandeur and sense of mission, the crew members of the Red Hair Pirates were also filled with fear of the unknown and awe of the powerful enemy. Each of its seemingly random energy impacts is enough to easily destroy a marine's special deep-sea submarine. Rather, that energy guardian looks like a arrogant elemental life form without a fixed form, made of pure energy. Sometimes, it would condense into a terrifying demon with ferocious claws and a bloody mouth. In some details, it actually has some similarities with the Gohan Buu that appeared in the image of the black stone tablet. Advertisement. Those were not the kind of metal puppets they had encountered before, which were numerous but could be barely defeated through tactics and coordination. They believed that as long as this Emperor of the Sea was there was nothing they could not defeat. Sometimes, it would transform into a torrent of energy as fast and deadly as lightning, shuttling and attacking wantonly in the narrow passage. But they believed more in their ship, Red-Haired Shanks. The Core Area Exploration Team, jointly formed by Marine and CPO, which was tasked with the important mission of recovering all of Buu's heritage and thoroughly investigating the secrets of the palace, also paid an unimaginable huge price, such as the complete scrapping of several special deep-sea submarines, the heroic sacrifices of dozens of Marine elites and CPO agents, and the serious damage to Dr. Vegapunk's detection instruments and auxiliary devices full of black technology, and broke through the heavy defenses of the outer area of the Dragon Ball Palace, sunk in the deep sea, such as the metal puppet army with self-repair and evolution abilities, or the terrifying trap area, full of gravity anomalies and energy storms. A giant energy guardian that was automatically formed by the pure and huge unknown energy in the core area of the palace, tens of meters tall, or even taller, glowing with an unsettling dark purple light, and emitting a terrifying pressure that would make any Marine admiral tremble with fear. It can easily twist the bent light line, create illusions, and even form a small death field, full of space cracks and energy Uzumaki, in a short period of time. The commander of the Core Area Exploration Team, probably a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral personally appointed by Marshal Akainu, who is also known for his iron-blooded and toughness, or simply a CPO Supreme Commander with unfathomable strength who has been hiding behind the scenes, looked at the giant energy guardian that suddenly appeared in front of him and was full of unknown and destructive aura. For the first time, his face, which was always full of confidence and, a hint of decisiveness, revealed a trace of horror that was difficult to conceal and, a hint of ominous premonition and, Because that is the power core of the world government, and is also the most likely place to have a direct conflict with that, Buu, or the forces behind the palace. Or is it simply the location of the Dragon Ball Palace, near Marineford, full speed ahead? Each of its seemingly invisible energy fluctuations was enough to make those battle-hardened CPO agents feel dizzy, insane, or even bleed from all 7 orifices on the spot, losing their ability to fight. Boys. Shanks's face regained its former firmness and confidence, although deep down in his heart, he might still be filled with fear of the unknown and worry about the future. He loudly issued an unquestionable order to the elite crew members of the Red Hair Pirates on the deck who were also a little agitated because of some ominous omen. Thus, Red Force, the flagship of the 4 Emperors, that carries countless glory and legends, is like a red lightning that cuts through the darkness, speeding across the vast sea of New World at an unprecedented speed, towards the land of destiny, full of unknowns and dangers. Advertisement, however, just when they thought they were about to uncover the deepest secrets of the palace and take for themselves the ultimate treasure that might contain the key technology to control the entire palace, or a more powerful Buu legacy. His strength is actually, vaguely, comparable to that of a real Marine Admiral? Even if I have to pay the price of my life for this, I will do it. Just when red-haired Shanks, sensing some ominous omen that could overturn the world, resolutely led his red hair pirates to the land of destiny, full of unknowns and dangers at full speed. What's even more terrifying is that it seems to have the ability to control the surrounding space and energy field to a certain extent. He's going to stop it, finally, without any danger, of course. It may also be full of thrills and, a little bit of escaping death, approaching the most core and mysterious unknown area. Asterisk. The prelude to the final battle that concerns the future of the entire world seems to have quietly opened a new chapter that is more exciting, or more terrifying, because of the emergency action of red-haired Shanks that is full of tragic and heroic. We are going to stop a huge disaster that could destroy us all. Immediately, turn the ship around, target, Sea Area XX, please use your imagination to come up with a name of a sea area that sounds critical and dangerous, go full speed ahead. It is not the kind of energy trap that is full of unknowns and dangers, but at least some patterns and flaws can be found. After Chapter 167 came out, everyone's combat power soared. He knew that they might have really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. And it was a super hornet's nest that was big enough to completely devour all of them. A life and death battle that concerns whether humans can reach the deepest secrets of the mysterious palace, and a final fight full of unknowns, variables, and, a hint of the tragic atmosphere of dying together, completely broke out at the entrance to the core area of the palace full of oppression and destructive atmosphere. The core area exploration team, composed of Marine and CPO, are all elites who have experienced many battles. They are also equipped with various high-tech, martial crystals and defensive equipment newly developed by Dr. Vegapunk, such as the Guardian-type energy crystal shield, which is not very reliable but is better than nothing. However, facing this giant energy guardian, whose strength is comparable to that of a Marine Admiral and 220, also possesses all kinds of incredible Palace Black technology capabilities, they still seem so small and so vulnerable. From the very beginning, the battle was a one-sided massacre. Countless Marine elites and CPO agents were reduced to ashes on the spot, or were swept into those space cracks, full of unknowns and dangers, and disappeared without a trace, without even a scream under the horrific attack of the Energy Guardian. Even those commanders whose strength had reached the general level threshold after a brief fight with the Energy Guardian, full of despair and powerlessness, were severely injured and fled in embarrassment. Finally, after paying a heavy price of almost total annihilation, the core exploration team that the world government and naval headquarters had placed high hopes on was left with only a handful of survivors, who were lucky enough to have some special life-saving skills, including drive. Vegapunk himself, after all, he was a man with wisdom 500 years ahead of his time. Who knows, he might have prepared for himself all kinds of escape capsules, or space teleportation devices, full of black technology, who fled from the hellish Dragon Ball Palace, in a miserable state, carrying with them the terrifying intelligence full of blood and tears about the giant Energy Guardian and their frightened hearts. They swore that they would never set foot in that damned, forbidden land of death again in their lifetime. Advertisement, the first-hand top-secret intelligence they brought back about the Guardians in the core area of the palace was like a cold current, which quickly caused greater panic and, a hint of despair among the highest levels of the world government and naval headquarters. They finally began to realize clearly that the true power hidden behind the mysterious palace sleeping in the deep sea was far more terrifying than they had imagined before. It was also much more difficult to control. Wanting to easily obtain the Buu legacy that could change the world from that palace is simply a foolish dream. What they should be more worried about now is the real, terrifying existence, Gohan Buu, who has been nurtured in the core area of the palace for hundreds of years, or even longer, after absorbing enough energy and completely awakening. What kind of destruction and disaster will it bring to their world? Dressrosa's liberation, the shaking of the Wanguo Dodo land, the undercurrent of the World Summit, and Marine's suicidal spirit and the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace. A fatal exploration of the tragic color, all of these, because of the emergence of Buu legacy, have triggered a series of major events around the world that seem to be unrelated, but in some mysterious way, there is a certain connection. It is like countless lines of fate full of unknowns and variables, quietly intertwined and gathered together at this era full of chaos and change. The contradictions and conflicts of the entire world are being pushed step by step to an unprecedented climax that is about to explode completely. And just above the sea, because of these butterfly effects, full of human factors and historical inevitability, it is becoming more and more chaotic and controlled. Advertisement in the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace, sleeping in the deep sea near Marineford, in the core and most secretive secret cultivation room filled with unknown technology and a hint of life. The baby Buu has grown from a small piece of pink cell tissue to the size of a baby and has begun to show a vague human shape. The signs of its awakening and evolution are becoming stronger and more disturbing. Its pink body, which was originally just wriggling and pulsating, slowly and regularly, in the nutrient solution, now seemed to have sensed some kind of extremely strong call from the outside world, or the ultimate temptation, full of delicious smell. It began to twitch violently, swell, and even emit a series of thumping sounds similar to heartbeats, but more dull and powerful, in an unprecedented crazy posture full of desire and a hint of impatient. The pale pink viscous nutrient solution filled with life energy in the entire culture tank also began to boil and rotate rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye due to the violent movement of this baby Buu and the more greedy energy absorption. It even formed a small energy Uzumaki full of unknown and dangerous aura. 5.1. It's as if this terrifying existence, which had been sleeping for countless years, absorbed enough nutrients and felt the call of the outside world full of chaos and opportunities. Finally, he will completely break free from all restraints and break all shackles, and with a brand new attitude that is more full of destruction and rebirth, he will truly descend into this completely new world that has been turned upside down and unrecognizable because of him, or should it be his legacy. The apex of the butterfly effect has arrived, and the instigator of all these events, although he may not know that he caused so many things just by sleeping, is the mysterious and terrifying existence in the legend who possesses the power to destroy the stars. Chapter 168 Kobe. I feel like I can beat 10 admirals. Gohan Buu himself. It is about to truly arrive under the watchful eyes, or is it the fear of everyone, of the people? A huge storm sweeping the whole world, full of unknowns, variables, and, maybe, a certain pink devil will come out in person to clean up the house, or, find new toys, is about to break out. And in this out-of-control era full of hope and despair, creation and destruction, its craziest and most climax-filled brilliant movement is about to officially begin. No one knows what the world will become when the terrifying existence called Gohan Buu truly arrives. No one knows what role they will play in this cosmic catastrophe that may sweep away all life. To become an ant that is ruthlessly crushed, or is he a survivor who can grasp the last ray of hope in despair? Or a savior who can confront that terrifying pink devil head-on and even defeat him? Everything is still unknown, but 16 is certain that this world is completely in chaos. The out-of-control prelude that was unexpectedly kicked off by Whitebeard's shocking shock during the Summit War is about to usher in its most anticipated, or feared, most dramatic, and subversive finale. Advertisement in the deep seabed near Marineford, which is full of unknowns and dangers, the mysterious Dragon Ball Palace that has been sleeping for countless years, its core area, due to some unknown changes, has erupted with waves of terrifying energy tides that are stronger and more ominous than ever before. The entire palace was shaking violently. The energy escaping from the core area is more pure and powerful than ever before. And in the secret cultivation room deep in the palace, the baby Buu that had grown from a small piece of pink cell tissue to the size of a baby and began to show a vague human shape, under the strong stimulation of this sudden, pure and huge energy tide, its body outline became clearer, its life breath also became more vigorous. It's as if it is about to completely wake up from its long and dark sleep. This terrifying sign full of destruction and unknown was like an icy cold current. It was instantly transmitted through various remote communication devices full of black technology to the ears of the new Marine Marshal Akainu Sakazuki, who was far away in the command center of the Marineford Temporary Naval Headquarters. He was furious because of the heavy losses of the core area exploration team and the appearance of the giant energy guardian with strength comparable to that of an admiral. What did you say? The energy tide in the core area of the palace suddenly became extremely violent. The signs of awakening of that damn pink cell tissue were becoming more and more obvious. Marshal Akainu, after listening to the urgent report from the front line that was full of adding insult to injury and adding fuel to the fire, his face, which was distorted by anger, was instantly filled with more ferocious murderous intent and a trace of imperceptible solemnity and uneasiness. His eyes, which were always burning with blazing lava fire, were fixed on the battlefield real-time monitoring screen in front of him, which was constantly flashing various danger signals and some mosaic and garbled images. His fists, which were as hard as steel, were unconsciously clenched under the table, making a clackling sound. He knew that the situation had developed to an extremely critical and crucial moment. If he cannot successfully break through the defense of the core area of the palace and seize control of the palace before the terrifying existence called Gohan Buu completely wakes up, or at least obtain some key technologies that can compete with it in the future, Then, what awaits their marines, their world government, and even the entire world is likely to be a catastrophe that is 100 or 8,000 times more tragic than the Summit War, and may even drag all lives into the abyss of destruction. Advertisement, damn it. How damned. Marshal Akainu's heart was filled with indescribable anger, unwillingness, and a hint of humiliation of being toyed with and played with by some unknown force. He, Akainu Sakazuki, he is the Marine Marshal, he is the embodiment of complete justice. He is the man who is destined to ruthlessly crush and burn all the evil that dares to challenge the authority of the world government. How could he tolerate an evil demon of unknown origin in a monster palace, full of unknowns and dangers, being so arrogant and do whatever it wants right under his nose? How could he tolerate that his own and the entire Marines' dignity and glory were ruthlessly trampled and mocked by this absurd farce, full of science fiction and fantasy? No, absolutely not. He must do something. He must stop this huge disaster that is about to happen at all costs. He must use his iron fist full of justice and lava to completely clear and crush all the obstacles that dare to stand in his way. Even if I have to pay a heavier price for this, I will do it at all costs. So, after a brief, but mad, decisive, and desperate thought, Marshal Akainu, through the Marine's internal emergency communication channel, issued an order full of unquestionable majesty and a hint of blood and tragic to the remaining members of the core area exploration team, who were still fighting a desperate battle with the giant energy guardian that was as powerful as the admiral at the entrance to the core area of the sunken Dragon Ball Palace. The death order of breath. All the Marines who are still breathing, CPO agents, and Vegapunk's also not dead scientist and his assistants, listen to lousy. Marshal Akainu's voice was like rumbling thunder coming from the depths of hell, full of suffocating oppression and unquestionable absolute authority. Chapter 169 Luffy. I'm going to knock 100 Kaidos away. Kill them all. Without hesitation, Dr. Vegapunk urgently transferred the special equipment that he and his research team had developed recently. Using the unknown and dangerous Buu legacy parts and technical data recovered from the Dragon Ball Palace, as well as his own super brain that was 500 years ahead of its time and a little crazy inspiration to the joint expedition team, that is, the unlucky team composed of Marine, CPO, and the team of scientists led by him, that was about to launch a suicidal attack on the core area of the palace. What awaits them is only advancement, or death. It is made of an ultra-high-strength composite armor that was secretly smelted and forged by Dr. Vegapunk based on an unknown alloy material analyzed from the remains of the metal puppet in the palace, as well as some special metals in his own laboratory that are also very precious and rare. So, after receiving Marshal Akainu's request for support communication that was full of explosion and ultimatum, of course, it is also possible that Dr. Vegapunk himself took the initiative to sell and promote his latest scientific research results that were full of surprises and accidents to Marshal Akainu? This is incredible. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the best observation and data collection. Now, in the name of Marine Marshal, I am giving you the highest level of combat orders. Their souls, which had long been eroded by fear and despair, once again burned with a raging will to fight and, a hint of, die together, madness. Among these special equipments full of Vegapunk characteristics, and, a hint of experimental risk, the most eye-catching and the most trump card and killer weapon is undoubtedly that terrifying existence called Gohan Buu is very likely to wake up completely. We don't have time. We must take control of the main group before he wakes up completely. I know this mission is extremely dangerous. It can even be said that it is a life or death situation. Advertisement Marshal Akainu's pre-war mobilization, full of iron and blood, and incitement, as well as the death order full of tragic and determined, were like a torrent of boiling lava, instantly pouring into the hearts of the remaining members of the core area exploration team, who were already somewhat demoralized due to encountering a powerful enemy and even had the intention of retreating. At the same time that Marshal Akainu issued the death order for Operation Skycurtain, which was full of iron blood and all-out flavor. Codename Operation Skyfall. The signs that the Pink Cell organization called Gohan Buu is awakening are becoming more and more obvious. They knew that they had no way out. He is also a genius inventor with extremely strong hands-on skills and a bit of pragmatism, spirit of preparing for a rainy day. A heavy-duty powered exoskeleton prototype that Dr. Vegapunk has high hopes for and has given it a name that sounds like Middle-earth and hockey. They need to be more powerful, more, special equipment full of black technology and targeted. Dr. Vegapunk is not just a theorist who only has wild ideas and particularly likes to talk about things on paper. Its defense is so strong and its ability to withstand attacks is so terrifying that it is said to be able to withstand a full-strength attack from a Marine admiral without any damage. Of course, this may just be some beautiful description full of confidence and artistic exaggeration, made by Dr. Vegapunk in the product brochure. He knew that in order to conduct effective observation and data collection in the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace, which was full of unknowns and dangers, he had to protect his own life and those equally precious scientific research equipment under the crazy attack of the giant energy guardian, whose strength was comparable to that of an admiral, as well as the terrifying pressure from Gohan Buu, himself who might be about to awaken. But, as a Marine, as the sharp blade of the world government, we have no way out, we absolutely cannot retreat. Advertisement. He seemed to have seen the great moment when he was about to personally uncover the cosmic secrets hidden behind the Dragon Ball Palace, and Gohan Buu. Far away in a secret research base of the world government that is even more secretive and full of black technology, the genius scientist drive. Vegapunk also learned about the latest developments on the front battlefield and Marshal Akainu's crazy decision for special communication channels at the first time. The God Killer, Wang Qian Zhao, has the energy tide in the core area suddenly become abnormally violent? Dr. Vegapunk looked at the emergency report in his hand that was full of danger signals and, some energy data that he could not fully understand for the time being. His eyes, which were always full of wisdom and a hint of madness, not only did not show the slightest fear or retreat. Instead, it shone with a brighter, more brilliant light full of scientific research enthusiasm and suicidal spirit. Certainly this heavy-duty powered exoskeleton prototype, named God Killer, looks like a superhumanoid mecha that is even bigger, more ferocious, and more full of the atmosphere of future war than General Frankie. Operation goal, at all costs. Break through the defenses of the core area. Seize control of the palace. Or at least, bring back all the valuable Buu relics inside Dalhousie. For justice, for order, for the future of this world. But excitement and anticipation. Dr. Vegapunk, a mad scientist, who is filled with an almost morbid obsession and desire to explore unknown things and powerful forces, his first reaction after learning the bad news that may bring devastating disaster to the whole world was not fear and worry. The standard equipment of the Marine Core Area Exploration Team, which is quite good but still at the conventional, technological level, is far from enough. Chapter 170 Buu, still too weak, not enough for me to fill my teeth. As for attack, this God Slayer prototype is armed to the teeth. It is not only equipped with a more powerful Pacifist Mark III laser cannon, it is said that the color of its laser has changed from the original yellow to a more cool and lethal purple, after being deeply improved and slightly magically modified by Dr. Vegapunk. More importantly, on its shoulders and back, there are several experimental legacy energy weapon modules installed. They were also secretly developed by Dr. Vegapunk based on the technical principles analyzed from the Buu legacy energy weapon system. They can emit various properties, such as high heat rays, freezing beams, even infrasound, or electromagnetic pulses, that can interfere with the enemy's mind. Although the stability and sustained combat capability of these legacy energy weapon modules still have some big problems. For example, they may misfire due to insufficient energy supply, or they may overload the energy circuit and destroy the operator. However, the terrifying power they could unleash in a short period of time and the attack effects full of unknown and unpredictability were enough to make any enemy who dared to fight against them shudder with fear. Certainly for a super killer, like the God Slayer, that is full of black technology and money-eating beast attributes, its manufacturing cost is naturally terrifyingly high. Moreover, its operation difficulty is definitely not something that ordinary soldiers can easily handle. Therefore, Dr. Vegapunk has only successfully created a prototype that is full of experiments and risks. And this one and only God Killer prototype will, of course, be worn and operated by the strongest, most prestigious, and most fearless Marine Admiral in the Core Area Exploration Team, whether it is Akainu himself, or Kizaru, or a secret weapon, who also possesses Admiral strength but has been hiding behind the scenes, that is unknown. Advertisement except for this God Killer prototype, which is full of the aura of ace and ultimate weapon. Dr. Vegapunk also equipped the Joint Expedition Team with some other special equipment that was also full of black technology and a little bit of practical value. For example, a zero-point generator that can release a special zero-point energy field in a short period of time to neutralize or interfere with the unknown and dangerous Buu energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment. Although this generator has a small range, a short duration, and consumes a lot of power. Another example, some specially modified quantum entanglement communication helmets that can maintain a certain degree of communication in an environment with strong energy interference, and can also transmit some sensitive and important battlefield data back to the rear headquarters in real time. Although this kind of helmet may be a bit heavy to wear, and often due to poor signals, some soul images, full of snowflakes and mosaic, will appear. For example, some small energy analysis and cracking tool sets that look like some kind of Swiss Army knife, full of futuristic and versatility. It is said that they can, to a certain extent, help scientists quickly analyze the basic structure and some relatively simple working principles of those unknown Buu legacy devices, although they may be more likely to completely destroy those already fragile legacy devices. In short, Dr. Vegapunk has contributed almost all the treasures in his laboratory that can be used and are not likely to fail at the critical moment without reservation. He hoped that these special equipments, which were filled with his wisdom and a little bit of madness, could play a key role in the final battle, full of unknowns and dangers that was about to break out in the core area of the palace. Advertisement. It can help those brave and fearless expedition members to successfully break through the terrifying defense of the giant energy guardian, that is as powerful as an admiral. And finally, he brought back to his laboratory safely the ultimate secrets and greatest treasures hidden in the deepest part of the core area of the palace that could change the fate of the entire world. Let him enjoy to his heart's content the supreme pleasure of exploring the unknown, solving mysteries, and, conquering everything with science. These special equipments, full of Vegapunk, wisdom and, a hint of experimental risk, indeed played an unimaginable key role in the subsequent fierce battle in the core area full of blood and fire, energy and technology, countless accidents and surprises. It also added a little bit of vitality, full of suspense and possibility, to the death journey that was supposed to be a one-sided massacre. Under the strong push of Marine Marshal Akainu Sakazuki's Operation Skyfall, Death Order, which was full of iron and blood, and desperate. And with the strong support of the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk, who has specially made equipment full of black technology and experimental risks. The huge joint expedition team, which was called the Dream Team, and consisted of the top marine fighters, CP0 elites, and Vegapunk scientists, finally summoned up their remaining courage and a little die-hard determination and launched the final and most fierce attack on the only entrance to the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace that was full of unknowns and dangers. What they were about to face was a giant energy guardian that was automatically formed from the pure and huge unknown energy in the core area of the palace. It was tens of meters tall, or even taller, glowing with an unsettling dark purple light, and emitting a terrifying pressure that was enough to make any marine admiral tremble with fear. A desperate fight to determine whether humans can reach the deepest secrets of the mysterious palace, and a final fight to the death full of unknowns, variables, and, a hint of the tragic atmosphere of dying together, completely broke out at the entrance to the core area of the palace filled with an atmosphere of oppression and destruction. Chapter 171. Buu is hungry again. This time he sets his sights on the holy land of Mariajoy. Everyone, charge. The commander-in-chief of the joint expedition team, that is, the, naval headquarters vice admiral who was unfortunately entrusted with an important task by Marshal Akainu and was also known for his iron blood and toughness, or a certain, equally unlucky CPO chief, looked at the energy guardian in front of him that was as huge as a mountain and exuded a terrifying aura of destruction, and his heart was filled with unspeakable fear and, a hint of ominous premonition. However, military orders are as strong as mountains. He has no way out. He could only force himself to suppress all the negative emotions in his heart, and then, with a hoarse voice full of tragic grandeur and determination, he gave the order to attack to his subordinates who were also trembling with ashes. For the justice of the marine, for the glory of the world government, for, so that we can return alive and receive a pension, no, a reward. Kill, with the commander's roar full of self-hypnosis and forced brainwashing. The members of the joint expedition team, who had also been forced into a desperate situation, were like a group of explosive packs with their fuses lit, bursting out their final and most frantic fighting will. Some of them drove those pacifist Mark II robots, which were also full of experimental risks, and fearlessly launched a suicidal charge towards the huge energy guardian. The high-energy laser beams, in their mouths that had been initially enhanced by Buu energy, as well as the experimental energy weapon modules, on their shoulders and backs that were also full of the aura of legacy, were all madly pouring their saturation, firepower, which might not cause much damage but was better than nothing, towards the huge body of the energy guardian. Some of them are sharp knife assault teams, composed of those CPO core agents who are agile and have mastered some Kai application skills, such as Rob Lucci, as well as some Marine elite officers who are also Grandmaster 6 styles and hockey enhanced. Advertisement. They used their elusive movements and the special weapons in their hands that were also improved by the Buu legacy technology, such as Lucci's Elephant Spear Kai, that can release weak air blades, or Kakuna's Tempest Kick True, that can perform energy slashes, trying to attack the energy guardian from various tricky angles, the possible energy core, or weak link. There are also some scientists and technical experts who are more self-aware and afraid of death, who hide behind those Peacemaker Mark IIs, or some makeshift energy shields, shivering and praying that they will not be accidentally injured by the aftermath of those devastating energy waves. At the same time, they raced against time to operate the energy analysis instruments and data acquisition equipment in their hands, which were full of black technology, trying to collect as much valuable data as possible about the energy guardian and the energy characteristics of the core area of the palace from this battle full of life-threatening and scientific research value. The Marine Admiral level figure wearing the God Killer heavy-duty powered exoskeleton prototype, which was newly developed by Dr. Vegapunk and full of the aura of trump card and ultimate weapon, naturally became the absolute main force in this core area assault, and the only hope for a comeback? He, or was he? After all, there were precedents of female admirals in the Marine Corps, such as the mysterious and, slightly sinister, Momosagi. Gion was driving a hideous mecha that was more than 10 meters tall, or even taller, like a giant god of war from ancient mythology, fearless and fearless. Facing the energy guardian, who was equally huge and exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. The various super weapons, equipped on the God Slayer prototype, which were full of Vegapunk wisdom and Buu's legacy were also poured towards the energy guardian, without reservation at this moment. Purple laser that can melt steel, frost rays that can freeze everything. Infrasonic shock that can disrupt the enemy's mind. There are even some, Dr. Vegapunk, who, on a night full of inspiration and bad taste, suddenly came up with the idea of reverse engineering and, amplifying and strengthening countless times from the remains of the micro-energy scalpels that were said to be used by Gohan Buu to cut food or make candy models, and created a super electromagnetic cutting light blade that can release tens of thousands of high-frequency vibrations in an instant, which is enough to completely decompose any substance at the molecular level. Advertisement for a while. 0. The entrance to the core area of the palace, which was filled with an atmosphere of oppression and destruction, was filled with energy beams that were full of a sense of future technology, and, a hint of destruction of the world. The explosion, the fire, and, some bloody scenes full of mosaic and silence completely drowned it out. However, the giant energy guardian that was automatically formed by the energy in the core area of the palace, its terrifying strength and its almost bug-like pervertibility far exceeded the imagination of all members of the joint expedition team. Not only does it have a terrifying destructive power comparable to that of a marine admiral, more importantly, it seemed that it could control all the energy in the core area of the palace at will. It can instantly draw endless energy from the surrounding walls, ground, and even the air. This makes its already huge energy core almost inexhaustible. It can also quickly transform the energy inside the palace into layers of indestructible energy shields when attacked. It can easily resist and resolve those terrifying attacks that are enough to destroy a small island. It even possesses an extremely powerful, almost infinite regeneration ability. No matter how powerful the weapons or sophisticated the tactics used by the members of the joint expedition team, they could smash its energy body into pieces or even completely destroy it. Chapter 172 Celestial Dragons trembled. Don't eat me, I have money. It was able to recondense from the endless palace energy around it in just a few seconds, and it became even more violent and difficult to deal with than before? This is simply a super boss that is immune to death and will continue to upgrade. In this desperate fight filled with despair and powerlessness, the members of the joint expedition team were like a group of moths trapped in a spiderweb. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape the deadly attack of the energy guardian that was surging like a tide. Their special protective suits were as fragile as paper in the face of the energy shocks filled with destructive aura. The so-called high-tech weapons in their hands are simply unable to cause any substantial damage to the energy guardian 69-7. Even the ace commander wearing the Godslayer prototype and possessing admiral-level strength, after fighting with the energy guardian for dozens of minutes with sparks and lightning, and, a hint of mech melee, gradually felt powerless and, a hint of despair. The solid composite armor of his Godkiller prototype, which Dr. Vegapunk had high hopes for, had long been riddled with holes and was unrecognizable. The energy core inside it also began to issue a disturbing overload alarm due to excessive consumption and, some inevitable energy backlash. The casualties of the expedition team are constantly increasing. One after another, battle-hardened marine elites. One ruthless CPO agent after another. There are even some unlucky scientists who are full of scientific enthusiasm, but unfortunately get caught up in the battle. They were all ruthlessly sacrificed and perished under the horrific attack of the energy guardian. That was like a natural disaster. They turned into wisps of nameless souls filled with unwillingness and despair at the entrance to the cold and dark core area of the palace. Just when the joint expedition team was about to be wiped out and the mission was about to fail completely. Advertisement, a turning point full of surprises and, a hint of plot killing, suddenly arrived. In an extremely chaotic and, shitty luck energy explosion, probably some unlucky pacifist Mark II exploded on the spot after being hit by the energy guardian attack in the energy core. Near the entrance of the core area, an unknown device that looked like a control console was accidentally activated by the out-of-control energy shockwave. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light filled with unknown and mysterious atmosphere lit up on the originally pitch-black control console. Then, a fist-sized, crystal-clear memory crystal that seemed to be carved from the purest crystal and faintly exuded a hint of memory and information was ejected from a hidden groove in the console with a click. And it also began to flicker in the air, a strange light that was full of unknown and temptation, flickering on and off. What was even more surprising was that inside the constantly flickering memory crystal, there were actually some extremely blurry dynamic images that seemed to record some extremely important information. Then what is that? All the members of the joint expedition team who were still struggling to survive were completely stunned by this sudden and bizarre scene full of miracle and turnaround. They didn't know what this memory crystal that suddenly appeared was for. No one knows what kind of shocking secrets are recorded in those blurry images inside it. However, they instinctively felt that this crystal was definitely a very, very important thing. It might even be more precious and valuable than any Buu legacy they hoped to obtain in this operation. So, a CPO agent who is quite agile and has a fearless spirit, probably Rob Lucci himself, or a speed-type player who is also good at shaving and moonwalk under the self-sacrificing firepower cover of other team members, and the energy guardian, because was temporarily distracted for a second or two by the sudden appearance of the memory crystal, and the abnormal movement of the control console? Unexpectedly, regardless of all danger, he rushed to the front of the memory crystal that was still flashing in the air like a black lightning. Advertisement then, he took the crystal full of unknowns and temptations and put it tightly in his hand. Retreat. After successfully grabbing the memory crystal that was full of surprises, the commander of the joint expedition team immediately and decisively issued an order to retreat. He knew that although they paid a heavy price this time, they did not gain nothing. At least they got this mysterious crystal that might contain important information about Gohan Buu. I also deeply experienced the terrifying power of the Guardian in the core area of the palace. The intelligence and, trophies gained with blood and lives are of inestimable value to the world government and the naval headquarters. Therefore, after paying the heroic sacrifice of another wave of rearguards, the few survivors of the joint expedition team finally escaped from the hellish Dragon Ball Palace, and the terrifying Energy Guardian that was still behind them and roaring angrily in their equally dilapidated special deep-sea submarine without any danger. Of course, it could also be full of danger and, a little bit of luck. When they dragged their exhausted bodies and the memory crystal, full of unknowns and temptations, back to the surface of the sea, they successfully reunited with the marine support fleet behind them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that they had finally come back alive from the brink of death. Although the price is so heavy, after safely returning to the Marine's secret base, the members of the Joint Geo-Exploration Team, or the Survivor Team, immediately sent the memory crystal that they had taken back from the core area of the palace at the risk of their lives to Dr. Vegapunk's exclusive laboratory. Chapter 173. Boo. What is money? Can you eat it? Then, he could not wait to use some special equipment that was also full of black technology, such as a high-dimensional information analyzer that could read and, preliminarily, decode the internal information of various unknown crystals, and began to try to read the image information recorded inside the memory crystal. However, the reading process was not as smooth as they imagined. The energy structure and information encoding method of that memory crystal are extremely complex and, full of encryption methods of unknown civilization. Dr. Vegapunk and his research team, after, wasting a lot of brain cells and, several equally precious, high-dimensional information analyzers, which were scrapped on the spot due to, operating errors or energy overload. Only then did they manage to extract from the crystal some intermittent, extremely blurry image fragments that were full of snowflakes and mosaics. Although the images have touching quality, they often freeze and skip frames because of my poor trust in Brother 16. However, from those vaguely discernible images, the survivors of the joint expedition, as well as the 5 elders and Marshal Akainu who were also curious about the truth, if they were also watching synchronously through remote communication, were still shocked to see some shocking content that was enough to subvert all their cognition. In the image, a pink figure appeared that was both familiar and unfamiliar to them. It was the terrifying demon called Gohan Buu that was seen from the black stone tablet in the palace after the Summit War. However, in the image of this memory crystal, the pink demon's expression and behavior are completely different from the previous one in the image of the black stone tablet, which showed the childlike innocence and evil, laughter and the terrifying posture of destroying stars at will. He looked more, mature, more calm, even with a hint of, indescribable solemnity and worry. He was alone, in a core area of the Dragon Ball Palace, filled with unknown technology, carrying out some kind of high-intensity training that looked very mysterious, and, full of energy. Around his body, there were all kinds of strange energy halos filled with the aura of destruction and rebirth. Advertisement from time to time, he would let out waves of terrifying roars that were enough to make the entire palace tremble. Sometimes, he would fall into a deep meditation like an old monk. It's as if he is trying hard to control some extremely powerful, yet extremely difficult to control unknown force? Or is he trying to evolve his body and soul to a new and higher level that is closer to the origin of the universe? However, just when he was practicing at the most critical moment, the image suddenly changed. The pink demon who was undergoing intensive training suddenly seemed to have noticed something and raised his head. His face showed an unprecedented solemnity and, a hint of horror. His gaze seemed to penetrate through the layers of barriers in the palace and look into the depths of the distant and dark universe. It seemed that there was a huge threat that was even more terrifying and evil than him, quietly approaching. That kind of threat is so strong that Yamato is desperate. So much so that even Gohan Buu, a terrifying being that could easily destroy a planet, felt a tinge of powerlessness and fear the moment he noticed it. Then, the image switches quickly again, advertisement. The pink demon, after a brief moment of shock and a little, weighing the pros and cons, resolutely activated a special program of the Dragon Ball Palace that was full of unknowns and seemed to have the functions of self-protection and energy assimilation. At last, in a huge and mysterious culture tank filled with light pink nutrient solution, the once invincible pink devil slowly closed his eyes and fell into a long and deep sleep full of unknown variables. Among those intermittent, blurred images full of snowflakes and mosaics, from time to time, some words such as evolution, energy assimilation, would flash by. Final form, cosmic will, great filter, and other incomprehensible professional terms that made all scientists present, including Dr. Vegapunk himself, feel excited and terrified, and mysterious fragments full of ominous atmosphere. These blurred images filled with unknowns and huge amounts of information, like heavy bombs, fiercely bombarded the hearts of all those who saw them. This has given them a deeper, more new understanding of fear and reverence about the mysterious existence called Gohan Buu, and the true origin and ultimate purpose of the Dragon Ball Palace, filled with unknown technology. They began to realize that all their previous speculations and inferences about these alien objects might have been too superficial. The secrets hidden behind this are far more complicated and dangerous than they imagined. The reason why the 270-meter-tall pink demon called Gohan Buu is in his sleep, and after he wakes up, will he bring hope or destruction to the world? It has also become an ultimate mystery that is even more unpredictable and, full of fate and unknown. The memory crystal, full of unknowns and huge amounts of information that was finally snatched back from the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace, at the risk of one's life, as well as the intermittent and blurred images of the mystery of Gohan Buu's sleep recorded in it, undoubtedly brought unprecedented great shock and, a hint of 3 views destroyed to the top leaders of the world government and naval headquarters. For the first time, they clearly realized that the real strength, origin, and real reason for the sleep of the pink demon called Gohan Buu were far more complicated and dangerous than they had imagined before. He is not, as some people speculate, just an ordinary god or demon with great power who was sleeping in ancient times. He is most likely a super life form from the more distant and unknown depths of the universe, possessing terrifying power that can easily destroy stars, and is still undergoing some kind of dormant evolution that is full of uncertainties and huge risks. Chapter 174. The 5 elders fought desperately, but were eaten as snacks by Buu. The reason why he chose to carry out this dormant evolution, full of unknowns and dangers on their relatively backward and primitive planet. The real reason is not as some romanticists imagine, that is, the spacecraft has run out of energy, or simply wants to find a quiet place to have a good sleep. But it was because he seemed to be hiding from an unknown enemy, or natural enemy, from the depths of the universe who was even more powerful and more evil than him. This shocking secret, filled with cosmic-level terror and, a hint of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, made 5 elders, Marshal Akainu and others feel their scalps tingling and their backs chilled. They knew that once this secret was made public, it would cause an unimaginable panic and a crisis of faith filled with the atmosphere of doomsday throughout the world. By then, the absolute rule of the world government, which has already become somewhat shaky due to the emergence of Buu's legacy, will most likely collapse and disappear in an instant. This is something they absolutely cannot tolerate. So, after a brief shock and, emergency consultation, full of fear, the highest level of the world government immediately carried out a complete blockade of the contents of this memory crystal, full of taboos and dangers, as well as all information related to the mystery of Gohan Buu's sleep. They strictly ordered all the survivors who participated in the core area exploration operation, whether they were Marine soldiers, CPO agents, or Drive Vegapunk and his equally curious scientists, to keep everything they saw, heard, and guessed in the core area of the palace to themselves. Never reveal a single piece of it to the outside world. Advertisement: anyone who dares to violate this iron law, no matter how noble his status is, no matter how great his contribution is, will be regarded as a traitor to the world government, the public enemy of mankind, and then he will be subjected to the most severe and ruthless sanctions full of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Even those vague information about the image of Gohan Buu, and some unreliable folk legends that accidentally leaked out from the Dragon Ball Palace during the previous chaos were suppressed, distorted, and even completely harmonized and deleted by the world government using all its propaganda tools and special means, full of coercion and inducement. They hope to, through this information control method that is full of ostrich mentality and a hint of self-deception, reopen the Pandora's box that may bring devastating disaster to the whole world. Or at least, they should delay the time for the Panama box to be completely opened as much as possible before they find an effective way to truly control this extraterrestrial power, or at least to fight against it. However, as the old Oriental proverb says, there is no wall that is impenetrable, and no secret that can be kept forever. What's more, what about the mystery of Gohan Buu's sleep, which is full of cosmic information and, a hint of doomsday? Although, the world government has tried its best to block the relevant news. However, those survivors who had personally participated in the core area exploration operation and had luckily returned alive from the hellish palace core area entrance. Not too much after all. Among them, there are always some poor guys who are insane and talking nonsense because of excessive shock. Advertisement: there are always some fools who, because they cannot bear the fear and guilt in their hearts, accidentally reveal some drunk truth or nightmare mumbling to their relatives or some unreliable friends after drinking or in dreams. There will always be some idealists who are dissatisfied with and rebellious against the information blockade and policy of ignorance of the world government, such as some Marine soldiers who have found their conscience and were successfully instigated by the Revolutionary Army, or some civilian scholars who are also obsessed with and eager to explore the historical truth, who will quietly leak out some of the truth they know through various secret channels full of wisdom and courage. Therefore, despite the world government's repeated warnings, we must strictly guard against it. However, the cabinet is closed. The pink demon known as Gohan Buu did not sleep voluntarily. Instead, he was severely injured after a shocking fight between gods and a cosmic enemy that was even more terrifying than him. He had to seal himself in the palace for a long period of dormant evolution and energy replenishment. As well as, in the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace, that is full of unknown technology, some extremely violent energy changes are taking place. The pink demon that has been sleeping for countless years is likely to wake up completely in the near future, and he will come back to this world in a more powerful and more full of destruction and rebirth. And what is the true identity and purpose of a more powerful enemy, who can make Gohan Buu, a terrifying existence that can easily destroy stars, feel wary and terrified? Will he soon follow Buu's breath and descend on their delicious and fragile planet, and then completely destroy everything on it? It is full of horror, unknown, and a hint of cosmic horror and doomsday, and all kinds of speculation and unreliable rumors. Or is it like a wildfire that cannot be completely extinguished, spreading through various secret channels full of imagination and creativity, such as some top-secret confessions that are said to be recorded from the mouths of palace survivors and circulated at high prices on the black market, or some unscrupulous reporters from the World Economic News? Chapter 175 Lord Yimu reveals his true form? Oh my, so ugly? Based on scattered clues and bold imagination, the fabricated, exclusive insider information spread rapidly among the well-informed underground world and some high-level forces who were also full of curiosity about the truth and a little ambition. These Buu awakening theories, filled with ominous and crisis atmosphere, have undoubtedly caused new and more intense panic and turmoil among the upper class, who have already become panic-stricken and undercurrents surging due to the emergence of the Buu legacy. Some nobles and wealthy businessmen who were timid and worried about the future were immediately frightened and unable to sleep or eat after hearing these rumors, full of doomsday atmosphere. They began to frantically sell their property and then tried to build some doomsday shelters, full of high technology and rich atmosphere in some safe and remote corners, such as East Blue, or some unknown Sky Island. And some other ambitious heroes and speculators, who particularly like to take advantage of the situation, have keenly sensed a special smell of opportunities and challenges from these crises. They began to collect and study the 253 Buu legacy more actively. They began to work even more frantically to improve their own strength, or recruit soldiers and expand their power. They all want to secure a more favorable historical position and more living space for themselves in the great transformation era that may be coming soon and full of destruction and rebirth. The whole world has fallen into a more restless and weird atmosphere filled with storm clouds are brewing because of the spread of these Buu awakening theories that are difficult to distinguish between true and false. And the real eye of the storm, that is, the Dragon Ball Palace, sleeping in the deep sea, and inside it, the place that is slowly and firmly moving towards Su. The pink baby Buu that was stepping forward was still in the darkness, silently accumulating a rare power that was enough to completely overturn the entire world at some point in the future. Just when knowledgeable people, as well as some equally well-informed, ambitious people and speculators around the world are feeling worried or extremely excited because of the leaked information that Gohan Buu, BGFA, is about to awaken, and that he seems to be avoiding a stronger enemy, which is full of thriller and ominous atmosphere. In a secret base in the new world that is full of darkness, blood, and a hint of Blackbeard. Advertisement: thief ha 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 thief ha ha. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, after learning these, full of cosmic level information and after the top secret intelligence of huge opportunity. His heart of a tyrant, which was always filled with greed, calculation, and an infinite desire for power, was instantly ignited by an unprecedented, huge excitement and a hint of crazy greed. He, unlike other, more normal and rational people, did not feel the slightest fear or uneasiness about the Gohan Buu, who might be about to awaken, and could easily destroy the planet, and the stronger enemy that even Buu was afraid of. Instead, on his face, a terrifying smile appeared, which was more hideous, more twisted, and more full of morbid excitement and pervert desire than ever before. His eyes, flashing green like a hungry wolf, stared intently at the top-secret intelligence in his hand, which was also full of blood and conspiracy. His fat body was trembling slightly due to excessive excitement, and the hoarse voice squeezed out from between his teeth, full of greed and possessiveness, all silently told of his irrepressible huge ambition at the moment. Dormant evolution, a secret method that can make the life level jump? Even Gohan Buu, who can destroy the planet, has to be wary of a more powerful enemy. Haha. Blackbeard, an opportunist and ultimate gambler, known for his cunning, cruelty, and morbid obsession with power, thinks about problems in a very advertisement always unique and full of precise calculations of risks and benefits. In his opinion, the so-called dormant evolution of Gohan Buu hides more than just danger and unknowns. More importantly, it is a kind of inversion that can allow a living being to break through its own limits in a short period of time and reach a new and more close to the God realm. Secret method. If he could get this secret method. If he could fuse and recreate, to some extent, the evolution secret that even Buu is fascinated by, and his own double fruit ability that is also full of unknowns and bugs. Then, wouldn't Blackbeard Teach be able to surpass all the four emperors, even the mysterious Lord I Am, in an instant and become the only one in the world? A true supreme being with the power of God, and what kind of amazing power, even more precious, cosmic level treasure is hidden in the more powerful enemy that can make Gohan Buu, a terrifying existence that can easily destroy stars, feel wary and terrified? If he could, in this upcoming fight between gods, full of unknowns and dangers, skillfully maneuver, plan, and even, reap the benefits. Then, wouldn't Blackbeard Teach have the opportunity to seize all those ultimate legacies that were more powerful and more, full of the laws of the universe that did not originally belong to their inferior civilization, and take advantage of it for his own benefit? Chapter 176 Buu. Your look affects my appetite. These thoughts full of madness and, a hint of wishful thinking, were like lightning full of temptation, constantly bombarding Blackbeard's brain, which had long been completely twisted by ambition and desire. It made him feel extremely excited, extremely intoxicated, and extremely eager. He couldn't wait to personally participate in this cosmic-level storm that was about to sweep across the entire world. In this fight between gods, full of unknowns and opportunities, he will use his cunning and unscrupulous hero wisdom, as well as his equally not to be underestimated darkness and vibration power, to fish in troubled waters, take advantage of the fire, and even, give those high and mighty gods a fatal blow at the most critical moment. So that everything can be taken for yourself. Become the only true king of this era, no, of all eras. Thief ha 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 thief ha 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 ha. Blackbeard's terrifying laughter, which was full of madness, greed, and a longing for an infinite future, could be heard again from within his stone chamber. He began to secretly gather his core cadres who were also full of infinite desire for power and wealth, such as the equally bloodthirsty and bellicosity-loving Rain, Shiryu, or the equally interested Atokoshi, Vanoka, and began to carefully plan a new conspiracy full of risks and benefits. A bigger and more Blackbeard-style profit from disaster plan centered around Buu's awakening and powerful enemies in the universe is about to be quietly launched in a dark corner of the new world. And Blackbeard Teach, the Dark D clan, full of unknowns and variables, will definitely play an extremely important and extremely, special role with the potential to be a troublemaker and final boss in this upcoming fight of the gods. Just as the various apex predators in the new world are gearing up and eager to give a big fight for the Buu legacy, which is full of unknowns and temptations, and the Gohan Buu himself who may be about to awaken. After the Straw Hat crew experienced the bride-stealing operation, full of sweetness and crisis, in total land of the 10,000 kingdoms, and successfully, although the process was a bit tortuous and bizarre, and a respected fur hero Pedro was sacrificed, rescued their stupid chef Sanji from Bigmom's claws and political marriage. It's not like we gained nothing and returned empty-handed. In addition to successfully getting the Sea Knight, Jinbei, to officially join their Straw Hat family, the team's overall strength and, underwater combat capabilities have been greatly improved. Advertisement Sanji himself was also in the process of preparing for the wedding of the century that was full of conspiracy and calculation, although he might have just been forced to be the royal chef for Bigmom's children who were also full of weirdos and quirks for a while. He learned, or stole, some very precious and, top dessert-making techniques full of big MOM characteristics from the Bigmom pirates' holy kitchen that was said to have gathered all the top dessert-making secrets in the world, as well as his new understanding of various top ingredients that were full of dreamy and rare. These unexpected gains, full of sweetness and temptation, are undoubtedly of inestimable value to Sanji, a gentleman chef who has devoted his life to pursuing the legendary all blue and serving the most delicious dishes to all the beautiful ladies in the world. He believes that as long as he can perfectly combine and boldly innovate the new skills and new knowledge he has learned from the Bigmom kitchen with his already superb cooking skills. Then, he will surely be able to make some ultimate delicacies in the near future that will make all the people in the world with normal taste buds. Of course, this may not include Luffy, who is a single-celled foodie who only requires edible and full food, fall in love with and go crazy. What made Sanji feel a little surprise and, a sacred sense of mission, full of professional ethics, was in the process of the wedding escape, which was also full of chaos and, a little bit of chaos, he accidentally kicked a hapless chef from the Bigmom pirates group who was knocked unconscious by his devil's kick, full of love and anger. The chef looked like a dessert, with a little bit of passerby cannon fodder. Surprisingly, I found a book that looked a bit worn out, maybe it had been read countless times by that guy, and there were a lot of study experience, full of oil stains, and saliva, left on it, and it also exuded a faint butter fragrance and a hint of ancient, or a mysterious booklet? Zero. The booklet, as its cover, was made of some special leather that looked, durable and waterproof. The pages inside are even more peculiar. They are not ordinary paper, but a special material that can be eaten directly, similar to glutinous rice paper, or wafer biscuits. Is this for the convenience of those chefs who are more forgetful, or gluttonous, so that they can replenish their knowledge and energy anytime and anywhere during the process of learning and making snacks? More importantly, on that tattered booklet, which was full of sweetness and temptation, there were some special symbols that were also full of unknown and mystery. It looked a bit like a simplified version of those tadpole-like golden words on the walls of the palace. Or was it some ancient spell used to record magic recipes, as well as some filled with simple illustrations in a cartoon and cute style? It records in detail a battle dessert making sheets that is said to come from a certain lost dessert magic kingdom. 3. Chapter 177. Smash the red line with a slap. Its true identity is probably the candy maker that appeared in the Dragon Ball Palace and can turn any object into candy. It is a simplified operating manual full of deletions and magic changes, or it is simply some exclusive secret recipes and creative recipes that Majin Buu himself scribbled out when he was bored on how to turn enemies into more delicious and interesting candy snacks. According to the Combat Snack Making Secrets, which was full of unknowns and temptations, although I couldn't understand most of it, I could still guess a few vague records from those simple diagrams. It seems that as long as one can follow the special method taught in the secret book, some special ingredients containing life energy, the so-called chi, such as some rare fruits full of vitality, or some fresh sea kings that have just been knocked out, but not completely dead, with some special seasonings that are also full of magic and mystery, such as some fantasy mushrooms that can stimulate potential, or some transfiguration syrups that can change form, a certain degree of alchemy, like sweet fusion and magical cooking. So, it is possible to make some battle snacks that are not only delicious, but also have all kinds of bugs and irrational special effects. For example, a kind of vitality-filled life-restoring cookie that, after eating it, can restore a small amount of physical strength and heal some skin injuries in a short period of time. Or a potential burst attribute enhancement lollipop that, after being eaten, can greatly enhance a certain state of the user, such as strength, speed, or a luck value in a short period of time. Or a kind of mischievous kiss transformation chocolate that looks cute and harmless, but can actually turn the enemy into a croaking frog or a furry sheep in an instant after the enemy is eaten without any warning. These battle snacks, full of imagination and a hint of magical girl flavor, their magical effects and unlimited possibilities, make Sanji a gentleman chef who has devoted his life to the pursuit of unknown ingredients and ultimate deliciousness feel extremely excited and a huge challenge to his professional ethics. He knew that if he could completely crack all the secrets in this battle dessert making secrets and perfectly combine it with his equally exquisite cooking skills and make bold innovations. Advertisement then, Sanji, will be more than just an ordinary chef who can provide delicious food for his partners. He will become a true battle chef god who can use food to heal wounds, strengthen his companions, and even manipulate his enemies. The overall combat effectiveness of the Straw Hat crew will also be greatly enhanced by the strategic addition of these battle snacks, full of sweetness and magic. Therefore, Sanji carefully regarded this combat snack making secrets, full of unknowns and temptations, as an exclusive treasure, more important than his own life. And he began to conduct in-depth research and sweet attempts day and night on it, full of passion and a little life-threatening. After all, if those special ingredients and magic seasonings are not properly matched, or if the heat is not controlled well, it is very likely to produce some dark dishes, full of toxicity and explosion risks, in the kitchen of the Sunny, which was also full of smell of oil smoke and experimental spirit. A new food adventure, centered around battle snacks, that is full of unknowns, deliciousness, and a hint of magic, is about to slowly begin between Sanji's hands that are full of love and passion. Just as the Straw Hat crew, after experiencing the sweetness and crisis of the bride-stealing war in Toto Land, brought with them some surprises and accidents, such as Sanji's battle dessert-making secrets, or Luffy's evolved hockey and vague understanding of chi, and a powerful new partner, Sea Knight Jinbei, they set sail towards the depths of the new world full of unknowns and challenges. The swordsman of the Straw Hat crew, the green-haired Roronoa Zoro, who is always full of direction idiocy, and a little bit of steel straight man aura, also in his daily practice full of sweat and perseverance, as well as the constant reflection and deep understanding of past combat experience, finally took a more solid and more decisive important step on the road of integrating sword and chi. In the life and death duel between Dressrosa and Pika, the top executive of the Don Quixote family, full of boulders and dust, Zoro, at the limit of his ability, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and integrated his lifelong learning and vague understanding of Kai into his sword, and successfully slashed out the earth-shattering, one great 3,000 worlds. Not only did he cut off Pika's huge rock statue that was as big as a mountain, but he also tore apart his solid defense that was blessed by Kai 2.0. That time, full of protagonist halo and forced cheating flavor of epiphany, let Zoro for the first time truly feel the perfect fusion of chi and sword intention can burst out of the kind of terrifying power that surpasses all previous moves. Although after that, he still couldn't guide and control the chi power in his body as freely as Luffy did, which was also full of wildness and uncertainty. However, he deeply imprinted the feeling of single thought of slashing that he realized under extreme conditions, as well as the special method of highly concentrating and instantly releasing will, haki, and the burst of chi skills in the depths of his soul. Chapter 178. Pirates King. The geography of the world has changed drastically. And during the long journey from Dressrosa to Wano Kuni, or maybe after they had arrived in that closed country full of Bushido and Sakura flower, Zoro was in friendly exchanges and humbly asking for advice with Bayoguro and other real Bushido masters of Wano Kuni. Of course, it is also possible that he simply learned some advanced skills that can only be understood but not expressed in words. I have a deeper and more practical understanding and mastery of Wano Kuni's unique armament haki technique, emission, which can attach armament haki to the blade like a flowing sakura flower and cause great damage to the target without directly touching it. Therefore, after the continuous understanding of chi, the hard practice of emission, and the constant reflection and integration of all previous combat experiences. But the captain of the Straw Hat crew, the rubber man who was always full of innocence and, a little bit of idiocy, Monkey D. Luffy, is also on his self-evolution path full of foodie instinct and battle intuition, unknowingly, once again touching the threshold of a new realm that is more unfathomable and more, full of the flavor of protagonist halo. He also realized more deeply that the chi power hidden in his body, which originated from the image of Gohan Buu, and was full of unknown and powerful potential, could unleash terrifying power and infinite possibilities. It is not like Tempest Kick, which only relies on high-speed leg strikes to roll up the vacuum blade. Three Swords secret, and in a new and more Zoro-esque way, he releases it out of his body. He no longer had to engage in close combat like before in order to cause effective damage to the enemy. Now, he can also, like those more dirty and kite-flying, long-range attackers, launch threatening and oppressive sword energy, harassment and fatal blows on the enemy from a relatively safe distance. With Zoro's roar full of power and a hint of middle school vibe. Advertisement. Those sword energies are not like the flying finger pistol, which simply compresses haki to ultimate and then launches it in the form of air bullets. After all, this is a brand new technique that can greatly enhance Zoro's slashing range and attacking methods. They could only, with Zoro's full strength, barely move a few meters, or even more than 10 meters, away from the body. Luffy's understanding and use of haki, whether it is his recently awakened, advanced observation haki, his equally improved armament haki, and his conqueror's haki, which he cannot actively control but does exist, have reached a new level. The three are perfectly integrated together, and its power and, accuracy will also rapidly decay and, become somewhat erratic as the distance increases. Ever since, in Todo Land, he had an epic fight to the death with Charlotte Katakuri, the perfect man, who possessed the powerful observation haki that could foresee the future, which almost drove him into autism. Zoro, finally, had an inspiration and epiphany during his daily sword-wielding practice. Maybe he was just chopping a thicker piece of wood, or practicing feeding moves in a friendly way with a thicker-skinned Sea Kings. 16. Well, the name of this move is still full of the Zoro style of simplicity and brutality, and a little bit of ghostly. Zoro's eyes flashed with a cold and sharp light like a sword unsheathed. The three beloved swords in his hands, Wado Ichimonji, third-generation Kitetsu, and Shisui, seemed to sense the terrifying sword intent that was about to burst out from their masters, and emitted waves of clear sword sounds full of excitement and desire. His increasingly refined sword intention, his powerful armament haki that was also blessed by emission, and the explosive and penetrating chi power that he realized from the image of the pink demon in his own hazy perception. It is not just simply relying on the sharpness of the blade and the hardness of armament haki to perform physical cutting. Just when Zoro had initially mastered the technique of releasing sword energy, he was happily carrying out various daily activities of testing the sword and destroying the environment in a remote corner of Wano Kuni with beautiful scenery and suitable for seclusion and cultivation. Advertisement successfully. Zoro's purgatory demon slashing chi and his initial mastery of the sword chi release technique undoubtedly raised his overall combat effectiveness to a new level. Although he still knew the fact, he didn't know why. Purgatory demon slash chi, he still didn't know what the mysterious energy that made his attacks more penetrating and explosive was. Moreover, at the core of those pitch-black slashes, there was a faint wisp of light blue, sword energy, halo full of sharp cutting intent. As a result, his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman became clearer and more attainable. The sword energy that was released from the body was not as strange and heaven-defying as the real sword energy crisscrossing 30,000 miles, and the sword light chilling the 19 continents. 3 dark, inky slashes that were more condensed, sharper, and more full of destructive aura than ever before. Only like 3 giant dead dragons roaring out from the abyss of hell. They are more like Zoro, who perfectly condensed and compressed his invisible sword intent, visible haki, and the equally invisible but explosive and penetrating chi, power, and forcibly stripped and projected it from the blade in a way that is full of directionality and destructiveness to create a pure energy slash. It also gives him more trump cards and a slight chance of winning when he fights stronger and more bizarre enemies in the future, such as monsters who also master the Kai or Buu legacy technology. Chapter 179. The 4 C's have become one? All blue has been achieved ahead of time? He still couldn't guide and control that energy at will like those real Qigong masters, such as the Pink Demon, Buu, or that equally lucky Iron Fist, Monka, if he was still alive. However, he has been able to do so in his daily battles and training that is full of fun, such as friendly wrestling and boxing matches with some giant sea kings that look very tough. Especially when facing some more troublesome, powerful enemies, or falling into some desperate situations full of life-threatening situations. The innate king's talent in his body, Conqueror's haki, would, in an unconscious state that he himself could not detect, produce some extremely strange, mysterious reaction full of harmony and resonance with the Buu spirit in his body that was also full of wildness and uncertainty. In this state of special resonance, full of protagonist halo and forced cheating, Luffy will feel that his whole body has entered an unprecedented state of emptiness and a sense of selflessness. His perception ability will become extremely sharp, even clearer and more precognitive than when he activated the advanced observation haki. He can easily capture all the subtle changes in the surrounding environment, all potential dangers, and all the fleeting flaws in the enemy. His body's reaction will be much better than usual. It will become faster, more flexible, and more full of perfect coordination of instinct and wildness. He can subconsciously make the most correct and effective dodge and counterattack at the critical moment when the enemy launches an attack. Even he himself doesn't know how he did it. It's as if his body was no longer controlled or constrained by his always restless and unreliable brain. Instead, they rely on a more primitive, subconscious, that is closer to battle instinct, to autonomously conduct the most perfect and efficient battle. This wonderful state is full of metaphysics and a hint of the unity of man and nature, or no moves are better than moves. In martial arts novels, although Luffy himself is still completely unable to understand it, he is also unable to actively control and enter it. It is more like a special, buff, state that is triggered occasionally and unconsciously when he is highly focused, facing great pressure and life-threatening situations. It is full of the flavor of protagonist aura and passive skills. However, every time he was lucky enough to enter this wonderful state of wandering in the void, the fighting power he could unleash, as well as his understanding and control of his own potential, would be greatly improved to an unimaginable extent. Advertisement. It's as if he had, without realizing it, touched the threshold of a higher combat realm that was more unfathomable than gear 4 inches and more, full of divine aura, similar to the legendary, only gods can master the very early budding of ultimate freedom that allows the body to make the most perfect response in combat. Although he is still very far away from truly crossing that threshold and completely turning that state into his own use. However, this glimpse, occasionally shown under the strange resonance of Conqueror's haki and the mysterious Buu spirit in his body, is like a seed full of infinite hope and a hint of Dragon Ball buried deep in Luffy's soul. It also provides a possibility of unknown and heaven-defying, changing his fate for the final challenge that he may face in the future on his way to becoming the Pirates King, which is even more terrifying and full of cosmic crisis. Luffy's unconscious touching of the threshold of ultimate freedom has undoubtedly made the future of this world, which has become increasingly out of control because of the Buu legacy, even more confusing and more full of the familiar taste of the endless power inflation between the protagonist and the villain. The Holy Land of Mariajoy, the realm of God, floating on the top of the red line, symbolizing the supreme power of the world government, is now caught in a strange atmosphere full of solemnity and sacredness, and hidden with countless conspiracies and dirty deals because of the convening of the World Summit. Kings and queens from nearly 200 member states around the world, as well as other national representatives with honorable status and a little special background. They are all working for the interests of their respective countries and some ulterior little calculations, and in the magnificent and heavily guarded conference hall of Pengu City, all kinds of friendly consultations and fierce games, filled with verbal battles and a hint of hypocrisy, are taking place. They were arguing about how to deal with the Pirates' Rebellion. They are discussing, a fair and reasonable solution to the trade frictions between member countries. They are even Qian Li's, still fighting for the final ownership of the next, world government officially designated tourist resort, and they are blushing and refusing to give up an inch of land. However, they don't know that while they are arguing and even fighting over these mundane matters, that may be just trivial in the eyes of some people. Some more secretive and undercurrents full of subversiveness and danger are also surging silently in every unknown corner of this sacred place. The Revolutionary Army, the Army of Justice, that is dedicated to overthrowing the corrupt rule of the world government, at least they think so, will naturally not miss this golden opportunity to make some news and small moves right under the nose of the world government. Chapter 180 Buu. Boring, too boring, just destroy the world. Their powerful intelligence network that is all over the world and pervasive, as well as those high-level spies who have long been, or have just been, successfully turned against the world government or the Marine, for example, a core member of the former CP organization who was completely disappointed and disheartened by the brutal rule of celestial dragons and some dark operations of the world government and finally chose to turn to the light. Or a young scientist who was exposed to too many taboo knowledge and anti-human secret experiments that he should not know in Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory and decided to contribute to the real future of this world, are all running at high speed with unprecedented work enthusiasm and professionalism in this special period full of chaos and opportunities. They are not just like the special infiltration team, led by Sabo, who are conducting dangerous and exciting field investigations and stealing in the dark corners of Pangbu City. For example, digging out some broken parts of Buu's legacy that they discarded like toys from the trash can of a celestial dragons, or quietly borrowing some abridged materials about the blank 100 years, or D's will, that are full of mosaics and traces of erasures from a laxly guarded confidential archive room, 537. They, through some special means full of wisdom and courage and a little corruption of money and beauty, actually secretly obtained some of the thrilling and subversive, although it may still be incomplete and mixed with some deliberate concealment and information misleading within the Marine top secret intelligence about what the Marines' core area exploration team encountered in the deepest part of the Dragon Ball Palace. Of all this information, the most eye-catching and the one that shocked and made Monkey D. Dragon, the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, feel a little, just as I expected, was, of course, the general content of the memory crystal that was accidentally ejected from the control console in the core area of the palace. And the Marine core area exploration team, when trying to read the information inside the crystal, suffered heavy losses and, the tragic end of almost being annihilated. Gohan Buu didn't fall asleep voluntarily. He is undergoing some kind of dormant evolution that can cause a leap in the level of life. And he seems to be hiding from an unknown enemy, or natural enemy, from the depths of the universe that is even more powerful and more evil than him. When Long, in his secret command room in Baldigo, which was also full of simple and revolutionary atmosphere, looked at the top secret intelligence in his hand, which was full of unknowns and huge amounts of information, which was finally rescued from the jaws of the tiger of the Holy Land Mariajoy by Sabo and others at the risk of their lives. For the first time, his face, which was always filled with deepness and a hint of expression paralysis, revealed an extreme alertness that was difficult to conceal and a hint of creepy advertisement. He knew that the amount of information and potential danger behind this intelligence was too huge. If this information is true, then, the real strength and ultimate goal of the pink demon called Gohan Buu are probably far more terrifying and unpredictable than they had imagined before. He is not just an ancient weapon, or devil from outer space, with the power to destroy the planet. He is more likely to be a super life form who is forced to use their, relatively safe, and isolated, planet BGAD, as a temporary refuge, and, breeding ground for evolution, in order to avoid being hunted by a more powerful, cosmic-level, being. Once he successfully completes his dormant evolution, and awakens. Or worse, that more powerful enemy, that even he was afraid of was following his aura and descending into their world. Then, what kind of horrific disaster will be waiting for them? This horrific prospect filled with cosmic-level terror and, a hint of the innocence and sadness of the fish in the pond affected by the fire in the city gate, made even a man as determined as Long, who also possessed D's will, and, a hint of protagonist halo, feel a chill and, a deep sense of powerlessness. He knew that facing this kind of cosmic-level crisis was beyond the cognition of their world. Whether it is their revolutionary army, the world government, or the four tombs, who dominate each side of the new world. Advertisement. All the forces and individuals on this planet that were once considered powerful and invincible will probably appear as small and vulnerable as an ant trying to stop a chariot. However, a dragon, after all, he is the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army. He is a great leader who is determined to overthrow the corrupt rule of the world government and liberate the oppressed people all over the world. He would never easily despair and give up because of this universe-level crisis full of unknowns and dangers. After a brief shock and, a slight reshaping of worldview, Long's eyes, which were always filled with depth and, a glimmer of revolutionary ideals, rekindled with a burning fighting spirit and, a kind of madness and hope filled with fighting to the death. After analyzing all the known information about the Dragon Ball Palace, Buu's legacy, and the mysterious Gohan Buu, he came to an extremely bold and extremely new judgment full of revolutionary optimism and a hint of gambler's mentality. He believes that the upcoming awakening of the pink demon known as Gohan Buu may bring about a huge crisis that could bring about a devastating disaster to their world. But it could also be a huge turning point that could completely break the existing world order, completely shake the world government's 800 years of corrupt rule, and even bring unprecedented development opportunities and a little bit of room for fishing in troubled waters to their revolutionary army. Chapter 181. Goku's voice came. Buu, stop fooling around. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If that Gohan Buu really fights with the stronger enemy that even he is afraid of after awakening, a shocking universe-level fight between gods will break out on their unfortunate planet. Then, wouldn't it be possible for the Revolutionary Army to take advantage of this rare opportunity of chaos when the world government and the Marine are both preoccupied with their own affairs, quietly accumulate strength, grow stronger, and even, at the most critical moment, give a fatal blow to the already corrupted world? This strategic concept is full of risk and a little bit of opportunism, although it sounds a bit unrealistic and fantastic. However, for Long, who is in a difficult situation of the enemy is strong and we are weak, and has been struggling to find a revolutionary opportunity that can break the deadlock and turn the tide, this is undoubtedly a bold attempt full of temptation and a hint of feasibility. Therefore, after a decisive decision full of deliberation and, a hint of gambler, the Revolutionary Army Commander-in-Chief Monkey D. Dragon immediately issued a series of latest instructions full of sense of crisis and, a hint of strategic opportunity to all the Revolutionary Army troops and secret intelligence organizations under his command scattered around the world. He ordered all units of the Revolutionary Army immediately enter the highest level of combat readiness, be prepared to deal with the worst-case scenario. For example, the end of the world comes early, or that big pink devil, after waking up, will first use the Revolutionary Army as a teasing appetizer. At the same time, we must also pay close attention to all the movements of the Dragon Ball Palace, located in the sea near Marineford, as well as any information related to Gohan Buu and the possible stronger enemy. Advertisement and, under the premise of ensuring their own safety, they must try their best to find all the opportunities that can be used by their Revolutionary Army. Whether it is picking up some treasures that are more practical and have no major side effects from the Buu heritage that was accidentally scattered due to the fight between gods, or when the world government and the Marines, because they were fully focused on dealing with the universe-level crisis, relaxed their suppression and encirclement of their Revolutionary Army, they took the opportunity to liberate more countries, to gain more allies and build a strong revolutionary team? Or in the most extreme case, full of drama and irony, if that Gohan Buu, after awakening, really fights with that stronger enemy, both sides will be defeated and die together. Then, can their Revolutionary Army, like some novel protagonists, full of protagonist halo and shitty luck, make a brilliant appearance at the last moment and then easily clean up the mess, save the world and establish 10 new revolutionary orders, full of love and peace? Okay, maybe this is just a daydream full of good wishes and a little unrealistic that dragons occasionally have when they are, extremely tired and stressed. In short, the Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, with his foresight and, a little bit of gambler's courage, divine hand, cleverly transformed this cosmic-level, huge crisis that could sweep the entire world into a revolutionary turning point, full of unknowns and huge variables. The Revolutionary Army, this underground torrent that has been hiding in the darkness and quietly accumulating strength, is about to play a more important and more potential protagonist special role in this turbulent wave of the Great Era, full of destruction and rebirth. Just when the Revolutionary Army was secretly becoming more active and full of expectations because of its unique interpretation and strategic adjustment of the Buu's awakening incident. Advertisement: the Emperors of the Sea, of New World, Kaido of the Beasts and Bigmom Charlotte Linlin, after experiencing the wedding melee of the century, full of sweetness and betrayal, in Toto land of Wangwo, and their own initial exploration and attempt, full of creativity and risk, on the Buu legacy and the power of Kai in their own territories. In a coincidence, because of the increasingly strong energy fluctuations transmitted from the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace that sank in the deep sea near Marineford, and the various unreliable rumors that Gohan Buu was about to awaken, which were making a lot of noise around the world, they temporarily slowed down the fierce battle between them, which should have been a fight to the death and full of grudges at the level of 4 emperors. They still have a deep hatred for each other and a desire to kill each other. For example, Kaido may still be upset about the old woman Bigmom who gave him a fish fruit, a mythical beast, a blue dragon-shaped devil fruit when he was still an intern. He feels that he was cheated, and Bigmom may still be obsessed with the fact that Kaido, a lunatic who only knows how to drink and fight and especially likes to commit suicide, owed her a large sum of favors and protection fees. He is ready to get it back with interest. However, they're all emperors, standing at the top of the world's military power after all. They have a far sharper intuition than ordinary people and, a bit of a hero's strategic vision. They all clearly realize that the impact and potential threats brought by the outer visitor, called Gohan Buu, and the Dragon Ball Palace, full of unknowns and dangers, will far exceed any grudges and hatreds between the four of them. Even it might directly threaten their seemingly stable emperor status in the new world and their luxurious life full of wine, meat and flowers. If that Gohan Buu really has the terrifying power to destroy the planet at will, as the legend says, then, in front of him, aren't these so-called four emperors no different from those low-level pirates? Chapter 182. What? Goku and Vegeta are here too. They're just ants that can be killed instantly with just one move? This terrifying prospect, full of humiliation and a hint of life-threatening, made Kaido of the Beasts, who always regarded himself as the best lousy in the world, and Bigmom Charlotte Linlin, who also believed that I'm the center of the world, feel a chill and a strong sense of crisis. They knew that now was definitely not the time to continue to engage in meaningless internal friction and fighting over trivial personal grudges, or some unimportant territory and treasures. They must temporarily put aside all hatred and prejudices between each other. Then, focus all your attention on the Gohan Buu, who is about to wake up, and the Dragon Ball Palace, full of unknowns and temptations. They have to try every possible means to find out the true purpose of the alien visitor and his strength limit. They also have to try every possible means to obtain more and more powerful Buu legacy from that palace. This will allow him and his pirates group to have more self-protection capabilities and a little chance to fish in troubled waters in this cosmic level catastrophe that may be coming and sweeping the entire world. So, in a kind of weird atmosphere full of tacit understanding and a hint of unspoken understanding, Kaido of the Beasts and Bigmom Charlotte Linlin, the two mortal enemies who once wanted to eat each other alive and grind each other to dust, have actually temporarily reached some kind of ceasefire agreement that is not solid but does exist. They all, in unison, slowed down their military expansion and turf-grabbing operations that were full of gunpowder and desire for destruction. Instead, more elite forces and intelligence resources were secretly invested in monitoring and infiltrating the mysterious sea area near Marineford that was full of unknowns and dangers. They all wanted to gain a more favorable strategic position and more intelligence advantages for themselves as much as possible before Gohan Buu really wakes up, and before Marine or other forces fish out more good things from the palace. Advertisement: a new round of great power game centered around the Dragon Ball Palace and Gohan Buu that is even bigger and more full of four emperors level intrigues and undercurrents is about to quietly escalate on the stage of New World. And those unfortunate mortals caught in these fights between gods, for example, those little pirates and adventurers who are still fighting each other for one or two high-quality imitation beans or a broken copycat detector, their future fate has become even more full of the pathetic colors of cannon fodder and tragedy. Just when insightful people and ambitious people all over the world were feeling worried or excited because of the increasingly strong energy fluctuations emanating from the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace, sleeping in the deep sea near Marineford, as well as the ominous rumors about the imminent awakening of Gohan Buu. The energy fluctuations within that palace, filled with unknowns and mysteries, finally reached an unprecedented critical point at a certain moment full of fate and historical inevitability. A terrifying roar that was duller, longer, and more erroneous than any previous one, full of the primitive and destructive aura of the primordial universe, like the sound of creation, emitted at the moment of the Big Bang, suddenly erupted from the core area of the palace. Next up, an extremely pure, extremely huge, extremely violent, and pure chi energy. It was like a supervolcano that had accumulated energy for tens of thousands of years, erupting in an instant. It was like an ancient demon god that had broken free of all restraints, and let out his first roar filled with the desire for freedom and destruction, in the form of a dark purple energy tide that is visible to the naked eye and full of destructive visual impact. From the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace, that had begun to shake violently and show signs of disintegration, it suddenly gushed out. The dark purple chi energy tide, its purity, its energy density, and the original destructive power it contained. Advertisement: they are far beyond the imagination limit of any practitioner who has ever come into contact with Kai in this world, whether it is the extremely lucky Iron Fist Monka, the equally talented Iron Wrist Duke, or Rob Lucci, who is trying to combine Kai with the Six Styles, or even Roronoa Zoro, who has initially mastered the Sword Chi release, and the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who has unconsciously touched the threshold of ultimate freedom. It is like the first ray of origin energy that was born when the universe was first created. It was like a certain cosmic level, terrifying existence that could easily destroy stars, the final release of the anger and power accumulated in its body for billions of thousands of years. The moment the dark purple Chi energy tide gushed out from the core area of the palace. It instantly swept across all the sea areas around Marineford with an unparalleled terrifying force. The deep seabed, which had already become turbulent in undercurrents due to various battles and, palace changes, was completely stirred into a pot full of destructive aura and, a terrifying energy soup with a hint of cosmic radiation. 3.4 And then, it didn't stop there. Instead, it continued to spread rapidly in all directions of the world in an even more rapid and more indiscriminate, and fair and just, at least in terms of energy diffusion, manner. It penetrates the thick sea water, it ignores solid islands. It even, to a certain extent, distorted the laws of space and transcended the distance of time. Final in just a few dozen minutes, maybe even just a few minutes, this extremely pure yet violent global, chi, energy tide from the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace, swept through every corner of the world. Every living thing, like a cosmic level, energy tsunami without any warning. Chapter 183 Buu is not the only time traveler, fortunately. The main characteristic of this sudden global, chi, energy tide is not direct, physical destructive power. It is more like a pure, high-density torrent of chi that is full of some kind of indescribable life activity and evolution factor. It will not directly destroy cities or kill lives like an earthquake or tsunami. It is more like a cosmic energy baptism, full of opportunities and risks. A double-edged sword that can completely change the fate of all the predestined life forms in this world, especially those lucky ones and unlucky ones who have or are trying to practice and control the mysterious power called chi in an instant. For those chosen ones, such as Luffy, Zoro, Sabo, or some hidden bosses who also possess the protagonist halo, who have extremely high qualifications, solid foundation, and a strong heart full of positive energy and indomitable will. This sudden global chi energy tide is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime blessing that will allow them to increase their strength and be reborn in a short period of time. The moment that pure and huge torrent of chi poured into their bodies, they will feel as if they are immersed in a hot spring filled with warmth and a slight, numb feeling. The chi seed in his body, which originally seemed a little weak and insignificant, would take root, sprout and grow vigorously at a speed visible to the naked eye under the nourishment and catalysis of this cosmic energy, full of life activity and evolution factor. Their cultivation paths, which originally had various bottlenecks and obstacles, will suddenly become clear and smooth. Their strength, speed, perception, and even lifespan and potential will be infused with this energy full of miracles and gifts, and will be improved by 10 unimaginable speeds. Advertisement: there are even some people who are extremely lucky and have some special physiques. They may unconsciously awaken some new chi abilities that are full of bugs and irrational. For example, Super Saiyan, transformation, or the initial condensation technique of Spirit Bomb. In short, for these chosen ones, this global chi energy tide is simply a gluttonous feast and upgrade gift package that fell from the sky. However, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. This sudden global chi energy tide has brought disaster to those unlucky people who have mediocre qualifications, unstable foundations, unstable minds, or simply those whose chi energy in their bodies is already in a state of chaos and out of control due to practicing some pirated qigong secrets that are full of evil ways and side effects. What it can bring is more than just good news. It is more likely to be a disaster big enough to be fatal. When the pure, huge, but also extremely violent torrent of chi poured into their already very fragile and unstable bodies, they don't feel any warmth or comfort. Instead, you will feel as if you were thrown into a violently erupting volcano or an electrotherapy pool filled with high voltage current. Countless violent energies filled with destructive auras would rush and wreak havoc in their narrow and fragile meridians like a herd of wild bulls that had lost control. At the very least, their meridians would be damaged, their chi and blood would flow backwards, they would spit out blood on the spot, they would be seriously injured, and their cultivation would be set back by several decades, if they had so much cultivation that it could be set back. In serious cases, he will go crazy, lose his mind, and become a humanoid beast that only knows how to kill and destroy, or a vegetative person who can only drool and giggle. There are even some people who have poor physical fitness and bad luck, who cannot withstand the huge and violent energy influx of Yamato and die on the spot. Advertisement: just like the marine officer who swallowed Senzu Beans, or Carlos the Bloodblade who was attacked because he couldn't control the power of the magic sword. Muscles swell, blood vessels burst, bones break, final bang. With a shrill scream full of despair and unwillingness, he exploded and died. It turned into a pool of blurred flesh and blood filled with regret and a hint of warning. This sudden global chi energy tide is like a double-edged sword without any emotion or favoritism. It can, in an instant, push those lucky ones who have talent and are well prepared to the peak of power. It can also, in an instant, send those unlucky guys who have unstable foundations, unstable minds, or simply seeking death into the abyss of hell from which there is no escape. And this world, which has become increasingly chaotic and out of control due to the emergence of Buu legacy, is about to usher in a more thorough and more blood and fire reshuffle because of the baptism of the global Qi energy tide full of opportunities and disasters. The old era is about to come to an end, and the new era of Qi, full of unknowns and infinite possibilities, is about to truly arrive in a way that no one can predict. The extremely pure yet violent global Qi energy tide from the core area of the Dragon Ball Palace was like a cosmic energy star tsunami, without any warning. In just a few dozen minutes, or even just a few minutes, it swept every corner of the world and profoundly affected every predestined, or unlucky, life form. For those chosen ones, who have extremely high qualifications, solid foundations, and an unyielding heart, this energy tide is undoubtedly a rare feast and upgrade gift package. Their strength has been rapidly improved, bottlenecks have been broken through, and they may even unconsciously awaken some new Qi abilities full of bugs and unreasonableness. Chapter 184. Whis and Beerus are also joining in the fun? For those unlucky people who have mediocre talents, unstable foundations, unstable minds, or simply uncontrolled Qi energy in their bodies due to practicing some evil ways, this energy tide is more like a huge disaster that is fatal. At the very least, their meridians are damaged and their cultivation level regresses. At the worst, they go crazy and even explode and die on the spot, turning into a pool of blurred flesh and blood full of regrets and warnings. However, what is even more unexpected and full of drama and unknown variables is, under the strong impact of this global Qi energy tide full of opportunities and disasters and the subtle influence of cosmic radiation, some ordinary mortals who were originally mediocre, unknown, and didn't even know what Qi and cultivation were, surprisingly, due to some special reasons full of coincidence, luck, and a hint of fate, for example, they just happened to have a special physique that was particularly easy to resonate with the Qi energy, or they just happened to be in a state of high concentration, extremely firm will, or even on the verge of death at the moment when the energy tide erupted. They unexpectedly awakened the extremely weak but real perception of the mysterious power called Qi. Even there are also some lucky ones among the lucky ones, who are luckier and more understanding, or are they just simply more resistant and tougher? They actually learned it by themselves in the process of being infused with energy full of pain and opportunity, or in other words, relying on the most primitive fighting instinct from the origin of life and a little bit of self-exploration. Initially, I have mastered some Qi techniques that, although extremely superficial, can indeed, to a certain extent, change my own destiny. For example, in a small fishing village in East Blue, famous for its simple folk customs, and especially cheap seafood. Advertisement: a young fisherman who usually relies on his relatively strong body and some practical fishing skills to make a living, unfortunately encountered a sudden storm at sea during a fishing trip. Just when he and his, equally unsturdy little fishing boat were about to be ruthlessly swallowed and torn apart by the raging waves as huge as mountains, they were on the brink of life and death. He suddenly felt an unprecedented strange energy filled with warmth and, a slight, numbing feeling, descending from the sky and pouring into his body. Then, he didn't know what was going on with him, but subconsciously let out a roar filled with resentment and a desire to survive. Then, his arms, which had become somewhat stiff and weak due to fear and despair, suddenly burst out with a huge force that even he himself found unbelievable. He actually, with his arms, which didn't look particularly strong, lifted up the extremely heavy mast that had been broken in the middle by the storm. He also used it as a temporary oar, and paddled tenaciously in the violent wind and waves that seemed like a doomsday disaster. Finally, when he had exhausted his last bit of strength and was almost completely frozen by the icy seawater, he actually, miraculously, drove the already dilapidated small fishing boat out of the center of the storm, and, although a little embarrassed, he still returned to his hometown fishing village full of warmth and, a hint of fishy smell. He survived. And he also found that he seemed to have become stronger than before. He was also more able to, show amazing talent in some special aspects, such as, arm wrestling, or being able to eat 3 bowls of seafood rice in one breath. Another example advertisement: in the first half of the Grand Line, there is a lawless area full of chaos and lawlessness. A thief or information dealer, who usually relies on his relatively flexible skills and some sinister and vulgar street wisdom to survive among various gangs. Once, because he accidentally stole the favorite item of a gangster boss who was also not easy to mess with. Maybe it was just a gold watch that looked valuable, but was actually a fake. He was chased and killed by dozens of vicious thugs, armed with machetes and iron bars. Just when he was forced into a dead end in a dark alley full of garbage and dead rats, he was about to be hacked to death or beaten into a pulp by those vicious thugs, who were approaching him with a grin. He also suddenly felt a strange energy full of stimulation, and, a hint of electricity, pouring into his body from, some unknown direction, probably the Dragon Ball Palace, that was leaking electricity, crazily near Marineford. Then, he didn't know what was going on with him. He just subconsciously closed his eyes and prayed madly in his heart. Can't see me, you damn bastards, can't see me? Result: after shivering for several minutes, he cautiously opened one eye and peeped out. He was shocked to find out those vicious thugs, who were so aggressive just now and kept saying that they would tear him into pieces, were all like headless flies, running around less than 3 meters in front of him, waving their weapons randomly, but they just ignored him, a living person, who was squatting in the corner and trembling. It's as if did he really become invisible in that instant, although this invisibility effect, which was full of coincidence and luck, did not last too long, maybe only a dozen seconds, or even shorter?